Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We're delving into yet another horrifying situation today. The most pernicious manipulators are frequently highly persuasive and articulate. They can easily frighten, lull the victim's alertness to sleep, and subjugate it entirely to their will. Being in a relationship with someone like that can pose a major risk to one's bodily and emotional well-being. The manipulator typically seeks out a victim who is vibrant, ambitious, and energetic, so that even the strongest, smartest, and most independent members of his network frequently fall into his trap and become submissive, unassailable puppets. He was referred to in the media as an Australian stalker from Tinder, who hunted down young, accomplished women and first won them over with his charm, humor, and good looks before turning their life into a living hell. Paul Lambert was the man's name, and he was extremely smart, seductive, and equally mad. Tortured, intimidated, maimed, and ready to kill, he stalked his victims with frenzied insistence. He was only stopped by a bullet that was intended to kill. On August 10, 1980, Paul Lambert née Scales was born in Brisbane, Australia's capital and largest city in the state of Queensland. He grew up with his older sister Dorothy and was the youngest of two children in Margaret and Oliver Scales' household. The boy's parents separated when he was only 5 years old. Despite providing financial support to his previous wife, his father abandoned the family and essentially stopped interacting with the heirs. The man soon got married again and had 2 more kids. He then started going to see Paul and Dorothy, only to wish them a happy birthday or Christmas, and occasionally he would even contact them. The youngster was bitter against his father for leaving since he missed him so much, and when he was already in junior high school, Paul started to struggle with behavior and discipline as he considered losing his love for him and his sister. Neither his mother nor his professors were able to restrain him, as he became nearly unmanageable. The youngster acted violently toward other kids, didn't acknowledge any authority. His mood fluctuated a lot, and he was impulsive and angry. The boy was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, or ADHD, by a child psychologist after Margaret, worried, made the decision to take him to a specialist. The doctor at the time, however, did not consider it to be anything serious and came to the conclusion that the issue had arisen against the backdrop of the parents' divorce and would eventually go away on its own. Hall allegedly went through too much pain when his father left, which led to behavioral issues and focus issues. In the belief that the youngster will eventually outgrow his neurological behavioral condition, the psychologist at the time did not prescribe any medication, but the problem simply became worse over time. By the age of 10, the youngster had lost all self-control and was acting irrationally and aggressively. His mother made the decision to seek assistance once more, and this time she saw a psychiatrist who diagnosed him with ADHD, as well as a number of other mental health conditions, such as bipolar illness and obvious symptoms of dissociative identity disorder, DID, usually referred to as multiple personality disorder. Because of this disorder, the patient's identity is disjointed, giving the appearance that they are a single person with several unique personalities. Receptor drugs were prescribed to the youngster, who had to take them under his mother's close care. However, it was almost impossible to get him to comply. Convinced that he was healthy and problem-free, he deliberately avoided taking his prescription. However, it was easier to manage Paul when he was a child. The issue was overlooked for a number of years when Margaret insisted on treatment that appeared to be beneficial. Paul's mental health issues have no bearing on his IQ or academic prowess. He became the top student in school because of his excellence. His teachers thought he would be a successful scientist because he had a talent for the sciences and could do complicated calculations in his head with ease. He easily enrolled at a prominent Australian institution after graduating and obtained a master's degree in finance and economics. After graduating, he got a job at a major's headquarters. From an early age, Paul's outstanding appearance only grew more alluring, and he soon rose to the top of the financial department in Sydney in terms of relationships. He created a fantastic first impression with his muscular build, masculine features, and huge expressive eyes. At school, a lot of people wanted to be noticed by him. Paul was outgoing, made friends easily, and was frequently the star of the party. An intriguing byproduct of his mental health problems was his strong charisma. He was regarded by his co-workers as a good man who was trustworthy. He personally started a fundraising campaign after learning that one of his co-workers' children had cancer, greatly assisting the family. As previously stated, Paul was adept at forming friendships and had no trouble establishing connections with girls, albeit they were always brief. He would soon expose his actual self, frightening his partners away. He would make their life into a nightmare by stalking, threatening, lying, controlling their emotions, and causing terror after his relationships, which usually lasted only a few months. And this was only the beginning. Notably, he consistently selected extremely attractive girls whose appearance matched his own model. Paul has a number of preferred techniques for controlling his victims in order to maintain their intimacy. Being very convincing and well-spoken, he frequently exploited their empathy by making up fatal illnesses for himself and his loved ones, which made the females feel bad about leaving their ailing boyfriend. The only people who actually knew Paul's true nature were his mother and sister. He was challenging yet controllable when he was younger. He vehemently opposed treatment and psychiatric visits as an adult, despite his mother's insistence on therapy. He used threats and blackmail to accomplish his objectives, with the threat of death being the most successful strategy from 2002 to 2016. Paul was subject to restraining orders that prohibited him from getting in touch with or approaching 6 different women. He continued to stalk each victim for a long time after that, damaging their lives and pushing them to the verge of insanity. One of them even fled to another continent, but after she denounced him to the authorities, he was deported and prohibited from entering the nation. But let's take a step-by-step look at this. First, love. Paul fell in love with Samantha while he was a college student. They started dating, but their relationship didn't last long. Through manipulation, pressure, stalking, and total deprivation of her autonomy, he attempted to dominate every aspect of her life. After graduation, everything ended when Paul relocated to Sydney due to his professional goals, while Samantha remained in Queensland. After their breakup, they remained in contact despite the problems in their relationship. They were both young when their romance began, and it was their first love for each of them. Maybe that's why Samantha was hesitant to cut off all contact. On occasion, the ex-couple spoke on the phone, sent texts, and engaged on social media. Paul frequently contacted Samantha to tell her that he missed her, couldn't forget her, and hadn't met someone better, but Samantha was unaware of his other connections. Although this was obviously a ploy, Samantha felt that he had improved during the years they had been apart, and that he genuinely loved her endeavor to establish a family. The pair resumed their relationship in January 2014, over 10 years after their split. Paul proposed to Samantha a month later, and she gladly accepted. On March 2nd of that year, they were married. But only a few weeks after their marriage, the new husband's actions started to cause problems. Paul started to lose control of his emotions and became easily agitated by the slightest things. He tried to control Samantha's will by continuously applying emotional pressure. He turned to physical aggression when that failed. Samantha's oppressive husband promised to consult a specialist and get therapy when she tried to leave him. She thought he was telling the truth, but it was simply another ploy. When tensions reached a breaking point 6 months after their wedding, Samantha once more raised the possibility of a divorce. Paul vowed to get aid again, but she didn't trust him this time. He then recommended that they go on a trip together to work out their emotions and give it some thought. Samantha was surprised to find that this was a viable answer, and she consented to begin organizing the trip. The pair went to the United States, which is on the opposite side of the world, in late September 2014. Days a long-time dream of Paul's, he insisted on going to Florida. Samantha gave in to pressure from her cunning husband, who always got his way, even if she liked Hawaii. On the Atlantic Ocean's shores, they reaffirmed their vows to one another. The vacation and the event, however, were unable to preserve their marriage in spite of the romantic atmosphere. After coming back to Australia, Paul demanded that they relocate to Florida, where he had had a great time hunting. Samantha resolutely opposed it. She was not planning on moving abroad or carrying on their relationship. Paul had no intention of approving Samantha's request for a divorce. He grew so fixated on the thought of relocating to the United States at this period that he just gave up on all other plans. Samantha packed up his belongings, left his lucrative job, and took a plane to Florida. The girl persisted in pursuing a formal divorce, but her husband disregarded her attempts. After moving to a foreign nation, Paul was able to treat himself because of his substantial savings from years of work at a large corporation. He purchased pricey, fashionable clothing, frequently went to the gym, rented a large apartment in a desirable neighborhood, and took care to keep himself looking presentable everywhere he went. Although he attracted women's attention, he was searching for something unique. During the unresolved divorce, Paul made profiles with his best images on a number of dating websites. Many women messaged him almost quickly, praising his appearance and wanting to learn more about him. But it took him a while to reply before he came across Brittany Ann Kill's profile. A local news anchor, this 32-year-old blonde looked like she was straight out of Hollywood. Paul was immediately drawn to Brittany and was the first to message her, proposing that they get together. She agreed right away, and they scheduled a date. Paul's charisma, eloquence, and excellent looks won her over a day later. He did more than merely compliment her. He brought Brittany to a fine dining establishment in the city. She fell in love with Paul on their first date because he left such a lasting impression on her. Brittany was thrilled to tell her closest friend that he was the man of her dreams, with all the best attributes. But Paul saw her as a trophy, something he wanted to make himself feel better. This woman had enormous professional potential, was a well-liked TV personality, and was extraordinarily beautiful. Paul made up some significant business to explain returning to Australia to complete his divorce because he didn't want to lose her. He proposed to Brittany and intended to return to the United States immediately thereafter. Given that he had previously refused to give her a divorce, Samantha was astonished by Paul's unexpected visit, and even more so by his desperate wish to dissolve their union. However, in early 2015, Hall flew back to Florida because he couldn't bear to be separated from his new passion without formally ending their marriage. He couldn't bear to leave her without his careful eye, to be more precise. Feeling responsible for the breakdown of Paul's marriage, Brittany was startled and even contemplated ending their relationship when she unintentionally learned the true reason he had traveled to Australia. Paul was able to persuade her, nevertheless, that he and his wife had decided to dissolve their marriage on their own initiative and that they had been apart for a long time. He only had a few formalities to finish. Paul rushed to visit Brittany as soon as he got back, telling her a tearful tale of his past marriage's misery and his quest for genuine love. The couple moved in together a week later because his statements sounded so genuine. Brittany, however, established some guidelines and consented to grant Paul a 3-month trial period. She thought that Beauty and the Beast could determine whether they were genuinely compatible during this period. Paul just took a month after moving in to show his true nature and make Brittany's life a living hell. He started to treat her like his property, thinking he had the authority to control every aspect of her life and to dictate what she did. As a result, his conduct became unpredictable and erratic. He appeared to be struggling with several opposing personas that he was unable to manage. Brittany attempted to break up with her new lover after realizing there was a significant problem between them. This was a call to action for Paul. He began to place the blame on her, saying that he had flown halfway across the world for her after divorcing his wife. He maintained that she was ruining his life because he had given up everything for her. He urged them to look. Brittany packed up her belongings and moved out to a different apartment, but they stuck to their initial plan of living together for at least 3 months. She tried to move away from her troubled lover, but it didn't work. Paul started pursuing Brittany, never letting her be alone for long. He really followed her everywhere, called her from many lines, emailed her, and sent her hundreds of texts every day. His communications ranged in tone from vows of love and forgiveness to threats of damage to herself or to others. Paul's strategy modified a few weeks later. With a shaky voice, he called Brittany and informed her that he had no one in the U.S. to talk to after his father passed away. Brittany felt her heart relax. Someone lying about something so important was unthinkable to her. Being kind and understanding, she consented to see her ex-boyfriend because she sincerely wanted to help him and thought he needed to vent, hence manipulating her emotions and appealing to her sympathy. For a while, Hall was able to keep in touch with Brittany, giving the impression that they were back together, but he was unable to control himself. He reverted to his violent behavior, frightening her with his erratic behavior. He threatened to hurt himself and said he wouldn't endure another shock when Brittany tried to end their relationship again. To be honest, Brittany was terrified of her unsatisfactory partner, but she was unsure of how to leave him. Paul responded that psychotherapy and medication would not help him because he was diagnosed with an incurable brain tumor that is developing and the reason for his breakdowns and weird behavior. She gently suggested that he get help from a psychiatrist. Declaring that he was going to die soon, the compulsive liar sobbed and forced the lover to swear that she would not abandon him while he was still living. Because Paul did not offer her peace at work or at home, the next month and a half ended up being the worst in the well-known TV host's life. The young woman woke up. "Usually I got nervous and preoccupied." She suffered from panic episodes, which had a detrimental effect on her work and had the potential to ruin her career. Deportation and restraining order. Unable to handle it, Brittany just fled Scales and went to live with a friend, where she believed he wouldn't bother her. However, the man shifted strategies and started threatening the girl by publishing her unguarded images and an intimate video that he had secretly recorded. This was the final straw, and the woman eventually reported it to the police and her stalker. The court ruled in July 2015 that the stalker could not approach the girl or make any kind of contact with her. Nevertheless, Hall persisted in tracking his victim, sending threats against her and using blackmail. Kill was relieved to be back in Australia when the man was ultimately deported from the nation in October of that year, preventing him from entering the United States. To hide his legal troubles, Scales first adopted his mother's maiden name, Lambert, to avoid being discovered. He never had time to file for divorce from his ex-wife, so he made the decision to go back to her. When Samantha heard of Paul's return, she was appalled and went to the police to request protection and to expedite the divorce proceedings. Even though Samantha knew this dangerous man well, she believed him when Paul called his wife in February 2016 and told her that he had agreed to grant her a divorce. After persuading her to see a lawyer together to resolve some issues, Samantha was already looking forward to receiving the long-awaited divorce certificate. Everything went smoothly when the man picked up the girl in his car, but as soon as they left her house, he started pleading with her to end the divorce and move back in together. When she firmly refused, he insulted Samantha and threatened to smash the car so they would die together. Paul drove the automobile so fast that it nearly sped beneath the truck in the approaching lane. They went off the road after the girl was able to twist the steering wheel. After that, the man started beating his wife, but she was able to flee the cabin and start calling for assistance. Samantha accused Paul of kidnapping, physical harm, and attempted murder in court following the incident. In addition to being immediately divorced and prohibited from seeing his ex-wife, he was found guilty on all counts and given a 10-month prison sentence. The individual was surprisingly freed on parole, with a 1-year probationary period only a month later. Paul went to another once he was free. State obtained employment and rented a home there without informing the authorities. To ensure that no one suspected, he traveled to the same location each time to check in with the inspector. By the way, Lambert had to see a psychiatrist, who discovered that his issues were even more serious than previously believed. Naturally, he did not take the required medication. The man declined the assistance of the specialist and a new victim, after attending the amount of sessions required by the court. Paul created a fresh profile on a dating site almost immediately after being released, and he quickly came across 28-year-old Angela J., who captivated him with her alluring, almost angelic appearance. He was drawn to the elegant, blue-eyed blonde with a flawless form and a brilliant grin. The girl, who was a doctor, recently went through a challenging divorce. She therefore discovered a man who nearly killed her while she was searching for understanding and support. But it all started out sweetly and brilliantly. Paul used all of his charm once more to get the new victim to fall into his trap. He took Angela out on dates, showered her with praise, and appeared to be empathetic, understanding, and focused. A month or so later, Lambert's conduct started to drastically alter. He literally followed the girl as his obsession grew. While Jay was at work, he would visit her home using a duplicate key he had created in secret. She made the decision to end the relationship after speculating about his visits. The worst started, as you might imagine. Initially, Paul pleaded with her to pardon him and give him another chance. After realizing that his threats to end his life were ineffective, he began threatening Angela. She was unable to resist him when he eventually sought for her assistance as a doctor. The man appeared to be pretty happy with the girl's commitment to assist him in finding a qualified physician and to keep an eye on the treatment plan. Lambert's actions became increasingly frightening and insufficient. He insisted that Jay accompany him, stealing her documents and refusing to return them. However, the girl did not make a mistake, because she understood how risky it was. Her sister called the police after she was able to call her. After Paul returned the documents, he received a warning, was sliced up, and attempted to be burned alive before being simply released. Paul purchased a large kitchen knife, a roll of duct tape, and lighter fluid at a hardware store that same day after leaving the police station. After that, he rented a discreet vehicle and drove to Angela's house, but the girl had changed the locks, so he was unable to enter. He lurked close to the front door, waiting for her to come home from work. After spotting her stalker at the last second, the girl fled into the house, locked herself inside, and dialed 911. Paul had already escaped by the time the law enforcement officers arrived, so they were unable to capture him. But a week later, on November 3, he came back with a crowbar, which he used to break into Jay's house while she was at work, by opening the back door. The gullible girl had just made it beyond the threshold when she came back, when she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. When Angela attempted to flee, Paul slammed her to the ground and started randomly stabbing her throughout her body. She sustained almost a dozen stab wounds to her neck and chest. The girl kept fighting for her life even after her arms were torn. After dousing the victim with a container of lighter fluid, the man abruptly grabbed a lighter, which fortunately turned out to be defective. Jay kept screaming and calling for assistance during this time. A neighbor who was walking past the house heard her frantic pleas and heroically hurried to her aid with the first stick he could find. He was able to frighten the assailant, who fled. The girl was shot like a rabid animal, and the father clasped her bleeding wounds until the medics arrived, after calling for an ambulance. The victim was saved in spite of severe injuries and significant blood loss. Unexpectedly, Paul kept using Angela's phone to write and make calls. He expressed regret, attributed everything to his alter persona, and vowed to exact revenge, even after she was admitted to the hospital. Jay's parents, his ex-wife, and his mother all received similar texts from the man. When Lambert phoned the police on November 4, he spoke for several minutes about the personas inside of him and accused them of all the crimes. He hung up after responding that he would prefer to die in order to offer to surrender. Nevertheless, the authorities were able to track down the call and pursue the offender. The following morning, Paul was apprehended on a roadway off the east coast of Australia and told to halt, but he attempted to elude the patrol. Spikes were put on the road to stop the fugitive's car, which was traveling at a rapid speed. Lambert, however, was not going to back down and leapt out while brandishing a massive knife. The man once more said that he would prefer to die in response to all pleas for surrender. He acted in an unprofessional and aggressive manner, prepared to assault the officers who were already pursuing him. One of the policemen had to shoot Paul after he ran at him with a knife at one point. However, the intruder was not deterred by a single round. After a few more rounds were fired, Lambert collapsed onto the sidewalk and remained motionless. The madmen could only be stopped by death. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In 2012, at the Summer Olympics in London, a young Puerto Rican boxer named Felix Verdejo Sanchez shone brightly. He was dubbed a diamond, one of his country's most promising athletes, and was expected to win championships and gold medals. Then it appeared to everyone that this talented and motivated young man would achieve great things in sports. In 2021, the boxer's name appeared in all of the world's media, but this time, in the Criminal Chronicles section. This story is about a teenage attachment that turned into an addiction and resulted in a terrible tragedy, as well as how the author of the main knockout of 2014, who was praised and promoted by two-time Olympic champion Vasily Lomachenko, nearly received a death sentence, but was eventually sentenced to life in prison. It is worth noting that, despite the presence of irrefutable evidence and confessions from the boxer's accomplice, he continues to refuse to plead guilty. The future world boxing star was born in San Juan, Puerto Rico, in 1993. Born on May 19, he grew up in a large, modest family and developed an early fondness for sport. True in childhood, He intended to make baseball a part of his life, but a funny incident changed everything. When the boy was 9 years old, a family friend came to see them with his son of the same age. The boys were playing in the yard when they suddenly got into a fight. Parents separated the children, and the future athlete's father advised him that if he wants to fight someone in the future, he should wear boxing gloves. Following that fight, Felix was taken to a local gym at his request, where the boy fell in love with boxing, as he later admitted after the first training session. At the age of 16, he won the Pan American Junior Championship. A year later, he won his country's championship, and a year after that, he competed in the Olympic Games in London, reaching the quarterfinals. In the same year, he began his successful professional wrestling career. Verdejo competed in 29 fights, winning 27 of them convincingly, and in 2014 he was named the author of the best knockout in a fight against Sergio Villanueva. Felix won his first championship belt, the WBO Latino title, a year later and defended it 6 more times over the next 2 years. Everyone who witnessed the fight was certain that this young man would leave his mark on the history of world boxing. Meet Keishla Rodriguez. The girl was born in San Juan in November of 1993. Her full birth name is Keishla Marlene Rodriguez Ortiz. Her parents, Josie and Kyla Rodriguez, shared another daughter, Belize Nicole, and they also raised Kyla's son, Jonathan. Keishla, who had a previous marriage with a woman, grew up to be an open and sociable girl. She excelled in school and adored animals, with aspirations of becoming a veterinarian in the future. Her best friend was her sister, Elise, to whom she confided all of her secrets and concerns. Keishla attended the same school as Felix Verdejo, who was her age. Young people have known each other since childhood, and in adolescence, they formed a romantic relationship. In 2011, Rodriguez's parents divorced and separated. Kyla moved to Florida with relatives, while her daughters, who were already adults, chose to remain in San Juan. Despite the fact that each of the sisters had long since lived their own lives, they remained in close contact and informed each other of everything that happened to them. At the age of 18, a promising boxer who had already competed in the Olympic Games had an affair with a young schoolgirl and aspiring model named Elisa Maria Santiago Sierra. At the time, the girl was only 14 years old and still in school. Even so, she had big plans for the future with a promising and world-renowned athlete. In addition, Eliza's parents were not opposed to the relationship. Felix, an attractive and talented boxer who has always had a large fan base and is on his way to becoming a star, was literally bathed in the rays of fame and surrounded by female attention. He did not pass up the opportunity to write a novel or have a side affair. In addition, despite his serious relationship with Eliza, he continued to meet with his school friend Keishla, whose sister barely informed her mother Kayla Rodriguez, who was aware of the affair and did not approve of it. In addition, the situation was very unclear. On the one hand, Eliza considered herself the only woman, while the athlete's great love was planning their wedding and making long-term plans for their future together. On the other hand, Keishla was aware that the lover had a fiancé, but Felix refused to let her go. Furthermore, he was her first great love, and the naive girl secretly hoped to be the one. In 2016, the boxer married Eliza, who was barely 19 years old at the time. Eliza was already a well-known model, with tens of thousands of social media followers, and had recently opened her own beauty studio for eyelash extensions. In August of the same year, just a few months after the wedding, the athlete was involved in a serious car accident while rushing on his motorcycle. He was rushed to the hospital with serious head injuries, bruises, and lacerations. His trainer, Ricky Marquez, was concerned that his talented charge would go off the rails at the peak of his career. Despite the disappointing prognosis, Felix recovered quickly and returned to the ring. In September 2019, the boxer posted a photo of himself with Elise, who was pregnant for a long time, on his social media profile. In the photo's comment, he wrote, "Soon I will meet my daddy's princess," and a month later, he announced the birth of a daughter named Miranda Verdejo Santiago. The young man in public appeared to be a devoted husband, a caring father, and an excellent family man. But, hidden from his wife, he continued to meet with Keishla, who refused to let go. As Eliza later admitted, she suspected her husband was cheating on her. But every time he made a tearful vow to leave his mistress, Keishla tried to end the painful relationship, but Felix refused to let her go. She had no other men because the boxer threatened that if he discovered that Keishla had someone who was unsuitable for her and her chosen one, Keishla, who had fallen in love with Vertigo since high school, would continue to love him despite everything. Rodriguez, as planned, decided to devote her life to animal care and accepted a position at a veterinary medicine and aesthetic center. Colleagues described her as conscientious, hardworking, and responsible. She lived with 2 dogs and a cat, which he adored. In 2020, Eliza discovered her husband's correspondence with several mistresses, including Keishla. The wife scandalized her husband and threw him out of the house, threatening to file for divorce and forbidding him from seeing their daughter. Eliza's threats had some effect. Furthermore, the athlete's career at the time was in serious decline, with unnecessary problems that he didn't need for a while. He stopped seeing Rodriguez, but Felix refused to let her go. Keishla attempted to control almost every step after a few months of secret visits, and in April 2021, she discovered she was pregnant. She purchased a rapid test from the drugstore, which only confirmed her fears. She first called her sister, who was aware of her complicated relationship with the athlete, and explained everything. Abortion was out of the question because Keishla was already 27 years old and ready to have a child, even if it meant raising it on her own. A few days later, Keishla broke the news to her child's father, hoping in her heart that he would accept it, but Felix was not pleased, to say the least. He became enraged and told his mistress that she should see a doctor, and if the pregnancy was confirmed, she would need to have an abortion. Rodriguez responded with a firm refusal, but the boxer began to threaten and insist. Felix stated that an illegitimate child will eventually destroy his reputation, which he cannot allow. Following Keishla's hospital visit, her pregnancy was confirmed, and she now had a certificate to prove it. She called Felix and told him everything, making him furious. Felix yelled and demanded that Keishla immediately get rid of the child, but she flatly refused. The athlete then decided to go undercover, claiming that he did not believe her and wanted to personally inspect the issued medical certificate. He invited Keishla to a meeting in the evening in a crowded location, which did not surprise her given that they always tried not to draw attention to themselves and did not stand in front of anyone. A few days before the meeting, the boxer visited his old friend, Luis Antonio Cadiz, who worked in a local machine shop and had connections to the criminal underworld, selling illegal drugs. Felix briefly explained the situation and requested assistance in getting rid of his pregnant mistress. Luis had previously been in the field of vision for the police and faced the prospect of imprisonment. It didn't scare him, but the athlete persisted, confident that everything would go well and that the cops would never come after them. Furthermore, Felix promised him a substantial monetary reward, and Luis agreed. Felix called Keishla and said he wanted to meet her on the evening of April 29 to confirm her pregnancy and decide what to do next. Keishla called her sister back right after speaking with her lover, telling her everything. She remained hopeful that Felix would accept her child and not insist on an abortion. However, the situation is not particularly alarming. She was aware that the boyfriend had threatened her sister, and she was concerned that he would not do anything to her. Marilise called her mother and expressed her concern. Even with their combined efforts, they were unable to persuade Keishla to cancel the fateful meeting. Rodriguez arrived at the meeting on time, driving her own Kia Forte and carrying a doctor's note. Verdejo arrived there in his pickup truck. In the back, Luis was hiding. Keishla immediately got into the athlete's car and showed him the test results. He mentioned terminating the pregnancy again, but Keishla, crying, refused. Against this backdrop, the couple began to argue violently, leading to shouting before Felix suddenly hit Keishla in the head with his fist, causing him to lose consciousness. Until Keishla regained consciousness, Felix injected her with a syringe containing a large dose of illegal substances that Luis had obtained at his request. Then, he and his accomplice carried her to the back of the car, where pieces of wire and a concrete block had already been prepared. The men tipped Rodriguez up, attached the load, and then covered her with a tarp to ensure that no one saw anything. Felix then returned to the pickup truck while his accomplice took the wheel of the cashless vehicle. They drove together to the bridge that crosses the San Jose Lagoon. It was almost deserted at night, and the men made certain no one could see them through Keishla, who was still alive in the water. However, they decided to fire a few test shots in pursuit, using the firearms they had brought with them, so that the victim would not have a chance. After finishing the massacre, each of the perpetrators returned home. Keishla and his co-workers were the first to become concerned when she failed to appear at the Veterinary Medicine and Aesthetic Center the following day. Keishla has always been a responsible person who would never skip work without informing anyone. Because she didn't answer the phone, it was decided to call her sister and find out what happened. After several unsuccessful attempts to contact her sister, she went to her home. No one answered the door, but Marily's had a spare key, so she was able to enter without difficulty. However, she was met only by hungry animals who hadn't eaten in nearly 24 hours. Elise was already panicking because she realized something terrible or irreversible had happened to Keishla. She immediately called her mother, told her everything, and then informed the police about her suspicions and threats against her sister. She also called Felix, but he said he had spent the previous evening and night at home with his family and had not attended any meetings. The missing girl's mother boarded the first flight from Florida to San Juan. She suspected that her lover had taken her daughter to a private clinic and paid for an abortion without her consent. Kyla didn't want to consider the fact that cash flow was no longer viable. The first step was to question the missing girls, their neighbors, and co-workers, but they saw nothing suspicious and were unable to provide any useful information for the investigation. In parallel, messages about Rodriguez's disappearance were posted on popular social networks with requests for responses from anyone who knew anything about her fate or current location. The case quickly gained widespread attention, and when it was revealed that the missing girl was in a long-term relationship with a famous athlete and was expecting a child with him, reporters lined up to interview any of Rodriguez's family members. The relatives did not hold back and openly expressed their suspicions, including blaming Felix for the incident. On April 30, Keishla's car was discovered abandoned on the east side of the city. She has her documents and personal belongings inside. No signs of struggle were discovered in the interior, giving a slim chance of finding its owner alive. On May 1, a passerby on the lagoon bridge noticed a strange shape in the shallow water that resembled a human body. He informed the police, who quickly recovered the body of a young woman from the water, presumably the same one the entire city had been looking for several days. Members of the Rodriguez family, who arrived to identify the body, hoped to the very end that it was not Keishla. However, their hopes were not realized. The body had been in the water for a few days and had changed significantly. However, the girl was easily identified by a remarkable tattoo on her arm. When news of the gruesome discovery reached the press, city residents revolted and began to hold spontaneous rallies, demanding punishment for those responsible, who were detained and taken to the police station for questioning on the same day. However, the athlete categorically denied his involvement, claiming that on the night of Keishla's disappearance, he was at home with his family because there was no evidence to charge him. Felix was released under his own recognizance. One of the key witnesses was the athlete's legal wife, who admitted during the initial interrogation that she was aware of his affair with Keishla, but had only recently learned of her rival's pregnancy. Furthermore, she did not confirm her husband's alibi, claiming that he was not home on the night of the murder. The first thing investigators did was review traffic surveillance footage on the way to the bridge from which Keishla was thrown. That's how they discovered Felix's pickup truck and the victim's car driving behind each other. However, the Kia Forte was clearly not driven by its owner. On the same day, the boxer's car was seized for examination, and some of the deceased's hair was discovered in it. Lewis was the first to surrender to police, promising to tell the whole truth in exchange for a lighter sentence. Felix was also arrested, but he refused to cooperate with the investigation, did not answer questions, and continued to deny his guilt. Despite the presence of irrefutable evidence, Felix was apprehended with a firearm that he used to shoot the victim from the bridge, and for which he had a valid permit. Furthermore, a cell phone check reveals that Felix Lewis and Keishla were in the same location on that fateful night. Keishla's final farewell took place on May 8, and the funeral ceremony made national headlines. It was a type of action that called for the perpetrators of the tragedy to be punished to the fullest extent of the law, while also drawing public attention to the issue of gender violence. The coffin containing Rodriguez's body was transported to the cemetery in a white carriage, over which white flower petals were thrown from the air, rather than the traditional hearse. Many well-known Puerto Ricans, including show business stars, athletes, politicians, and public figures, have spoken out about the high-profile case in which Verdejo was charged with carjacking, kidnapping, premeditated murder, and murder of an unborn child. Each of these crimes carried the death penalty. However, the relatives of the deceased requested from the start that the court sentence the killer to life in prison so that he could suffer in captivity for the rest of his life. The hearing was repeatedly postponed due to the global coronavirus pandemic, but in the spring of 2021, the trial was held virtually. The court determined that the crime was committed by a group of people through prior conspiracy with particular cruelty to a pregnant woman. The chain of events of that night, as well as the details of the crime, could be reconstructed, thanks primarily to Lewis' testimony, who did not deny guilt. He admitted that, at the request of a friend, he obtained the drug for injection and brought a wire and a concrete block to dispose of the body. But Felix insisted on his lack of involvement in the case. Although his words had no significant impact on the situation, the boxer's wife, who testified in court almost immediately after her husband's arrest, filed for divorce and attempted to distance herself from what was going on, focusing on the development of his business and raising a young daughter instead. According to some reports, Lisa Santiago recently remarried. Elisa admitted in an interview that she had received numerous anonymous calls and messages containing death threats, as well as death wishes for her and Miranda. Many believe the athlete's spouse was the organizer of the crime, but no evidence was found. In summer 2023, it became clear that the jury, having reviewed all of the evidence and heard testimony from all of the witnesses, was finally ready to announce the final verdict. Felix Verdejo and his accomplice Luis Cadiz were found guilty of all of the charges against them. Despite this, the killers have yet to be sentenced. The next court hearing is set for mid-November 2023. Most likely, both men involved in Keishla Rodriguez's and her unborn child's deaths will be sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Wedding travel, also known as a honeymoon, is a significant event in the lives of young families. It can leave vivid memories of an unforgettable adventure, or, for example, provide a long-awaited escape from the mundane life somewhere on the Azure coast, under the shade of palm trees. But what if you go on a wedding trip and end up committing or being accused of a crime? Would the honeymoon be as bright and carefree in that case? I don't think so. Unforgettable, of course. Hellman, whose real name is Isabella Rodriguez, was born in 1975 in Colombia, a country where everyone speaks Spanish. But Isabella really dreamed of the American dream. She read English books and listened to English songs on the radio to learn the language as quickly as possible, so she could go to the north of Europe. Even though she was able to learn the language, she would always have a southern accent. This didn't stop the young woman from moving to Florida, where she worked as a real estate agent for people who only spoke Spanish. Isabella married William Hellman in 2002. Even though her previous relationships didn't work out, they were married for 10 years, but their whole relationship was marked by constant fights and problems at home. Finally, when neither partner could take it any longer, they filed for divorce. The process took a very long 2 years. Isabella even found a new man during this time, and she hoped to be happy with him. Lewis Bennett was the name of the new lover. He was born in Great Britain but moved to Australia as a child and had dual citizenship. He went back to his home country to finish his education at the prestigious Camborne School of Mines. Lewis, on the other hand, never got a job in his field. He eventually went back to Australia and started his own business making solar panels. After 4 years, he went into the American market. His main office was in Florida, so the young and promising Lewis started using the internet to look for a wife there. Lewis tried to meet someone online for a long time, but had no luck. He looked at the profiles of women, but didn't pay much attention to them. The women who wrote to him first either turned him off or didn't interest him. But when he saw Isabella's picture, he thought she looked a lot like Jennifer Lopez, so he wrote to her. They wrote to each other for a long time, and Isabella talked about her hopes to move to the United States from Colombia, how hard it was for her to learn English, and her job search. She eventually told him about the men she dated in the past. Bennett didn't care at all about her past because she knew Isabella and William were going to get a divorce soon. In order to meet Lewis in person, Isabella made plans to go to wherever he was, whether it was England, Australia, or even Thailand. Lewis bought a catamaran to show his new girlfriend Isabella how much he liked her. He planned to take her on a trip around the Caribbean Sea. He dreamed of doing this since he moved around a lot as a child and found it hard to make lasting friends. In his spare time, he read adventure books by authors like Jules Verne and Robert Louis Stevenson. Treasure Island was his favorite book, and it would become an important part of his life. When Isabella had free time, like on vacation or over the weekend, she always went on trips with Lewis. She saw that Lewis almost forgot about work while on these expensive trips, though it could be said that his company's processes were highly automated, which gave him time to relax. When Isabella tried to talk to Lewis about his work-life balance, he either laughed it off or said that he had a big inheritance and didn't need to worry about anything. Isabella was happy with his answer. The couple celebrated the birth of their daughter Amelia in July 2016. It was a big deal for both of them, and that's when the fight started. Isabella had a hard time deciding how to raise their daughter, or even which country would be best for her upbringing, because of things that had happened to her in the past. Lewis wanted Amelia to grow up in Australia with his parents, but Isabella wanted to stay in the United States. As a compromise, they finally moved to Florida. In 2017, even though they already had a child together, they decided to get married. Isabella asked her husband to take her on a honeymoon on his catamaran because she thought that being on the water would bring them back together. Lewis agreed, but the date was pushed back. They finally left on their romantic cruise at the end of April 2017. At first, their social media posts made it look like everything was going as planned for Isabella. Photos of them smiling and having a great time sailing around the Caribbean islands gave her hope. However, after the first photos from the honeymoon, there was silence for 2 weeks. When Isabella went online again, she told her family that they were in Cuba and were planning to go back to Florida, but they didn't know the exact plans yet. She also said that their internet connection was slow, which meant that they might not be reachable for a few days. In the middle of the night on May 15th, Lewis called the Coast Guard to say he was lost and alone on a raft out at sea. Right away, the rescuers started looking for Lewis. They found him near the Bahamas on a raft that was full of food and other supplies. Lewis told a story about how he had asked Isabella to rest for a few hours after a long day, and then given her control of the catamaran. A heavy thump from below woke him up after he went to take a nap in the cabin. He thought Isabella had been thrown overboard when he couldn't find her, and saw that the catamaran was taking on water. He got his things together and moved to the rescue boat, thinking that her life vest would keep her safe. It was strange that he didn't use a beacon or a satellite phone to call for help. The Coast Guard didn't understand what was going on. They looked around and saw that there were no underwater rocks or reefs that could have sunk the boat like Lewis said. The boat also had open escape hatches, which is against safety rules, and suggests that someone was trying to sink the ship on purpose. It was proven by divers that the holes in the catamaran's bottom were made from the inside. The condition of the boat did not match Lewis's account of hitting rocks in the water. Another strange thing about the case was that Lewis only put his things on the life raft, as if he didn't think he would find Isabella alive. He even brought silver coins that are hard to find that are hidden in aluminum tubes. Later, investigations showed that one of Lewis's friends had stolen these coins in 2016. Lewis was charged with smuggling because of how he behaved, the fact that there were open escape hatches, and other suspicious circumstances. While the person was being held for smuggling, the investigation went on and more evidence came to light. In the house where Isabella and Lewis had lived, recording devices were found that had recordings of Lewis making death threats against Isabella. Isabella told her friends about these threats and how she wanted to leave her husband, but she also wanted to give their marriage one more chance. Debts, real estate, electricity, and credit cards were the main things that made them fight. Lewis had a lot of debt but didn't. He declined to deal with his money problems and instead chose to travel instead of working. Even told Isabella she had to get a job to help him pay off his debts while he kept traveling. The investigation also found that between 2014 and 2016, Lewis sent money to other countries worth a total of $160,000. These transfers had something to do with the stolen collectible coins that Lewis had on him. Lewis was facing more charges of involuntary manslaughter as the evidence grew. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We're going to go over another terrible instance with you today. Statistics show that the number of crimes perpetrated by young people has been rising globally. Violence among school children has increased recently, typically targeting their friends. As a result of these attacks, victims are frequently hospitalized, handicapped, or even killed. The main objective of such violent activities is typically to demonstrate their own dominance, authority, and tolerance. Furthermore, adolescent offenders have confidence in their impunity because many countries' laws are liberal. The nation was rocked by the tale of Agnes Marin, a French girl who was killed by a high school student. They attended a famous university with a stellar reputation, where it seemed impossible for anything like this to occur. The culprit had previously attacked the girls, as it turned out, but his affluent parents were able to conceal the truth about his exploits by securing their son's admission to a prestigious school in a different city. Adolescent anger is said to be a kind of protest during the time of self-discovery and personality development. However, in today's narrative, the boy's brutality sprang from a total lack of empathy, or the capacity to understand and feel the same emotions as others. He became the second teenager in French history to receive a life sentence because he was deemed to be incorrigible and a serious threat to society. Agnes Mara was who? The only child of Paula and Frederick Marin. Agnes Mara was born in Paris on November 26, 1999. The girl was raised in a rather prosperous household. Her parents wanted to give their child the finest because they loved her. I didn't know how to say no to Agnes from a young age. She was taken to the sea, dressed in name-brand boutiques, and purchased pricey toys and technology. Marin was a lively, outgoing, and restless youngster. She always had a large social circle and many interests. She had a creative streak, enjoyed movies and music, and hoped to work as a filmmaker. She did well in school and her teachers recognized her high potential, but she was frequently hindered from achieving the best outcomes by her general inattention and laziness. Agnes joined a bad firm when she was 13, which had a detrimental effect on her conduct and academic performance. She began skipping school, consuming beer, and smoking cigarettes, not just conventional cigarettes. Her parents opposed harsh parenting methods and made multiple attempts to have a dialogue with their daughter, but were unsuccessful. When the girl was once again discovered smoking and drinking beer on school property, she lied about her vows to change her ways and stop interacting with unsavory people. The issue of her expulsion came up. Her parents understood that nothing would change if their daughter remained in Paris and continued to interact with negative influences. In order to escape the hustle and temptations of the capital, Frederick and Paula made the decision to move Agnes not merely to a different school, but also to a different city, or even a province, a brand new school. The closed private college Sévenol, which is situated in the commune of Le Chambon-sur-Lignon, in the department of the Upper Loire area of Auvergne, was the choice made by Marin's parents after weighing their possibilities. With nearly a century of history, it is a distinguished educational institution. Established in the 1930 cc's, the institution operated on the boarding school model, where students resided in addition to studying. However, in a small town with a population of barely 2,500, the college was in severe financial trouble by the end of the 2000s and was in fact on the verge of going bankrupt. The local educational institution faced a dearth of students, and consequently a shortage of funding as young people increasingly preferred to study in the capital or a major metropolis. In the past, admission to this college required both good character and a high grade point average. However, as there were multiple competitors for a single spot, even this did not ensure entrance. However, a significant student shortage in 2011 caused a significant shift in the scenario. The school, specifically not, declared total bankruptcy, drastically lowering the entrance requirements, particularly if they were the offspring of affluent parents who were prepared to serve as sponsors. Agnes had a strong academic record and grade point average, which helped her gain admission to 7 College despite her behavioral issues. The authorities chose to ignore her traits. The parents of Agnes were pleased. They thought their daughter would benefit from the change. She would grow more mature and be able to go through this challenging time of transition more readily. Marin was an outgoing, happy, and amiable girl. She managed to blend in with the new group. She made friends right away and felt at ease from the first few days. She also made good academic progress, particularly in new subjects that were unavailable at her former Parisian school. Every 2 or 3 weeks, her parents paid their daughter a visit at the boarding school. They were quite happy with her accomplishments and positive behavioral changes. During her studies, Agnes only made 1 visit home. Notably, the new school was situated on a sizable plot of land that was encircled by woodland. Since the crime rate in these areas was regarded as one of the lowest in the nation, there were no rigorous security measures or obvious border barriers. Students sometimes went there in groups after school because it only took a quarter of an hour to walk from the college to the town center of Le Chambon-sur-Lignon. However, everyone had to return by 5 o'clock in the evening. Discipline was applied for both rule violations and student disappearances. After class on November 16, 2011, Agnes and a few of her classmates made the decision to go for a walk in the town. She made a buddy there who attended a different school, but they kept in touch and contacted each other frequently. The 2 females trailed behind the general company when they made the decision to go shopping. Marin was not present when the youths returned to campus a few hours later. This situation did not initially raise any concern, and everyone was confident that she would return shortly. However, as time went on and darkness descended, the teachers became quite concerned about the student's absence. The school administration reported the event to the police without hesitation because she was nowhere to be seen on campus and her phone was off. Students, instructors, and law enforcement officers performed the search, which started that evening. They separated into groups and searched different areas, but they were unable to locate the missing girl. Everyone hoped she would return alive and unhurt, but no one had seen her and no one knew where she may be. Almost instantly, Marin's parents were informed and inquired as to whether their daughter had come home. After hearing the shocking news, Frederick and Paula hurried as quickly as they could to Le Chambon-sur-Lignon. They reassured them that Agnes could not have fled because she had nowhere to go and no incentive to do so. They said their daughter was really happy at her new school. Here, she had made lots of pals. She had no problems with anyone, and she didn't feel uncomfortable. The hunt was actively aided by the involvement of Agnes's mother and father. In an attempt to locate their daughter, they displayed images of her throughout the city, spoke with her friends, and looked for any leads or clues. What is the friend of Agnes concealing? The first thing the police did was search for those who may have known about Agnes's future plans and were the last to see her. According to the girls in her class, Marin went shopping with a buddy she made in the city. Although no one was able to provide her identity, Estelle, the same buddy from a different school, was soon located by law enforcement. Agnes had indeed been in contact with the girl for the last time. She was therefore seen as an extremely valuable witness. She did not, however, offer any helpful details. She said in the initial interview that Agnes had assisted her in selecting a birthday gift for her father. After saying their goodbyes, they each enjoyed a milkshake. Agnes had to go back to school, and Estelle went home. The girl's behavior seemed a little strange, but her narrative sounded reasonable. She appeared to be holding something back and was clearly nervous. When they made the decision to speak with her once more, the account she had previously recounted abruptly started to include some details that she wanted to keep private. Estelle admitted that Agnes had supposedly scheduled a meeting with a young man that day, but she had not disclosed his name to her. The boys were going to do something wicked, apparently using illegal substances, even though it wasn't intended to be a date. When Estelle tried to call Agnes a few hours later, She didn't pick up, and by the evening her phone was off. During the initial interview, the girl acknowledged lying, because she promised Maren that she wouldn't tell anyone about the encounter with the enigmatic man. But when word spread that Agnes had vanished, Estelle made the decision to come clean, since she thought this young man might be connected to the abrupt disappearance. Some have speculated that Agnes might have just fled from college. It's possible that the girl has fallen in love and is currently hanging out with her hidden beau. The day she vanished, her phone was the last one on campus, but it was switched off thereafter, making it impossible to find. However, all of the information about Agnes's calls and communications was readily available to police officers. At that point, the authorities initially identified 17-year-old Matthew Molanas, a high school student at the same institution as the missing Maren, as the primary suspect. What may have connected the missing woman to a 17-year-old young man? It turned out that she had been corresponding with Matthew Molanas for the past few days. What could they possibly have in common? Regardless, the youngster needed to be questioned since he might have important information that could help solve the crime. They were indeed scheduled to meet on campus and go on a walk together on the day of Agnes's disappearance, but there was nothing specific or concerning in their correspondence. Matthew said he would show her something, but he didn't say what. On November 17, Marin was initially asked to speak with the police. He was quite composed, but his hands and face had odd, seemingly new scrapes on them. The young man acknowledged, however, that he was experimenting with illegal substances, and yesterday he went overboard, losing consciousness and lying for several hours in a thorny bush. Teachers and fellow students attested to the fact that this student did have issues. In January 2011, Mathieu was accepted to Sivanal College, where his parents allegedly moved him to shield him from trouble and bad company. Even so, the young guy used alcohol and other illegal substances, which made his expulsion a possibility. Nevertheless, he felt sorry for him and was given time to change. Molanas appeared to be a normal, troubled adolescent rebel. His demeanor and appearance seemed to challenge people around him. He liked hot beverages, smoked, and dressed in gothic fashion on campus. He boasted to his peers about his pranks, saying he would not face consequences. Mathieu vanished for several hours on the day Agnes vanished. In the evening, he emerged from the woods wearing filthy clothes and with scratches on his hands and face. He responded to any inquiries by saying that he had consumed too much alcohol and had passed out on his own. Although everything about him seemed and sounded suspicious, the investigators chose to check into him more further because there was yet no concrete proof against him. The wealthy parents' pampered son, the eldest of 3 children born to Sophia and Dominique Molanas, Mathieu Molanas was born in December 1993 in the Garda municipality of Negi-Solorg. He was raised in a reasonably well-to-do household with his 2 younger sisters and was accustomed to having all of his wishes met right away. He was noticed acting strangely from a young age. The boy attempted to avoid being around other kids since he was a very hostile, irascible, and difficult to communicate with. The condition deteriorated during adolescence. Matthew experienced angry outbursts. He started drinking alcohol on a regular basis, tried with other illegal substances, and frequently caused fights. However, the young man's stunning features helped him gain popularity with the opposite sex, despite his aggressive and antisocial behavior. He had a girlfriend at the time of the events in his hometown, whom he visited on the weekends and whose parents were aware of. Matthew had several police records, including one for stealing prescription medications from a pharmacy with a companion. However, the matter was kept quiet, most likely because the teenager's parents paid for it. During interrogations, his father also volunteered to sponsor the school while it was in trouble, which allowed him to get into a prestigious private school despite having a low GPA and legal issues. Despite his stubborn and haughty demeanor, Molinas maintained his composure to the point where the authorities questioned whether he was involved in Agnes's disappearance. He never left his favorite toy, a yo-yo, in his hands, which he was twirling all the time. He first denied knowing Agnes during the initial interrogation, but after seeing a printout of their correspondence, he started to modify his evidence and attempt to make up a lie on the spot. But he soon found himself unsure of what he was saying. The man claims that he promised to show Agnes a mushroom-growing area in the forest. They allegedly utilized them in tandem. Following his illness, Mathieu collapsed under a prickly shrub, where he remained until dusk. He also saw that Maren was gone when he woke up. Since it was growing late, he returned to the campus without searching for her. During all of the interrogations, a lawyer who had been retained by the Moulinas' parents, suggested that his young ward indicate the location where he had last seen Agnes and where they allegedly consumed mushroom. However, Mathieu claimed that he would not be able to locate that clearing because they had accidentally discovered it. He left the area on autopilot, without really comprehending his surroundings or where he was. However, specialists quickly disproved Mathieu's claims after discovering no evidence of mushroom consumption in his blood. Furthermore, it was determined that the wounds on his body were the result of a battle. That is, he was scratched with nails by someone who was presumably a girl, a gory finding in the thicket. The school children who had witnessed Mathieu emerge from the forest that night indicated the direction from which he had come, and it was determined to conduct a comprehensive, extensive search in that area of the forest. There was still a slim chance that Marin would be found alive at that point. On November 18, however, searchers awaited the horrifying discovery of the missing Agnes's severely disfigured and partially burned remains in a tiny space tucked away in a thicket. Her clothing was ripped. There was no sign of her underwear. In addition to evidence of deep knife wounds, there were all the telltale symptoms of violence. Don't believe Moulins was responsible for this horrible crime. There was no question, but it was important to wait for the forensic specialist's conclusions and to get the killer to confess. The strangler admitted in Confessions of a Ruthless Killer that he purposefully lured Agnes into the woods to abuse her but allegedly had no plans to kill her. In fact, Mathieu did not particularly deny the horrific discovery when he was informed about it and started to testify, explaining how everything was. She, however, resisted vehemently. He had to use the rope from his favorite toy, the yo-yo, which he always carried with him, to tie up the victim after he scratched him. The man was upset about going to jail when Agnes yelled and threatened to turn him in to the police. He chose to kill the unlucky and dispose of the body since he did not want to. Agnes suffered 17 knife wounds, the majority of which were to the neck, face, and chest, after Mathieu viciously beat her, fracturing her arm, nose, multiple ribs, and shin. He doused the victim with a combustible concoction from a canister and lit her on fire when she ceased exhibiting any signs of life in the hopes that the flames would totally destroy the body. Then, as night fell, he hastily left, failing to see that the fire had been put out. He removed his toy from the corpse and carried it away. As though relishing each word and seeing the investigator's response, the high school girl described the incident calmly and in great detail. He had neither regret nor sympathy for the victim. The investigation revealed that Agnes had evidence of the rapist's biological fluid in her body and pieces of mature skin and epithelium beneath her fingernails. Additionally, traces of the victim's and the offender's perspiration were discovered on the rope of the actual toy yo-yo. Agnes's parents received her body following all required tests and medical evaluations, and they buried their only daughter in Paris. Notably, the burial for the first victim of a young psychopath was held on her birthday, November 26, 2011. The fact that Marin was not the only victim of Moulinas stunned law enforcement when they closely examined his biography, but this information was purposefully concealed. It turns out that since he was a young boy, he had been mean to other people, including his own sisters, other kids, and animals. He always enjoyed causing pain and suffering to people in an unmatched way. Mathieu attacked Julia, his young neighbor whom he had known since childhood, in August 2010. The attractive neighbor chose to capitalize on the girl's interest in him. After luring her into the woods, the man struck her on the head, tied her up with household-bought Scotch tape, and proceeded to mistreat the unlucky. After that, Moulinas started strangling her and most likely would have murdered her, but as her mobile phone rang, the criminal flinched away, glanced around, and just walked away. After a scared Julia freed herself, she called her parents, who promptly called the police to report the occurrence. The following day, Mathieu was taken into custody. He sobbed during questioning in an effort to please the police and tried to place all the blame on the victim, saying that she was the one who provoked him by making fun of him and suggesting closeness. However, authorities recognized that he had planned the crime ahead of time and even brought duct tape to render the victim immobile. However, Mathieu escaped punishment in spite of the seriousness of the offense. Because the offender was so young, the court committed him to a psychiatric center for 4 months of mandatory treatment instead of sending him to prison. Psychiatrists and psychologists assessed his condition and worked with him during this period. The chief specialist overseeing Molinas concluded in December 2010 that he was completely recovered and that following the course of treatment, he was no longer a threat to others. After reviewing this report, the court granted the offender freedom with the condition that he only attend a number of anger management classes and receive parental support. Notably, the Molina couple worked very hard to secure their son's release as well. In addition to promising the judge that Mathieu would leave the area and not cause any more disturbance, they also agreed to see to it that the heir received therapy. The best attorneys were employed by them, and they made every effort to keep their client out of jail. Following that, the parents began searching for a new school for their kid, but they were unwilling to accept him anyplace because of his criminal record for such a significant issue. The father then went to the provincially closed College 7 himself and scheduled a meeting with the director. He promised to support him right away when it came to the college's admittance of mature students, after learning about its financial difficulties. In every manner possible, Dominic Melinas defended his son by lying that there was only violence against his ex-girlfriend, despite the director's observation that the man's academic performance was too poor and that the criminal case of a prospective student could negatively impact the school's reputation. After the breakup, she allegedly sought to get back at him. Surprisingly, the leadership of the educational institution accepted Dominic's account of events and did not go into the specifics of the trial, which is why he was freed a few months later after everything had been resolved. It seems that they chose to ignore the crime and keep this information from other kids and their parents because of the sponsorship amount he had declared. Just 1 month before his 18th birthday, Mathieu had accepted the verdict in the trial, but because he was a kid when the violent and terrible crime was committed, the law gave such offenders a lower sentence, and the trial itself had to take place in private. Agnes's parents demanded that the sessions be made public, at least in part, and that journalists who would be covering the case in the media be included. The Marin couple, however, were turned away, and the trial took place in private. The case didn't start until June 18, 2013. The many errors in the Mathieu case were sharply condemned by the public prosecutor, especially the fact that the psychiatrist who concluded that the man posed no threat to others was a young lady without the necessary training. She made a deadly error and had no prior experience dealing with crooks. After the defendant had a second mental evaluation, specialists came to the conclusion that, in addition to being unrepentant, he may very easily conduct the same crime again if given the chance. This was corroborated by Mathieu himself, who claimed to have delighted in seeing the victims suffer. Marin's schizoid and paranoid disorder symptoms, along with his uncontrollably violent outbursts, made him a serious threat to others. He could, however, face legal repercussions for his activities, because he was well aware of them. Furthermore, because of the severity of the young man's offense, the prosecutor demanded that he be tried as an adult, and his request was ultimately approved. Mathieu was convicted of torture and murder with specific cruelty on June 28, 1313. He was given a life sentence and ordered to undergo forced psychotherapy. He was the second young criminal in French history to be given such a severe penalty. Despite Molinet's attorney's choice to appeal the conviction, a jury of appeals affirmed the life sentence on October 10, 2014, ruling out a 2016 review of the ruling. In a book they created and published, Mathieu's parents detailed their painful experience and acknowledged that their son is still unrepentant. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Residing in the dying neighborhood. Generally speaking, those who haven't moved in a long time know their neighbors well. They are aware of whom to avoid and to what degree, as well as whom to trust. After years of cohabitation, neighbors can occasionally get closer than certain family members. When the family is traveling or on vacation, they are expected to take care of the house and property. Without thinking twice, they invite each other over and let their kids eat delicacies from these people. On occasion, though, the longtime neighbor may prove to be a true madman who has been waiting for the proper opportunity. In recent years, the Diana Garnica case has grown to be one of Argentina's most dramatic. The inquiry took a great deal of time and effort, and the culprit might have avoided punishment because the victim's body was never located. There was hardly any direct proof against him, and he refused to acknowledge his guilt. Who was the family of Diana Garnica? Early life. On March 3, 2000, Diana Abigail Garnica Cisneros was born in the town of Villa Mariano Moreno El Colmenar, Argentina, in the province of Tucumán. Being the youngest daughter and the seventh and second to last child of her parents, she grew up in a huge impoverished family. Her parents, Elizabeth Susana Cisneros and Ramon Garnica, put a lot of effort into providing for their numerous children and making their homes at least passably comfortable. Diana, the family's youngest girl, was adored by all. Her older siblings looked after her, and her parents loved her. She performed well academically, had a gift for sketching and a love of dancing from an early age. She was very close to her elder sister Sonia, who basically looked for her upbringing while their parents were at work, and she was exceptionally smart and reasonable for her age. She also never lied to her family and had no secrets from her parents. Due to the Garnica family's strong religious beliefs, the parents and kids routinely went to church and made an effort to live morally upright lives. In order to assist their parents to some extent, the elder kids also started working when they were teenagers. Each of the younger ones had their own duties and was responsible for keeping the house in order. Diana always wanted to help others around her, thus she dreamed of becoming a doctor, was incredibly responsive, friendly, and sensitive. She stated that she would purchase her parents a large home so that her mother could create the flower garden and fruit trees she had always imagined, and she intended to establish a prosperous career to support her family. Unfortunately, relocating to a different city would never allow these dreams to come true. Following Ramon's job loss due to deteriorating financial difficulties, the parents divorced in 2013. The family was compelled to relocate to Juan Bautista Alberti, which is in the same province as Tucumán. They found the transfer to be quite challenging, and at first their issues only got worse. After more than 20 years of marriage, the couple's relationship rapidly soured. After they started fighting all the time, they finally came to the conclusion that they could no longer be together. All of the children were shocked by the divorce, but the youngest ones were most affected. When Diana found out what had happened, she was devastated. A 13-year-old girl's world fell apart in a second, and she was unable to comprehend what would happen next. The father continued to provide for his ex-wife and kids in spite of their split, but he soon had another family. Elizabeth also suffered a great deal as a result of the divorce, but she was fortunate to find a good profession that paid well for the area, and her kids helped to support her. The family gradually adjusted to their new situation, became comfortable in their new house, formed friendships, and built strong bonds with the locals. A Dario named Javier Suarez resided across from the Garnica family. He was a 36-year-old man who was incredibly nice, amiable, and lovely. He was raising 4 children with his spouse, Yasmina Alejandra Villarreal. In addition, he had 1 unmarried child and 2 children from prior marriages. Notably, the Garnicas only lived in Juan Bautista Alberti for 6 months after Dario and his family relocated there. Since they were new to the neighborhood, maybe that's why they became fast friends so quickly. Suarez had previously resided in the northern Argentine province of Santiago del Estero. Dario worked at a brick factory in the area alongside his wife, 2 brothers, and a few other family members, moved within a mile of their residence. Diana and her siblings were almost the same age as his kids. They became friends, as they soon discovered they had things in common while attending the same school. Additionally, the grown-ups got along well, letting their kids come and stay together, celebrating family occasions and growing close to one another. During their first job and adolescent relationship, Sonia and Diana even took care of the smallest neighbor's kids while their parents were at work. Ramon helped his ex-wife and older children as much as he could after the divorce, but he almost stopped sending money after he had a new family. Despite offering a steady salary, the mother's job was woefully inadequate to support a large family. Even a tiny business that produced and sold their own baked goods was launched by the family, but it failed very fast. The situation got so bad that Diana had to quit school in her senior year in order to work and support her mother. In order to take care of an elderly, sick person, the 16-year-old girl accepted a job as a caretaker. Garnica believed that this experience would help her in her future career as a doctor. Even though she was young, she took her work very seriously and responsibly. She cooked diet-specific meals, complied with the suggestions created by the treating physician, closely followed all instructions, and kept an eye on the medication schedule. Diana enjoyed her work. She felt valuable and needed, worked hard to accomplish things correctly, and was admired for it. Even though she worked from dawn till night almost every day, she continued to dutifully go to church on Sundays with her mother and sisters. Additionally, she started dating a boy with whom they had previously attended school. The young couple would occasionally go through the park in the evenings, just chatting and spending time together. Diana, however, followed her mother's rigorous guidelines and routines. She always got home around 10 o'clock at night. She never went somewhere without telling her family where she was going, who she was going with, and when she would be back. And she never stayed out late. She occasionally accompanied her neighbors and their kids to the city market to buy supplies, although her mother was always aware of these outings. Dario looked after the neighbor's girl as if she were his own kid, spoiling her with modest presents every now and then. When the man found out she had a boyfriend, he gave her paternalist advice about how boys may be dishonest and cautioned her against letting him take advantage of her innocence and naivete. The girl, who still had no secrets from her mother, told her about this talk. Although Elizabeth thought the neighbor's behavior was a little odd, she concluded that it was his way of showing concern because he had teenage daughters who were Diana's age, which was an odd request. Late in the afternoon on May 6, 2017, Diana suddenly got a call from her neighbor, who, out of pure kindness, said he wanted to assist her family. Although Garnica was in dire need of money at the time, she was anticipating a bonus soon, which she intended to use to start fixing their home's roof, which had begun to leak during a recent downpour, and to get a dental prosthesis for her mother. But then Dario abruptly said he wanted to get Elizabeth a gift air conditioner, and he invited Diana to go with him so they could help pick one out. Because he wanted it to be a surprise and knowing would make it impossible, he requested that Diana not inform her mother about it. He arranged for a meeting spot and once more got her to swear not to tell anyone. She got this strange call right now. Diana had just gotten home from her job. She stated she needed to drop off groceries she had purchased on the way home and change her clothes once she got there, despite the neighbor's insistence that she accompany him immediately. Since her mother never lied to her or hid secrets from her, it was only natural for her to tell her everything. It also seemed strange to the woman. They were friendly with the neighbors, but this was the first time they had ever done this. Since their family did not require an air conditioner, Elizabeth wanted to call Dario herself to express her gratitude and decline the offer. Her daughter, however, persuaded her not to, stating that she would make the promised trip to the store but would turn down the pricey purchase. The girl told her mother that she would be back home before it was too late and that everything would be all right. In order to maintain the surprise, the neighbor texted Diana's phone to let her know he was already waiting for her and to ask her to keep their meeting a secret. After responding that she was leaving, Diana realized her phone was nearly dead. In order to charge it, she chose to leave it at home. The last time anyone saw her was when she met Dario at the prearranged location. An enigmatic disappearance. Elizabeth became concerned when her daughter didn't come home by nightfall, particularly because she was unable to contact her because the phone was left at home. The woman waited a bit longer, but she became anxious as night fell. She tried to comfort her mother that nothing terrible could have happened and that her sister would soon return home. After first calling her oldest daughter Sonia and telling her everything, the mother heard the neighbor's motorcycle pull up to the house across the street. As it grew pitch black, she sighed with satisfaction, thinking Dario and her daughter were back. But by 5:10, 20 minutes had gone by, and the girl was still not inside the house. The neighbor was by himself when the woman went outside. When she asked him about Diana, he was taken aback and claimed not to have seen her that day and to know nothing about her. Elizabeth was taken aback. She couldn't decide if the neighbor was telling the truth or whether her daughter had cheated on her for the first time in her life and gone somewhere else. The man persisted in telling her his story, though, and even gave her his phone to make sure he hadn't spoken to her daughter. He had, of course, erased all the messages and calls by then. Concerned about the girl's whereabouts, Dario even volunteered to drive around the area with her mother to find her and question the teenager's friends and neighbors if they had caught anything unusual. But instead of accepting his assistance, the woman chose to begin the hunt on her own. No one had seen the girl that day, but she and her older kids wandered the area until late at night, phoning all of the girl's friends and acquaintances and questioning everyone they encountered. When Elizabeth got home, she checked her daughter's phone and discovered that her daughter had not erased 2 missed calls and a message from the neighbor. The woman was so certain that Dario was lying that she called the police and her ex-husband to report their youngest daughter missing. After hearing the disturbing news, the man drove to his ex-wife's house, which was several hundred miles away, to assist in the hunt for his daughter. The horrifying scene at the brick factory and police indifference, when a concerned mother reported her daughter missing to the police station in the middle of the night, the officers did not take the case seriously, assuming the girl had either run off with her boyfriend or gone to a party with friends and would return home by morning. The authorities ignored Elizabeth's fears, stating that they would not begin a search until at least 24 hours had elapsed, despite her sharing her suspicions about the neighbor and even displaying the conversations and messages on her daughter's phone. When the Garnica family realized they were on their own, they launched a large search. The father had already come from a different city by then, and they proceeded to the neighbor's house to have a serious conversation. But the house was quiet, dark, and vacant, and when they knocked, nobody answered. After that, the family visited the brick factory where the neighbor and his family worked, when the missing girl's relatives found a horrifying discovery. As the senior member of his staff, Dario had access to the plant even when it was closed because he possessed the keys. The lights were on that night, and the girl's relatives came in to find a terrifying scene. Even though it was a day off and the facility was meant to be closed, the brick-making furnaces were operating. In addition, every adult member of the neighbor's family was there. They were obviously burning stuff in the furnaces and seemed restless. A horrible suspicion struck the Garnicas. Dario wasn't in the factory, and when they inquired about his whereabouts and the situation, those in attendance attempted to divert attention by claiming that they were performing maintenance and getting equipment ready for use, adding that the man had just arrived and may have gone to the bathroom. However, the suspect was able to covertly escape the search for evidence and the arrest of suspects by leaving the factory through the back door within the brief time that this conversation lasted. The family of the missing girls made the decision to get in touch with the prosecutor's office following the terrifying scene at the workplace and the peculiar actions of Dario's relatives. At that point, the adolescent had been missing for about 24 hours, and the inquiry was scheduled to start. It turned out, though, that the police station where the parents had reported the girl's disappearance had not provided any information. Got to them. Prosecutor Claudio Benari was incensed by this circumstance, took charge of the case personally, and vowed to discipline the police officers who had failed to perform their duty. He started by asking for a warrant to search the brick plant and Dario's house. Nevertheless, because it was Sunday and the legal system was not functioning, the prosecutor chose to handle everything himself in order to save valuable time. Benari asked his family for assistance in getting rid of the body and evidence because he thought the suspect may have attacked the adolescent, abused her, and then killed her. The fact that Dario's whole family was in the plant on their day off in the middle of the night and had mysteriously started the furnaces raised suspicions in his mind. As the family looked for the daughter, including on social media, the man's calls and messages to his young neighbor's phone also seemed odd. As soon as the case gained widespread attention, several conjectures and guesses were made. The young beauty might have been abducted and sold into slavery at a brothel or for organs, for example, according to a widely held notion. One woman even named a specific individual, but it was later discovered that she was merely attempting to get revenge on her ex-boyfriend by sending him to prison. The suspect's home was searched, but nothing was found. The crime had obviously taken place somewhere else, and he had not brought the girl there. At the brick plant, no signs were discovered either. Benari did not, however, rule out the possibility that the corpse and evidence were destroyed in a cremation using the furnaces, but they were merely conjectures and speculations. However, the prosecutor used the missing girl's phone data as a major justification to start Dario's arrest. As potential accomplices, his mother-in-law, sister, wife, brothers Cesar and Marcus, and a few other family members were also taken into custody. The defendant rejected all of the claims against him during questioning, saying he had not seen the neighbor and had not spoken to her that day. Clear disparities in their claims were found, nevertheless, based on data analysis from his phone and devices that belonged to the victim and his family. While his family members were charged with criminal conspiracy and involvement, the guy was charged with unlawful detention, potential assault, and depriving the girl of her life. While the investigation into the search for Diana was underway, all suspects were placed in jail for 3 months. Her parents remained optimistic, even though the authorities initially didn't think the missing girl would be discovered alive. They increased the number of persons that participated in the search, demanded that Dario reveal where their daughter was and what he had done to her, coordinated marches and protests, and involved the media in the investigation. In an attempt to sway the inquiry and coerce the suspect into delivering a statement, the parents desperately sought meetings with the security and justice ministers at the time. Unfortunately, this did not translate into practice, even when the highest governmental levels welcomed the family of the missing girls. Despite the efforts of more than 200 police officers, assistance dogs, and specialized tools including search drones and helicopters, the search was unsuccessful. Disturbing findings in one of the kilns at a brick plant. A second examination revealed a tooth part and an odd, heavily melted metal thing. This item was thought to be the nose piercing the missing girl had on, but to verify this, specialized forensic analysis was needed, and it would take time as law enforcement awaited the findings. The man's notebooks with highly suspicious entries were discovered after a second, more extensive search at Dario's home. It became clear from these seemingly private diaries that the man was genuinely fixated on his young neighbor. When the family moved in next door to his house, everything began. She was just 13 years old at the time. The notes made it apparent that the girl drove the suspect crazy, even though he did not write anything explicit about what he planned to do with her. For years, he thought about her every day and occasionally wrote letters to the neighbor in which he strangely proclaimed his love. Investigators came to the conclusion, after going through all the notes, that the man's addiction only got worse with time and that he was unable to control his disgusting cravings. He implied that she would one day belong to him and that he would provide her permanent peace and tranquility in one of his final messages to the girl. This entry appeared to be a direct threat, suggesting that Dario may have used her before dealing with her. The forensic analysis findings were still waiting, but it appeared that the case could be taken to court based only on the diary entries because the physical evidence had vanished. Benari discovered that the evidence had just vanished as he attempted to determine the cause of the holdup. Neither the identity of the unusual metal object nor whether the toothpiece belonged to the missing girl could be ascertained by DNA analysis. The police officers in charge of protecting the evidence were promptly dismissed and placed under arrest for criminal negligence and potential aid to the suspects after the prosecutor made the decision to categorize information regarding the investigation's advancement. Following this heinous crime, federal authorities took immediate control of the investigation. Furthermore, it quickly became apparent that several of the documents discovered at the suspect's house had vanished as well. The final letter, in which he pledged to provide the girl eternal rest, was one of them. The case might just collapse in the absence of these pieces of evidence, and the offender and his associates might not be held accountable. 3 months later, however, no steps were taken to help identify the location of the missing physical evidence. Although the suspect's incarceration period had ended, it was dangerous and clearly threatened to result in a loss to take the case to court without important evidence. The child's phone data and the testimony of a random bystander who saw the suspect and the missing girl strolling together down the street on the day she vanished were all that was left. The court only partially approved the defense's request, which called for Dario's attorney to have the entire investigation ruled unlawful, his client released immediately, and the search results revoked because they were carried out without a special order. All of his relatives were freed because no particular charges could be brought against them, but the primary suspect was still in detention. But Dario was also freed in May 2019, 2 years after the girl vanished. The body had not been located, no new evidence had surfaced, and the investigation had not advanced during that time. The long-awaited trial and verdict, the investigation was still ongoing, even though the primary suspect was freed. Testimonies and other information occasionally surfaced that suggested Diana might still be alive. For example, a banknote purportedly written by the girl with a request for assistance was discovered. Only in June 2021, however, was it determined through handwriting analysis that the missing girl's writing was not hers. Prosecutor Benari was able to finally take this difficult case to trial, more than 4 years after the daughter vanished, but the Garnica family was growing more and more discouraged as the proceedings were continually postponed because of the global pandemic. The family no longer wished for a good result, or the rightful punishment of the guilty. The offender didn't show up in court until April 2023, 6 years after the crime was committed, when the trial finally started. Everyone thought Dario's diaries were lost forever, but at that time the missing entries had been located. These turned out to be the main pieces of proof that established the man's guilt. Nevertheless, more professional examination was necessary to confirm these documents' legitimacy. Furthermore, 2 additional witnesses entered the case. One was the ex-lover of Dario, who said he had wooed her when she was just a teenager. She also said that she was by no means the only young girl the suspect had abused in this manner, and that he always had a weakness for them. The second witness was a likely collaborator and neighbor of Suarez, Dario's brother. He claims that the brothers arrived together on a motorcycle with an odd big bundle in the sidecar the night the girl vanished, grabbed some equipment from a shed, and then departed together. Because Suarez was always erratic and violent, the witness had been silent for a long time out of concern that he may hurt his family. The defendant, who said he would never hurt the adjacent girl since he considered her to be his daughter, never acknowledged his wrongdoing. However, a guilty conviction was rendered based on the limited evidence. The missing girl's body was never located, and the events of that terrible day were meticulously reenacted. This proved that the man had seduced the adolescent, taken advantage of her, killed her, and disposed of her remains, likely with the assistance of his family. Dario was convicted of kidnapping and exploitation on May 2, 2023. He was given a life sentence without the chance of release for taking Diana's life. No other family members, including his brother Suarez, could be held responsible. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It can seem like everything around you is predetermined when the shadows of the past start to close in. Will anyone ever be able to fully avoid what fate has in store for them? The family that disappeared overnight, leaving a trail of unresolved questions and the eerie echoes of unfinished phone calls, is the subject of today's story. This is the tale of Melissa Wolfenbarger, whose abrupt and inexplicable disappearance sparked a true tragedy. On November 26, 1998, a peaceful Thanksgiving night at the Patton home was marred by a feeling of unease. Melissa called to wish her parents a happy Thanksgiving. Melissa is Norma and Carl's youngest daughter. It was a normal and familiar conversation, with topics including Christmas preparations, gift selection, and plans for the approaching holidays. As they did each year, Melissa wanted her kids to spend the holidays at her parents' house. She smiled and said, "Mom, don't forget that old picture of Grandma. I'd love to have it framed under the tree." However, there was neither a phone call nor a knock on the door on Christmas. Despite their concerns, Norma and Carl hoped that their daughter and her family would arrive at the last minute, which they occasionally did. No one showed up as the hours went by. There were gifts under the tree, sparkling with holiday lights, but the atmosphere was solemn, and the quiet became unbearable. It all began on a typical day, but after a few days passed with no communication from their daughter, Norma started to worry. This time it seemed different, but Melissa had always managed to get in touch, especially if plans had changed. When the parents tried to call, no one picked up. Additionally, fruitless were attempts to contact their son-in-law, Christopher. Melissa's parents continued to reside in their comfortable home in Last Grove, Georgia, while Melissa and her spouse and children lived in Atlanta. When the long period of silence became intolerable in January, Norma and Carl got into their car and drove to Atlanta. Their hearts sank when they arrived at the duplex on Brooklyn Avenue after following the well-known streets. Although the apartment doors were open, the interior felt eerily deserted and lifeless. It appeared as though their daughter and her family had never lived there because the rooms were immaculate and well-organized. It appeared as if someone had purposefully removed every indication of their presence. Asking neighbors if they had seen Melissa or her kids, Norma went door to door. No one knew where they were going or why they hadn't left a message or forwarding address, but one man remembered seeing them packing things into a moving truck just before New Year's. It appeared as though they had made the decision to depart suddenly, without warning, and with no intention of coming back. It was intolerable to Carl and Norma. They were aware that Melissa would have contacted them if something had gone wrong. If plans had changed, their daughter would not have concealed it. She had always been forthright and honest. Norma concluded that this could not be ignored. Someone had to know something if Melissa and her family had left. They located the glass manufacturing company where their son-in-law worked, and the management verified that Christopher had worked there as a truck driver, but had recently been fired. He was fired because he was involved in an accident involving one of the company's vehicles. They were unable to respond when questioned about Christopher's future plans. Like his family, he had just disappeared. January and February saw no updates, but time went by. Norma continued to make an effort, but every day only brought more disappointment. Her February birthday was particularly painful. Despite her busy schedule, Melissa had always called to wish her well, but this time the phone was silent. At last, Norma started to understand that her daughter's silence wasn't a coincidence. There had been a horrible incident. What might have caused Melissa to leave her former life behind? Carl and Norma had a hard time understanding it. Their youngest daughter was always happy and affectionate, they recalled. She distinguished herself from her peers early on by actively competing in school pageants and lending a hand with her older sister Tina's projects. Their dreams of starting a veterinary clinic and helping as many animals as they could were dashed when Melissa's adolescent misbehavior landed her in legal troubles, running away from home and falling in love with Christopher for the first time. During those tumultuous years, when she was caught between her desire to discover herself and her parents' expectations, he became her only source of stability. She was altered by marriage. Everything appeared to be coming together at last. She and Christopher seemed to have a happy life together after they moved to the city and had kids. However, her parents continued to feel a subtle, unnerving feeling, as though there was a deep crack beneath the surface, the calm. Those uneasy feelings had now become a terrifying reality as I stood in that empty apartment on Brooklyn Avenue in January 1999. The questions continued to mount. How had their daughter and her family fared? Why did their searches for answers only result in dead ends? And why did all the leads go nowhere? Where had Melissa's kids disappeared to? And why hadn't any of the neighbors seen her since New Year's? What did that picture she had requested for Christmas represent? These small, unimportant details assumed a sinister tone, giving the impression that something much more significant was going on. It would have felt like betrayal to leave everything unsolved, so Norma continued to look for any information, clinging to the tiniest hints to figure out what had happened to her cherished daughter. Nothing could have prepared her for the truth that lay ahead, a truth that would completely upend their lives. And a story that had started out as a straightforward family vacation had evolved into a grim, desperate search for light in the dark. Melissa's disappearance also perplexed Tina, her older sister, who worked alongside her at a small bakery. Their co-workers said Melissa just stopped showing up, as if she had disappeared into thin air, and the management at Denny's where they worked reported that she hadn't been there for more than a month. If she had found another job, no one knew. All they said was that she failed to report for work one day without providing any prior notice. Even some of her co-workers paid her a visit, but it didn't help. The family had moved out, but no one knew where they went, the neighbors said with a shrug. Time went by. As the year 1999 went on, Melissa had not been contacted. Praying for their daughter's safe return, Carl and Norma were inconsolable. Their hope dwindled with every month, but they held on to it as if it were a lifeline. Since Melissa had always remained close to them, despite her turbulent upbringing, they were unable to think of a good reason why she wouldn't call. They thought they would soon awaken from the nightmare. However, reality only became more grim, and the nightmare continued. The Patton family had run out of patience by January 2000. Norma reported a missing person to the authorities. After starting an investigation, detectives quickly located Christopher Wolfenbarger, Melissa's husband. He had also been out of touch for some time at the time of Melissa's disappearance, but he eventually made a comeback. But there was no sign of his wife or children. Melissa had gone out on her own, according to Christopher. He claimed that one day she simply made the decision to fulfill her dream of starting over and relocating to California. Carl and Norma, however, knew their daughter. They were positive that she would never simply vanish without a word, and that she would never do that. The parents were adamant that Christopher was concealing something, but the police could find no reason to take any further action. Melissa was an adult, and she had every right to travel to California if she so desired. Without any proof of a crime, the police had no reason to declare her missing because her husband had not filed a missing persons report. The inquiry came to a standstill. According to Christopher, Melissa had been preparing the move for some time. In order to save money, she worked double shifts at the bakery. After long, exhausting days, she occasionally even rented a hotel room to avoid the lengthy commute home. He claimed that this was how she was getting ready for the next phase of her life. When she simply disappeared one day, Christopher assumed she had finally carried out her plan and departed for California alone. He maintained that it was nothing out of the ordinary, citing Melissa's wish to make a new beginning. By bringing up Christopher's past, detectives attempted to exert pressure on him. Wolfenbarger had a very turbulent childhood. "Melissa and I were like Bonnie and Clyde, just on a smaller scale," he grinned while being questioned. They did encounter some minor issues. Even before they were married, their lives appeared to be a succession of snap judgments. However, it quickly became apparent that Christopher was lying. Melissa filed complaints, according to the records. She had repeatedly reported instances of domestic violence. It wasn't just him lifting his hand against her, she said. He allegedly gave her illegal drugs and, despite her protests, pulled her down the street by her hair on one occasion. Christopher filed a counterclaim after learning of these reports. The court case became increasingly complex. Christopher requested authorization to speak with Melissa alone during one of the hearings. Melissa backed off from her complaint and went home with him after a brief, private conversation. That was all she said. "We have kids, after all." Following Melissa's disappearance, Christopher took an unexpected action. He left the house they shared and went to live with family. Christopher rarely paid them a visit. The children lived with their paternal grandmother. He appeared to be making an effort to put his former life behind him. Joy and little Christina adapted to life without their mother very fast, and they only ever thought about their father when he would arrive at his mother's house. Christopher had never been liked by Norma Patton. She thought that shortly after graduating from high school, Melissa fled her home because of him. She saw this marriage as nothing more than a source of heartache and disappointment. "He was never who he pretended to be," she would frequently say while gazing at pictures of her daughter. It felt like a terrifying prophecy now that Melissa was gone. Her parents found it hard to believe that their daughter had just up and left her life behind. Why were people who might have known the answer keeping quiet? And what actually happened to Melissa? A darker and more unsettling image of the Wolfenbarger family, where happiness was merely an illusion, began to take shape as the haze of the past gradually cleared. During an interview with detectives, Tina Patton recalled a previous incident. She had seen a handprint-like bruise on Melissa's neck. Normally calm and collected, Melissa started crying and pleaded with Tina to keep it a secret. Following that, one of Tina's friends attempted to speak with Christopher directly, but it was never successful. Things appeared to have calmed down, but this was a facade. The thought that their daughter had just decided to disappear without saying anything was unacceptable to Carl and Norma Patton. Melissa would have found a way to get in touch with her parents even if she had felt the need to leave them. However, days and months stretched into years, and Melissa was nowhere to be found. It appeared as though a young mother of two had vanished into thin air. Melissa's husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, was constantly rephrasing his claims. When questioned in the spring of 2000, he abruptly revealed that he had seen Melissa on the street close to their house in March or April of 1999, despite initially claiming that he had last seen her in December 1998. This discrepancy did not clarify the case. Rather, it only increased suspicions. The Patton family returned to the public eye in 2003, 5 years later. This time, Carl Patton himself was at issue, not Melissa. They had taken him into custody. As it happened, Carl had already had a run-in with the law in the middle of the 1980s. He was released on parole after serving a brief sentence for theft. He had made an effort to avoid trouble ever since, but over 20 years after the crime, his past finally caught up with him. His participation was verified by DNA analysis. Carl was taken into custody on February 23, 2003, in connection with the death of Liddy Mae Evans, age 31. Her body was discovered in a river in 1977, chained to a concrete block and wrapped in a sleeping bag. A gunshot wound to the head was the cause of death. However, Carl was linked to other crimes as well. Carl's wife, Norma, made the startling declaration that she would testify against her husband in exchange for immunity as soon as he was arrested. After the agreement was reached, Norma started providing in-depth testimony that astounded everyone. She claims that Carl and his friend Joe Quint were involved in several crimes between 1970 and 1977. The murder of Carl's uncle, Fred White, and his lover was the beginning of it all. Carl persuaded Norma to assist in removing any possible witnesses because he knew too much. Norma described how Carl used a shotgun to kill his uncle and his uncle's lover after luring them to their house on December 17, 1977. After that, he and Norma placed weights on the bodies, wrapped them in sleeping bags, and disposed of them in the river. Carl burned the blood-stained couch in the backyard, while Norma cleaned the house and cleaned up the blood. However, their van's blood-stained trunk was not cleaned. Investigators questioned Carl and Norma after discovering blood traces in the trunk that matched the victim's blood type, but there wasn't enough proof to file charges at the time. Carl's involvement was not confirmed by DNA testing until 25 years later, and Melissa's father was arrested on February 23, 2003. Rumors about Carl's potential involvement in Melissa's disappearance started to circulate after his arrest. Her own father, who couldn't risk anyone in the family talking, may have been her victim, according to some theories. However, there was no concrete proof to back up this theory. "I would never harm my daughter. I only dealt with those who threatened my family." Carl denied any involvement, but everyone knew that there was a harsh reality behind those words. Carl was suspected of more than just Melissa's disappearance. Rumor had it that he was connected to criminal groups in the southern United States. He was known as a cold-blooded shooter as early as the 1960s, but he consistently denied any involvement. Carl acted out of greed, according to Norma, who made this revelation in 2003 during the investigation into the deaths of Fred White and his lover. In addition to hiring Carl to look after her unfaithful husband, Fred White's official marriage entitled his wife to an insurance payout. Detective Bruce Jordan handled these old cases. He managed to apprehend and convict Carl Patton after 25 years, but it was insufficient. Now, while incarcerated, Carl pleaded with Jordan, "Find my daughter, find Melissa." This was a surprising statement from a man who seemed to have no remorse. All of a sudden, his daughter's disappearance caused concern. This gave Norma and Tina hope, but it also sparked a wave of new anxieties. They were concerned that Melissa's disappearance was not an accident, and that the mystery that had been hidden for so long might become even more horrific. Detective Bruce Jordan became interested as soon as the reopened Wolfenbarger case made the news. The story appeared to be set in stone for years, but everything changed when a sudden lead came from the Atlanta morgue. Jordan was contacted by a forensic specialist who told him that they had been storing unidentified remains in their facility for 4 years. These remains were body parts discovered in various months of 1999 in the neighborhood where Melissa's family resided. A severed head had been found close to the Wolfenbargers' residence back in April of that same year. Legs and arms were discovered in a nearby wooded area 2 months later, wrapped in garbage bags. The remains were initially identified as belonging to a male because they could not be properly identified, and the torso was never recovered. These graphic findings were unrelated to Melissa's disappearance because she had not yet been reported missing at the time. Only later did the terrible truth come to light. Those were her remains. Bruce Jordan noticed important details when he got the information. Near the glass company where Christopher Wolfenbarger used to work, the head and limbs were discovered. Back then, experts had assured everyone that the remains were male, but Norma Patton remembered hearing about the unsettling findings on the news. Only years later, following DNA testing, was it determined that the mutilated body belonged to Melissa Carl Patton. While incarcerated, Melissa's father was informed. When he heard that her mutilated remains had been discovered soon after she vanished, but had not been identified, he was overcome with emotion. He was deeply saddened by the fact that the DNA test, which would have provided insight into his daughter's fate, was not carried out until almost 4 years after his arrest. Melissa's remains weren't identified until 2003, when Norma first reported her missing in early 2000. Important evidence that could have resolved the case much sooner was lost, along with crucial time. Experts initially thought the remains were male because Melissa's neck had been cut with a saw and her skull had been bleached. According to forensic analysis, it was impossible to tell if the injuries were caused before or after death because of the same chemical. It was almost impossible to find the perpetrator's car because her head and limbs were strewn along busy roads in trash bags. Her torso was never located, so it was impossible to determine the precise time or cause of death. Christopher was taken in for additional interrogation. He told investigators that he had always been cooperative and had given them all the information he could years before his wife was finally identified. He said he had no reason to hurt Melissa. There were no assets, no debts, and no insurance policy. He made it clear that, knowing that it would raise suspicions, he would never have disposed of the remains close to his place of employment. Even in interviews with reporters, Christopher insisted that he sincerely thought Melissa had changed her name and moved to a new place in the hopes that she would eventually come back, if only for their kids. He never submitted a missing persons report because of this. Melissa's older sister Tina was particularly affected by the loss. She saw it as a persistent, eerie pain, rather than merely an unsolved case. She even experienced nightmares in which Tina was unable to reach Melissa when she called out for assistance. Carl also changed while he was incarcerated. He couldn't help but want justice for his daughter. Losing Melissa appeared to be the first time he had ever experienced the depth of the suffering his own victims' families had gone through. The story's most startling element was that Carl, a convicted criminal, devoted his last years to pursuing justice for Melissa. Even though he seemed to love his daughter, her death was still unknown. Although her remains had been located, no one had been charged or arrested. Norma Patton made contact with Cheryl McCollum, a cold case investigator, once more in 2017. Norma and Cheryl first met at an official dinner. Cheryl is well known for her true crime podcasts and shows. A new investigation started when Norma came up to her that night and said, "My daughter was decapitated and I need your help." Cheryl McCollum immediately recommended to Norma that they re-examine all of the evidence, because she knew the case would not be simple. In an attempt to put the pieces of the puzzle together and uncover even one new clue, she planned a fresh search of the forested area where the bags containing remains had been discovered years prior. However, thus far, the endeavors had failed. Norma was determined to persevere. She had faith that eventually the truth about her daughter's death would be revealed. Cheryl kept looking into Melissa Wolfenbarger's case in an effort to find the final piece that would complete the picture. Cheryl McCollum, the investigator, could scarcely have predicted how many shadowy corners she would have to light when she started her work. She was able to get in touch with Melissa's father, Carl Patton, right away. Carl wrote about his personal experiences and his ideas about who he thought was to blame for his daughter's disappearance. Her husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, was the one name he kept bringing up repeatedly. In regards to his son-in-law, Carl had no illusions. From the first time they met, he thought Christopher had destroyed his daughter's life. Melissa used to be a bright, upbeat person, but after Christopher came into her life, everything changed. Carl claims that Christopher taught her how to steal, persuaded her to sneak out of the house at night to meet him, and twice attempted to take Carl's car so that she and Melissa could flee to California. He gained complete control over her after she became pregnant and gave birth to their daughter. Norma and Carl only ever saw their granddaughter Christina when Christopher was at work, because he made an effort to keep her away from her parents. In a terrified whisper, Melissa said that if her husband discovered that her parents had come to visit, she would be in serious trouble. Carl remembered how Melissa refused to heed Christopher's warnings, even though he had repeatedly bruised her arms and neck. She thought she could turn her life around, but Carl realized something had gone horribly wrong when she failed to show up for Christmas. Although he was certain Christopher had something to do with her disappearance, proving it was a different story. Knowing that his grandchildren didn't comprehend that their mother had truly left to start a new life, but had instead gone forever, was the thing that tormented Carl the most. Carl wrote about how, despite being incarcerated, he attempted to help with the investigation. He suggested that whoever tied the knots might have left evidence, and he asked the experts to check the trash bags containing the remains for any DNA traces. Although he wrote, "There's no such thing as a perfect crime," the police were never able to find any evidence that connected Christopher to the case. Carl clung to the hope that the inquiry would eventually produce something. Norma detailed her suspicions to Cheryl McCollum during multiple meetings. Norma believed Christopher was responsible for the death of her daughter. Carl's desire to learn the truth was evident in his letters. Despite his reputation as a convicted criminal, he was prepared to assist. Detectives were still unable to link Christopher to Melissa's disappearance, though. Carl thanked Cheryl for her efforts at the end of one of his letters, stating that he had only realized the seriousness of his own crimes after losing his daughter. To understand the feelings of his victims' families, he had to go through that kind of loss himself. One day, he hoped, his grandchildren would discover the truth about their mom. In order to determine whether any family members might have had a reason for seeking retribution, Cheryl McCollum also looked into the possibility of enlisting the help of Liddy Evans' children, one of Carl's victims. The idea that someone involved in Carl's previous crimes might have sought revenge was entertained by the police, but it was soon disproved. Years passed after Melissa vanished before Carl's crimes were discovered. Despite the fact that her father was a criminal, Liddy's children felt Melissa also deserved justice and consented to be interviewed for a podcast about her story. Joseph Morgan, one of the forensic specialists, discussed the results of the autopsy. He surmised that Melissa might have been dismembered at the glass company where Christopher worked, rather than at home. All the equipment needed to carry out such an act was on hand, and the remains were discovered at a landfill close to the building. The police were unable to verify this theory, though, because they did not discover any blood or DNA traces at the facility where the crime had occurred, and more crucially, who was behind it were still unknown. Cheryl was careful to pay attention to every little detail. She reviewed all the case materials, brought in experts, and communicated with Carl on a regular basis. One thing appeared to be universally accepted by the experts: Christopher was still the most likely suspect. McCollum declared that she was prepared to risk her reputation in order to bring the offender to justice. When Melissa's podcast debuted in February 2023, her story was the first one she discussed. Then, in April 2024, she received a call from a listener who said she had seen Melissa and Christopher fight at a party. The case gained new life and momentum as a result of this information. With newfound vigor, investigators resumed their work. After over 20 years of uncertainty, Christopher Wolfenbarger was taken into custody on suspicion of a serious crime in early August. To piece everything together, detectives re-interviewed witnesses, followed up on old leads, and employed new technology. He attempted to hide behind a dryer when the police arrived at his house, which one of the officers remarked was not the conduct of an innocent man. Although Christopher insisted he was innocent, the charges had already been filed. Tina and Norma attended the press conference. When Norma heard the news of the arrest, she clasped her hands together and prayed in private. "Now he's behind bars," she said, in front of the cameras, "and I hope he stays there." Christopher's motivations remained unclear, and the police did not reveal all the evidence that led to the arrest. However, one thing was for sure: 25 years after Melissa vanished, her family was at last hopeful that justice would be served. I told you this story because the truth always finds a way to come to light, even after years have gone by and everything seems lost. Despite all the difficulties and public scrutiny, the Patton family persisted in fighting for their daughter, and their efforts were rewarded. This case demonstrates that misconduct cannot be disregarded. Families that experience abuse frequently find themselves in dire circumstances, but keeping quiet and concealing the truth won't help. Don't let yourself be broken. Seek justice. Melissa would advise you if she could talk to you right now. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Rosemary Silva, 32, and her fiancé, Uderli Damasceno, 30, were getting ready for their wedding ceremony on Sunday, December 4, 2016, which was scheduled to take place in a charming rural setting close to Sao Paulo. To impress the guests and her future husband, Rosemary had orchestrated a spectacular helicopter arrival. but a sudden tragedy made everything into a nightmare just before the ceremony was scheduled to start. Rosemary, a 32-year-old nurse assistant, grew up in a big family in Sao Paulo. Her parents taught her the importance of kindness and compassion at a young age, which led her to pursue a career in helping people. Her co-workers always felt they had her undivided attention and frequently complimented her on her diligence, patience, and kind disposition. When she wasn't working, Rosemary was a happy, energetic person who loved hanging out with friends, volunteering at her church, and making sure her loved ones were safe and content. Since she was a young girl, Rosemary had dreamed of her wedding day. She imagined herself wearing a gorgeous white gown, walking down a flower-adorned aisle, and being surrounded by the smiles of loved ones. She had been inspired by these fantasies to diligently save money for the ideal celebration. Her spectacular helicopter arrival was one of the unique touches she had in mind, a surprise that would enthrall everyone present. Uderli, who was 30 at the time, was a mechanic from Sao Paulo who was raised in a hard-working household that valued simplicity and honesty. He had a strong interest in mechanics from an early age and progressively developed into a proficient professional. Uderli had a reputation for always carrying out his duties with honesty and for being steady, collected, and trustworthy. Despite his previous marriage ending in divorce, he remained close to his daughter from that marriage and spent as much time as he could with her. Although they didn't click right away, the two quickly became closer after meeting at an evangelical church. At first, they approached their discussions warily, as if they were two strangers who were not sure what they had in common. But as their relationship deepened, it became clear that they were destined to be together. In 2015, the pair started dating, and a year later, Uderli proposed, which Rosemary happily accepted. Rosemary and Uderli immediately started organizing their wedding after announcing their engagement. From the selection of flowers and music to the seating configurations and venue decor, Rosemary was adamant that everything be flawless. This was supposed to be a fairy tale day, and Rosemary imagined every visitor looking back on it with delight. But one element of the wedding was particularly noteworthy. Rosemary orchestrated a memorable surprise by arriving in a helicopter. Her dream had been to descend from the sky like a vision, to make an entrance that would be remembered. She worked with pilot Peterson Pinheiro to arrange for a Robinson R-44, a light commercial helicopter, while keeping this information confidential. Just 6 people were aware of the plan, including her brother Silvano Silva and photographer Nayla Cristina Neves, who was supposed to document the event. Rosemary couldn't sleep on the morning of her wedding because she was so excited. As the stylists meticulously worked on her hair and makeup, she was greeted with smiles and congrats at the beauty salon. She continued to visualize her spectacular arrival, descending from above and witnessing the wonder on her guests' faces. She had been thinking about this vision for months. She was aware that the day's high point would be this surprise. Rosemary arrived at a nearby town by 2 p.m., wearing her white wedding gown, to catch the helicopter's departure. She was accompanied by her 40-year-old brother Silvano, who had always been her rock. He couldn't refuse his sister's wish, even though he, like many members of their family, was nervous about the flight. They were joined by photographer Nayla, who was expecting a child and was prepared to capture every happy moment. The helicopter took off at 3:30 p.m. The flight went smoothly at first. In anticipation of seeing her fiancé and their guests, Rosemary sat next to her brother, smiling and holding his hand. Nayla made sure that every look and smile would be preserved in their wedding album by filming it all. However, things soon changed. The weather started to get worse. The air inside the helicopter became tense as clouds began to gather, then fog and rain. The pilot had to use instruments to guide him through the thick fog as visibility was fading. Already nervous about flying, Silvano displayed obvious signs of anxiety as he tightly grasped Rosemary's hand while she attempted to reassure him. The photographer Nayla continued to record, but her camera trembled every now and then, revealing the tension that had gripped everyone on board. The pilot approached the venue and tried to find a safe landing spot by descending, but the maneuver became dangerous due to the poor visibility. An uncontrollable descent was caused when the helicopter's tail abruptly clipped a tree. The helicopter crashed and caught fire just over a mile from the wedding location. Those involved in Rosemary's surprise plan started to feel apprehensive as time passed. The wedding coordinator, Carlos Eduardo, who had assisted in planning the flight, called the helicopter company to inquire about its progress. He was informed that the flight had left on time and ought to have reached its destination by now. His concern was heightened by this response, which led him to attempt speaking with the pilot directly. Not a single call was answered. When the phone rang and no one answered, Carlos and the other organizers frantically looked for other ways to find out where the helicopter was. Employees of the company also made unsuccessful attempts to contact the pilot. Meanwhile, as the guests became aware of Carlos's nervous manner, whispers and concerned looks began to circulate among them. The air became heavy with uneasiness, but nobody wanted to cause alarm. Anxious waiting gave way to growing panic after another 15 minutes. In an attempt to learn whether there had been any reports of an incident in the area, the organizers made the decision to contact the local authorities. At that point, they learned of a helicopter crash near the wedding site, which confirmed their worst suspicions. The fact that it was the same flight that was carrying Rosemere was not confirmed, but the information was enough to chill everyone. Carlos Eduardo confided in the pastor because he wasn't sure how to tell the groom. They went together to Uterly and told him what they knew. A few miles away, there had been a report of a potential helicopter crash. Uterly initially found it difficult to understand. He was unaware that Rosemere would be arriving by helicopter. The pastor kindly clarified that Rosemere had planned a surprise for both him and the guests. However, the words didn't seem to make sense. As the realization dawned, Uterly stood in stunned silence, staring at Carlos Eduardo and the pastor. His surroundings appeared to dim, the noises of the assembly fading into a quiet emptiness. When the gravity of the situation became apparent, everyone's eyes were on him. That helicopter might have contained Rosemere. The ensuing silence seemed to go on forever, and nobody knew how to respond. Reports verified that emergency personnel arrived at the scene of the collision within minutes. At first, there were few specifics as they tried to evaluate the situation. To keep spectators out, police surrounded the area and started their investigation. As news of the crash spread to the wedding location, the guests' anxiety grew more intense by the second, though everyone could feel that the possibility of a positive outcome was dwindling. One of the event organizers suggested waiting for official confirmation before drawing any conclusions. Behind him, the groom could hear whispers among the guests, and he knew that until the specifics were known, no one would tell the truth. Whispers were spreading like wildfire, and the day that was supposed to be a celebration was gradually devolving into chaos. First responders were already working diligently at the crash site, while the guests anxiously waited at the venue. The helicopter had crashed near a highway in a forested area. The fuselage had caught fire upon impact, and the remaining portion of the aircraft was rapidly consumed by the flames. After battling to keep the fire contained, firefighters eventually made it to the wreckage. Those attempting to piece together what had happened were struck with a sense of dread and grief when it became evident that none of the passengers had survived. In order to determine the cause of the collision, police officers started gathering evidence and searching the scene for hints. One officer found a camera that had continued to record even after the impact, and debris was strewn all over a small space. The video might offer important new information about the last few seconds of the flight. However, the cause of the tragedy was still unknown. The hope for a miracle was dashed when the wedding venue received official confirmation of the crash. With a heavy heart, the pastor went to Uterly and delivered the heartbreaking news. The groom's face was marked with pain as he tried to make sense of what he was hearing. Those who were by his side were left in stunned silence, unsure of how to react to such overwhelming grief, as the world seemed to crumble around him in that moment. Unsure of what to say or do, the guests who had come to celebrate love and happiness now stood in stunned silence. The ceremony, which had been eagerly awaited, had instead turned into a scene of shock and grief. What had been supposed to be a lovely day had turned into a sobering reminder of how easily one mistake or unanticipated circumstance could ruin lives and plans in an instant. Brazilian National Civil Aviation Agency investigators started collecting witness statements and analyzing the flight data. Particularly interested were those who had been to the wedding or knew about Rosemere's intentions. In addition to determining the technical causes of the crash, the investigation sought to understand why she chose to arrive at such a high risk. Police and aviation safety specialists carefully inspected the wreckage, retrieving the flight data and going over recordings that might offer important insights was one of their first tasks. It was crucial to figure out why the helicopter lost control and veered off course. There were several possible causes, including pilot error or mechanical failure, in addition to the possibility of heavy fog and deteriorating weather. The investigation was further complicated by witness statements from people who knew the pilot, Peterson Pinheiro. Pinheiro was a seasoned and well-respected expert who was renowned for managing each flight with care and responsibility. He had years of experience and had flown numerous times in difficult weather conditions. Before taking off, he carefully considered the risks, according to his colleagues. Those who worked with him found the news of the crash even more confusing because of this background. It was difficult for many to accept that he could have made such a serious error, but the facts were still indisputable. The helicopter had clipped a tree and spun out of control in dense fog and rain. In order to ascertain whether there had been a chance for a safe landing, investigators tried to piece together the last moments of the flight. The families of Rosemere and Udary were left to deal with unspeakable grief while investigators worked at the crash site. Close friends, parents, and siblings found it difficult to believe that this tragedy had truly happened. One of the few people who was aware of Rosemere's intention to arrive by helicopter, her sister, recalled their conversations. The idea of surprising everyone with her entrance had filled Rosemere with excitement and enthusiasm. However, nobody could have predicted that this would be her last flight. Udary stood by the wedding arch, still reeling from the loss. He witnessed organizers and attendees attempting to console one another, but it did not bring him any comfort. He was troubled by the fact that he had been unaware of Rosemere's surprise. He believed that by failing to protect her, he had let her down. What ought to have been the start of their life together had instead turned into one of his worst memories. Soon after, investigators published an initial report confirming that the weather was a major factor in the collision. Visibility was severely limited due to the thick fog the helicopter had encountered. Pilot Peterson lost control of the aircraft and caused the tragic crash after attempting an emergency landing and clipping a tree with the aircraft's tail. But the inquiry was far from finished. Determining why the pilot was unable to prevent the collision and why the helicopter was flying at such a low altitude was crucial. Experts started analyzing the footage from the camera discovered among the wreckage because it might contain important hints for reconstructing the last moments of the flight. Even though it was painful, this step was essential to comprehending what had transpired in those final moments. An eerie silence descended upon the venue as the guests gradually started to depart. Nobody was strong enough to speak. While Udary's friends and family provided him with as much support as they could, the organizers worked to coordinate with the local authorities. But everyone was plagued by unanswered questions. Why did this happen? What might have led to such a disastrous result? Rosemere's family was also in shock and finding it difficult to accept what had happened. Her mother, who had always been her staunchest ally, was unable to believe that their morning chat would be their final one. She remembered how excitedly Rosemere had described her plan as a gift from the heavens that would astound everyone. Nobody could have predicted that her dream would become such a nightmare. Soon, fresh worries about the flight's actual safety surfaced. Investigators found that the helicopter lacked charter service authorization. Only private flights were allowed under its license. For what reason had the business consented to supply it for the wedding? Who was in charge of failing to notice the weather? These queries sparked additional research and became the main focus of the study. Some witnesses started to remember that bad weather had been predicted in the days before the wedding. However, these warnings received little attention. These circumstances would have needed to be taken into account by pilot Peterson Pinheiro, who is renowned for his meticulous attention to safety. The flight was nevertheless authorized. Who ultimately decided to go ahead with the flight in spite of the obvious risks was now the focus of the investigation. Udary was trying to think, and every second of waiting was painful. Rosemere had filled his life with so much warmth and light that he couldn't fathom living without her. It was believed that their journey, which began with timid looks at church, would lead to a happy life together. It felt broken now, like a picture that would never be complete. A thick silence fell over the hall, which had once been intended to reverberate with wedding music and exuberant speeches. All that was audible were quiet sobs, consoling words, and reassuring hugs. Nobody knew how to comfort a man who had just lost everything he held dear, or what to say to Udary. The helicopter crash that killed Rosemary, her brother Silvano, photographer Nayla, and pilot Peterson left a lasting scar on the hearts of their families and the community at large, even though the investigation went on for weeks. As more information became available, one emotion remained constant among those who knew the victims: a deep sense of injustice and loss. The Brazilian National Civil Aviation Agency finished its report a month after the tragic incident. It was verified that the severe weather and poor visibility were the main causes of the collision. When the helicopter lost control at a low altitude, pilot Peterson Pinheiro was in a dire situation after trying to navigate through heavy fog and rain. The collision with a tree, which resulted in the fatal crash, was the crucial moment. Additionally, the report disclosed that Rosemary's helicopter lacked authorization for charter flights. Its registration only allowed for private use, and it was against safety rules to let it be used for a wedding. In addition to drawing attention to the company that rented out the helicopter, this revelation infuriated the relatives of the victims. Subsequent analysis revealed that the helicopter's leasing company had neglected to adequately evaluate the weather and permitted the flight to continue in spite of warnings of poor visibility. After the investigation was finished, the company and its owners were the target of multiple lawsuits because this was considered a serious breach. The relatives of the victims wanted to know why the flight had been authorized in these circumstances and who was responsible for the cancellation. The pilot independently assessed that the flight could be conducted safely, according to the helicopter company. More investigation was necessary, though, after it was discovered that the business lacked permission to use the aircraft for commercial purposes. Their licenses were temporarily suspended as a result, and a thorough audit of their business practices was conducted. The families of Rosemary and the other victims got ready for the funerals while the investigation continued. None of them wanted to confront that moment. Seeing dreams dashed is one thing, but accepting the loss of loved ones is quite another. Hundreds of people came to pay their respects at the solemn funeral. Tears and silence conveyed more than words could ever convey. Unable to express his sorrow, Uderli stood by Rosemary's coffin. His spirit appeared hardened by the weight of his grief, and his eyes were hollow. He had dreamed of being with Rosemary all his life, but in a flash everything was different. He thought his heart might burst as he stood in front of her coffin. He was unable to accept that this was really the end, and couldn't say goodbye. Following the funeral, Rosemary's friends and family started a campaign to call for more safety regulations in private aviation. They hoped that no one else would ever experience such a terrible loss as a result of carelessness or oversight. This tragedy struck a chord with the public, leading to broad support for more stringent laws and mandatory supervision to guarantee adherence to flight safety standards. Their local church, which they frequently visited, honored Rosemary's memory as well as that of her brother and the other victims. Uderli made the decision to preserve their legacy in spite of his suffering, in order to provide families impacted by comparable tragedies with tools to deal with their loss. He set up a small fund. Investigators published their final report after several months. It verified that bad weather and poor visibility, which caused the loss of control, were the primary causes of the tragedy. The company's failure to appropriately evaluate the risks involved and adhere to appropriate rental procedures was one contributing factor. The company's flight licenses were temporarily revoked and fined until all found flaws were fixed. Even though the investigation yielded a lot of answers, it was unable to restore the lost. Families were compensated, but it didn't make their grief any less painful. It was only a symbolic gesture that Uderli and everyone who knew Rosemary could not reverse. Life gradually returned to normal for most people months after the tragedy, but not for Uderli. The spark that used to light his eyes had vanished, but he still went to work and saw friends. Nothing could fill the void Rosemary's passing left in his heart. He frequently found himself thinking back on their happy times together in the evenings and wishing that day had gone differently. What started out as a dream for an amazing surprise showed how fleeting life is and how one bad choice can alter everything. Tragically, Rosemary's wedding day was not what she had hoped for, but it was still memorable. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that occurred in the U.S. state of Florida today. On October 16, 2018, 28-year-old Laura Picher was last spotted having dinner at a bar in Sebring. An employee at the Tampa restaurant called 911 3 days later after noticing something odd close to a dumpster. The case was solved by detectives using surveillance footage. Laura Picher was an extremely beautiful and consistently upbeat woman. She was gregarious. In remembrance of his daughter, her father, an art teacher, said this: "In 1989, Laura Picher was born on a chilly day in Michigan. She had 2 nephews, one of whom she never met, a sister-in-law, an older sister, and a brother. She was born with 2 fingers and a thumb on her short left arm. Throughout her life, she struggled with discrimination due to her physical differences. She worked with individuals with physical and mental disabilities as a job coach at Goodwill. She was disabled, but that didn't stop her. It was a feature of her distinct character. Growing up, Laura lived in Michigan. She relocated to Sebring, Florida when she was 26 years old. Her grandmother was getting too old to care for herself, so she moved to Florida. With a big heart, Laura left her job to visit her grandmother in Florida. The incident started with a 911 call on the morning of October 19, 2018, when staff members at the restaurant reported discovering the woman's body hidden under a wood board and wrapped in a plastic bag close to a dumpster behind the establishment. In a restaurant parking lot, a woman reported a bad smell next to a dumpster by calling 811. She initially believed it to be a dead animal, but upon closer inspection, she discovered what she initially believed to be a dead woman. Investigators showed up on the scene. Face down, the victim was discovered. She was half naked. She was discovered wearing a dress, and a plastic bag was placed over her before the bed's headboard was placed over her body, but the gown was lowered beneath her breasts. Her hands were tied behind her back by the criminal. They discovered a wallet that eventually held an ID card and a clear plastic bag filled with personal belongings, the most crucial of which was mail, by using a purse strap inside the dumpster. Laura Picher was identified as the victim. She lives in the city of Sebring, Florida, which is roughly 2 hours' drive from where she was discovered, and investigators concluded that she is not truly from Tampa. After more research, it was discovered that Laura owns a silver Toyota Tundra pickup truck. Her pickup truck was not in the parking lot close to where Laura's body was discovered, even though she may have driven it to Tampa. In case it was spotted anywhere, the truck was registered as a stolen vehicle and added to a law enforcement database. In the meantime, the restaurant manager was interviewed by investigators. The body was found on Friday morning, 2 days after the establishment's owners had cleaned the parking lot on Wednesday. This implied that the body had to have been there from Wednesday through Friday. Laura was strangled with a thin rope-like object, as evidenced by the obvious marks on her neck discovered by the medical examiner who conducted the autopsy on her body. Laura's death date was determined by additional indicators found on her body. It was obvious that the body had been on the ground for a long time because the skin was discolored. 2 days before she was discovered, on Wednesday, the medical examiner came to the conclusion that Laura had passed away. Meanwhile, police in Michigan, 1,200 miles away, informed Laura's family of her passing. Her parents were taken aback. In order to allow investigators access to Laura's trailer, Laura's parents drove 20 hours from Michigan to Sebring. Investigators sought to determine whether the trailer was a scene of a crime. They entered and searched the house to see if anything out of the ordinary had occurred, but there was nothing there. Everything had a place. No sign of a struggle had occurred there, which might indicate that Laura had been attacked elsewhere, nor was Laura's pickup truck present. The investigators were aware that reconstructing the timeline of Laura's final hours would be necessary to solve this case. They wanted to know who Laura had met, why she had come to Tampa from Sebring, and what had happened to her pickup truck. On Wednesday, investigators looked through Laura's cell phone logs. She stopped answering calls between 1 and 5 in the morning. It is a clear sign that something has occurred. According to the records, Laura called a man named Vidal Cortez twice on Wednesday morning. Detectives wanted to speak with a man named Vidal Cortez, who became the first possible suspect after Laura's friends disclosed that he was Laura's boyfriend. They needed to know if there had been any issues in their relationship and when he had last seen Laura. However, the police learned that Laura's pickup had been seen outside a Tampa convenience store before they could locate Cortez and speak with him. 3 miles from the scene of Laura's body, the detectives visited a convenience store. Laura's pickup truck was gone when they arrived. Nonetheless, the detectives hoped they could obtain some answers from the surveillance cameras that were placed both inside and outside the store. They saw a pickup truck arrive at the store and park after viewing the footage from those cameras. Although they attempted to zoom in, the video quality was subpar, making it impossible to identify the driver. A man exited the passenger seat of the pickup truck after it had parked. This indicated that the pickup truck had a driver and a passenger, or at least 2 people. It seems that the man who exited the pickup truck was aware that the cameras were recording him. He wore a baseball cap and kept his head down. He went into the store, but as before, detectives couldn't see his face on the videotape due to its poor quality. The picture was excessively grainy. The employees of the store stopped him from stealing the beer. The man went back to the pickup truck and sat in the passenger seat after leaving the store. Neither did the driver exit the pickup truck, nor did he appear on any of the cameras. Patrol officers found Laura's pickup truck about an hour later. It looked like it had been in a small collision and was parked in the street. At the time of his arrest, investigators noticed the same man sitting in the passenger seat on the surveillance footage. He introduced himself as Calvin Gary. He wore a tracking monitor on his ankle and was on probation. In the driver's seat was nobody. The pickup truck's driver had clearly run away, as only a pair of shoes remained. The detective started questioning Calvin Gary, while Laura's pickup was turned over to forensic so they could thoroughly inspect it for any evidence. He claimed that a man named Hot had given him the truck. They were going to steal beer from a convenience store, and Hot had just moved into the area. Calvin Gary was asked by detectives if he was aware of how hot the pickup truck got. "I don't know anything about Laura," he said, adding that he didn't know the answer to that question. "I don't know what happened to her," he said. He informed detectives that Hot was a short African-American man. Calvin Gary also provided detectives with Hot's location. When they spotted them, they proceeded to the designated address. The short man hid in a bushy grove. He was mistaken in his hope that the detectives hadn't noticed him. They invited him to approach them. The man had on a shirt and pants but no shoes when he came out of the shrubbery. He refused to give his name when detectives asked him to do so because he was uncooperative. The detectives then requested that he approach the car. They were able to quickly identify fingerprints thanks to specialized equipment. Detectives discovered a match in the database when they scanned the man's fingerprint. Gary Daniel was his real name, and he had a long criminal history. He was already a 3-time prisoner. The fact that Gary Daniel was from Sebring was another noteworthy detail. Be mindful, Laura was a resident of Sebring as well. Detectives assumed Danielle was the driver of Laura's pickup truck because he was shoeless. Remember how the police discovered shoes inside the pickup truck when they located it? Gary Danielle was therefore a suspect in the Laura Peacher case, due to all of these factors. Nevertheless, the detectives had to release him because there was insufficient evidence at that time for the police to bring any charges against him. Because Calvin Gary had an ankle monitor, they focused on him and the fact that he, Gary, and Daniel used Laura's pickup truck. But the police were able to follow him around. They learned that Calvin Gary had never visited Sebring where Laura lived, or the dumpster where her body was discovered. Following the discovery and interrogation of Laura's boyfriend, Vidal Cortez, detectives ruled out Calvin Gary as a suspect. However, he told detectives that Laura had gone to a Sebring bar on the evening of Tuesday, October 16, since she had been there the night before she died. Detectives were intrigued by this information and went to the bar to talk to the establishment personnel. Since Laura lived nearby, the manager told detectives that she frequently stopped by the bar for a bite to eat. Her most recent visit was on the evening of Tuesday, October 16. There was nothing unusual about her manner. She was smiling and friendly as usual. The existence of surveillance cameras within the establishment, which captured all events within the bar, was discovered by detectives. They viewed the video, which supported the bar manager's claims that Laura was wearing the same dress in which she was discovered. At the bar, she was seated. At the time, she was conversing with a waitress who was employed. She ate dinner. Nothing odd was going on, and she hadn't ordered any alcohol. Around 11 p.m., she left without meeting anyone and only talked to a waitress. Subsequent investigation revealed that the witness saw Laura with a man he described as Shorty at 2:45 a.m., approximately 4 hours after she had left the bar. She was spotted by the witness at a gas station outside a convenience store across town. At that moment, Laura was sitting in her pickup truck and appeared to be in good health. There was no sign that she was having problems or that she needed assistance. In addition, the witness stated that Laura and Shorty took off in their car. Since the gas station was the last known location where Laura was spotted alive, the investigators went there. At 2:54 a.m., when they began watching the security footage, they recognized a familiar face. Gary Danielle had entered to purchase cigarettes. Before he left, he chatted with another customer. Laura's pickup truck was seen backing out of the parking lot and onto the highway in footage captured by another camera. The footage supported an eyewitness's account that he unquestionably saw Laura Peicher and Gary Danielle together at a gas station near Sebring, but it was impossible to determine whether Laura was inside the pickup at the time, whether she was okay, or whether Gary Danielle was with her. Investigators searched the dumpster for clues that might connect Gary Danielle to Laura's murder early on Wednesday morning. Although the ATM receipt was partially torn, it contained information that helped law enforcement identify that it was a specific ATM at a Lakeland gas station. The receipt states that the transaction took place on Wednesday at 3:30 p.m., 12 hours after Laura was last observed in Sebring. In order to locate the ATM of interest, the detectives proceeded to the gas station. With any luck, the surveillance footage would help them solve the case. They could see Laura's pickup truck in the video, but they couldn't make out who was sitting in it. Fortunately, there were several cameras. The detectives watched Gary Danielle exit the pickup and go to the store after it had been parked. After taking out cash from the ATM and purchasing a soda, they departed the establishment. Detectives believed Laura was dead by this point because she was not seen and did not exit the pickup truck. Gary Danielle returned to the pickup truck and headed toward the location of Laura's body. They located him. For interrogation, Gary Danielle was brought to the police station. The only proof the police had at that point was that Danielle had used Laura's pickup truck, so they started interrogating him about it. The only thing he did, Danielle said, was to use an unlocked truck that had keys inside for that purpose. He didn't know who owned the pickup. The pickup truck's interior was fine, he said. He saw nothing out of the ordinary. After showing him a photo of Laura, the detectives asked him if he recognized the person in it. "I don't know the woman," Danielle said. He was asked if he had ever met Laura in Sebring by detectives. "No," he said. Then they told him that a recording had been made at a Sebring gas station. "He's on the tape, and Laura's pickup truck is on the tape." He refused to answer any more questions after Danielle learned that the police suspected him of killing Laura. There was no tangible evidence available to detectives at the time to convince a jury that Laura Peicher was murdered by Gary Danielle. A person has a set amount of time to stand trial. The clock begins to run as soon as the suspect is taken into custody. The detectives chose to release Gary Danielle because they were still awaiting the forensic findings. Naturally, there was a significant risk that Danielle would flee, but the investigators determined that the risk was warranted in this instance. Many questions were addressed by forensic analysis. Drops of Laura's blood were discovered by the experts in the rear seat of her pickup truck. This suggests that Laura's body was either in the back seat of the pickup truck when she passed away, or that the crime was committed inside the vehicle. A forensic report on the objects discovered close to Laura's body has been obtained by investigators. Gary Danielle's DNA was discovered under Laura's fingernails, and it matched the DNA on the strap that was used to bind her hands. Gary Danielle was taken into custody after the DNA evidence found in surveillance footage was sufficient to file charges. Danielle used his right to silence and remained silent when he was arrested. He was accused of carjacking, tampering with evidence, and first-degree murder. The investigators attempted to create a timeline of Laura's final hours based on the evidence. They were aware that Laura was in a Sebring bar. At around 11 p.m., she left the bar by herself and went to the town center, where she met up with friends. She met Gary Danielle that same evening. There was no connection between them, and they had never met before. Because Gary Danielle wouldn't answer questions, investigators think Laura agreed to give him a ride, perhaps in return for money. Investigators don't know how he and Laura met, but they do know that she was found alive and unharmed in a pickup truck by an eyewitness at a gas station, where she and Gary Danielle ended up. After they left the gas station, it seems that something happened. Laura was strangled in her own pickup truck, though it's unclear where the truck was when she passed away. Surveillance footage showed Laura's pickup truck at a gas station 25 miles outside of Tampa, where Danielle was taking out cash from an ATM, 12 hours after it was last seen in Sebring. After that, Danielle took a car to Tampa. 2 days after, he hid Laura's body in a restaurant parking lot next to a dumpster. It was discovered. The trial didn't happen until nearly 3 years after Laura's passing. The global situation was the reason for the delay. It took a long time for Laura Pietro's father to go to court and face the man who killed his daughter. Rather than condemning Danielle, the father used his words to discuss the lost young woman. A young boy once pointed out her short arm, according to a story her father told. She was told by another boy that he had asthma. "Don't you know there's something wrong with everyone?" she replied. Her father brought some of his daughter's belongings to court, including her journal, which bore the inscription, "Live the life you've imagined." Because she lived alone and no one was around to do the dishes, she wrote in it that she detested cooking. She expressed her distaste for littering in her writing. On August 24, 2021, she wrote about her 4 tattoos, the most significant of which was a black bird in memory of a deceased sister-in-law and based on a Beatles song. In a deal with state prosecutors, Gary Danielle entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder. Danielle, 50, agreed to a 30-year prison term in exchange for a guilty plea to second-degree murder. He also acknowledged committing grand theft of a motor vehicle and tampering with evidence. In the brief court hearing, Danielle, who was short, gray, bald, bearded, handcuffed, and wearing orange, stood silently in a jury box. To Laura Pietro's family, he remained silent. The case was punctuated by a guilty plea, but it left many questions unanswered, including how Laura met Danielle and why she was murdered. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. David Edward Moust, in contrast to other serial killers, was viewed as an outlier, a lunatic, who didn't match the conventional description of a ruthless, malevolent, uncontrollable killer. Rather, he was someone who truly regretted his actions and wanted to be imprisoned for the rest of his life in order to protect others. He screamed for assistance, but nobody responded. What events in his life shaped who he is now? Let's examine the tale of a man who was disappointed by his parents' separation, a difficult childhood, and an ineffective legal system. The story is about a serial killer called Deranged Dave. George and Ava Moust welcomed David Edward Moust into the world on April 5, 1954, in Connellsville, Pennsylvania. The family had 3 other children in addition to David. The Moust family had a difficult life. Ava and George both experienced challenging upbringings. The parents were unable to provide a loving home for their own children because his father was placed for adoption when he was 12 years old. George tried to avoid his wife, who needed constant attention, was emotionally unstable and self-centered, by being away from home a lot. Their mother had a nervous breakdown shortly after the birth of David's younger brother Jeffrey and spent a month in the hospital. She might have experienced postpartum depression, although at the time medicine didn't fully understand or support women with such conditions. David's parents divorced in 1963, when he was just 7 years old. David's father reportedly started the divorce because he had stopped providing for his ex-wife and the 4 kids for a year, leaving the woman to care for the family alone. Life at their parents' house was tough for all the kids, but David had it the worst, according to David's sister. Maybe because he looked so much like his father, their mother's hatred of her ex-husband was passed on to her son. Ava asserted that she was powerless over the boy. David allegedly attempted to kill his brother Jeffrey twice by the time he was 8 years old, once by pushing him into a lagoon and stepping on his fingers to prevent him from climbing out, and again by trying to burn Jeffrey's bed. Additionally, according to his mother, she frequently looked in her son's pockets to make sure he hadn't stolen anything. She said he would take her valuables and sell them, all allegedly before he was 9 years old. Ava said she no longer wanted to deal with a challenging, troublesome child when he turned 9. The 9-year-old child was admitted to a mental health facility after she went to the court and claimed she needed assistance because he was mentally ill. The doctors and staff, however, did not observe any of the behavior that Ava had described. Instead, they came to the conclusion that the mother had just left her son behind. It made the boy's already challenging life at home even more so. Numerous other patients, including those with aggressive criminal tendencies, developmental disorders, and schizophrenia, had to share common areas with him. David felt confused and angry. Given that both his mother and father had deserted him, he felt stuck and had nowhere to go. He waited by the window on visitation days, hoping to see his mother, but she never showed up. In an attempt to comfort him, the institution's staff offered explanations for his mother's absence, such as her illness or another reason. The boy eventually came to terms with his circumstances. He and the other kids just thought their parents were in need of a vacation. In part, the kids were correct, but in reality, they hadn't been abandoned, at least not in David's case. As terrible as it sounds, such institutions were used in those days to essentially leave a child there. Later, David remembered a boy who was sent to the mental institution by his parents, who treated it like a summer camp while they took their own vacations, and who spent many summers at the clinic. Their son miraculously recovered from his mental illness by the time they got back from their vacation. Doctors evaluated David's intelligence right away. He was always able to express himself clearly and showed remarkable skills remembering sports events with vividness. As a result, the medical staff quickly came to believe that David's mother, Ava, rather than her son, was mentally ill. In order to send David home, they waited for her to recover. But each time they attempted to arrange for the child to return home, his mother turned him away. The clinic staff was forced to formally recognize David's lack of mental abnormalities when he turned 13, but he had nowhere to go yet. As a result, he was moved to a children's home a few blocks from his family's residence. His realization that his relatives lived close by but didn't want to interact with him must have been extremely upsetting. But David ended up with other boys going through adolescence in a shelter. It was only natural for them to try out relationships with one another because they were unable to engage with people of the other sex. Another boy started clamoring for David's attention as soon as he arrived at the children's home. Being extremely persistent, he threatened to tell everyone about David's stay in the mental institution, effectively blackmailing him. Despite his resistance, David would later write in his diary that he gave in and kissed the young blackmailer, feeling instantly repulsed and angry at himself. David adapted to the shelter quite well aside from this incident. Even though David Most had a rough upbringing, spent time in the clinic, and lived in a shelter, his intelligence was innate and unaffected by these experiences. He maintained his focus and dazzled everyone with his extraordinary memory. Life appeared to be getting better until all of a sudden a sense of anger arose inside of him. By the time he was 15, David had attacked Eddie, another boy. While they were playing together, David began strangling Eddie for no apparent reason. When David noticed that Eddie was practically out of breath, he abruptly stopped. Eddie granted his request for forgiveness. Was this a genuine act of repentance? It's unclear because David might have tried to control himself, had nowhere else to go, and didn't want trouble. But because he wrote about it in his 87-page prison journal, we are aware of this incident. However, David's restraint was short-lived, as he soon tried to choke Daniel, another boy. David seized a rope and wrapped it around Daniel's neck while they were in a room together, just watching TV. When he realized Daniel hadn't done him any harm, he stopped once more. "Enough," I told myself. "Leave the rope," he wrote in the diary, and Daniel fell to the ground. He was analyzing his actions and persuading himself that they were wrong. It was as if I was trapped inside myself and someone else was trying to kill Daniel, and I couldn't stop. David started to believe that he had no control over his thoughts or behavior, which was undoubtedly frightening for a teenager whose life lacked a typical parental role model. David was sent back to the institution for the mentally ill after Daniel, who lived, reported the incident. By the time the teenager turned 17, life appeared to be getting better. He made the decision to go home after he and a few other guys fled the clinic. He was devastated to learn that Ava had married and that her unwanted son had no place in her house. Furthermore, She pretended that David had never existed and told everyone that he was a shame to the family. She persuaded him to enlist in the army in order to get rid of him. It's crucial to remember that it was 1971, during the height of the Vietnam War, but maybe it wasn't the worst choice for the boy, to provide him with a purpose in life, a place to live, and practical skills. He was sent to the recruiter by his mother. After being drafted into the army, David was dispatched to Frankfurt, Germany. He worked as a cook at a military installation that also housed civilians. James McLister, a 13-year-old who everyone called Jimmy, was one of them. On the base, his parents were engineers. It was at the Army bowling alley that David and Jimmy first met. David also found another talent. He was a great bowler who competed and made a respectable living doing it. After becoming friends, David and Jimmy spent time together until one night when David woke up in his bed with Jimmy, naked. He became furious. He recommended that Jimmy take a moped ride. The boy obviously viewed him as an older brother, trusted him wholeheartedly, and complied without hesitation. If only he understood David's thoughts. David tied Jimmy to a tree and beat him with a plank he found there after they drove a long way from the base to a location where a World War II bomb crater still existed. Jimmy's killer just untied the body and left it there when Jimmy stopped breathing. David went back to the base and acted as though nothing had occurred. They looked for the boy, of course, but he was only located a month later. Despite being in custody, David managed to persuade the judge that it was a tragic mishap. The boys allegedly damaged the moped, and Jimmy crashed out of it. David hid Jimmy's body because he was afraid and unsure of what to do. He was taken seriously. David was given a 3-year prison sentence because there was no proof of murder. It's interesting to note that David behaved flawlessly while incarcerated, received a diploma, wrote to his family once a week, and learned practical new skills. He was eligible to be considered for early release on parole because of his excellent behavior, but he turned down the offer. The young man was terrified of being free as he realized what he was capable of. He had ample opportunity to think about his actions while confined, and he came to the conclusion that he would undoubtedly murder someone else if he were freed. He was repulsed by such thoughts and feelings and hated himself for them. Because he had a conscience, his lawyer subsequently referred to him as one of the most remarkable serial killers. Even up until the point at which he committed another murder, he felt bad about killing people. Because of what he had done, he detested himself, but the desire to kill came back, and he gave in and killed once more. It's a really odd behavioral pattern. However, when he turned 23 in 1977, he was set free. He made friends with a teenage boy after relocating to Chicago 2 years later. Although it appeared that they were friended, David occasionally felt the urge to stab the boy while he was staying overnight. David gave in to this overwhelming desire after they had another drink, and the teenager dozed off on the couch. He nearly disemboweled him by stabbing him in the abdomen with a knife, but the teenager lived. David was found guilty of attempting to kill someone. He was found not guilty, despite lying on the witness stand. We don't know what he said to convince them. Maybe he was also a devilishly convincing person when needed. David had not been able to learn to control his desires by the time he was 27. He remembered the kiss at the orphanage when a boy came up to him, trying to figure out what was happening to him. He hypothesized that his bad behavior stemmed from this unpleasant, intimate experience. He therefore made the decision to track down and murder that boy, who was now a man. He thought he could stop his destructive impulses and desires by doing this. He therefore embarked on a quest to target this man with his anger. But he found out that the man was incarcerated when he got to the location where the boy had lived. Therefore, David wasn't the only person who got into trouble after leaving that orphanage. He was unable to control his urge to kill or vent his anger on his offender. Then he saw a 15-year-old boy named Donald Jones going by his car. He was utterly innocent and just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Under the pretense of a straightforward odd job, David persuaded the teenager to get into the car and drove him to a remote location with quarries. Like his last victim, he stabbed Donald multiple times in the abdomen. He later described in his diary how the boy repeatedly pleaded with him not to be killed, saying, "Don't kill me, I'm only 15 years old." Nevertheless, David was powerless to stop himself. Then, unable to leave the teenager alone, he led him to the section of the quarry that was flooded. The teen died. David left the town without waiting for the body to be found. He was aware that Galveston, Texas was where his uncle resided. David was given a job in his construction company and was permitted to live with his uncle. Once more, David demonstrated that he was a great worker, but after he unintentionally damaged the company van, his uncle fired him. The situation worsened. He offered a 14-year-old boy alcohol and illegal drugs when he invited him to his hotel room, but instead he started beating him. He stopped abruptly, as though the regular David took over and realized he had committed this terrible deed. Embarrassed, he dropped the weapon and started crying. David was given a 5-year sentence and the boy lived. He once more believed that he would carry on killing if he were released from prison. He was extradited to Chicago in 1982 in connection with the murder of Donald Jones, after investigators began linking him to the Donald case. They kept him in a mental health facility for a long time because they didn't think he was competent to stand trial. But in 1994, after waiting for a trial for 10 years, David acknowledged his guilt. He received a 35-year sentence. He was the most dangerous inmate the Illinois Department of Corrections would have, according to a report written by the Cook County prosecutor. He was even called a criminal on par with John Wayne Gacy by the sheriff. However, David Moust's sentence was lowered by 12 years because he had to wait 12 years for a trial and extradition. His remaining sentence was also reduced by 2 years due to his excellent behavior while incarcerated. In a 6-page letter to the Illinois Department of Corrections, David expressed his desire to remain incarcerated and acknowledged that he was unable to control himself. Illinois had a law at the time that permitted a convicted sexual assault offender to voluntarily serve out the rest of their life in prison. When given this choice, David wrote back, "Bring the papers, I'll sign everything," but no one approached him. His attorney claims that the letter was never even read, and he was freed from detention in 1999. Following a subsequent release, David relocated to Oak Park, Illinois. A year later, he attacked his friend Anthony by striking him on the back of the head with a metal pipe, despite his hope that a new place to live would allow him to start over. It would seem reasonable to assume that the police would deal with him more severely this time, but since Anthony was a former gang member who didn't want to involve the police and wouldn't testify against David, no charges were even filed against him. After his parole expired in 2002, David made the decision to relocate once more, this time to Hammond, Indiana. He discovered a local job that frequently involved and was frequented by teenagers. Employers were already able to investigate the backgrounds of potential hires by that point. David was just permitted to work with young boys in spite of his history of abusing teenagers. He soon fell back into his old routine, going to public pools and other places where teenagers congregated. By assigning the boys what appeared to be easy tasks, he gave them chances to make money. No teen would turn down the opportunity to make some cash by performing an apparently simple task, but these tasks turned out to be sinister. This went on until the disappearance of James Rainey, 16, and Michael Dennis, 13. That summer, David had made friends with these boys at the public pool and invited them to his house. The boys disappeared on September 10, 2003, the last time they were spotted. Given Michael and James's disobedient behavior, the police initially thought they might have simply fled. Therefore, the disappearance of Nick James, 19, on May 2, 2003, garnered more attention than the disappearance of these two boys. Nick James's family had been putting pressure on the police for months, and he wasn't rebellious. Investigators looked into his background after discovering that he shared a store with David Moust. They asked him to take a polygraph test because they had no proof, and he passed. He said he hadn't seen them in a while, which was pretty much accurate, but they didn't inquire as to whether he had murdered the boys. Investigators chose to search David's home even though he passed the polygraph exam. In 2003, the canine-wielding officer, Emo, was on the hunt for bodies. In order to search David Moust's basement, the police invited the dog and its handler. The dog started barking at the basement's far wall when the officer gave Emo the order. The handler told investigators that although the dog had been trained to pretend to dig, this behavior was strange because the dog was acting against its training. However, there had to be a reason why the dog wouldn't leave that specific location, so it was necessary to break through the concrete and investigate what was behind it. They were asked to go back to the same house a week later. Nothing was discovered when officers dug a deep hole in the floor. They went around and drilled a longer hole, but they were unsuccessful, so they gave up. They requested that they bring the dog back. He went straight to the hole this time and lay down. Since the officer was unable to record this, he asked the handler to give the dog another command. The dog then went to another hole and lay down again. After bringing in a concrete specialist, police discovered that David had used a staggering 80 bags of concrete. This was obviously done to conceal something, most likely bodies. 3 bodies were discovered when the police finally removed the concrete. Along with Nick, David had buried James and Michael beneath the basement after suffocating them in his apartment. David's brother and mother, who hadn't spoken to him in a long time, suddenly showed up. In numerous interviews, Jeffrey questioned whether the events could have been avoided had the police taken notice of David sooner. He claimed that his brother had committed horrible things when he was younger, but he had no proof. In addition, his brother and mother, who had not spoken to David in a long time, appeared to be desperate for attention. Jeffrey even had aspirations of becoming a writer. Thomas Wayne, his lawyer, claimed that although David was a serial killer, he wasn't born that way. The lawyer genuinely thought that his childhood was the recipe for making a serial killer, if anyone was looking for it. He never learned how to interact with others or live in society. David entered a guilty plea to the killings in November 2005 and received 3 life sentences. David died in January 2006 at the age of 51. He confessed to 5 murders, including 3 in Hammond, in a note discovered in his cell. He expressed his disappointment in not receiving a death sentence because he believed he deserved it. He felt that he would not have committed as many crimes if he had been kept out of the public eye. He also didn't want his existence to be funded by taxpayers. He accepted responsibility for his actions and begged the families of the victims for forgiveness. He only blamed himself, not his parents or upbringing. David wrote that although he loved his family, they never loved him back. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Little Bria had only ever been frightened by imaginary monsters. She called her mother, Michelle, on November 20, 2000, claiming to have seen someone outside the window. The day before, 3 armed men wearing masks broke into her house. Michelle looked out and saw no one, so she dismissed her daughter's words as the product of her young imagination. The difference with this incident, though, was that Bria saw them. They had looked through the window. Michelle and Bria were being held at gunpoint in their own home's living room by the same individuals who had been there the previous evening. In a peaceful San Diego, California suburb, it was November 2009. Michelle Renee was 35 years old and had just returned home from her job as a manager at the bank. She and her 7-year-old daughter, Bria, resided in a rather remote home. Michelle had been a bank manager for more than 13 years, putting in a lot of time and effort to advance through the ranks and land a job where she was respected and trusted. She was happy to be home with Bria after a long day. The 2 of them were playing Game Boy on the couch when a loud noise suddenly burst from somewhere behind them. Michelle saw 3 people when she turned around. As though they were a takeover squad, they stormed into the house. This was obviously not a SWAT team, though. The strangers wore all black clothing and were armed. Bria and Michelle screamed. When Michelle was grabbed by her hair, a gun aimed at her face and flung to the floor close to the couch, she was able to see her daughter running into another room. After securing her with duct tape, they turned the woman to face her daughter, who was lying face down close to the door with her hands and legs bound. "Are you going to kill Mommy?" Bria asked. "Do you intend to murder me?" The stranger said, "No, if the mother does everything we tell her to Michelle's belief that they had broken in to kill them. Michelle was told bluntly by the illegal intruders, "You will rob the bank for us, or we will kill you, and your daughter will be first." The intruders told Michelle that they had been watching her for months and had a plan because they knew she was a bank manager. They would stay with her all night to give her instructions and make sure she understood exactly what she was supposed to do. As they held her and her daughter bound on the couch with tape, the gang leader gave her explicit instructions throughout the night, stressing what she needed to do repeatedly. He told Michelle that 6 more gang members were standing guard outside, waiting to murder her if she did anything stupid. Around 11, a female voice on the radio caught his attention, as if to reaffirm what he had just said. He was told by the accomplice that a car had pulled into the driveway. The neighbor of Michelle and Bria had shown up. She lived in the same building and was named Kimbra. She was obviously very drunk after returning from a night out. She shocked the criminals by resisting their attempts to grab her. One of the criminals shouted at Kimbra not to move while pointing the weapon straight at his face. In an attempt to shield her friend, Michelle pushed his arm away, but he pointed the gun at her and hissed at her to never touch him again. Kimbra was finally restrained, and they all waited for dawn. Michelle became aware that she might be spending her final evening with her daughter. She needed to share everything with Bria. Thinking that this might be the last time she would ever touch her daughter's hair or see her sleeping, the mother smoothed her hair to give her some space to rest. The nightmare persisted in the morning. The robbers' leader told her to get up and prepare for work at 6 o'clock. He interrupted her to apply dynamite to her as she was getting dressed and arranging her hair. She was in excruciating pain as he taped it firmly to her back. Kimbra and Bria were also outfitted with sets of explosives by the criminals. The girl sobbed and asked what it was, but the mother merely muttered something because she didn't want her to become even more terrified. Then they showed Michelle something that looked like a lock on a door. According to the man, it was a detonator, and he would press the button if she made even the slightest mistake. The detonator had a 10-meter radius, he added. Bria was placed in her bedroom closet by the criminals. The mother reiterated that everything would be all right and that she would be back shortly. "Mom, have courage," her daughter said. 2 men remained inside the house as Michelle left, and the gang leader gave her a suitcase containing a sports bag before hiding in the backseat of her Jeep. As she always did, she was headed to work in a minute, but this time she had a gun pressed against her side and dynamite strapped to her back. She parked in her usual spot when she arrived, and the man told her she had 5 minutes to come out with the money after the cash collector arrived before she got out of the car. He had his finger on the detonator in case something went wrong. Around 9 o'clock, the cash collector showed up and handed over the cash. Michelle was in charge of getting the money because she was a bank manager. Michelle asked her colleague to go with her to the vault as soon as his car pulled away, and she explained the situation. Michelle was left with no choice but to stuff the bag full of cash while her colleague watched in horror as the bank manager did something so unthinkable. Her heart pounded. Was she moving quickly enough? Naturally, Michelle's co-workers informed the police about the incident, but first she took $360,000 out of the bank. She climbed into the Jeep and got ready to do whatever was asked of her. The criminal told Michelle that she would find her Jeep further down the street and told her to get out of the car after a few blocks. And so, it came to pass. She located her vehicle, got into it, and drove quickly home. The woman didn't know if she would find her daughter alive when she got home. She saw Kimbra's car was gone as soon as she pulled up to the house. She called for Bria as she entered the house, but the silence was uncanny. At last, she heard a small voice. From the other side of the house, Bria was calling to her. Her mother had left the girl in the closet, and she was still there. Relieved, the woman gave her daughter a hug, but it wasn't quite over. Bria saw her mother's expression change to one of panic. The gang leader had departed without taking the dynamite away from her. What if the detonator was used remotely by the criminals? Before departing, Kimbra informed Michelle that they had just cut the tape and thrown the explosives against the far wall, removing the dynamite from the girl and her back. They all rushed to the nearby homes after that. Investigators from the FBI, police, and even a bomb disposal team quickly swarmed the street. The officers soon realized that the dynamite was a fake, consisting only of 2 sticks painted red. However, no one would risk their lives assuming they were fake, given the low lighting and the fact that they were on the victims' backs in such a dire situation. However, Michelle made an effort to commit every detail that might aid in identifying the criminals to memory during the incredibly terrifying 14 hours that she was held captive. It made it possible for her to concentrate on something else rather than the situation's horror. Actually, it was her special talent for picking up on subtleties in people's looks and actions that others might miss. She committed the criminals' physique to memory, attempted to gauge their height from the house's furnishings, took note of their footwear and jeans, and examined the appearance of their weapons. She eventually had to use the restroom, so the gang leader accompanied her. She flipped the switch, brightening the man's face as he led her to the restroom. He was still wearing a mask, of course, but Michelle could see his eyes clearly. They were big, expressive, and a little red at the corner. All of a sudden, she recognized this person from her bank office. She frequently handled new client accounts in her role as bank manager, and on that particular day, a man had visited her office. He clarified that he needed information about opening accounts and making investments because he would shortly inherit a sizable sum. He repeatedly asked the same questions while seated at her desk. The man introduced his companion as Lisa, and they departed when a woman finally came in and said, "Chris, we need to go." However, he gave Michelle his business card before he left. She put it in her desk's top drawer. Michelle's mind was racing with all of these ideas, and she felt that she needed to be extremely careful and not even hint at her recognition of him. Additionally, she recognized his accomplice because she occasionally heard Lisa's voice on the radio. They wouldn't let her die if she messed up. Michelle then requested that the officers immediately check her desk's top drawer. The business card wasn't a fake. It was there. Christopher Butler was the man's name. Butler's conviction as a bank robber was quickly discovered by the FBI. They discovered his residence and placed him under observation. The bank was only a few kilometers from Butler's home and that of his fiancée, Lisa Ramirez. The other two men, Robert Ortiz, who had his sights set on Bria, and Christopher Higgins, a big man who protected Michelle, were soon recognized by detectives. The decision to arrest Christopher and Lisa was made on December 1. They were allegedly pulled over for document verification during a routine traffic stop. There was just so much evidence in the car. In a stressful situation, the pneumatic gun in the glove compartment appeared completely real. In addition, the officers discovered a black bag Michelle had described, gloves, homemade masks, Michelle's credit cards, banknote adhesive ribbons, and even a door lock that the criminals had managed to pass off as a detonator. Two investigators waited for more evidence in the house. Officers discovered a sample of dynamite bearing Christopher and Lisa's fingerprints, along with all the ingredients needed to make fake dynamite. Because they were sure they wouldn't be linked to the crime, the accomplices left a ton of evidence. The $360,000 that was stolen, however, was not discovered by the officers in the house or the car. On that same day, they took $93,000 and arrested Higgins. Higgins admitted to everything and talked about going to Vegas for a few $1,000s. Ortiz fled, but he had $32,000 from the bank when he was apprehended in Wisconsin 3 months later, and he admitted to everything. Christopher Butler, however, denied everything, even in the face of indisputable proof. His fingerprints on the dynamite. Lisa rejected his attempt to place the blame on her. She acknowledged that she was the woman Michelle had heard on the radio. She even acknowledged that she came up with the plan to steal the bank manager using fake dynamite. Lisa disclosed that although they divided the funds into 3 sections, over $100,000 of their portion with Butler was pilfered. To the surprise of all, she said Michelle was part of the plot. Everything had to be confirmed by the police. Michelle acted exactly like a real victim of the crime would have when they recreated the events of that day. Every detail of the victims, Higgins, and Ortiz's accounts lined up, and investigators were unable to uncover any proof linking Michelle to the plot. All 4 suspects were in custody awaiting trial by the spring of 2001. But Michelle and Bria were still processing that terrifying night. The girl thought the criminals would eventually find them and kill them, so she desperately wanted to hide somewhere. She changed from a joyful, fearless, and energetic youngster to a terrified being who feared solitude. Michelle took Bria to stay with her grandmother in Alaska in June because of this. She went back to finish things up and moved to Alaska with her dog, essentially no money and a camera, leaving the child with her grandmother. She drove off on a 9-day journey. Since she had committed to returning for Bria's birthday, she was only on the road for 9 days. Their healing really started only after they relocated. Michelle and Bria were prepared to confront their criminals when they returned to San Diego for the trial a year later. Michelle believed the trial was merely a formality because the investigators had gathered so much evidence. How foolish she was. Together, Christopher and Lisa were put on trial. Lisa would find it challenging to maintain her innocence because she confessed during a videotaped interrogation. In order to spare her from life in prison, her attorney made a deal with prosecutor Tom Manning, but he turned it down. However, the judge was compelled to forbid using Lisa's statements in court because she incriminated Christopher as well as herself during the interrogation. The case depended almost exclusively on Michelle's statements in the absence of Lisa's confession. The attorneys for Christopher and Lisa made the decision to pursue Michelle in an effort to damage her reputation. The jury doesn't think angry witnesses are trustworthy. Michelle did not do well on the witness stand, and they were successful. The problem was that Michelle wasn't your typical victim. She had been a stripper for many years. It was a decision she had to make in order to live, and the woman didn't hide it. Michelle left home when she was 15 years old and put in a lot of effort to rise from bank manager to regional vice president before taking a bank manager position to spend more time with Bria. She kept up her exotic dancing for a while, even while she was employed at the bank. However, Michelle's integrity as a witness was called into question by something else. She falsified her resume and other documents, listing experience and skills she didn't have in order to obtain a job at the bank. This appeared to be less than ideal from a legal standpoint. Butler's attorney also probed her personal life in an attempt to paint her as a careless, egotistical mother who would stop at nothing to get money. Her financial troubles might have served as a catalyst for the conspiracy. Since the FBI reports made no reference to Michelle recognizing Lisa's voice on the radio, Lisa's attorney asserted that Michelle had lied about it, and there was nothing stopping him from adamantly declaring that the voice on the radio was not that of his client, because Lisa's admission was not heard in court. He then asked Michelle about marked bills, which are traceable banknotes that banks store in safes in case of a robbery. She didn't intend to endanger her daughter's life, and the criminals cautioned her against taking such notes. However, the attorney now asserted that it was suspicious. In addition, he questioned her maternal instincts, knowing that her daughter is wearing dynamite. Would a mother rush to the house where she is? Following Michelle's 3-day testimony, Christopher took the stand. He testified that he had a romantic relationship with Michelle and that she was behind it all. He had no proof, of course, but his plan was obvious. First and foremost, he was committed to keeping Lisa safe at all costs. Second, compared to kidnapping for robbery, the robbery was deemed less serious. However, his plan only partially succeeded. After 5 days of deliberation, the jury found Christopher guilty of robbery and kidnapping Kimbra and Bria, but they were unsure about Michelle's abduction. 2 jurors abstained, and 1 juror thought Butler was right. He received 3 consecutive life sentences plus an extra 64 years in prison. Lisa was acquitted of all charges. Both Higgins and Ortiz were swiftly convicted in the second trial, which proceeded completely differently. Each received a 32-year sentence. There was never any trace of the remaining $260,000 in bank funds. Therefore, while the guilty were incarcerated to serve their sentences, Bria and Michelle saw it as only the beginning. It was a difficult road for them to heal, but eventually Michelle understood that she could either take charge and set an example and support system for her daughter, or she could become angry and blame the kidnappers for all of her life's shortcomings. So she did. She began her own public relations firm from the beginning, gave numerous speeches in public, told other assault survivors her story, and penned a book that was made into the movie In Captivity. Bria followed her dreams after being inspired by her mother. Despite receiving a multiple sclerosis diagnosis at the age of 18, she went on to attend college and join the school cheerleading squad, but they had to confront the past once more after their world was destroyed 20 years ago. Christopher was granted parole in June 20. Tom Manning, the prosecutor, made the decision to attend the hearing. He had a strategy. Christopher Butler was questioned by him regarding all of his false statements made in court. Christopher could have insisted on his version and carried the truth to his grave, so it was a dangerous plan. However, he acknowledged that Michelle was never a part of the conspiracy and that they did not have a relationship. He blamed his ex-girlfriend Lisa Ramirez for the crime, but he refused to accept responsibility for it. He conveyed his profound apologies for the suffering his victims had endured as a result of him. Christopher acknowledged that he felt deeply moved by Michelle's book and that he regretted what he had done. Despite their forgiveness, Michelle and Bria opposed his release and repeatedly refused to let him go. They had a fundamentally different attitude toward Ortiz and the other 2 men. In court, he was the one who expressed regret to Michelle. Ortiz was released in January 2021 after Bria spoke favorably during his parole hearing. Working together in Michelle's newly established business, Michelle and Bria are now closer than ever. Michelle's 9-day healing journey to Alaska altered her worldview, and she wrote another book about it. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Without love, trust, and basic respect, what sustains a marriage? For the sake of the children, some attempt to keep the family together. Some are deterred by religious convictions or a combination of these, while others are concerned about other people's opinions and dread public criticism. However, the will to do whatever it takes to keep a marriage intact can occasionally degenerate into a terrible tragedy. Although Jacqueline and Paul Crimble's story is not unusual, its cruelty, selfishness, and cynicism garnered a lot of attention. The perpetrator was labeled the Black Widow and imprisoned, but in an open interview, her daughter admitted that her mother persisted in destroying lives while incarcerated. The connection between Paul Crimble and Jacqueline. Born on December 18, 1974, in County Armagh, Northern Ireland, Jacqueline, also known as Jackie Mary Bennett, was the younger of two children in a typical middle-class household. She was unpredictable, spoilt, rebellious, and occasionally even violent from an early age. Jackie's behavior worsened over her adolescence and eventually became uncontrollable, but her family blamed it on adolescence in the hopes that she would outgrow it. As they say, opposites attract, and this idea seemed to work wonderfully when she met Paul Crimble in high school. He was 3 years older than her and very different from her. Here, Paul was a quiet, reserved young man from a devout household who excelled academically and was seen as having great talent and promise. He was drawn to Jacqueline's confidence, vigor, and audacity. She was the first female he had a serious crush on, and perhaps the only one. Paul was welcomed by Jackie's parents, who supported her decision since they thought he would help their daughter become more composed, logical, and sensible. Her family accepted Paul like a member of the family from the moment they met, and at times it seemed that they treated him better than Jackie herself. Paul's parents, however, were wary of his decision, but did not dissuade the young pair from dating. The couple appeared to be incompatible, according to school friends as well. Paul attempted to settle everything amicably, avoiding violence, and was seen as amiable, forthright, and extremely responsible. But Jackie frequently incited arguments and preferred to settle them with physical force. A courteous, sensible, and mature young guy above his years, he was always dependable and always willing to provide a helping hand to others. When Jacqueline became pregnant at the age of 17, she informed her boyfriend that she was in her last year of school and that Paul, then 20 years old, was already enrolled in college. Paul said he was ready to marry her and assume full responsibility for her and the child as soon as he found out. Although Jacqueline wasn't prepared for parenthood or child-rearing, ending the pregnancy was unavoidable. Such a serious offense would not be tolerated by Paul or his pious family. Jackie accepted Paul's formal proposal when he purchased a ring. In 1992, the couple celebrated with their closest friends and family at a small wedding. Remarkably, just a few days prior to the occurrence, Hall told his best friend that he and Jacqueline were too dissimilar, questioned whether her sentiments were genuine, and was even scared of her because of her erratic behavior. Additionally, the groom questioned whether he genuinely loved her or if he was merely feeling obligated and sympathetic. However, he had nothing to compare because he had never dated other girls. After paying close attention, his friend attempted to talk Paul out of getting married by telling him that it would be the worst decision he ever made and that he would be miserable for the rest of his life. Paul was adamant, though, stating that he couldn't abandon a girl who was expecting his child. In addition, he thought that becoming a mother would improve Jacqueline's personality by making her softer and more composed. Paul had generally hoped for the best, but he was unaware of how mistaken he was. Life in the family without affection. The young couple's first child, a daughter named Danielle, was born at the beginning of 1993. Jacqueline gave birth to their son 6 years later. After the birth of their second kid, Adam Paul made sure his family had all they needed, because he was their only provider. In 2000, the offenders moved into a comfortable 3-bedroom townhouse in Armagh after deciding they needed a larger residence. Paul was making a good living as a senior mechanical engineer by that time. However, his wife claimed to prefer work and did not bother herself with it, running the home and bringing up the kids, but she was also not very good at either. Jackie was a short-tempered, greedy, and lazy person who frequently acted aggressively, even with her kids. Jacqueline attempted to find employment when the kids were a little older, but she was never able to hold down a position for very long due to her combative and argumentative personality. In addition, she went out to bars almost every evening to consume alcohol while her husband stayed at home with their son and daughter. Mrs. Crimble was not a particularly amiable lady, even when she was sober, and she became a true rage when she was drunk. In addition to starting arguments, she also got into fights, cursed, and acted inappropriately around different males. Nobody could foresee what she would do next, and she reacted aggressively to any comments or suggestions to act more humbly. Family, friends, and neighbors knew what was going on and truly felt sorry for Paul and the kids, who were the ones who were most negatively impacted by Jacqueline's actions. Many people were aware of the young woman's misadventures and made an effort to stay away from her because the family resided in a tiny, peaceful town. Her husband and kids were impacted by her negative reputation, and they had to deal with the fallout from their classmates. Jackie didn't try to disguise her crazy lifestyle. Her frequent visits to entertainment venues, however, made the staff and other patrons nervous because they knew that her presence would undoubtedly result in a brawl or altercation. Because she may strike out at any time, Jacqueline held her family in constant fear, although Paul made an effort to keep his mouth shut. His friends, family, and co-workers saw that he was uncomfortable with his wife or even just talking about her. Paul was frequently told to leave this woman, but he was afraid of losing the opportunity to see his kids. Jackie would instantly threaten to cut him off from their son and daughter in the event of any disagreement. She also threatened to use her friends against him. These were males she frequently saw at bars who were willing to break the law to protect her. In these circumstances, Paul typically gave in to his wife and said nothing. The unexplained assault on Sunday morning, June 20, 2004, a terrified woman begged for assistance by calling the emergency services. She said that she and her husband were ambushed in their home by 3 strangers who beat them, tied them up, tried to rob them, and then took their car and her husband with them. When Jacqueline Crimble called, police and emergency personnel hurried to the address she gave. They discovered a woman at the house with a plastic wire tie securing her hands behind her back. But since her legs were unbound, the authorities assumed she had partially freed herself. Notably, despite the victim's initial claims that the attackers had beaten and bound them, she had no wounds or bruises on her body. Luckily, the couple's kids weren't home because they were sent to be with their paternal grandparents for the weekend. Jacqueline claims that she and her spouse had gone to a pub on Saturday night to unwind. After midnight, they went home after drinking. But just as Paul was opening the front door, 3 people sprung into the shadows and shoved them inside. Armed with a revolver, the invaders battered and restrained the couple while requesting money and illegal drugs. Paul reportedly made an effort to placate the crooks by pleading with them to let him and his wife go and vowing not to notify the police. However, this only infuriated them. In front of the frightened Jacqueline, they struck him multiple times before starting to strangle him with a plastic bag. The attackers chose to at least take the car when it became evident that there was no money or illegal drugs in the house. But for some reason they took the owner with them, leaving the chained woman behind. Jacqueline was able to use her tongue to get to the phone and call the police when the thieves drove off with Paul. She pleaded with the investigators to locate and rescue her husband right away because she was certain he might still be alive. The authorities had no reason to suspect the woman, although she looked and behaved suspiciously calm despite her anxiety. The disfigured body in the trunk at that very moment. Investigators started gathering evidence at the crime scene as soon as the couple's car was reported stolen throughout the county. Although they made an effort to learn as much as they could about the assault, Jacqueline asserted that the culprits were disguised. She was unable to remember any identifying characteristics, such as limping, speech impairments, or specifics of the clothing. All she could say was that they were men, and there were 3 of them. Less than a day later, on Monday morning, the Crimble family automobile was discovered abandoned only 3 miles from the residence where the attack had occurred after the search got underway. It was parked next to a long, empty home in a secluded alley. The owner's mangled body, which was obviously beaten and tortured, lay inside the trunk. The 35-year-old man had several bruises all over his body and face, his hands tied behind his back, and his legs shackled with a wire tie. Jackie responded very composedly when she was told about the gory discovery. She didn't appear to mind her husband's cruel deprivation, who was also the father of her children. She made an effort to look shocked and hurt, but she was unable to shed a tear, so she asked when she would be able to have her car back in less than a minute. All of this seemed quite suspicious, so the police investigated the young widow, the primary suspect. At first, Jacqueline's version was accepted as the sole reliable one and was not questioned. Law enforcement, however, suspected the widowed mother of two might be lying because of her peculiar conduct. She was never a model wife or mother, and it soon became clear that she and Paul had been having a long-term, failing marriage. She was disparaged by her parents and kids as well as by neighbors and acquaintances. Additionally, it was discovered that Jackie had been dating Roger Ferguson for a number of months. He resided with his mother on the farm he owned in Armagh. She and Crimebull were frequently spotted drinking alcohol together in the town's entertainment establishments. Additionally, Roger paid the married woman a visit at home while her husband was at work and the kids were at daycare and school. Roger was thought to be a potential accomplice, and Jacqueline switched from victim to the primary suspect just one day after the automobile with the mutilated body was discovered. The woman seemed far more focused on getting her automobile back than she did on being a heartbroken widow. In addition, her story of being attacked by a group of armed addicts sounded unbelievable. Where had they gone after leaving the car with a body in the trunk? And this was the first time something like this had ever happened in the sleepy town. It was also odd that the enigmatic crooks were able to leave no evidence behind. No other eyewitness reported seeing dubious visitors around the community. But nearly everyone who ever had contact with the victim had bad things to say about her. Furthermore, it was quickly discovered that the dead had an insurance policy, and in the event of his death, his wife could anticipate receiving a hefty settlement of £300,000 sterling. In this instance, a legitimate motivation that could account for the crime had emerged. Jacqueline said she was able to use her tongue to dial a button phone and make a help call during the crime investigation. In fact, there were traces of her saliva on the gadget when it was taken for inspection. Investigators did see, however, that the phone was on the coffee table, face down, with her hands bound behind her back during the first examination of the crime scene. If it had been in that position from the beginning, she could not have switched it over after the call or called for assistance. The couple's home computer search history showed odd searches. When Jacqueline was queried explicitly about the months-long search for information on life insurance payout amounts and procedures in the case of the policyholder's death, she claimed to know nothing and implied that maybe Paul would be interested. Roger Ferguson had a strong alibi and was thought to be a possible collaborator in the crime. According to his mother, he stayed at home the night since he wasn't feeling well, and at 1:30 in the morning, she was looking through the home medicine cabinet for a remedy for his stomach problems. The old woman's evidence was compelling, but her son was not yet taken off the suspect list. When police used the signals from the suspect's cell phones to monitor their whereabouts on the night of the crime, they found that Roger had not been home as his mother had reported. As an alternative, he spent many hours at the Crimbulls' home. He also kept up his friendship with the widow, and the day after Paul's funeral, he was spotted with her at a bar. The fact that Roger and Jacqueline went to a car dealership together to check at SUVs and ask about payment arrangements for such a costly purchase was another oddity. Even more strange was the presence of Roger's mother. Roger's mother was probably aware that the authorities assumed the lovers had already decided how they would spend the insurance payout following Paul's death. Jackie said during questioning that she never cheated on her husband and that she didn't intend to hurt him, but soon after no one believed her. Jacqueline had begun working as a caregiver in a nursing home prior to the disaster, but she was fired after just a few weeks because of her persistent lying and arguments. She continued to act as though she was going to work or having night shifts while staying at Ferguson's residence, though, and kept this a secret from her husband. Paul encountered one of his wife's former co-workers who unintentionally told him everything about the lie. His attempt to speak with his wife just led to further arguments. She threatened to kidnap the kids, ban their biological father from seeing them, and leave him for her boyfriend. Paul decided to compromise and ignored her adultery because this was his greatest concern. His closest friend, who subsequently testified in court as a witness, was the only person he could confide in regarding the formulation and implementation of a cunning scheme. Roger wasn't very intelligent. Despite his strength, he was easily led and had a simple intellect. Jacqueline rapidly gained total control over him by coercing her lover into doing what she wanted. She was greatly charmed by the fact that he would gladly engage in combat for her. He probably believed whatever she said since he was truly in love with her. Ferguson heard the woman's complaints about her husband, who, she claimed, was physically violent, unpleasant, and harsh. All of this was undoubtedly false, but the lover detested Paul more and more with each grievance, thinking that he was the primary source of Jacqueline's suffering and oppression, and the primary barrier to their happiness together. She instilled in his mind the notion that by getting rid of her spouse, all of their issues would be resolved and they could live together while earning a sizable income for a pleasant lifestyle. Mrs. Kremble searched for somebody who would commit the crime for cash for about 2 weeks before to the catastrophe, but she and Roger gave up after weighing their alternatives. In order to keep the full insurance payout, it appeared the lovers decided they could do it themselves without leaving any witnesses or evidence. Jacqueline took the kids to spend the weekend with their grandparents on Friday, June 18. She proposed to take her husband out for drinks on Saturday so they could unwind and chat. Paul was happy to accept the offer because he believed it could improve their relationship. It was an invitation to his death, but he was unaware of it. People in the bar that night saw Jackie making a concerted effort to make her husband, who doesn't drink, drunk. After midnight, she led her dazed husband out of the pub after purchasing drinks and almost forcing him to knock back one shot after another. The last time Paul was seen alive, they were captured on security footage. This exposed a notable disparity in timing. According to Jacqueline, the attack happened as soon as the couple returned from their 10-minute stroll to the pub and lasted no more than 15 minutes. She then reportedly phoned the police right away after her husband was abducted and taken away in their vehicle. But it took over an hour and a half from the moment they were caught on camera until the police were called. Investigators thought the offenders used this time to hide their tracks and set up a third-party attack scene. Furthermore, it seems that Jacqueline purposefully made her husband intoxicated, so he would be powerless to refuse. She said that after kicking Paul while he was on the ground, the crook started to strangle him by covering his head with a plastic bag and taping it in place. The type of injuries on the deceased's body supported her story, but by that point, the authorities had irrefutable proof that the attackers were her and her lover, Ferguson. Following a protracted and exhaustive investigation of the crime scene, investigators discovered a partially obliterated imprint of a man's shoe, the tread pattern of which matched Roger's shoes, that had clearly been attempted but unsuccessfully cleaned. However, this evidence can be regarded as circumstantial. Other, more important evidence against the criminal couple was discovered in the kitchen trash, though. A partial fingerprint of Roger's was found on the cable tie that bound Jacqueline's hands, and a cigarette butt with Roger's saliva was discovered. Ferguson's fingerprints were also discovered on the ropes that bound the deceased's hands and feet, and traces of both lovers' perspiration and oil were discovered on the bag that was used to suffocate the victim. A minor acquaintance of Roger's named Colin Robinson was also discovered to have participated in this heinous act by the investigation. On the night of the attack, Roger called him and asked for his assistance with an unidentified task. In order to avoid drawing attention to himself, the teenager drove his car, abandoned it at the end of the street per Roger's request, and walked to the house. Colin wanted to flee when he saw what was occurring, but Roger coerced him into helping transfer the body to the car and load it into the trunk by threatening him with a knife. They then took the vehicle to an empty location and left it there. The terrified young man first denied any involvement in the incident, but during the second interrogation he broke down and started confessing. Trial and punishment. The course of the investigation was several months. They collected indisputable proof throughout this period, spoke with every witness, and got the third criminal to confess. But the offender's trial didn't start until the spring of 2007, nearly 3 years after Paul Cramble was deprived of his life on May 7. The widow received a 20-year sentence after Jacqueline and Roger were found guilty of a premeditated crime with the goal to earn insurance money, in prison, while her accomplice and lover were sentenced to 18 years. Colin Robinson, the juvenile accomplice, received a 3-year term for helping the offenders and trying to hide the truth. Roger's aging mother was likewise unable to avoid accountability for perjury and giving her son a fake alibi. In retaliation against her own children, the woman was only granted a year of probation due to her senior age and severe health issues. Jacqueline persisted in ruining her family's lives while she was incarcerated. Everyone who knew her personally was relieved when she was put in jail, and she was upset that no one stood for her in court. According to her own mother, individuals such as Jackie ought to be permanently removed from society in order to prevent them from hurting others. It's interesting to note that Jacqueline destroyed all of her late husband's possessions and pictures a few days after the funeral, making the house completely devoid of any reminders of him. Somehow, Danielle was able to preserve a few pictures of her father. Her mother was unaware of them, and she kept them on her bedside table. Paul's children received the £300,000 in insurance settlement for which he was slain. Overnight, Danielle and Adam lost both of their parents, but their problems didn't stop there. Their mother was insistent that the children should not be raised by either her parents or the parents of the dead husband. The children were placed in foster care as a result of her efforts to deny them guardianship rights. Danielle was only 11 years old, and her brother Adam was only 5 years old when the tragedy occurred, even though they had living grandparents. From prison, Jacqueline tried to control her children while maintaining her parental rights. She specifically wanted them to use various forms of pressure to publicly declare her innocent. For instance, she said that if they came to see her in prison, she would sign off on their school trips. However, she misled them during the visit by refusing to sign the document and insisting they testify in her favor. Consequently, only the brother and sister were unable to accompany their class on weekend outings. Danielle is currently 31 years old, resides in Basingstoke, works at a daycare, and is seeing an engineer named Simon Bryce. Her 25-year-old brother relocated to London and has a decent degree. With Jacqueline's upcoming release next year, her adult children are extremely concerned that their mother would keep doing everything in her power to ruin their lives. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A prosperous physician living two lives, a future mother in need, a watchful twin sister. Additionally, an overheard conversation made the innocent victim aware of what was going on. This story had everything it needed to be one of the most dramatic. The media, however, mostly ignored it. The story, however, followed the finest traditions of Greek tragedy and took place in Ohio in the 2000s. It took not one, but two deftly placed traps to capture the offender, whose behavior and intentions will cause you to reevaluate your level of trust in the people you let into your home and your heart. Michelle Baker was prepared to become a wife and mother at the age of 33. When her friend introduced her to the amiable young physician Maynard Mincing, happiness appeared to be imminent. The 33-year-old Maynard had prior married life experience. They had similar interests in medicine and a desire to assist others, because Michelle was an EMT in the fire department, because Maynard was the ideal woman. Successful, attractive, and charming, Michelle thought she had won the lottery. The relationship between Michelle and Maynard was like a fairy tale from today. Her boyfriend moved into Michelle's home in Hoover Heights, Ohio within a month. Maynard's children from a previous marriage would visit on the weekends. Michelle saw how happy he was spending time with his children and knew he would be ecstatic when she informed him that he would once again be a father. She was right. There were no limits to his joy. Maynard started searching for a new house right away so that the young family could live together, and he paid $320,000 for a beautiful and comfortable nest. When Maynard proposed that they go to Key West, Florida, where they would get married at sunset while standing barefoot on the sandy beach, Michelle was ecstatic. The enamored couple left for Florida, but Maynard changed his mind on the first day of their romantic weekend. In order to have a traditional ceremony with his family present, he requested that Michelle postpone the impromptu wedding. Michelle ignored this obviously fabricated justification because she still fervently desired to start a family. The two went to a restaurant for dinner that night. The meal went smoothly, but Michelle felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and saw some faint bleeding after she left. She was terrified that she might lose the baby, of course. She was relieved that there was nothing to be concerned about because her fiancé was a doctor. He asked her to try to fall asleep after putting her in bed. The pain went away the following day, but when she got home, Michelle thought it wouldn't hurt to visit Dr. John Shea, her physician. When the doctor confirmed that the fetus was developing normally, she exhaled with relief. Since it was Michelle's first pregnancy, he was sure she was just concerned. She was concerned that the fetus might be affected because she had endometriosis in the past. However, Michelle had a challenging pregnancy. Unidentified spasms and inexplicable bleeding became frequent occurrences, perplexing the medical staff who were unable to come up with a clear explanation. Maynard, who would soon marry Michelle and be the father of their child, thought it would be the ideal opportunity to confess his lingering feelings for his ex-girlfriend, Tammy Wynn, as if the physical suffering wasn't enough. To all of their friends, Maynard had painted Tammy as a horrible person, despite their complex past. As it happened, he was unable to forget her. After realizing that this was the true cause of her boyfriend's wedding postponement, Michelle valued his candor and chose to put even more effort into their relationship rather than break it off. But on July 1, 2000, Michelle's confidence in her future husband swiftly dwindled. Michelle stayed at home taking care of her own chores while Maynard went out of town to go fishing with a friend. Michelle switched on the radio and tuned into a local station, lost in her activities. She heard her beloved order a song for another girl, and it hit her like a ton of bricks. Maynard's voice sounded exactly like the caller. Michelle stood frozen, listening to the discussion with great interest. Michelle's heart fell when the DJ asked the man his name and he said, "Maynard." She was suspicious of her fiancé's true location. She requested a ride from her neighbor to Maynard's ex-girlfriend Tammy's house. When she saw them together on the street, her suspicions were validated. Michelle went up to the man and told him she was ending their relationship. When Tammy entered the discussion, she disclosed that she was unaware that Maynard was living with Michelle. "I'm staying with a friend," he had been telling her. The unfaithful fiancé was immediately evicted from Michelle's house. However, the man wasted no time in attempting to regain Michelle's favor. He called her a few days later and asked her to join him for a picnic so they could chat. He asked Michelle if they could reconcile and expressed regret for his error. She pardoned him because he seemed so sincere, but when Michelle became really ill, the picnic had to be called off. She was in such terrible shape that she was unable to even leave the park restroom. Her bleeding and cramps came back, but this time she also experienced the inability to keep food down. The doctor, who Michelle rushed to see, found nothing alarming. The doctor determined that stress was the cause of her symptoms after the ultrasound revealed that the baby was healthy. Michelle's twin sister, however, saw a fascinating coincidence. She asked Michelle if she found it odd that she was in excruciating pain whenever they were with Maynard. Michelle's sister's suggestion appalled her. She recalled that Maynard had poured her drink at the picnic before the second severe pain episode, and that he had brought glasses from the bar during their dinner in Florida just before she became ill the first time. With her drinks, though, what could he have done? Even though they had discussed the wedding once more and their relationship appeared to be back to normal, Michelle couldn't deny her sister's sensible observation. She also couldn't get rid of the impression that Maynard and his ex-girlfriend weren't entirely over. Michelle once again followed her gut and drove to Tammy's house, where her fiancé's car was parked, when Maynard informed her that he would take the kids to Florida for the weekend. Through an open window, she could hear a conversation between two people she saw inside. She was stunned by what she heard. Maynard responded that he thought he had already dealt with the child when Tammy asked him what he intended to do about it. Michelle came to the conclusion that the only way to keep Maynard as far away from the child as possible was to call the police. Michelle went to report her suspicions to the police. The detectives, however, were dubious after hearing her story and found it hard to accept that someone would try something so unbelievable. They had never seen anything like it in all the years they had worked as police. Although department rules forbade testing pregnant women, the police wanted Michelle to take a lie detector test. As a result, they rejected the notion and told her up front that, given Dr. Minsing's professional status, they would require strong evidence before they could arrest him. Michelle had to handle things herself because there wasn't much they could do in the interim. Michelle demonstrated her abilities as a true detective. With the assistance of a friend, she concealed a tiny video camera inside a fake plant on the kitchen counter and arranged the flowers so that it recorded everything that took place behind the kitchen table. Then, like all famous spies, She asked her boyfriend to join her for dinner and asked him to pour her a soda as she grilled steaks outside. Michelle excused herself under a false pretense and proceeded to the bathroom to pour the soda into a bottle after Maynard handed her her glass. She was horrified to find residue of some substance, not a tiny bit but a noticeable amount of some sort of drug at the bottom of the glass. She calmly poured the soda from the hidden bottle into the glass and went back to the table, trying not to show that she was in shock. However, Maynard kept getting calls from Tammy, so Michelle was unable to continue dinner in a composed manner. "Do you know why Tammy is upset?" he asked Michelle over the phone after he finally left. Michelle wasn't too worried about Tammy's feelings after finding out that her fiancé had been giving her drugs in her drinks, but when she gently inquired as to why Tammy was upset, Maynard surprised her once more by revealing that they had secretly wed earlier that week. Michelle's determination to protect her unborn child outweighed her feelings of hurt and rage over her beloved's betrayal. She immediately took the soda bottle to the police. An expert concluded that Cytotec, a drug used to treat stomach ulcers and induce labor, had been added to the soda. When used carelessly, though, it can also have lethal effects on the fetus. Legally speaking, the detectives had a problem even though they believed Michelle. They didn't have any proof that Maynard put the substance in the glass. In court, a skilled attorney would contend that Michelle falsified it in order to frame her cheating fiancé. The police therefore set up a trap for themselves. When the detectives asked Michelle to inform him that her pregnancy was going well during one of Maynard's phone calls, he invited her to dinner and gave her another dose of the drug. On August 14, 2000, two police officers hid in the garage while hiding a small camera inside a firefighter figurine that was placed on Michelle's kitchen counter. The police stormed into the kitchen and arrested Maynard for attempted murder as soon as they saw him trying to serve Michelle one of his special cocktails. "I hope these are prenatal vitamins," one of the officers said to Maynard, gesturing to the enigmatic material he was holding. The police discovered even more of the same substance in Maynard's vehicle. The doctor was forced to confess after laboratory tests revealed that Cytotec was present in the beverage. Maynard provided an apologetic justification for his horrible act, effectively acknowledging that he had poisoned his ex-fiancée in order to solve the issue. Maynard responded in the affirmative when asked if he thought the child was a problem. Michelle kept going to the doctor once a week and getting ultrasounds once a month. The fetus appeared to be growing normally in spite of multiple doses of the drug, but Michelle went into labor just before Maynard's trial, at 28 weeks of pregnancy. She gave birth to a stillborn daughter, whom she named Michaela. Michelle was surrounded by family and friends in the hospital room, where they were able to bid Michaela farewell and give her one last hug. It was impossible to ascertain whether Michaela's death was caused by Cytotec's effects, because the coroner could not detect any traces of the drug in the placenta. Prosecutors reached agreements with Tammy and Maynard to spare Michelle and her family from a torturous legal process. Tammy was given a 5-year probationary period and 100 hours of community service after acknowledging her guilt about getting the medication with a prescription while working as a nurse. Maynard received a 5-year prison sentence. In the United States, the two spouses would never again be able to work in the medical industry. Maynard startled the people in the courtroom during the trial by declaring that the child's death was the result of a higher power's intervention. In addition to displaying no remorse during the sentencing, and without pleading with Michelle for forgiveness, Maynard asserted that their daughter's death was the will of a higher power, and that the experience would make him stronger. His statement shocked even Judge Barbara Gorman. Judge Gorman said to Maynard, "I must say it was one of the strangest statements I have ever heard. You are a disgrace to your profession, in my opinion. All of this is the consequence of what you did. You must accept responsibility for what transpired." Although the spouses' sentences may be viewed as being rather light, Michelle is aware that Maynard will eventually face consequences for his actions in the afterlife. She made the decision to strike him where it hurt the most, his wallet, in the interim. Michelle Baker sued Tammy Mincing and Maynard Mincing for $3,500,000 in August 2002 over what had happened to her daughter. Orally and in writing, Maynard made it clear time and again that his goal was to get rid of the child. His spouse did not want him to be involved with the child in any way. Michelle's attorneys were therefore certain that they would prevail in the case. The success of Michelle's lawsuit is unknown, but it was made public in 2007 that Maynard filed for bankruptcy. In 2013, the Minxing name reappeared in the obituary of Maynard's father, a prominent local youth organization founder. Tammy and Maynard Minxing were still married and resided in Ohio, according to the note. Whether or not Maynard meant to murder Michelle is unknown, but at least he chose to end her pregnancy against her will. However, Michelle made it clear to Maynard that she did not ask him to be involved in the child's life or to provide financial support, so he could have accomplished his goals without his heinous scheme. He must have been aware of Michelle's strong desire to have children and cruelly denied her the chance to begin a new family life with a fresh start. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman who was determined to return home safely to her children risked her life to get out of a predator's grasp. She had no idea that her courage in assisting in the kidnapper's capture would reveal a much more sinister force and save the lives of innumerable others. By working with the police, she was able to expose the rapist's true identity as well as that of a serial killer. Her testimony's credibility was called into question, though, given the process used to retrieve her memories of the assault. Shackled in chains, the prisoner paced the field, moving across the ground with deliberate steps. He lost himself in recollections, his gaze never leaving the tall yellow grass. The simple clothes he used to wear, jeans, a shirt, and a cap, had become luxurious, and his once dark auburn beard had gone completely gray since his last visit. He was now with police officers, the very people he had avoided for almost 20 years. The prisoner had recently broken his lengthy silence by confessing to the disappearances of multiple young women in the 1990s and agreeing to help the police locate their bodies, which were buried in a field outside of Houston, Texas. Families in Texas and Oklahoma had been tormented for years by the loss of their daughters, who had disappeared in the middle of routine situations, like going for a morning run, getting washed, or coming home from a theater group party. There were no answers for a long time. Finally, the man who had caused their pain, a 56-year-old Texas prisoner who was charged with violence and kidnapping but not murder, spoke. At least 7 victims, including 4 girls who did not survive their interactions with him, were connected to him by the police. When taken as a whole, these cases depicted a serial killer posing as a good Samaritan who preyed on a particular kind of young brunette who was discovered on the streets. Although his surprising admission helped reveal the truth about what had happened to some of the victims, the family's most important question was still, why? Sandra Soppel, then 19 years old, completed her high school education and began working as an exotic dancer in May 1997. She was bringing up 2 kids and getting ready to have a third. Sandra's intelligence and determination, which would ultimately save her life and open a Pandora's box of horrific crimes, were characterized by those who knew her. An frightened young woman called the police on May 17, 1997. Sandra was the one. She described the nightmare she had just gone through. She had been abducted and had thrown herself out of a moving car in a last-ditch attempt to get away. She was taken to a nearby hospital after reporting the crime, and despite her severe injuries, she insisted on talking to detectives. Keeping the kidnapper from hurting anyone else was her top priority. But the fall from the car had messed with her memory, and she had forgotten important details of the crime in her subconscious. Later on, Sandra's recollection would prove to be crucial in cracking the case. After failing to find any early leads, the police changed their strategy and had Sandra put under hypnosis. She remembered specifics of the attack after the session. She remembered the kidnapper's face in addition to the make, model, and color of his vehicle. The police's suspicions about a possible suspect were confirmed by this discovery. Sandra was asked to choose her assailant from a lineup a few weeks following the hypnosis. A man named William Lewis Rice was indicated by her gesture. The police had seen Rice before. He had long been of interest due to his criminal past and actions. Although Rice had a challenging upbringing, he had a strong bond with his mother, who would stop at nothing to help him. Rice was born and raised on a farm in Yukon, Oklahoma. He left school to work as a horseshoer in the 9th grade. He married Judy Fleming, a shy girl he met in Anadarko, Oklahoma, when he was 19 years old. Judy remembered that if she didn't date Rice, he would shoot himself. She initially thought he had good intentions, but she quickly discovered he was capable of extreme cruelty. Their turbulent marriage was characterized by violence and adultery. After Rice broke into her new house, beat her, and put a knife to her throat, Judy finally filed for divorce. Even after getting married and getting divorced once more, Rice's violence spiraled out of control due to his growing hatred of women. Rice's first attack is known to have occurred in the spring of 1986, when her Mustang broke down on Interstate 35. The 19-year-old aerobics instructor, daughter of a sheriff's deputy, found herself stranded. Rice offered to help, but instead he kidnapped her, taped her hands together, and pushed her into his truck's sleeper cabin. After saying he loved her and that they would live together in Houston, he later attacked her. By calling her family from a payphone and feigning the need to use the restroom, the girl was able to get away. For the kidnapping and assault, Rice was taken into custody and given a 25-year prison term. However, because of prosecutorial misconduct, an appellate court lowered his sentence to 10 years in October 1996. Following his release, Rice went back to Anadarko to live with his mother, where he assimilated. His background was unknown to many locals, and he came across as modest and courteous. But by the spring of 1997, local young women were starting to go missing. Now in his late 30s, Rice had relocated to Houston, where he continued shoeing horses and working on construction sites. Although his actions raised suspicions, there was no hard proof that he was responsible for the crimes. When Sandra Sapal identified Rice, it was the last straw for the police. By connecting him to Sandra's attack and other unresolved crimes, they compiled evidence against him. Rice's trial took place in April 1998. In her testimony regarding her kidnapping, Sandra described how Rice had threatened her with a knife, cut her tire, and enticed her to his vehicle. She talked about how she thought her risky escape had saved her life. The defense, however, contested her testimony, claiming that Rice's name and photo might have distorted her memory and that hypnosis was unreliable. In spite of these defenses, the jury convicted Rice of aggravated kidnapping and gave him a 60-year prison term. The community experienced brief respite after Rice was imprisoned, but it wasn't until years later that he came forward with his most sinister secrets. Detectives were able to re-examine cold cases in the mid-2000s thanks to developments in DNA testing. In one instance, Tiffany Johnston, a 19-year-old recently married woman, was kidnapped in July 1997 from a car wash in Bethany, Oklahoma. Although her body was discovered the following day, the case wasn't resolved until 2015, when Rice was connected to the crime by DNA evidence. In order to avoid being executed, Rice consented to assist law enforcement, which helped them locate the remains of two additional victims, Kelly Cox and Jessica Kane, who were interred in the Texas killing fields. Although Rice's motivations were still unknown, his confessions gave his victims' families closure. Some saw his cooperation as a perverted form of pride, while others thought it was motivated by a wish to avoid the death penalty. In any case, his crimes left a path of destruction, and those he had harmed received some justice when he was ultimately sentenced to death. In addition to saving her own life, Sandra Sapal's courage and tenacity helped expose a serial killer who had been terrorizing communities for years. Her story serves as a testament to the tenacity of people who are not intimidated into silence, and her bravery made sure that Rice could no longer prey on innocent lives. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Nobody could have guessed that the couple had sinister secrets. She was an accomplished judge, and he was a successful lawyer. But a terrible thing happened. What began as a tale of love turned into an unimaginable tragedy. The Circuit House colony was quiet on a typical Kanpur evening. However, a mystery that would soon upend the life of Pratibha Gautam, a respected judge who had only moved to the neighborhood a few months earlier, was hidden behind the walls of one apartment in a government-provided residence. Pratibha, a civil judge at the local court, was renowned for her honesty and equity. She had gained the respect of her neighbors and the confidence of her co-workers by being modest but resolute. Before one fateful evening altered everything, it appeared that nothing could disrupt the rhythm of her life. Manu Abhishek Rajan, her husband and a lawyer, started a lengthy journey from Delhi to Kanpur on October 8, 2016. Despite their undeniable love, the couple's relationship was strained by the demands of their careers, and they had only been married for less than a year. While working at the Tis Hazari court in Delhi, Abhishek often stayed behind to spend as much time as possible with his wife. As he drove this evening, he thought about their reunion and looked forward to the weekend they would spend together. Despite the long drive, Abhishek, who was used to such trips, made every effort to communicate with his wife. He tried calling her several times, but no one picked up. He initially thought she was working or enjoying some well-earned relaxation, but he became more uneasy as he approached Kanpur. Why didn't she answer? Why is there no sound? When the first light filled Kanpur's streets on the morning of October 9, Abhishek finally made it to the Circuit House colony and parked outside their apartment. He tried calling her again, but the silence on the other end made him even more worried. As he caught his breath, he hurried to the door after getting out of his car and pressed the doorbell. However, there was only a spooky silence within. Again and again he rang, then knocked, softly at first, then more urgently as panic set in. Since the door was locked from the inside, Pratibha ought to be at home. Abhishek became aware that something was seriously amiss. He made the tough choice to break in with a heavy heart. The door flew open after a series of hard blows. The lock gave way, and Abhishek stepped inside while holding his breath. He was paralyzed by what he saw in the living room. His wife was hanging from the ceiling fan. The air was heavy with an unpleasant smell. Her skin was darkened with dried blood, and her wrists were cut. Abhishek's entire world fell apart in that moment. Everything else became inconsequential. He walked cautiously toward her. The rope gave way when he touched her, and Pratibha's body dropped to the ground. Fear and sadness tightened his chest. He stood over her, finding it difficult to believe what he was seeing. Then, as if in a daze, he knew he had to do something. Ignoring the neighbors' shocked looks, Abhishek ran out of the apartment. He got into his vehicle and drove quickly in the direction of Kanpur Kant, the closest police station. With a trembling voice, he reported that his wife had probably committed suicide. The officer sent a team to the scene right away after listening carefully without interjecting. This signaled the start of an inquiry aimed at answering the numerous mysteries surrounding Pratibha Gautam's last hours. What had become of this powerful woman? Why had her life ended in such a terrible way? There was a spooky silence in the Circuit House colony as officers pushed their way into the apartment. They were shocked by the scene at once. The body on the ground was different from what Abhishek had first said. He claimed to have discovered his wife hanging from the ceiling fan. He clarified that he had taken her down in an attempt to assist in his panic. However, the bloodstains on the furniture and floor only strengthened their suspicions, and this particular detail raised more questions. Senior officers and forensic specialists soon showed up to start gathering evidence. While Abhishek watched, his hands shaking and his face displaying a mixture of shock and fear, they took pictures and collected tangible evidence. Neighbors were beginning to congregate outside, whispering and glancing nervously at each other about what might have happened in the judge's house. The small Uttar Pradeshi town of Orai is where Pratibha Gautam was born. Her mother taught her and her younger sister to be independent and persistent, and she grew up in a middle-class family with a father who worked at a bank. Early on, Pratibha showed an interest in law, and she relocated to Lucknow to attend university after high school. There, she not only graduated with honors, but also made the decision to become a lawyer. Her desire to become a judge eventually led her to Delhi, where she enrolled in graduate school. The pivotal moment in her life occurred in Delhi. She met Manu Abhishek Rajan, a young, ambitious lawyer who shared her desire for career advancement. Abhishek was born into a powerful family. His father, Judge Suresh Chandra Rajan, had a long career that included positions at the CBI and NGT, among other prestigious organizations. What started out as straightforward discussions between Pratibha and Abhishek regarding exam stress and career obstacles quickly developed into something more. Through long walks around the city, study sessions, and library visits, their friendship developed into a romantic partnership, and they soon made the decision to get married. But not everything went as planned. When Pratibha informed her parents that she intended to wed Abhishek, they reacted negatively. Since Abhishek was only an attorney, they felt that he was unfit to be their daughter's partner and that their daughter should have a higher status. Their objections were exacerbated by the caste differences. Nevertheless, the couple decided to fight for their future together because their love was stronger than what society expected. They both made the decision to apply for the junior judge exam in 2013. Pratibha gave her all to the preparation, attending specialized classes, studying at night, and taking practice exams. Her diligence paid off. She started training after passing the competitive exam. Sadly, Abhishek failed the test. Although it was a major setback, he decided to keep going and pursue a career in law, concentrating on criminal cases. They continued to have a solid relationship in spite of the disappointment. Pratibha Gautam began working as an associate civil judge in Kanpur in 2015. She soon proved she was capable of handling the responsibilities and demands of the position, which called for complete dedication. She quickly gained the respect of her peers in the local court due to her fairness and strong work ethic. Abhishek Rajan, meanwhile, pursued his legal career at Delhi's Tis Hazari Court, where his professionalism and tenacity won praise from peers. On January 29, 2016, they took a risky move. They got married in secret at Delhi's Arya Samaj temple. This was a planned move to take charge of their future rather than an act of impulsive behavior. They chose not to tell them since they were aware that neither family would be happy about their union. Only a few close friends who assisted in planning the event attended the low-key ceremony. They kept their marriage a secret from their families until shortly after it was formally registered. The couple made an effort to patch things up with their family after the wedding. Pratibha was eventually accepted as a daughter-in-law by Abhishek's family, who also showed interest in her life. Pratibha's family, however, was adamant in their disapproval. They were unable to forgive her for selecting a partner whose background and status they considered inappropriate. 2 months after the wedding, on April 23rd, Pratibha and Abhishek announced their union with a reception in Delhi. The celebration was lively and joyful, but it was clouded by Pratibha's parents' absence. It wasn't until after the wedding that her parents learned about it. They refused to accept Pratibha's decision and remained aloof, despite her repeated attempts to make amends. Pratibha found this difficult and hoped that their feelings would eventually soften, but that time never arrived. Abhishek and Pratibha ultimately made the decision to relocate to Kanpur. In the respectable Circuit House colony, Pratibha was given government housing. They made this their new home, a peaceful and safe haven where they could put their careers first and avoid family conflicts. After a few months in Kanpur, Abhishek went back to Delhi to carry on with his work. It was 6 months into their marriage. They continued to support one another, stay in close communication, and get together whenever they could in spite of the obstacles, distance, family strife, and the pressure of their demanding careers. Pratibha and Abhishek treasured every second they had together, planning, dreaming, and having faith that their love would triumph over all challenges. When Abhishek got to Kanpur early on October 9 to see Pratibha, he discovered her dead in their apartment. Given that Pratibha was a judge and the police unit arrived quickly, her death was not only a personal tragedy, but also a challenge to the system as a whole. Officers started going through the apartment very carefully and recording any possible evidence. Beside Pratibha's body was the scarf that had been around her neck. Investigators had a lot of questions about the cuts on her arms. Why did the scene seem so strange? And what had actually happened in that room? Shaking from shock and sorrow, Abhishek gave his first statement, explaining how he had discovered Pratibha. She was suspended when he walked in, he said, and he pulled her down until her body hit the floor. Even a preliminary review seemed extremely suspicious, but the police in this case ordered a forensic examination to ascertain the precise cause and time of death. Suspension and wrist cuts, together as a means of self-harm, didn't seem likely. Details that weren't consistent with typical cases were observed by investigators. 3 separate marks in a linear pattern indicated intentional force, and the neck injuries were deep. An O-shaped mark left by the scarf was a noticeable detail in most suspension cases. Although the neck mark typically takes the shape of a V or U, a circular mark might suggest that the patient was compressed while they were in a supine position. The idea that the scene was staged to imply self-harm was raised by this discovery. The 14 deep cuts on Pratibha's arms, 6 on the right and 8 on the left, told a different tale. The cuts were parallel and exact, as if they had been made carefully and without hurry. The police had reason to question the situation's simplicity because this did not fit the typical profile. But the tragedy's news spread swiftly. Camera crews and reporters started congregating outside Pratibha's house. When he heard of her death, her father was devastated. He was so distraught and perplexed by what might have happened to their daughter that he and his wife left right away for Kanpur. A local hospital took Pratibha's body for an autopsy, but there were problems with the procedure. Colleagues and community members criticized the temporary transportation of a judge's body. Her body was left in a corner of the hallway until the examination could start, which sparked criticism from the public and raised concerns about how the police handled the case. Late at night, medical professionals conducted the autopsy and attempted to solve the tragic and intricate puzzle. Abhishek frequently described how he discovered his wife in that depressing condition, but it became evident that something was amiss when the forensic team showed up. He brought up the ceiling fan, which was questioned. He claimed that even though Pratibha had been suspended from it, the mystery was only made more complex by the bloodstains on the fan blade. The smudges were long, as though her arms had simply touched the blades, devoid of the typical patterns of spatter that accompany physical injury. The scene looked too neat, too perfect. There were questions about the ceiling fan itself. It was obviously not strong enough to bear an adult's weight. There were no indications of bending or damage, which would have been expected from a real attempt to use it. Investigators were beginning to suspect a problem. Abhishek claimed that in order to enter the apartment, he had broken down the door. "I have to force it open," he insisted. Investigators soon discovered, though, that the lock was merely minor damage and was still operational. He claimed a forced entry, but the door opened and closed without any problems. It wouldn't have worked so well if it had been disassembled. The police's suspicions of Abhishek were strengthened by this detail. The physical evidence didn't seem to support his version of events. The lead officer concentrated on getting all the details straight during the interrogation. Abhishek meticulously detailed his journey from Delhi, including every stop and piece of evidence, including his call logs, toll receipts, and surveillance footage. He said that during his journey, he made several calls to Pratibha. It seemed suspicious that he provided so much information without much prodding, as if he had foreseen the questions and had prepared his responses beforehand. The police demanded that Abhishek stay for additional interrogation, despite his repeated requests to be released, claiming that he had done everything in his power to aid the investigation. Being an accomplished attorney, he was aware that there might be many details at the crime scene that could be important, and his in-depth familiarity with these details made his story seem too polished and well-rehearsed. But when investigators learned that Abhishek did not call the police right away after finding Pratibha, the real questions started to come to light. The police station was a mile or two from the apartment, so he got in his car and drove there instead. Most people would automatically contact emergency services right away in such a circumstance, but Abhishek would not. He clarified that he wasn't sure what to do and was in shock and confusion. Although he only went to the station once, he said he had attempted to get help twice. Investigators thought they were dealing with something much more complicated than it initially seemed because of the contradictions, strange details, and disparities in his story. Even with his assured answers, Abhishek was beginning to come across as someone who knew the answers to every question, but the reality of what actually transpired on that fateful day was still unknown. Investigators understood that Abhishek might hold the secret to solving the case, and that the solution was still a ways off. Security kept a close eye on everything that took place in this residential colony. It had security posts and guarded entrances, and was inhabited by senior government officials. But Abhishek didn't ask the guards for assistance when he realized the apartment door wouldn't open. Why not? Investigators were immediately drawn to this question, because anyone else in a similar circumstance would probably turn to those around them for help. In addition to the increasing number of troubling details regarding his behavior, this lack of action seemed suspicious. When he drove to the police station after locating Pratibha, another odd detail surfaced, according to Abhishek. When he left, he didn't tell the guards at the colony's entrance what had happened. He could have gone up to them, which probably would have sped up the police call. Rather, he just climbed into his vehicle and left. His account was further called into question by investigators who saw this as yet another warning sign. Pratibha's parents were horrified by what they saw when they got to the scene. Their sorrow soon gave way to rage. They publicly charged Abhishek and his family with being behind her death. They said Abhishek had made her living conditions intolerable, put her under continual pressure, and limited her ability to communicate with her family. In order to substantiate their allegations, Pratibha's father submitted a report to the police asking that Abhishek be charged with coercion and causing harm. Either Abhishek was directly responsible for her death, he claimed, or his actions had caused her to die this way. As a judge, Pratibha was a successful and self-reliant woman who was used to running her own affairs. For 6 years, she had been independent. Her family found it hard to accept that she would voluntarily hurt herself. She had never displayed any signs of distress or malice, they remembered. This made one wonder, what might have motivated her to do this? 4 seasoned medical professionals performed the autopsy on the evening of October 9 and came up with startling results. Asphyxiation was the cause of death, which suggests foul play. Her body had marks that suggested she had been struck by a metal object. In addition, she had 3 deep cuts on her neck and 14 cuts on her arms and wrists. Everything pointed to a struggle, a last-ditch effort to resist. The most unexpected discovery made about Pratibha before her death was that she was 3.5 months pregnant. The investigation was further complicated by this detail. How could a pregnant woman who was in a responsible role at work choose to hurt herself? The presence of bruises and other marks didn't fit the scenario where she may have caused the injuries and suffocated herself. Why did her body show so many signs of damage? Abhishek started to exhibit signs of discomfort as the questioning went on. His answers, which had been confident, became uncertain. Investigators took notice of his hesitation and self-contradiction. He might be concealing something, and these were obvious clues. He was eventually arrested for additional interrogation. The police were aware that this case needed to be handled carefully. Abhishek practiced law. His brother-in-law was a prominent figure in the judiciary, as was his father, a retired judge. Any mistake could have dire consequences. Public pressure and his family's influence were major factors when Abhishek appeared in court to set bail terms. The judge restricted his confinement to 7 hours rather than the usual amount of time. Investigators and Pratibha's family members were not happy with this decision because they thought Abhishek was treated too lightly, considering the seriousness of the charges. Pratibha's body was given to her family after the autopsy was finished. Her parents, siblings, and other family members were devastated. They remembered how Pratibha had sounded quiet when she called home in recent months. She avoided talking about her personal life and shared few details, and now all those little clues seemed like warning signs they might have missed. The case became more complicated every day, and the solutions appeared farther off. After seizing Abhishek's phone, the police started going through all of his emails, calls, and messages. They found that during the past few months their relationship had becoming more tense. Nearly every message from Abhishek was tinged with annoyance, and they frequently argued about their plans for the family and the future of their child. Although no one was yet certain of the extent to which these sinister undertones would spread, this increased the investigators' suspicions. Abhishek had to endure hours of interrogation while the investigators watched him. With every new question and piece of evidence, the pressure increased and his burden grew heavier. Abhishek finally broke down and said the words that changed everything one day. When he was so tired and on the verge of an emotional collapse, he admitted it. The words were a painful, unwilling admission that came reluctantly, as if drawn from deep within. It was shocking and horrifying to hear him admit his part in Pratibha's demise. Abhishek disclosed that his thoughts and feelings were distorted by years of internalized jealousy and resentment. It all began when he failed the exam and continued to practice law, while Pratibha earned her place as a judge. This status difference turned into a major source of internal conflict. He found it hard to believe that his wife had accomplished more than he had, and that her family publicly disapproved of him. His emotions became more destructive with every day that went by. Then she found out she was pregnant. It represented their love and their hope for the future for Pratibha. She thought the baby would improve her relationship with her parents and strengthen their marriage. Pratibha's mother was ecstatic and intended to help her daughter, even meeting to talk about their future together. However, this news felt like yet another setback for Abhishek. He experienced fear and a greater sense of alienation in place of happiness. He saw the pregnancy as a further erosion of his independence, an increase in his responsibilities, and a widening of the gap between him and Pratibha. Abhishek's friends knew him as someone who liked to live a carefree life. He was known for his parties, independence, and lack of responsibility. Now, he was overcome with fear at the thought of becoming a father. He started to coerce Pratibha into thinking about getting an abortion, but she adamantly refused. The tension between them only grew as a result of her unwavering desire to keep the child. He became increasingly frustrated with her every time she smiled and tried to show him that their future might be promising. He was stuck. The situation only got worse. Abhishek began to have even more influence over Pratibha's life. He cut off her communication with her parents and grew more and more envious of her achievements and career. At home, Pratibha's world was dominated by control and anxiety, despite her independence and success at work. The turning point came when Pratibha's mother said she wanted to see her in early October. Abhishek's response was furious. The fact that Pratibha had disregarded him and contacted her family was too much for him to handle. He insisted that she cease all correspondence, but Pratibha refused to back down. She vowed to stand up for her rights, keep her child, and refuse to compromise. For Abhishek, those words were the last straw. His fear of losing control, his sense of failure, and his jealousy all came to a head. Her strength and independence were too much for him to handle anymore. On that fateful day, things got out of hand. Now that he was seated across from the investigators, Abhishek talked about his anxieties, his overwhelming jealousy, and how he couldn't tolerate her independence and success. The investigators, however, believed there was more to the story even after his admission. The deeper secrets of their relationship had not yet been revealed, and it appeared likely that Abhishek had only told a portion of the truth. Things started out quickly and unexpectedly when Pratibha told Abhishek she was going to Delhi, in spite of his strong protests. On October 7, Abhishek was at a resort unwinding with friends. He was startled by the news. He made the decision to go back to Delhi right away. He left his friends behind, gave up his break, and went home. Pratibha reached Delhi by train on October 8th. In the hopes that a face-to-face discussion would improve their relationship, she was met by an irate and agitated Abhishek. He loaded her into the car, and as they drove, the tension increased and turned into a furious dispute. Shouting broke out during the exchange, and Pratibha finally had enough. Declaring she was going back to Kanpur, she got out of the car in the middle of the road and started to walk away. Abhishek's eyes were burning with rage as he watched her. "Do as you please," he yelled after her. However, his feelings overcame him after a short while, and he chose to follow her. It took Abhishek about 9 hours to drive to Kanpur during the night and arrive at Pratibha's apartment in the posh Circuit House colony. On the morning of October 9, it was around 5 or 5:30 in the morning. Since most neighbors kept to themselves and the colony was known for its security, he had some leeway to act undetected. The tension that had grown over the previous few months exploded when Abhishek walked into the apartment. He started slapping a stick at Pratibha. She tried to stop him, but he persisted. As the blows did not satisfy his rage, he cut her arms, body, and neck with a blade. Despite her best efforts, Pratibha lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Abhishek intensified his actions upon realizing she was still alive. He reached for a scarf, pulled it tight around her neck, and held it there until she exhaled. Breathless, standing over her, he started to realize the seriousness of his actions. He needed to hide his tracks now. He tried to hang Pratibha from the ceiling fan to make it appear as though she had committed suicide, but the fan was not strong enough to support the weight. It looked like it might shatter. Abhishek left her body on the ground after realizing that this plan would fail. Knowing that it might expose his intentions and motivations, he swiftly looked around the apartment for anything that might implicate him and took Pratibha's phone. Trying not to draw attention, he left the apartment at around 6 in the morning and made his way to his car before leaving the Circuit House neighborhood. However, he did not immediately call the police. Rather, Abhishek paused on a calm Kanpur street to collect his thoughts and prepare his statement to the authorities. Every detail would be important, he knew. He didn't visit the Kanpur Cant police station until 3 hours later, at approximately 9 in the morning. He claimed to have discovered Pratibha, dead in the apartment, when he reported her death there. Inconsistencies in his behavior were immediately observed by the police. Why hadn't he reported the incident sooner? Why hadn't he gotten help right away, rather than taking some time to think about what to do next? The investigators were particularly interested in these questions. Abhishek was taken into custody for additional interrogation after making his initial statement. The police started a thorough investigation of the crime scene in the meantime. The scarf that was used to kill Pratibha was discovered, but the blade that was used to injure her was gone. Suspicions increased as a result. Abhishek had obviously tried to conceal evidence and mislead the investigation, indicating that a comprehensive and intricate investigation would be necessary to find the truth. Abhishek put Pratibha's driver and housekeeper on leave the day before the incident, which at first glance appeared to be a random coincidence, but turned out to be a component of his scheme. Following Abhishek's arrest, his parents promptly fled, evading all police requests. After taking notice, the court ordered the seizure of their assets and issued an arrest warrant for them, pending their appearance for interrogation. Abhishek's parents appealed to the Supreme Court in an effort to defend themselves. They were successful in getting the warrant temporarily stayed, but on October 18, the court in Kanpur ordered their voluntary surrender. To cooperate with the current investigation, Abhishek's parents showed up at the Chief Magistrate's court. Abhishek, meanwhile, tried several times to get bail. He filed petitions with the Supreme Court, the High Court, and the Session Court, among other courts. But every request was turned down. He could not be released due to the seriousness of the charges and the possible danger to the investigation. After several years, Abhishek had been incarcerated for almost 5 years by 2022. After a protracted legal battle and multiple appeals and counter-motions, the High Court finally granted him bail in April 2022, but this was only a short-term solution. The case was still being reviewed, and a verdict has not yet been rendered. Despite all of their efforts, Abhishek's family persisted in demanding his exoneration, while the police and prosecutors persisted in their attempts to establish his guilt. Both parties are still engaged in a fight for justice, while the investigation continues, and the final ruling is still pending. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On November 2, 1991, Victoria Ajo Clinton Climby was born in a small village in Côte d'Ivoire, a nation where family values were highly valued and sunshine warmed every part of the country. Despite the modest circumstances, she grew up in a loving and caring environment. A young woman with a good heart and lofty aspirations for her daughter, Victoria's mother did everything in her power to make sure her only child was safe and happy. Victoria was a lively, upbeat youngster with a keen mind and an infectious laugh. She was the life of the party among her friends and neighbors because of her kind smile and insatiable curiosity about the world. Victoria had an interest in learning from a young age. Notwithstanding her limited means, her mother made every effort to guarantee her daughter's access to an education. She frequently narrated to her daughter tales of large cities, with schools full of lovely books and vibrantly colored notebooks. Victoria's imagination was sparked by these tales, and she hoped to visit the world outside of her village someday. But village life was not without its challenges. Victoria's mother, the family's only provider, recognized that she would find it challenging to support her daughter alone after her father passed away. She continued to hold out hope that Victoria would eventually have a better future. That opportunity arose in 1999 when Marie-Therese Coau-Joyce, a London-based relative, offered to take Victoria in with her in order to give her a more comfortable life. Victoria's mother's older sister, Marie-Therese, appeared prepared to assume the responsibilities of guardian and mentor. She promised the family that the girl would have access to the greatest medical care, schools, and opportunities in the UK. The offer was a tough choice for Victoria's mother, in addition to being a chance for her daughter. She was concerned about letting her child go so far away, just like any other mother. But Marie-Thérèse managed to persuade her. Her voice was assured and comforting. She pledged to help Victoria reach her full potential and to treat her like her own daughter. Victoria's eyes glowed with delight when she heard about the move. The prospect of starting over in distant London filled her with pride. For an 8-year-old girl, seeing a world she had only ever imagined was a true adventure. During their farewell meetings, her friends and neighbors wished her luck and blessed her journey. Victoria left her hometown and started her journey in August 1999. With tears in her eyes, her mother watched the plane take off, hoping her little girl would be happy in her new life. She felt that this was the best course of action for her daughter. Bright lights, busy streets, and a strange cold met Victoria in London. For a girl accustomed to a hot tropical climate, it was an entirely different world. The speed of big city life, the shining storefronts, and the tall buildings delighted her. But that enthusiasm soon subsided as she started to get used to living with her aunt. From the moment Victoria arrived at Marie-Thérèse's house, she faced challenges she could not have predicted. She experienced alienation in place of the warmth and concern that had been promised. Strict rules that occasionally went beyond what was reasonable were imposed by Marie-Thérèse and her boyfriend Carl Manning. Victoria frequently experienced confusion and loneliness in her new home. According to neighbors, the girl initially appeared content and made an effort to interact with people. In an attempt to improve her communication skills, she studied English and even befriended some of the local kids. However, her joy gradually diminished. During this period, Marie-Thérèse's mother continued to communicate with her via telephone, but the discussions became increasingly brief, and Aunt Victoria's responses became increasingly vague. Her mother was starting to worry, but she was powerless because of the distance and lack of face-to-face interaction with her daughter. Victoria had dreamed of a bright new life, but now she was in a place where her dreams were slowly becoming hazy. She still maintained her optimism, though, that things might improve. The smile of a neighbor's child, a brilliant sunset outside her window, or the occasional kind smile from a bystander were all small pleasures to her. Warning signs started to emerge in the first few months of Victoria's life in London. Sadly, these signals were ignored. The energetic and curious girl who had traveled from Côte d'Ivoire started to change, according to the teachers at the school where Victoria was assigned. She was initially engaged in class, eager to learn as much as she could and making an effort to interact with her peers. But after a few months, she started acting very differently. Victoria's once bright and shining eyes seemed to wane. She became reclusive and she frequently appeared scared and cautious. Her body had marks that the teachers noticed. The girl started to sustain scratches, bruises, and other wounds. Victoria either remained silent or said she had fallen or bumped into something when asked where they came from. Although these justifications sounded unconvincing, the school regrettably took no decisive action. The odd injuries weren't reported to social services until much later. They limited their action to formal checks, though, and did not act quickly. The fact that Victoria frequently skipped classes was another concerning indicator. Marie-Thérèse, the girl's aunt, always claimed that the girl was ill or not feeling well when she was absent. Nobody, however, investigated the veracity of these claims. Teachers saw that Victoria's condition was worsening when she went back to school. Neighbors were also suspicious of Victoria's life at her aunt's house. They saw that the girl hardly ever left the house, and when she did, she appeared worn out and depressed. Some remembered Victoria crying on the landing from time to time. Once, a neighbor who was worried about the girl's health made an attempt to speak with Marie-Thérèse. The aunt reassured her, however, that the child was okay, stating that Victoria was simply very active and frequently fell. Questions were also raised by the noise coming from the apartment. Despite the noise and screams, no one in the neighborhood dared to openly step in. Only one man complained to the police, but they disregarded it because they believed it to be a family issue. Consequently, the alarms kept going off, but nobody did anything to stop it. Over the next few months, Victoria's health issues became more apparent. The girl had multiple hospital admissions. Injuries that appeared suspicious were noted by doctors. They included bruises and fractures, which Victoria's aunt said were caused by mishaps. Despite medical personnel's suspicions that the injuries might have been caused by violence, little was done about it. Marie-Therese was visited by social services, who consistently found her explanations to be persuasive. The aunt was skilled at projecting the image of a responsible and kind caregiver. She assured them that she loved Victoria and was trying her best to look after her, and she showed them a tidy apartment. Victoria stayed in the house each time, her life becoming more and more in danger, while the inspectors only made official findings. Victoria's condition had significantly worsened by the end of 1999. Her behavior became even more nervous, her clothes were no longer weather appropriate, and her weight drastically decreased. Teachers noticed that the girl's eyes appeared blank and that she frequently dozed off in class. The fact that Victoria started avoiding contact was another alarming sign. The girl recoiled and retreated when a teacher or a classmate attempted to assist her, such as by holding her hand or lifting her backpack. The school contacted social services once more because of this behavior, which raised serious concerns. But the tests were inconclusive this time as well. Victoria confided in one of the teachers one day that she was scared to leave for home. Once more, these words were ignored, despite being a desperate signal. Following a formal check at Marie-Therese's home, social services determined that the girl was in a safe environment. Victoria's condition had deteriorated to a critical level by early 2000. Teachers, neighbors, and even random bystanders noticed that the girl appeared malnourished and that her movements were sluggish and unsure, but nobody could have predicted that tragedy would be the end of it all. Victoria's condition began to deteriorate significantly on February 24, 2000. Her aunt and boyfriend, Carl Manning, reported that the girl was not moving and was no longer breathing normally, so they called an ambulance. The child's condition shocked the medical staff when they arrived. Victoria was extremely malnourished, and her body was covered in burns and bruises, among other traumatizing marks. Victoria was taken to the hospital right away by the medical staff. The girl's body was too weak for the doctors to save her. Victoria died on February 25, 2000, the following day. In addition to physical abuse, her death was caused by total body exhaustion. According to the medical professionals who examined Victoria's body, prompt action could have prevented such horrible outcomes. They were astounded to see a child in such critical condition while under the care of the school and social services. Victoria's death shocked everyone in the UK, not just her loved ones. People found it incomprehensible that a child with such obvious suffering had gone unprotected. This case came to represent structural issues with the way the police, social services, and medical fields operate. The police opened an investigation as soon as Victoria Climie passed away. Her multiple injuries, critical exhaustion, and hospitalization circumstances sparked serious suspicions among doctors, who promptly informed law enforcement. Detectives concentrated on obtaining all available evidence after realizing they were dealing with a tragedy that could have been avoided. Finding out what transpired behind the closed doors of Victoria's home and prosecuting those responsible were their two main objectives. The investigators immediately proceeded to the apartment where Victoria had resided with her aunt, Marie-Therese Joyce, and her boyfriend, Carl Manning, after securing a search warrant. The apartment appeared to be fairly typical at first glance, with a tidy interior, spotlessly clean surfaces, and fresh flowers on a little table in the living room. However, the seasoned investigators saw right away that the house appeared to have been specially prepared for their arrival. Everything appeared overly sterile, as though the proprietors were attempting to project an illusion of well-being. Their first observation was of Victoria's bedroom. It was a stark contrast to the other rooms. The girl's room literally screamed coldness and neglect, while the living room could be described as comfortable and well-kept. A teenager's room didn't even have the slightest hint of a childlike atmosphere. There were no toys, books, or vibrantly colored furniture in place of empty walls that were unadorned and uncozy. There was only a thin, tattered blanket on the bed, obviously unfit for the winter. There were absolutely no pillows. The room's sparse furniture had a worn-out, scratched appearance. Victoria's clothing, shoes, and school supplies were all in bad shape. It appeared as though no one had updated her closet in a while, because the majority of the items were either too small or badly worn. People were especially interested in the girl's shoes. Since they were light summer shoes, they were totally inappropriate for the severe winter weather. For the investigators, this was a warning sign. There was obviously a problem. The atmosphere in the room was one of neglect, if not apathy, rather than concern and care for the child. The signs of violence that the experts discovered upon closer examination, however, were the most terrifying finding. At first glance, the stains on the walls and furniture looked like filthy streaks, but the experts soon concluded that these were blood traces, partially obscured but discernible to the trained eye. Although the room's floor appeared to be clean, there were still questionable stains on it, which later proved to be attempts to conceal something awful. A tiny plastic container was standing in one corner of the room. The investigators discovered an even more sinister image when they opened it. There were broken toys inside. The only things that truly belonged to Victoria, it seemed, were these. They appeared to have been purposefully broken to prevent the girl from playing with them, or thrown there to get rid of them. The overall impression that the child was being treated like an unnecessary burden was only strengthened by this. There were also indications of neglect in the kitchen. There was almost nothing in the refrigerator. There was a juice box, a stale piece of bread, and a few cans of canned food. Marie-Therese had previously stated that she had always provided for Victoria's nutritional needs, which contrasted sharply with this limited food supply. Investigators questioned how the girl ate, given the scarcity of food in the home, or was it more likely that she was just not eating enough? When the detectives discovered multiple locked cabinets, the situation became even more concerning. Marie-Therese responded to the request to open them with blatant hostility and made an effort to avoid doing so by claiming private reasons. She only grudgingly gave up the keys after protracted discussions, and when she was threatened with having the entire cabinet seized. Everyone in the room was shocked by what they saw when the doors opened. Belts, wires, and wooden sticks were among the objects in the cabinets that were obviously intended for physical abuse or punishment. The wires were coiled into tight loops, and one belt featured a metal buckle. These results, which presented a horrifying image of the potential abuse Victoria endured, spoke for themselves. Each of these objects was captured on camera, meticulously recorded, and confiscated for additional analysis. The investigators knew that every little detail from these findings could be important in revealing what was happening behind that tidy but dishonest facade. The state of Victoria's room revealed much more than the apartment's adult residents were willing to acknowledge. After compiling all the evidence, the investigators started to depict the girl's life as one of hardship, suffering, and possibly cruelty. Investigators were immediately struck by Marie-Therese, Coau Joyce, and Carl Manning's behavior when they were called in by the police for their initial interrogation. Despite their caution, they made an effort to project confidence. Although Marie-Therese appeared nervous, her responses sounded practiced, as though she had readied herself for potential queries beforehand. She started to maintain her innocence right away, saying she loved Victoria and tried her hardest to look after the girl. Victoria was a difficult child, the woman said. Despite her temper, Marie-Therese characterized Victoria as a mischievous child who was allegedly prone to accidents. She was constantly sick, she didn't do well in school, and she and I always had difficulties, but I did everything I could to help her. I tried to be a good aunt to her. She claimed that the girl's clumsiness was the cause of the bruises and injuries on her body. The reason for her emaciation, according to Marie-Therese, was solely her lack of appetite. She was always falling, hitting the corners of furniture. She just always had some kind of trouble. And of course, she never listened. We offered her food, but she hardly ate anything. Conversely, Carl Manning made an effort to portray himself as an unconcerned bystander. He tried to downplay his involvement in Victoria's life. In his own words, "I had virtually no contact with her." As the interrogation went on, the investigators noticed inconsistencies in their accounts. "She was just Marie-Therese's niece to me, and I never really got involved with the child. My business was work and my own affairs. I saw her rarely and didn't notice anything strange." For instance, Marie-Therese claimed that Victoria had unintentionally spilled a kettle of boiling water on herself when questioned about the cause of the burns on her body. Carl, however, asserted that he had never witnessed any burns and that nothing of the sort had occurred. When the conversation shifted to the girl's personal items discovered in her room, both of them made a hasty attempt to change the topic, which was even more suspicious. Marie-Therese asserted that because they had little, Victoria had saved money by amassing a collection of old and worn-out items. The careful investigators did not overlook these contradictions, however, as Carl stated that he had no idea what Victoria's possessions were and added, "I'm not interested. It was always Marie-Thérése's responsibility." The police chose to intensify the interrogations. After meticulously documenting the testimony, it was clear that neither of them was telling the whole truth, and more research was necessary to determine the true events that had occurred in this family. In order to get more candid responses from Marie-Thérèse Kouao-Joyce and Carl Manning during the second round of questioning, the police started using the evidence gathered in the apartment. In addition to providing an expert report that unequivocally stated that the girls' burns could not have been caused by unintentional contact with hot water, the investigators displayed photos of the bloodstains discovered on Victoria's room's walls and furniture. The suspects' responses only served to heighten suspicion of their guilt because this evidence was indisputable. The situation became even more muddled with each of their new responses. Investigators started posing direct queries, such as, what caused the bloodstains on the furniture and walls? Why hadn't anyone gotten help if Victoria had actually just fallen? If the wounds were that bad? Marie-Thérèse was unable to provide a definitive response to these questions, either stating that she didn't think it was serious or citing memory problems. The facts put pressure on Carl Manning, who had previously claimed to have little to do with Victoria during the initial interrogation. He became irate after seeing the pictures and reading the experts' conclusions. He initially denied any involvement in the events, but he changed his strategy when faced with indisputable proof. The investigators were baffled by his justifications. "I knew what was going on," he acknowledged after a protracted silence. "But I didn't get involved. It's none of my business. She's not my child. I thought it was Marie-Thérèse's problem and let her deal with it herself." They emphasized that he was obviously a witness to what was taking place, even though he claimed not to be involved. Although Carl acknowledged that he had noticed the girl's body was bruised and injured, he added that he had no justification for getting involved. Under the weight of indisputable evidence, Marie-Thérèse eventually acknowledged during one of the interrogations that she occasionally lost her temper and turned to physical punishment. She told investigators that these were common ways of raising children, that they were accepted in her culture, and that she didn't see anything wrong with them. "Children need discipline sometimes," she said. Investigators discovered, however, that beneath those words was a harsh reality. "I used the belt to show them what is right and wrong. It's not violence, it's education." Examining the belts in the locked closet revealed marks that might suggest they were used repeatedly for striking. Furthermore, Victoria's cuts, bruises, and burns showed that the penalties were far more severe than what could be referred to as discipline. Marie-Thérèse Kouao-Joyce and Carl Manning were arrested by the police on the basis of the evidence they had gathered, which included witness statements, forensic tests, and the suspect's own confessions. They were accused of abusing children and killing Victoria. Investigators worked diligently to piece together a horrifying account of the girl's life, filled with cruelty and suffering, which led to these charges. During her arrest, Marie-Thérèse made an effort to defend herself by stating repeatedly that she did everything in her power and never intended to hurt Victoria. Investigators interpreted her trembling voice as fear of punishment rather than sincere regret. She persisted in asserting that her parenting techniques were required because Victoria was a challenging child. But in light of the overwhelming amount of evidence discovered during the investigation, these justifications began to seem less and less credible. The way Carl Manning acted was different. He said nothing and made no direct effort to defend his behavior, but his actions showed that he wanted to completely shift the blame to Marie-Thérèse and absolve himself of it. The investigators were convinced that he was an accomplice, even though he did not start the violence because of his unwillingness to step in and his claims of fear of conflict. Investigators stressed that Victoria's death was the result of a protracted cycle of violence that was evident to those in her immediate vicinity and that, with greater resolve, could have been prevented. Both the girl's death and the inaction of those who could have stopped it were tragic aspects of this tale. When Victoria Climie's trial started in January 2001, it quickly rose to the top of the UK's discussion list. The horrific details surrounding the 8-year-old girl's death exposed the inadequacies of the social protection system, which had failed to stop the tragedy, as well as the brutality of her guardians. In addition to proving the accused guilt, The prosecutor's office had to explain to the court the full scope of Victoria's suffering, which was a challenging task. Victoria's aunt and her partner, the primary defendants, were put on trial for alleged child abuse and murder. Victoria had been subjected to months of systematic physical and psychological abuse, according to the prosecution. A forensic medical report, witness statements, and photos of the girl's injuries were among the evidence they presented from the investigation. A medical report that verified Victoria's injuries could not have been accidental was crucial to the prosecution's case. In addition to using violence, the prosecution contended that Marie-Therese and Carl purposefully denied the girl access to food, shelter, and medical attention. She died as a result of hypothermia and exhaustion. Marie-Therese maintained that she didn't intend to hurt the child and that her actions were educational. She was under the strain of life circumstances, according to her defense, and was unaware of the seriousness of the consequences of her actions. Carl, for his part, said he was just watching from the sidelines and never held out his hand to Victoria, denying any active participation. Prosecutors, however, provided proof that he was aware of the abuse and took part in it. The attorneys for the defendants made an effort to frame the case differently. They maintained that Marie-Therese's ignorance of her responsibilities as a guardian was the reason behind Victoria's tragic accident death. Although the girl's aunt had acted improperly, the defense maintained that her actions were unintentional. Carl Manning maintained that he only shared a home with Marie-Therese and the girl and had no involvement in Victoria's upbringing. He persisted in maintaining that his partner was the only one with knowledge of what transpired behind closed doors, but the defense was unable to persuade the judge that the defendant's acts were impulsive or poorly thought out. The prosecution provided indisputable proof that Victoria had endured unjustified, systematic abuse and deprivation. Strong emotions were present during the hearings. As she heard the horrific details of what her daughter had gone through, Victoria's mother, who was present in the courtroom, was unable to contain her tears. The trial was extensively covered by the media, which infuriated the public and led to criticism of the social safety net. The jury returned a verdict on January 12, 2001, following weeks of hearings. Carl Manning and Marie-Therese Kouajoyce were convicted of Victoria Kleinham's murder. The judge stressed that they had intentionally caused the child to suffer and said their actions were cruel and premeditated. Marie-Therese Kouajoyce received a life sentence without the possibility of release. Carl Manning was given a life sentence with at least 20 years to serve after the court found him guilty of murder and complicity in child abuse. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. This story is about a pair of lovesick maniacs from England who have dedicated their lives to murdering children. Working together, the lovers would lure them into a deserted location and subject them to hellish torments. Even after their arrest, the criminals found ways to torture the teenagers, while prominent British politicians lobbied for their release. Ian Brady and Myra Henley were born on January 2, 1938, in Glasgow, Scotland. His mother, Margaret Stewart, worked as a waitress, and his father's identity is unknown, according to her. He was a local journalist who died 3 months before her son's birth. Margaret gave 3-month-old Ian to the Sloane family, who had 4 children of their own. Ian took their last name but continued to see his mother regularly. At the age of 9, he and his family moved to the town of Pollock, where he enrolled in the local school. From an early age, Ian's acquaintances noticed his cruelty to animals and later described him as the Terrible. He dropped out of school and started working at a shipyard, but after less than a year, he changed jobs and became a messenger butcher. He was put on trial again at the age of 16. His girlfriend, Grant, went to a dance with another boy, and Ian threatened her with a knife. The judge sentenced him to probation with the condition that he live with his birth mother and her new husband, so he relocated to Manchester. Patrick Brady, as you might expect, adopted his stepfather's surname and hired him as a fruit porter at the market. But the hard work did not appeal to Ian a year later. The young man was caught stealing a bag of lead seals with the intention of selling them on the black market for extra money. Due to his age, he was sentenced to 2 years in a juvenile facility. While serving his sentence, he obtained alcohol and became inebriated. As a result, he was transferred to a stricter institution. Myra Henley was born in Manchester on July 23, 1942, 4 years after Ian. Her family was not ideal. Her alcoholic father frequently beat his daughter and instilled violence in her. After her parents had another daughter, the family moved into a dilapidated house with only one room that was mostly safe. Myra was sent to live with her grandmother. Her father taught the girl self-defense in a brutal manner. He demanded that his daughter fight back against any abuser and would not tolerate weakness. He once made her beat up a neighbor's boy for scratching her cheek. Later, the maniac described this incident as her first victory. Another shock during the girl's childhood was the death of her close friend, 13-year-old Michael Higgins. He invited her to swim in the nearby abandoned reservoir, but she declined. As a result, the boy drowned, and Myra felt bad. Following that incident, the girl gradually began to explore religion. She joined the parish of the local church and became godmother to Higgins' nephew. When she was 16, the girl started working as a clerk in a small firm. Her responsibilities were straightforward: brew coffee, fetch something, and print documents. Despite this, she quickly gained the team's trust after receiving her first paycheck. Myra Spence will be out of work for a week. Then her co-workers chipped in, giving her the same amount from their pockets around the same time. The girl intended to get engaged to her boyfriend, Ronnie Sinclair, but later changed her mind. She changed jobs when she was 17, but she didn't seem to enjoy the new job as much. 6 months later, she was fired for chronic absenteeism. At the same time, Myra went to the judo section, where even the guys refused to fight her. Once she got a taste for it, she couldn't stop in time, causing serious injury to her opponents. At the same time, Myra colored her hair pink. The future maniacs met at Millward, where they both found jobs. Myra was 19 years old when Ian turned 23. According to the young woman's diary, their first conversation occurred on July 27, 1961. Myra initially sympathized with the young man despite his criminal record, but eventually lost interest. However, 6 months after they met, Ian asked her out to a movie, and the young woman agreed that the choice of a movie for a first date was as strange as possible: a documentary about the Nuremberg trials, and that the couple continued to go to the movies for the most violent films. And soon Brady instilled in Myra an enduring interest in Nazis. They frequently sat down together to read materials and books about the atrocities of the Third Reich while drinking German wine, which piqued her interest. Myra began to imitate the Aryan young woman model, dyeing her hair white and wearing dark red lipstick. Later, she dramatically changed her wardrobe to more candid short skirts, leather jackets, and high-heeled shoes. The couple continued to work together, but their attention to the team dwindled with each passing day. Calling the relationship perfect at the time was impossible. In a letter to an old friend, Myra revealed that Ian had slipped her sleeping pills. After a few months, Ian and Myra decided to rob a bank. The young woman rented a van and attempted to learn how to shoot, but failed to master the skill. Despite this, she eventually acquired a rifle and 2 revolvers. The couple eventually abandoned the idea, and they were likely safe. They were eventually given new housing through a government program because their previous one was deemed unsafe. Brady was also the first to express Myra's deepest desire to commit the perfect murder. He was inspired by Meyer Levin's book Coercion, in which 2 teenagers plotted to kill a 12-year-old boy in order to avoid the death penalty. The young woman was undeterred by this revelation and agreed to assist her lover. The plan was extremely simple. Myra and Ian planned to find the victim along the road, then take her to a remote location and kill her. Brady told Myra to drive the van down the street alone while he followed on a motorcycle. After spotting a suitable victim, the maniac was about to signal his accomplice with his headlamp, after which she was to persuade the victim to get into the car on the evening of July 12th, only 1 month after moving in. They went out to hunt. Brady chose the first victim and signaled to Myra, but she drove past him, catching up with her. He demanded explanations. The young woman revealed that the maniac's target was 7-year-old Marie Rock, who lived next door to her mother. According to Myra, they would have a very difficult time getting away with it because the police would immediately begin searching for such a young child. The couple then continued down the street, looking for another victim. At 8 p.m., Brady made his decision on Fraxmer Street, and Myra recognized the girl once more. She turned out to be Pauline Reed, her younger sister's 16-year-old friend who was on her way to the disco. Determined to act, Myra stopped and offered her a ride, and the girl got into the car, which took her to a deserted location. Myra made up a story about losing an expensive glove on the Saddleworth. Heath was popular among locals due to its abundant supply of peat, which was used as fertilizer. Pauline agreed to assist her acquaintance shortly after arriving at the location. Brady approached them. Myra informed them that the girl was her boyfriend, and he would assist them in their search. The final outcome of the situation remains unknown. The problem is that Brady and Myra tell two different stories, but they all end up with the same outcome. In Ian's version, Pauline is murdered, the girl was abused and killed by him and his lover. Myra, on the other hand, she claimed that she was left in the car while Pauline and Brady allegedly went to look for the glove. After a while, the maniac returned alone and reported the girl's death. He led Myra to her body, and she noticed that the girl's clothes were severely wrinkled. Myra's version does not make sense to me. What excuse would a 16-year-old girl have for going on a search with a stranger while Myra was sitting in the car? Most likely, with this story, the maniac was attempting to absolve herself of direct involvement in the murder after burying the body. Myra and Brady packed the motorcycle into the van and drove home. On the way, they saw Pauline's mother and brother looking for the girl. After nearly 6 months apart, the couple decided to act again, but this time with a 12-year-old boy. When the boy saw the victim in a store, they struck up a conversation and offered the child a ride home as an added incentive. Brady offered the boy a drink once inside the car. He specified that the alcohol be picked up at their house, but first a pair of maniacs asked the child to assist in the discovery of a fictional glove in Saddleworth, much to his dismay. The boy agreed. The situation then proceeded in the same manner as before. Henley claimed Brady had taken the child from the car, abused and killed him. The maniac reiterated that she was not present during the entire ordeal. 7 months later, on June 16, 1964, the couple abducted 12-year-old Keith Bennett while he was on his way to his grandmother's home. He met the same fate, violence, and murder. The police, who were unaware of serial killers at the time, initially arrested the boy's stepfather but discovered no evidence against him. The next murder occurred 6 months later, on December 26, 1964. It is unclear whether they were able to maintain this cycle unintentionally, or if the pause was necessary to lull the police into a state of alertness. You'd think that if children began disappearing one after another in a small town, law enforcement would devote all of their efforts to apprehending the maniac, but on December 26th of that year, with only a few days until the New Year and Christmas, Ian and Myra decided to give their town another unpleasant gift. This time, the situation has changed dramatically. They searched for their new victim on the playground. Leslie Ann Downey, 10, was scattering shopping bags near the car. The maniacs asked the girl to assist with the collection after asking her to help them transport the bags home. The girl consented and was assaulted. As soon as she crossed the threshold, the couple began abusing the unfortunate child in her home for an extended period of time. After playing with her, the sadist killed her and returned the corpse to Saddleworth. Myra insisted that she was not present during the murder. The attentive viewer recalls that the couple lived with Myra's grandmother. Where was she at the time of all these atrocities? On the morning of the murder, the caring granddaughter sent her to a relative's house and forbade her from returning home. Despite this, the old woman attempted to return in the evening, but Myra refused to let her in. The next day, after cleaning up the girl's corpse in the house, she returned with the grandmother. The couple committed the next murder. 10 months later, breaking a strange cycle, but that wasn't the only thing that made this case unique at the time. Maureen, Myra's younger sister, David Smith, 17, was already married. The couple frequently spent time together, and the young man quickly won Brady's heart. First and foremost, he was eager to hear everything the maniac had to say, including speculations about Nazi philosophical speeches, dreams of robbing a bank, and so forth. Second, he had already been to the police station several times, just like Ian had, despite the fact that their crimes were very similar. Smith was caught breaking into someone else's home and inflicting serious battery. Perhaps Brady regarded him as a protege, a new member of the improvised gang. As time passed, the young man paid more and more visits to their home, and during lengthy conversations with Ian, talk of murder began to emerge. Myra became concerned that their relative would run to the police, but Brady insisted that he thought Smith was his own and trusted him. He even told her that he and Smith would be committing a crime together soon. Myra and Brady went to Manchester Central Station to look for a new victim, and Ian quickly made his decision. He met 17-year-old Edward Evans, who agreed to come to his house after a brief conversation. When the company arrived at the house, they drank wine, and Brady eventually sent Myra to get Smith. The action picked up quickly after he arrived. Myra's words allowed us to reconstruct the following picture. She had gone into the kitchen to feed the dogs. Smith stayed in the living room. Several minutes later, she heard screams and fighting. The girl entered the room and saw Evans and Brady struggling. After a brief fight, Ian grabbed an axe and struck the victim several times with its blade. He strangled the unconscious Evans by wrapping an electrical wire around his neck. Brady wanted to take the body to the wasteland right away, but it was too heavy. Additionally, the maniac twisted his leg during the fight. Finally, he decided to leave it at home and travel with Smith to Saddleworth. The next day, he asked him to stay so he could understand the gravity of his actions. Smith initially agreed to help Brady dispose of the body. Perhaps he was too scared to refuse. The young man may not have shared the homicidal couple's sadistic tendencies, given his history of minor law breaking. After listening, she requested that he report the horror to the police. Smith listened to her and called the cops from a nearby phone booth at 6 a.m. His story differed slightly from what Myra would later say. The police archives include an exact transcript of that call. Brady led me into the kitchen and offered me 3 small buns with a drink. I nodded and asked for the rest. Ian went into the living room while I waited in the kitchen. After a few minutes, I heard a wild scream like a woman screaming in a high-pitched voice. After hearing Myra's screams, I ran into the living room and saw a young man lying face up on the couch with his feet on the floor. Ian was standing over him, holding an axe over his head and hitting him on the left side of his head. The officer knocked down the maniac's door, and Myra opened it. He took out his identification card and quickly made his way into the house, where he caught Brady, who was writing an explanatory letter to work and asking for time off due to an injury. The officer told a made-up story about investigating gun cases and asked to see the house. Myra agreed, and he inspected all but one room. The young man described how Ian bragged about killing 3 or 4 children and even gave the approximate location. Brady allegedly met Evans in a bar, and a fight ensued, and somehow the boy came to his house. Smith had also testified against Brady at the time, and the police believed his testimony much more. There, the police found many interesting finds. Notebooks, lists of names, photographs of Brady and Myra Simpson, and explicit pictures of them. The notebooks contain lists of coded words, which the police were quickly able to decipher. It turned out that Brady kept records of burial sites, weapons, and methods of killing. As it was impossible to assert the exact location of all the victims on the basis of this information, it was rather superficial. Another book contained a list of names including all the victims of the couple, but here's the strange thing: in addition to the victims we know, the list contained the names of other children. With all this information, the investigators questioned Brady again, and his story was once again very weak. Allegedly, the list contained the names of his friends, and he had joked about killing children in his conversation with Smith. At the same time, the police managed to find the very suitcases, the contents of which shocked everyone. There were photographs of a naked girl. Also found in them were audio tapes, one of which would soon become perhaps the most damning evidence in history. It contained cries and pleas for help. The tapes contained recordings of Nazi plays, and one of the mothers recognized her daughter Leslie Ann Downey's voice. The suitcases also contained photographs of the marshland backdrop, various batons, lashes, and erotic magazines. A recording of the girl screaming and a photograph of her would have been enough to PR. On October 10th, police discovered a child whose hands were sticking out of the ground due to the body's composition. The child's identity will not be confirmed until after 150 officers were involved in the search for bodies in the swamps. Initially, they focused on the area near Route 628, but later, based on witness statements, they moved to Route 635, where they made their first discovery. On April 19, 1966, Myra and Brady were charged with the murder of Edward Evans in one of the most high-profile trials in British history. He did not deny taking them, but claimed that the girl was brought to their home by two men and then taken away to an unknown destination. The police temporarily halted their search of the swamps due to the onset of winter. During the trial, David Smith, the main witness, signed a contract with a local newspaper to give an exclusive interview if Myra and Brady were convicted. The newspaper paid him a significant sum of money for this. Shortly after his transfer to Wormwood Scrubs, Brady, who had been placed in solitary confinement, went on a hunger strike. He was unhappy with the ban on socializing with other inmates. Prison officials have decided that a child killer is going to afterlife rather quickly as a result of his dramatic weight loss. The maniac was transferred to the hospital wing where his life took on new colors. He was allowed to watch television and do house cleaning work at the same time. Juvenile delinquents with mental disabilities were admitted to the hospital wing of the prison. In 1981, one of these teenagers said that Brady had forced him into intimate contact. Later, similar statements by the victims surfaced repeatedly, taking advantage of access to secluded corners of the prison. As a janitor, Ian led his victims there. When prison officials learned of this, he was banned from cleaning, but no further charges were filed. More interestingly, he was left in the hospital wing next to the same teenagers. It would seem like such a thing was possible, but there was nothing the chief medical officer of the prison could do about it. British law mandates the prisoners be assisted, and Brady used this skillfully. He threatened to resume his hunger strike every time he talked about being transferred back to a cell. In 1982, a harsh decision was made to transfer the maniac to another prison with stricter conditions. However, 3 years later, in 1985, Brady was declared insane. Thanks to this, another transfer awaited him at Ashworth Psychiatric Hospital. Many of you may have wondered how such a violent sadist managed not only to establish a comfortable life in prison, but also to do his dirty work with teenagers. The answer might surprise you. He was helped by the Earl of Langford. Frank Pakenham, one of the leading politicians of the time, gave favors and privileges. Brady approached him while in prison, and soon the Earl actually sided with him. Of course, there was no talk of helping to get the charges dropped. But Ian didn't count on that. Pakenham helped him stay in the hospital by appealing to Britain's Home Security himself. After that, the politician repeatedly bailed out his newly minted friend by pulling the right strings in the British upper echelons. But the main request to Brady was that he could not fulfill the maniac dream of a date with Myra. On that note, let's move back a bit to Hindley's story. Her life behind bars was much less intense, but not without interesting moments. While in prison, she managed to have a mistress, but more interestingly, she was able to get out of there for a while, not long after beginning her sentence. Henley began a torrid affair with the warden, Patricia Cairns. Together, they planned an escape but were caught by the police in the preparation stage. As a result, Cairns went from a prison employee to a prisoner for 6 years in November 1986. Keith Bennett's mother wrote her a letter begging her to tell her about her son's fate. It was filled with pain and despair, and the last lines were clear. "I am a simple woman working in the kitchens of Chrissy's hospital. It took me 5 weeks to write this letter because it is very important to me that it be accepted by you, as it is a plea for help." Myra was taken to Saddleworth Heath, which was cordoned off by 200 police officers along its perimeter, and her task was to locate the bodies of children whose fate was still unknown. The detective couldn't tell if Henley was moved by this or if there were other motives, but she agreed to participate in the investigation under tight security. Since then, Myra has been out on the heath several more times, and in 1987, the caps were successful, and that's what you call the discovery of Leslie Ann Downey's body. And later, Pauline reads, once Brady learned of his former lover's cooperation with the investigation, he also decided to partially confess to what he had done. True, the maniac asked to be given the means and opportunity to leave his life, which no one could legally do, having been refused. Ian still talked and also expressed his desire to help the police in their search for the remaining bodies. On July 3rd of that year, he was taken to Saddleworth, where he was never able to pinpoint Keith Bennett's burial site. Later, frustrated detectives refused to make another trip to the heath with the maniac, and he turned to reporters. In a letter, he indirectly admitted that he killed 5 other children, but police could not confirm this information. 6 months later, Brady still secured a second visit to Saddleworth, but again proved useless. Keith's body has yet to be discovered. In 2003, the police resumed their search using the most advanced technology, but it yielded no results. They only had 40-year-old photos, making finding the right place next to impossible. Myra made a long attempt to obtain an early release. She wrote appeals that secured Lord Longford's support, and by the early Nazis, almost everyone was convinced that her release was inevitable, unfortunately for her life. Otherwise, Hennel. Yes. The cause was complications from a heart condition. The rest of Brady's life was less rosy, while Myra's release was seriously considered. Ian's release from the asylum was being given the go-ahead by senior British officials. With each year in the asylum, he gradually went mad until he lost what little, if any, sanity he had left. In spite of this, he managed to live long enough until he was 79 years old. In 2017, the maniac died of cancer, and the urn with his ashes was buried at the bottom of the sea. Brady's death made a few people sad. His namesake Police Federation branch chairman Ian Hansen noted that such monsters deserve no sympathy. That was the end of the story of the child-murdering lovers, but in Britain, their names will long be remembered. Ian and Myra are a prime example of inhumanity, boundless impotence, and cynicism, as well as a total lack of morality. Just by remembering the history of the past, we are able to prevent the events of the future, so our work is not in vain. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The seemingly stable world of the Craig family from Colorado took an unexpected and devastating turn in March 2023, amid the everyday routines of family life. Once seen as the epitome of stability, their marriage and careers started to fall apart as long-kept secrets and a lack of trust came to light. New information created even more questions as friends and family tried to make sense of the situation. What actually transpired in this seemingly ideal family behind closed doors? On March 15, 2023, at approximately 11 a.m., Angela Craig was taken to the hospital due to severe headaches, nausea, and dizziness. She was admitted to the hospital for the third time in 10 days, but this time the circumstances were much more concerning. In an attempt to stabilize her condition, which was rapidly declining, medical personnel put her on life support. Her family, including her husband James, was in disbelief at how quickly and abruptly her health had deteriorated. Angela was born in Dodge City on April 15, 1975, and from a young age she had played a significant role in her family and community. Despite having allergies, she grew up in a big family with 10 siblings and fell in love with animals. Her hobbies included woodworking and reading, and both friends and acquaintances were won over by her easygoing demeanor and charisma. Angela was a successful interior designer who was well known for her cozy and welcoming designs. She also loved genealogy and helped people find long-lost family members. James Craig, who went on to become a dentist, married Angela on December 18, 1999. After earning his degree from the University of Missouri, Kansas City in 2006, James started participating in dental programs abroad. They established a life together in Colorado, where James opened an Aurora dental office. Despite her hectic schedule, Angela remained close to her siblings, especially her sister Toni, with whom she spoke on a daily basis. The couple had 6 children together. Angela's life appeared to be ideal. She oversaw a choir, ran youth programs, and was very active in church activities. But everyone was taken aback by her unexpected health problems in March 2023. She had complained of a headache only a week before, but the symptoms had gone away quickly, so there was no reason to be concerned. The doctors and her family were unable to explain why her condition was now getting worse so quickly. James, meanwhile, stayed by her side, as always attentive and considerate. 2 p.m., Angela experienced a severe episode that same day, leaving her loved ones feeling scared and powerless. The cause of her condition was still unknown despite the medical team's tireless efforts to save her, which increased the already existing stress and anxiety. Doctors put in endless effort to stabilize Angela after she lost consciousness, but things got out of hand. Her stroke on March 15, 2023, was a pivotal moment in her life. She was already in a serious condition when they got to the hospital, according to her brother, who had driven her there that day. Her symptoms, which included severe nausea, excruciating stomach pain, and dizziness, had gotten worse. She had visited a hospital 3 times in 10 days, but this time the situation seemed to be very serious. Just one day after returning from a trip to see her sister Tony in Utah, Angela was admitted to the hospital for the first time on March 6. Her symptoms were considered minor by the doctors at the time, and following an evaluation, she was released. But on March 9, she went to the doctor once more. James, her husband, a longtime dentist with years of experience who had always been there to support her through tough times, was very worried. He turned to the wife of his doctorate-holding colleague and friend, Ryan Redfern, for advice. Ryan and his spouse continued to be involved in the days that followed, keeping tabs on Angela's health. They suggested more tests and consultations, offered their support, and shared their knowledge of possible causes of her symptoms. James shared test results and updates with them on a regular basis. MRIs, ultrasounds, blood tests, and CT scans of different body parts were among the tests that were performed on Angela. All of the results were within normal ranges in spite of these efforts. Despite receiving intravenous fluid therapy, Angela's abnormally low blood pressure remained the only consistent anomaly. James realized how serious the situation was by the time Angela had a stroke on March 15th. He sent Ryan's wife pictures from the hospital room as he broke the heartbreaking news. The pictures showed Angela surrounded by medical equipment while being watched closely by a group of experts. Even so, the doctors were unable to come up with a conclusive diagnosis, which left everyone feeling overwhelmed and powerless. A desperate phone call on the morning of March 15 would make James even more anxious. Angela's brother told him that her condition had drastically worsened and that he was taking her to the hospital. James was treating patients at his clinic at the time. He left as soon as he heard the news to be with her. Desperate for answers, James decided to speak with Ryan's wife once more, after realizing that the traditional diagnostic techniques were not working. The events leading up to March 15, 2023, were tense and unnerving because Angela's health was continuing to deteriorate at an alarming rate. Angela was admitted to the hospital for the second time on March 9 and was monitored overnight. Doctors hoped she would get better, but they couldn't figure out what was causing her symptoms. Even though the test results were always normal, the growing anxiety among her family and the medical staff was concerning. Despite all of these changes, Ryan and his spouse remained influential. James's longtime friend and financial partner, Ryan, had previously helped him through difficult times, including rescuing James's dental practice in 2021 during a financial crisis. Their help was equally important this time, since Angela's life now depended on it, and the cause of her pain was still unknown. At James's dental clinic, Caitlin, the new office manager, couldn't get rid of the feeling that something strange was going on with her boss. After multiple incidents in the days preceding March 15, when Angela's condition deteriorated to a critical level, her suspicions started to grow. After speaking with James's close friend Ryan, she was able to piece together her observations and uncover an unsettling pattern. Everything began on March 6. Caitlin was working late that night when James showed up at the clinic out of the blue. He had no appointments with patients, and his actions appeared unusual. James went into one of the exam rooms and used the computer there rather than using his office computer. Although Caitlin thought this was strange, she didn't give it much thought at the time. On March 13, a package reached the clinic a few days later. James had made it clear that Caitlin was to accept it herself and that no one else was to open it, but when she went to pick up the delivery, she found that the box had already been opened by another employee. A cylindrical container bearing the warning label "Hazardous Materials" and the words "Potassium Cyanide" was found inside. Startled, but aware of James's instructions regarding confidentiality, Caitlin promptly resealed the package and gave it to him without question. She witnessed James carrying the brown paper-wrapped container out of the office later that day. Her suspicions were strengthened by this incident. She looked into potassium cyanide because she was becoming increasingly uneasy, and what she discovered was terrifying. The dizziness, nausea, and low blood pressure that Angela had been experiencing for days closely matched the symptoms of exposure. Angela was in critical condition by the time Ryan and his wife got to the hospital to help James. Ryan was surprised when Caitlin told him about the odd things that happened at the clinic, even though he was already aware of some of the family struggles. He was so horrified by her story that he called the police and told them what she had told him while he was on his way to the hospital. Nevertheless, Caitlin observed other peculiar actions from James. She remembered something else. As she was leaving the office on the evening of March 6, James texted her to ask her to personally make sure that a package that was scheduled to arrive was delivered to her. This request appeared to be merely a formality at the time, but in the context of later events, it became more significant. Ryan made the decision to speak with James when he got to the hospital. James asserted that Angela had requested the order for the aforementioned chemical, potassium cyanide, but his explanation sounded tentative, which made Ryan even more suspicious. Ryan shared this information with investigators out of concern, and they started to suspect that this case was much more complicated than it first seemed. Angela was taken to the hospital once more on March 15. Her symptoms, which included sharp abdominal pain, nausea, and extreme dizziness, had gotten critically worse. By the time police arrived, Angela could hardly stand, according to her brother, who had driven her to the emergency room. James now appeared to be aware that things were rapidly getting out of his control. James was questioned by police later that day. Investigators focused on a crucial question even before the official interview began. How would James explain the link between his purchase of potassium cyanide and Angela's abrupt and serious health decline? Interviews with the hospital's medical staff, where Angela was receiving treatment, marked the start of the investigation. Ryan's worries alerted a nurse, who confirmed that Angela's test results revealed odd markers. Her symptoms, which include seizures and rapid deterioration, may be consistent with exposure to a toxic substance, according to her attending physician. Investigators turned their attention to the circumstances surrounding Angela's hospitalization as a result of these statements, which turned into crucial pieces of evidence. Detectives went to James's dental clinic the next day. The office manager, Caitlin, made a number of observations that added to the mystery. She remembered James talking about looking after Angela and making her a protein shake on March 6. Angela's health started to deteriorate shortly after, which was a coincidence that investigators noticed and led to further inquiries. In the days that followed, Caitlin added, James frequently seemed nervous, shunned social interactions, and talked on the phone a lot. She was especially drawn to his request that she sign documents pertaining to the purchase of clinic equipment. Investigators suspected possible financial misconduct after examining these documents and finding that the amounts listed were significantly greater than the equipment's true cost. James regularly used the office computer for personal purposes, according to one of the clinic staff members. The employee remembered in February that James had visited a website about chemical reagents that contained references to potentially very dangerous substances. These findings were consistent with the identification of James's potassium cyanide purchase. James's financial activities were soon the subject of the investigation. Investigators discovered that James had sent a sizable amount of money to an unidentified supplier connected to the sale of chemicals on March 4. James was able to conceal the order from his family because it had been shipped to the clinic's address. Investigators linked the package Caitlin had seen to the delivery when they tracked it down. She explained the warning-labeled container and mentioned that James had retrieved it and taken it home. The focus soon shifted to James's clinic office. James has been locking his office door during lunch breaks, which is not something he usually does, according to another employee. Investigators discovered traces of packaging materials that seemed to match the delivery of the potassium cyanide while searching the office. Hospital personnel persisted in trying to save Angela's life in the interim. Doctors ruled out accidental poisoning because of the high levels of toxic substances in her system. The foundation for additional accusations against James was established by this crucial detail. In the hopes of discovering more evidence connecting James to Angela's declining health, detectives secured warrants to search James's house and car. In her additional testimony, Caitlin noted that Angela's symptoms were consistent with those of potassium cyanide poisoning, which include nausea, vomiting, and low blood pressure. She added that even in tiny doses the chemical could be fatal. Investigators' suspicions grew stronger with each new piece of evidence, which led them to believe that intentional actions caused Angela's health crisis. James's computer was examined as part of the inquiry. Detectives discovered notes on it that listed the times and dates that Angela's symptoms worsened. The nature of the records suggested that James may have been using them to track and control her condition, even though the entries seemed to document her health problems. Further information was uncovered by looking through the couple's messages. Angela thanked James via text on March 6, 2023 for making her coffee, She reported feeling weak and lightheaded shortly after. In response, James advised her to take her blood pressure. During the same conversation later that day, James mentioned strong medications and blamed her symptoms on possible triggers, which investigators later saw as an effort to avoid suspicion. James' longtime friend and business partner Ryan revealed that James had confided in him about significant marital and financial difficulties in 2021. James was even thinking about getting a divorce at the time. James subsequently stated that Angela had been experiencing extreme depression and related an instance in which he allegedly prevented her from hurting herself. Their 6 children's testimonies, however, ran counter to these assertions. They characterized Angela as a lively, upbeat individual who displayed no symptoms of depression or odd conduct. Investigators also investigated James's divorce demand in December 2022. He had mentioned Angela's mental health in conversations, but he did nothing to get her professional help. James's habit of hiding important information and this inconsistency increased suspicions that his actions might have been a part of a premeditated scheme. Additional evidence was found during the search of James's house and car. Investigators discovered pieces of packaging thought to be connected to the cyanide delivery in his home office. Traces of a powdery substance were found in his car and sent for examination. As the evidence grew, investigators were able to concentrate on James's possible double life. Even though he presented himself as a loving family man, he was starting to show signs of secretive behavior and hidden problems. A clearer picture of what might have been going on behind the scenes was emerging from the financial difficulties, marital strife, and thorough notes about Angela's symptoms. One of the most important aspects of the investigation was the history of James and Angela's marriage. According to Angela's sister, Angela had often confided in her about feeling pressured and manipulated by James. According to her, he could talk about his issues for hours on end without taking responsibility or demonstrating any desire to change. According to reports, Angela felt stuck in the circumstance and lacked the strength to escape. These reports corroborated remarks made by James's co-workers, who observed his repeated grievances regarding family issues. James once remarked that life would be simpler without all of these responsibilities, according to one co-worker. Throughout the investigation, Angela's medical records were extremely important. She had seen doctors more often than usual over the previous 2 years, complaining of inexplicable symptoms like weakness, dizziness, and stomach pain. Investigators suspected a potential link between her health problems and James's behavior, because these visits fell during times when their relationship was more tense. James's search history showed meticulous preparation. He had studied the uses of toxic substances, such as cyanide and arsenic, and discovered ways to cover up their taste in food and beverages. Articles about avoiding suspicion in poisoning cases also piqued his interest. This digital trail demonstrated a high degree of intentionality and preparation. The situation was further clarified by financial records. Investigators discovered that James had been paying for a mailbox he rented in a far-off location, which he used to accept some deliveries. According to delivery service staff, James regularly picked up packages, usually in the evening. His cyanide purchase, which was already being investigated, coincided with one of these deliveries. Additional leads were obtained through interviews with Angela's friends. According to one friend, Angela had complained of odd symptoms weeks prior to being admitted to the hospital, and she had expressed concern that they might have been caused by something she had eaten or consumed. Nevertheless, she ruled out James's involvement, blaming her illness on fatigue or other medical conditions. Investigators sought the opinion of toxicologists, who tested Angela's hair in order to shed light on the matter. Traces of arsenic and other harmful substances were found during the analysis, suggesting that the person had been exposed to poisons for a long time. These results clearly indicated that Angela's declining health was not a coincidence. A coherent story started to emerge from the gathered evidence, which included witness accounts, financial transactions, and the outcomes of medical tests. Long before Angela was admitted to the hospital, James had not only carefully planned his course of action, but had also started carrying it out. Nevertheless, investigators persisted in their efforts to dispel any remaining uncertainties. Investigators also looked into James's financial circumstances and found some concerning information. With more than $2 million in debt, his dental practice was in terrible shape. This was made worse by his gambling habit. James's financial situation was already unstable because he had lost a significant sum of money in Las Vegas. These disclosures provided a fresh viewpoint on James and Angela's marital problems, which, in the words of Angela's sister, had been anything but ideal for years. According to Angela's sister, James had consistently persuaded her to stay in the marriage, despite her attempts to leave it for 16 years. Those close to her claimed that despite feeling emotionally spent and stuck, Angela lacked the willpower to break up with him. Investigators suspected James of employing manipulation techniques to keep control of the situation as a result of these accounts. Another aspect of James's life was illuminated by emails discovered during the investigation. An intimate relationship that started in 2022, when Karen, a Texas orthodontist, filed for divorce, was disclosed in correspondence with her. Investigators were drawn to one specific detail. James had purchased airline tickets for Karen on the same day he was issued an arsenic order. Karen apologized for not being with James in an email on March 16 and said she hoped to see him soon. Investigators looked into life insurance plans that were obtained in Angela's name in the interim. They found 3 policies that paid out a significant sum of money. This discovery heightened concerns that James might have included money in his purported scheme. At 4:29 p.m. on March 18, medical professionals pronounced Angela clinically dead. James was charged with first-degree intentional homicide a few hours later. Investigators claim that on March 6, 2023, James, who regularly made protein shakes for his wife, tried to put arsenic in her beverage. After that failed, he told the supplier that he needed potassium cyanide for a medical procedure and ordered an expedited shipment. James was arrested the next day. He was charged with several offenses, including tampering with evidence, at his first court appearance. The judge imposed a $10 million bail amount. Prosecutors charged James Craig with solicitation of murder and solicitation of perjury shortly after. An Aurora police detective was the alleged victim, according to Aurora police spokesperson Joe Moylan, even though the indictment didn't say who James was supposed to hurt. The trial of James Craig has been postponed indefinitely. Craig is scheduled to appear in court with a new lawyer after entering a not guilty plea. Craig was also accused of surreptitiously delivering a jail letter to a fellow prisoner who was freed on bond with the help of an adult daughter. The letter, according to the prosecution, included a request to produce a fictitious video that allegedly showed Angela Craig requesting that James get her some toxic substances. Angela's family made the decision to donate her organs after she passed away on March 18. Knowing that her life could save others gave her loved ones some small comfort in this choice. Her family wrote her obituary, which omitted the terrible circumstances of her death and instead highlighted her generosity, love for her family, and commitment to helping those around her. Angela's 6 children were thrown into the middle of these terrible circumstances in the meantime. Angela's family took custody of them after James was arrested in an effort to protect them from the consequences of his alleged behavior. During this trying time, Angela's family put in a lot of effort to make sure the kids got the help and attention they required. The dark secrets that James Craig had meticulously hid behind the facade of a prosperous career and an apparently contented family life were exposed by this case. The tragic result of his painstakingly planned actions devastated not only his own life, but also the lives of his loved ones, family, and children. This story is a sobering reminder that appearances of success and stability can conceal deep conflicts and hidden agendas, leaving many lives forever altered and many questions unanswered. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Jansen family appeared to be just another loving, close-knit family, always willing to lend a helping hand to one another. However, everything changed one day. Even their closest friends found it hard to believe that something so shocking had occurred in their home. A string of incidents that rocked the family and left everyone in their wake in complete shock were concealed behind this mystery. Neighbors, friends, and law enforcement all attempted to piece together what exactly happened behind closed doors and what might have led to the dissolution of this seemingly ideal family. Randy Jansen led an apparently ordinary life in the small, sleepy towns with brick storefronts and quaint coffee shops amidst the thick forests of British Columbia. Randy had grown up in Langley, a small town that many people view as a tranquil haven. However, years of arduous work and aspirations that didn't always result in happiness lay behind this calm exterior. Randy had a strong relationship with his father, who was employed at a nearby lumber mill from a young age. Randy learned all he knew about woodworking from his father, and he followed in his footsteps by working at the same mill after high school. Long shifts and a great deal of physical exertion were necessary for the demanding work, but Randy was used to such difficulties. Randy was just one of many people in Langley who believed that the lumber mill was an essential part of the community's economy and way of life. He committed himself to the arduous task of transporting logs and processing wood for more than 10 years. Even though the work was repetitive and draining, it made him feel secure and proud. Even though every day was the same, Randy found meaning in the routine of his work and his role in the neighborhood. If the lumber mill stood for security, then music was Randy's release, a means of expressing feelings that he wasn't always able to articulate. Since his early years, music had been a part of his life, and as time went on, singing and playing the guitar changed from being a pastime to becoming an essential outlet. He often played at a local bar in Langley, where people would congregate to watch live performances and relax after their own exhausting workdays. Randy transformed his typically quiet and reserved manner into a dynamic and captivating presence that enthralled his audience. His genuine and passionate performances were adored by the locals, and they provided Randy with a sense of fulfillment and connection that was often lacking in his daily life. On what appeared to be a typical evening, Randy met Laurel, the woman who would forever alter his life, at that neighborhood bar. Laurel, who worked as a bartender and was 6 years older than Randy, frequently watched his shows from behind the counter. Charming and self-assured, Laurel was adored by customers for her ability to foster a welcoming environment and her honest, approachable manner. What began as informal discussions, initially about music and later about life, swiftly developed into a more profound bond. They became closer because of their love of music and similar aspirations. Even though her life took a different turn, Laurel always wanted to pursue a career in music and played the piano. Together with a sincere interest in one another, this shared dream quickly developed into something far deeper. Randy's life at the lumber mill went on as usual, but Laurel's presence now added color to it. As they started making plans for the future together, their bond grew stronger. Despite his comfort, Langley started to feel too small for their shared dreams. In their ideal world, music would serve as the cornerstone of their future rather than merely a pastime. Randy gained a renewed sense of purpose, love, and hope for the future from his work at the mill, his performances at the bar, and his evenings with Laurel. Randy and Laurel frequently talked about their 1990 wedding day. Only their closest friends and family were present at the modest ceremony, which had a warm, personal feel. Live music, exemplified by a song Randy sang for his bride, signaled the start of a life full of dreams and love. Their world revolved around their daughter Emily, who was born a few years after their wedding. Anyone who knew the family could see how much Randy loved Emily, and he frequently boasted that she was the best thing that had ever happened to him. Emily's life took a sudden and challenging turn when she was only 8 years old. Her sudden, severe headaches became so incapacitating that she was unable to pursue her musical endeavors any further. Emily had demonstrated exceptional singing ability at an early age, winning prizes in competitions and enthralling her parents with her voice. She had been attending vocal lessons and pursuing her dream of becoming a singer, leading a busy life. Motivated by her achievements, her parents made every effort to encourage her aspiration. Randy and Laurel initially struggled to comprehend what was happening to their daughter. They were unaware of her condition despite multiple medical tests and doctor visits that yielded no conclusive results. Because the bright lights and cacophonous classroom atmosphere caused more severe headaches, Emily was forced to drop out of school and transition to home-based learning. She spent most of her time in her room, which turned into a dimly lit haven. As she suffered, Randy and Laurel took turns taking care of her, doing everything they could to make her feel better. Doctors finally diagnosed migraines after conducting a number of tests. The whole family suffered a terrible blow. Emily's prescribed medications provided only a limited amount of relief, lowering her pain levels but never completely halting the attacks. Her greatest source of happiness, the music she once loved so much, was now out of her grasp. Once a vibrant and active young child, Emily grew more reclusive and spent most of her time in darkness and silence. In a desperate attempt to support their daughter, Randy and Laurel looked everywhere. They looked into alternative therapies, spoke with a lot of specialists, and tried a lot of treatments, but none of them provided the long-term respite they so desperately sought. The medical forecast was bleak. Many people with migraines must live with the pain for the rest of their lives. According to statistics, 34% of people with migraines had trouble finding work, 30% had trouble finishing their education, and roughly 53% were unable to drive because of their symptoms. Even though these figures made Emily's illness medically common, they didn't lessen the pain her parents were feeling as they saw their daughter's vitality wane. For Randy, these were especially difficult years. Once his haven, music, turned into a painful reminder that Emily was no longer able to experience the passion that had made her life so happy. Without Emily's voice to accompany him, his guitar-playing evenings had become meaningless, and he no longer found joy in playing at the neighborhood bar where he had once flourished. He began to spend more time at home, staying near Emily, and doing his best to help. But Randy and Laurel felt more and more powerless as Emily's pain increased. Their once vibrant and determined daughter now spent her days cooped up in her room, shut off from the outside world and light. Randy kept working, but his mind was constantly on Emily, and he woke up every day hoping to find a way to make her pain go away. Emily's health had gotten worse by the time she turned 18. Her migraine attacks increased in frequency and intensity, occasionally lasting several days. She was unable to learn and keep up friendships because of the constant pain. Emily persisted in pursuing her goals in spite of these obstacles. In order to pursue a career in the fine arts and eventually become an opera singer, she enrolled in the arts program at the University of British Columbia. Emily saw going to university as an opportunity to restore her sense of normalcy and get closer to the life she had always dreamed of, not just an academic pursuit. Emily forced herself to remain engaged in spite of her physical tiredness and ongoing pain flare-ups. She studied literature, art history, and music theory in addition to taking voice lessons. She even took part in concerts and student events whenever she could. Her classmates appreciated her perseverance in staying active in university life, despite the obstacles she encountered. Her actions, however, concealed a difficult battle going on behind the scenes. Emily frequently had to skip class and make up lost time on her own. Emily felt weak, sleepy, and exhausted from the strong drugs she was taking to treat her migraines. To reduce her symptoms, she was prescribed triptans, anticonvulsants, and antidepressants, but these medications had serious side effects, including depression, difficulty focusing, and a general deterioration in her physical health. Emily eventually started avoiding medicine as much as she could in order to lessen its effects on her body. Instead, she looked into alternative ways to treat her illness. Emily avoided triggers like bright lights, strong smells, and loud noises, used cold compresses on her head, and resorted to breathing techniques and meditation. Her room turned into a haven where she could go to escape anything that made her suffering worse. Her parents, Randy and Laurel, alternated in taking care of her and doing everything they could to alleviate her agony, but during the worst episodes, she spent whole days in the dark, protected from light and sound. Nevertheless, Emily did her best to keep things normal. Despite not being able to see her friends as frequently as she used to, she maintained contact with them. Her friends never deserted her, even though she occasionally had to postpone plans due to unexpected migraine attacks. To ensure she didn't feel alone, they would pay her a visit at home, spending time with her and providing support. Emily was unable to give up the things she loved, even though her condition limited her options. No matter how challenging the path became, she remained steadfast in her resolve to pursue her music and live life to the fullest. Randy Jansen shocked everyone who knew him with a Facebook post on May 7, 2015. He admitted to doing unimaginable things over the past 10 days in this post. He started off by writing about his daughter Emily, calling her the most ideal daughter anyone could ask for. She was gifted, smart, and compassionate. Emily made their lives so much more joyful by bringing laughter into their home and always lending a helping hand to others, even when she was having difficulties herself. However, she had to let go of the dreams she had fought so hard to realize because her illness had taken so much from her. Migraines had plagued Emily since elementary school. Deep depression resulted from the ongoing pain, and days when it didn't stop for even a second became her reality. Randy explained that while his daughter spent her days in hospitals or in her quiet, dark room, she would observe her classmates going about their daily lives. Emily tried to hope for a better future in spite of everything, but nothing seemed to work. Randy was employed at a lumber mill, but he spent all of his free time with his daughter. He told his friends that he couldn't imagine his life without Emily and that she was everything to him. He was driven to the brink of despair by seeing her suffer and being powerless to stop it. Randy was obviously having a lot of emotional difficulties, as friends remembered when he confided in them about his suffering. Randy made a choice one day that would change everything. He acknowledged taking a gun and killing Emily in a Facebook post, saying he did so to relieve her of the constant agony. He described how he saw her as an angel, free from her agony, floating above the clouds with her long hair blowing in the wind. He continued after that. Randy disclosed that he had also killed his wife, Laurel, because he couldn't imagine her having to deal with the loss of their daughter. He killed his sister Shelley a few days later, claiming he didn't want her to live with the guilt of what he had done. Randy clarified in the post that Emily had made every effort to get better. He talked about how resilient and strong she was, but in the end, the illness had broken her. He talked about how helpless he felt knowing he could do nothing to stop her daily suffering. In the end, Randy felt that this was the only way to help Emily, and he had repeatedly told friends that he would do anything for her. Randy's friends and acquaintances called the police right away after he published the post. They wanted to make sure Randy's family was safe because they were appalled by what they read. Many people were shocked by the post and found it difficult to comprehend the scope of what had transpired. After receiving several calls, including one from Randy's close friend Brian Jones, law enforcement moved swiftly to the scene. To conduct an investigation, officers were sent to Randy's residence. One of Randy's best friends, Brian Jones, read the Facebook post and was overcome with confusion and fear. When he saw the signature at the end, a nickname Randy had used since they were in school, he realized his friend had written those words. At first, he thought it was an error or some cruel joke. Brian realized right away how serious the situation was and that he needed to take quick action. He tried calling Randy on the phone as he made his way to Shelley's house after leaving work early. His worry only grew with each call that went unanswered. There was a pile of undeliverable newspapers on the porch when Brian got to Shelley's house. He thought this was odd because Shelley was dependable and never skipped a duty. The windows were covered with drawn curtains, and her old van was parked in the driveway. There were no signs of activity, and the yard was eerily quiet. Brian repeatedly knocked on the door, but no one answered. The scene was eerily silent and eerie in every way. Following the death of their parents, Shelley had led a solitary life. She didn't have kids, lived alone, and didn't often talk to her neighbors. She was renowned for being reliable and consistent in her work, and her primary duty was delivering newspapers. Brian became alarmed at the sight of the unopened newspapers right away. He made the decision to call the police because he knew something was amiss. He was told that he wasn't the first person to voice concerns about the family when he got to the dispatcher. They had already sent out a patrol unit to see how things were going. Randy wrote at the conclusion of his Facebook post that his family was now pain-free and in a better place. He apologized to everyone he had harmed, accepted full responsibility, and conveyed regret for his actions. Brian experienced a wave of shock and disbelief as he read the post's eerie closing. "Rest in peace, my little family." He had always known Randy to be a good-hearted, loving man who cherished his family. He found it incomprehensible that his friend could have committed such a crime or even had a gun. He remembered Randy's love and devotion when he talked about his family, and he found it hard to comprehend how things could have gone so wrong. Randy Jansen was inside his house when the police arrived, and they tried to get in touch with him. Through a second-story window, officers saw him brandishing a gun. They tried calling Randy on the phone and using loudspeakers, but he did not answer. The officers knew they needed to proceed cautiously to prevent further escalation because they were acutely aware of how tense the situation was. Negotiators surrounded the house and got to work, but Randy didn't show any signs of giving up or wanting to talk. The standoff turned into something much more dangerous after a few hours. Officers saw smoke rising from the upper floor after Randy set the house on fire. There were unsuccessful attempts to enter the house. Access through the windows was cut off as the flames spread too quickly. On the first floor, officers saw a body covered in a sheet, but they couldn't get to it to identify it. The officers were forced to flee as the entire house was engulfed in flames in a matter of minutes. When firefighters got there, the house was completely destroyed by the fire and could not be saved. Even after it was put out, the fire was so severe that it was dangerous to enter the interior for a few days. 3 days after the fire, on May 10, investigators were finally allowed to enter the burned-out remnants of the house to start their investigation. Investigators discovered 3 bodies inside the burned-out house. Emily, 19, was found with her body wrapped in a sheet in her bedroom. Laurel, 50, was discovered in the kitchen, similarly wrapped in a blanket. It was discovered by investigators that both had been shot in the head twice, about 10 days prior to Randy writing his Facebook post. The body of Randy was discovered in a bedroom on the 2nd floor. Before he set the house on fire, he had killed himself with a gun. It was evident from Randy's body's location and the weapon's remnants that he had been in severe emotional pain when he decided to take his own life. Police discovered Shelley's body in the living room when they got to Randy's sister's house. Shelley, whose body was similarly wrapped in a blanket, had also been shot twice in the head. Since there were no indications of a struggle at the scene, investigators deduced that she had passed away 2 days prior to her discovery, indicating that Randy had taken her by surprise. The past year had seen a serious decline in Emily's health. In order to relieve her unbearable pain, doctors had turned to giving her morphine injections. Neighbors frequently witnessed her parents escorting her home following hospital stays, and these injections were a last resort. Emily needed assistance just to walk because she had gotten so weak. Everyone who knew the family found these times to be devastating. Despite all of the difficulties they encountered, Emily's father, Randy Jansen, always did his best to take care of his family. He sought treatment from the family physician a year prior to the tragic events because he was experiencing severe stress and chronic insomnia. He told the physician that he found it hard to watch his daughter suffer. Randy rejected the medication because he thought it wouldn't solve the underlying issue, even though the doctor advised him to try to get more sleep and suggested sedatives. According to Randy's close friend, Brian Jones, Randy had never mentioned having suicidal thoughts or wanting to harm other people. He said Randy was a steady, industrious man who was always willing to help. Randy put his family first, and no one could have predicted that he was capable of such a thing. But Brian pointed out that Randy was at his breaking point. He finally made a terrible choice because he could no longer stand to see his daughter suffer. It was impossible for many neighbors who had known Randy since they were young to reconcile the events with the man they remembered. They said that he had never displayed any signs of cruelty or aggression and was a kind and gentle person. They believed that his acts were motivated by desperation and an inability to handle the suffering and distress that surrounded his family. Randy once told a neighbor that he wouldn't have a reason to live if his daughter ever died. In spite of those statements, Randy spent 10 days living in the house with his wife and daughter's bodies before ending his own life. 4 days before the tragedy, Emily sent out her final tweet, which said, "I complain about the pain, but at least I'm here to feel it. I thank God for the chance to live." It was a reflection of her will to live despite the tremendous suffering she had to endure. She frequently fought to maintain her optimism in her social media posts. She made an effort to remain optimistic despite her illness, even when things appeared dire. Emily was regarded as a good-hearted and sympathetic young lady who made an effort to remain aware of her surroundings. She loved to sing, and when her health permitted it, she did so in the local church. Her performances were remembered with fondness by many Langley residents. Her church attendance decreased as her illness worsened, but she continued to be giving and considerate. On her best days, she would even assist neighborhood children with their homework. She would also bake with her mother and share sweets with neighbors. Emily's mother, Laurel, supported her daughter to the best of her ability. She expressed the anguish and despair she experienced while witnessing her daughter's suffering on Twitter when she wrote, "Emily is back in the hospital, praying to God they can help her. I feel so helpless." Despite being close to emotional exhaustion, Laurel persisted in trying to find ways to improve Emily's condition. Randy's sister Shelley was also unable to predict the tragedy that would occur. None of the family members thought their fates would be determined in such a terrible manner. Randy frequently confided in friends over the past year about the immense stress and strain that Emily's illness had placed on him. Nobody could have foreseen that Randy would eventually become so emotionally unstable that he would choose to murder his family members. As previously stated, Emily kept a Twitter account where she expressed her opinions. She wasn't giving up, as evidenced by her posts. She wrote just prior to the tragedy, "For the first time in 2 years, I've gone 12 hours without pain. I'm so tired of hurting, but I need to keep going." Her words demonstrated her will to fight in spite of the overwhelming obstacles. But Randy was unable to bear the emotional burden any longer. As their daughter's health deteriorated, Laurel was also profoundly impacted. Her distress was reflected in her tweets. The family made an effort to help one another in spite of their desperation, but things kept getting worse, and none of them could predict where it would go. The details have now been revealed, and it is evident how hopelessness, hidden struggles, and despair led to an unexpected tragedy. The Jansen family's story serves as a sobering reminder that, even behind seemingly impenetrable walls, unspeakable suffering can fester beneath the surface and occasionally explode in unexpected ways. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. One of the most terrifying scenes ever filmed is before you. Actual video of a serial killer on the loose. Because its owner was already being watched by the police, fate stepped in before the murder kit could take another life. From a sunny UK resort to a charming southern Italian town, he left a bloody trail in his wake. The criminal mastermind ridiculed the investigators and misled them by leaving obvious clues close to his victim. The man's bizarre fetish ultimately brought about his terrible demise, but it also motivated him to carry out unspeakably cruel deeds. Far from their busy hometown of Potenza, Italy, the Claps family was getting ready for a relaxing Sunday retreat at a small cottage in Tito on September 12, 1993. Luciano, their 20-year-old son, was with their parents, Antonio and Filomena. Gildo Claps, 24, their oldest son, and Elisa Claps, 16, their youngest daughter, were expected to arrive soon. Together with Elisa's friend Eliana D'Alessio, they were scheduled to arrive in the afternoon. Eliana and Elisa had decided to go to the town center church for a service. The girls then intended to head back to Elisa's house before having lunch at the cottage with the rest of the family. Gildo started to worry when the girls hadn't returned after an hour. His sister would call home if she was going to be late, and she was always on time. Eliana was the one who rang the doorbell. Eliana assumed her friend had already gone home after they parted ways at the church. The fact that Elisa was still missing shocked Eliana. Gildo wandered around the town center, worried, trying to find his sister. Elisa was not in the crowd of people that gathered around the church. The rest of the family returned to Potenza to inquire about the situation after Gildo and Elisa failed to show up by 2 p.m., and they were shocked to learn that the girl had disappeared. Gildo asked Eliana to describe his sister's precise morning movements. Eliana then admitted that she hadn't been entirely truthful. Elisa used the service as a pretext to meet with her friend, 21-year-old Danilo Restivo, a dental technician student, even though they didn't attend. Despite coming from a well-respected family, his father was the director of the local National Library branch. The young man was unpopular and frequently the object of jeering, particularly from girls. Being a good-hearted and sympathetic person, Elisa felt sorry for him, but she made it plain to him that they could not be together. However, he insisted on giving her a gift to celebrate her passing her exams, so she consented to meet him that day. Danilo and Elisa made plans to meet at the church as the service was coming to an end at 11:30 a.m. Eliana unintentionally ran into Angelica, another friend, while she was waiting outside. The girls thought they might have missed Elisa in the crowd, but they didn't see her leave the church. Gildo called Danilo's house and demanded an explanation because he was the last person to see his sister. According to Danilo, they sat at the altar and talked for 15 minutes during their meeting. Restivo stayed behind to pray after Elisa left the church, and that was the last time he saw her. After a few hours, Elisa didn't come home, so her brother Luciano went to see Restivo in person. Danilo's responses showed signs of nervousness and evasiveness. Luciano inquired as to what had happened after noticing a big bandage on his left hand. Restivo described how he cut his hand after tripping at a construction site. "I don't know where the girl is," he repeated. After Elisa's family called the police to report her missing, they asked that Restivo be questioned. However, their request was denied, and they were told to return home and wait for the girl to come back on her own. Gildo went back to the church because he had run out of options, but the door was locked. He made arrangements to enter and conducted another search of the building. He saw another locked door behind the altar, leading to the church's upper floor. When Gildo requested that door be opened as well, he was told that the priest, Father Domenico Sabbia, who had gone to a spa resort for a few days, was the only one with a key. When the police eventually spoke with Danilo 2 days later, after the girl had not returned, he stated that Elisa was unhappy at home and wanted to flee to Naples, but he attempted to talk her out of this plan. According to his version, he remained in the church while she left after their brief conversation. He said he asked her for advice about Paula, another girl he wanted to date, but he didn't mention the gift for Elisa. He returned home after the talk via a construction site where he had been with Paula just days before, where he had cut his hand after falling from an unfinished escalator. Investigators questioned whether Danilo was telling the truth. First of all, his statements were surprisingly accurate. Second, Elisa's desire to flee her devoted family was not supported by any evidence. Lastly, it was unclear how he fell head first from the escalator that was still under construction, only cutting his hand and avoiding breaking his glasses. When the police came to the Restivo's house, they asked to see the clothes their son was wearing that day. But without a warrant, Danilo's father wouldn't cooperate. Persuaded that Restivo was concealing something, the police checked his name in the database before leaving empty-handed. When he attacked other boys while playing with them at the age of 14, it turned out that he had already run afoul of the law. And it wasn't just that. 3 female students who lived close to his home accused him of stalking a few months ago. By calling girls at home and describing their attire, or playing them spooky music from the horror film Profondo Rosso, he obviously enjoyed making them feel afraid. Additionally, investigators learned that Danielo had a very peculiar habit. He enjoyed chopping off random people's hair while they were on public transit. Despite hearing about these incidents, the police were unable to establish Restivo. Meanwhile, word of Elisa Clapp's disappearance spread swiftly across the nation, and pranksters kept calling the family to say they had the girl and she was okay. While some of the messages claimed to have seen the girl in a white Fiat Uno, the police ignored the majority of these calls. The problem is that on that particular day, Elisa's friend Angelica disclosed that Ercilio Gegari, a 20-year-old admirer of hers, was out and about in the city center. Ercilio and his family had just arrived from Albania. Ercilio denied attending the church when he was asked to testify, and he gave the police the names of friends who could verify his alibi. But not only did his friends not believe his account, they also claimed that he was in the city center on the day the girl vanished. Additionally, one witness named Ercilio as the driver of a white Fiat Uno, which is the same model of vehicle that multiple witnesses reported seeing Elisa in on the day of her disappearance. When the police discovered Elisa's diary, which was missing several pages, suspicions of Ercilio's involvement increased. After reconstructing pieces of those pages, forensic specialists found that some words were written in Albanian. Ercilio was questioned again, and each time his account was altered. He once asserted that Danilo Restivo gave him instructions to deny knowing one another. Ercilio was eventually accused of providing false testimony. The police received an anonymous call in December. According to the female caller, she saw Elisa in Rome. Elisa had reportedly been assaulted and coerced into a white Fiat Uno. "Please help her and help me," the voice said toward the end of the call. The recorded call was analyzed and the results were shocking. Eliana was the caller. Because she was known to alter her version of events, investigators had long been suspicious of her statements. She was accused of providing false testimony, just like Ercilio. Detectives eventually concluded that Elisa was dead and that Danilo was to blame for her disappearance, even though they could not totally rule out the possibility that the girl had fled from home. He might have forced other people she knew to tell lies to the police, but they had nothing to accuse him or any other suspect of, other than false testimony in the absence of a body. However, the Claps family believed that powerful individuals, such as Danillo's father's friends and the priest of the church where she vanished, were defending the reputation of their daughter's murderer, even though all other churches were happy to have a box placed in the building where anyone could anonymously leave a note with information about Elisa. Father Domenico Sabia, in particular, forbade anyone from entering the church's attic. He even made an effort to deny ever knowing Danilo, but this was swiftly refuted when a picture of the two of them together on Danilo's 18th birthday appeared. Danilo Restivo was eventually taken into custody for providing false testimony after all the information was gathered. He received a 20-month prison sentence after being found guilty. Gildo was astounded by the legal system after the trial, questioning how someone could be found guilty of providing false testimony and still not be forced to tell the whole truth. However, Danilo was released after serving half of his sentence. There was nothing else the police could accuse him of. Because Eliana and Ursi allegedly gave false testimony out of fear for their own lives, rather than to muddle the investigation, the judge did not find them guilty of perjury. Numerous rumors surfaced on the second anniversary of Elisa's disappearance in Potenza, including claims that she was being sold by human traffickers, was in the hands of the Sicilian mafia, or had a covert relationship with a priest. People who demanded money in exchange for information about the girl harassed the family on a regular basis. Elisa's family actively promoted public interest in the case in spite of the challenges. They developed a website to offer updates on the investigation as the internet started to gain popularity. An email purportedly written by Elisa appeared on the website on April 23, 1999. She said she was living in Brazil after leaving Potenza. The girl explained that she was unhappy and had to leave forever, but she also begged for forgiveness for hurting her family. "This will be my first and last letter to the family," she added. Filomena fervently hoped her daughter was still alive and well. Her sons weren't persuaded, though. They engaged a private investigator to track down the email's IP address because they knew their sister had left the house without cash or a passport, only to find out it was sent from a Potenza internet cafe rather than Brazil. Danilo Restivo was in the cafe when the email was sent, according to a list of all the patrons that day that the cafe staff had provided. Believing that Danilo had come up with this scheme to persuade them to stop looking for the girl, Elisa's family called the police right away and insisted on questioning him. They were informed, nevertheless, that there was nothing further they could do and that the investigation's active phase was over. 2,000 kilometers north of Potenza is the resort town of Bournemouth, which is situated on Britain's southern coast. For the Barnett family in Bournemouth, Tuesday morning, November 12, 2002, began as any other Tuesday morning. After dropping her children, Caitlin, age 11, and Terry, age 14, off at school, Heather Barnett, 48, came home after 8:30 a.m. As usual, Heather was eager to start working and have her morning tea. She made custom pillowcases, curtains, and other items from home. That day was no different from the many orders she always had. Terry and Caitlin came home from school a few hours later. Their mother was undoubtedly at home because her car was parked in the driveway and the radio was on, so the kids were a little uncomfortable with the unlocked front door. Their mother didn't answer. Caitlin called for her brother after looking in every room but the bathroom. She didn't want to enter for some reason. The kids knocked and got no answer, so they pushed the door, which slowly opened to reveal a horrifying scene. Evidently the victim of a very heinous crime, their mother lay on the floor. After phoning 911, Terry escorted his yelling sister outside to await the arrival of the police and ambulance. The neighbor across the street saw the two agitated kids while they were parking their car. Assuring the kids that they would be safe in their house, they took them inside. When the police arrived, they found no evidence of forced entry and that nothing had been stolen. Shortly after the woman dropped her kids off at school, the actual crime took place. Luminol testing showed that the woman's size 9 shoe prints led from the restroom to her workshop before abruptly vanishing in the center of the space. Before leaving the house, the murderer had obviously changed out of their filthy shoes and put on clean ones they had brought. The fibers found on the woman's body suggested that the offender had gloves on. Every piece of evidence suggested that the crime was well planned. The murderer arrived armed with gloves, a knife, a hammer, and a change of clothes and shoes. One piece of evidence, though, was left behind. A green hand towel that had been stained with Heather's blood was resting on the workshop chair. Only the murderer could have put the towel there, given its location and the fact that it did not belong to the family. Before putting on new clothes, they used it to clean their hands and face of the blood. The hair that was discovered in the woman's hands, however, was the most intriguing piece of evidence. At first, the police thought she had successfully removed a hair from the offender, but forensic examination showed something different. The hair in one hand belonged to Heather, but the hair in the other belonged to another woman, and it had been neatly cut with a sharp tool. Speaking with Caitlin and Terry, the detective discovered that their extra house keys had vanished a week prior to the murder. Although they changed the locks, they had suspicions because their neighbor had just come to get curtains for his girlfriend. The children were consoled by the same neighbor, an Italian man they called Danny. After moving to Britain in May 2002, Danilo Restivo, known to his neighbors as Danny, married Fiona Mozingo, an Italian woman he met online. Their residence was right across the street from Heather Barnett's. When the police arrived at the crime scene, they spoke with Danilo right away, and he quickly told them that he had an alibi for the whole morning. He said he went to classes at a computer center after taking a bus. His statements were fully supported by the police when they looked through his bus ticket and the center's registration log. However, Danilo grudgingly led the detective to the bathroom, where his sneakers were soaking in a bucket of bleach, when an officer came to his house 5 days later to take DNA samples and asked to see the shoes he had on the day of the crime. "I'm cleaning them," he explained. The detective became suspicious of this and seized the shoes. The sneakers did not, however, match the footprints that were discovered in Heather's home. The police had cause to suspect Danilo Restivo, despite the absence of concrete proof, because of his dubious actions when it came to cleaning his sneakers. When they chose to search a database for his name, they discovered something startling. Restivo's name had previously been connected to a criminal investigation. He might have been connected to the disappearance of Elisa Claps, a young Italian girl more than 10 years ago. His alibi for that case was also re-examined by investigators, who discovered that it was not as credible as first believed. He registered at a time that was rather awkwardly changed from 10:28 to 9:28 in the computer center's logbook. Nothing would have stopped him from getting off at the next stop and going back to Heather's house, even though he had a bus ticket with the allotted travel time. Additionally, at 9:24, a man who looked like him was seen on security footage crossing the street close to Heather's residence. Unfortunately, the man could not be precisely identified due to the poor quality of the video. However, Danilo was the main suspect in a case for the second time in his life, but this time, all of the evidence against him was circumstantial. When the detectives called the Potenza police, they learned of Danilo's uncommon fetish of chopping off the hair of unidentified girls. The investigators' conviction that he was involved in the crime was only reinforced by this information. When the police started monitoring Danilo Restivo in April 2004, they soon discovered another questionable behavior. Restivo enjoyed going to a secluded park in Throop, which is close to Bournemouth. There he would hide behind bushes and watch girls walking their dogs or jogging. Wearing 2 sets of clothes, waterproof pants, gloves, sunglasses, and a hooded sweatshirt that covered his face, he was in the park on May 12 despite the nearly summery weather. The police were worried that they wouldn't be able to stop another murder because of his suspicious behavior. A number of uniformed officers approached the suspect while posing as investigators of car thefts in the park and requested to examine his possessions in order to conceal the surveillance. Police discovered what they dubbed Restivo's murder kit, which included a big knife, ski mask, gloves, scissors, wet wipes, and trash bags. Remaining composed, Restivo said he had located the knife in the grass and had taken it to protect the kids. He claimed to be gathering insects for his pet lizard when asked what he was doing in the park. He was hiding in the park bushes, and even the police had to concede that it was a reasonable explanation. Once more, the detectives had nothing tangible to present to Danilo. The decision was made to switch strategies and ask for public support. The goal of the investigation was to identify the owner of the hair strands that were discovered in Heather's hand. They contacted the media in Italy and Britain, and since 2002, when Restivo relocated to Bournemouth, they have received a lot of calls from girls who have had their hair cut in incidents involving public transit in Britain. None of the DNA samples that the girls gave matched the hair that was discovered at the scene of the crime. The investigation stalled for a while until the hair strand was re-examined in 2007 using a new technique that could identify the hair's previous residence. It was discovered that the hair belonged to a girl who lived in the UK, but had traveled to Tampa, Florida, a few weeks after visiting Valencia, Spain, 2 months prior to having her hair cut. Motivated by such specific information, the police made another unsuccessful attempt to contact the public. The police worry that the girl might have been a victim of the killer's prior crime, but it's also possible that she was just not paying attention to the news. In spite of this early setback, science ultimately contributed to the case. Since technology had greatly improved by 2009, forensic specialists re-examined the green towel from Heather's home in the hopes of finding something new. This time, the specialists were able to distinguish Heather's blood from someone else's perspiration and skin fragments. An expert said that there was only a 1 in 5,7,000 chance that it was someone else's DNA, even though it couldn't be said with absolute certainty that it was Danilo Restivo's. Blood traces were discovered on the insoles of Restivo's sneakers when they were inspected that year using more advanced methods. This meant that when Restivo put on the shoes, his socks had blood on them. It supported the detective's hypothesis that the offender had brought an extra pair of shoes. Unfortunately, DNA analysis was completely impossible due to the bleach used, thus preventing Danilo and Heather's deaths from being directly linked. Restivo changed his clothes, put on gloves, and used bleach to get rid of bloodstains because he was aware of the evidence he might leave behind. Knowing what might link him to the crime scene, he made every effort to prevent it. He had a plan, was ready, and followed it. Thankfully, Restivo would eventually be charged with Heather's murder, but not before a terrible discovery was made in Italy. Something unexpected occurred in Potenza on March 17, 2010. The local church where Elisa had vanished years before was being repaired by workers. The attic door was no longer locked, and the priest had died 2 years earlier. 2 workers went upstairs, one using a flashlight to light his path while looking for roof damage. At that moment, he caught sight of something concealed behind construction debris in the room's corner. He was horrified to discover that he was staring at a mummified corpse. The girl's watch, glasses, and shoes were discovered on her body and were used to identify her. 17 years after going missing, Elisa Claps was found in the same church. She had died on the day of her disappearance, and her body had been dragged away and hidden, as the forensic examiner later concluded. Her body was found to have evidence of violence. However, several hair strands discovered in her hands, and a few more close to the body, were the most damning pieces of evidence. Professor Vincenzo Pascali in Rome was tasked with analyzing a sample of foreign DNA discovered on the girl's body, but, to put it mildly, he carried out the investigation rather sloppily and had ties to the church where the crime was committed. He said that the DNA did not match Danilo Restivo, but when the investigator decided to confirm this and sent the sample to another lab, it did match Restivo's DNA. The professor was placed on 18 months of work suspension, and on May 19, 2010, Restivo was arrested. The jury found Danilo guilty of Heather's murder on June 30, 2011. Following 5 hours of deliberation, he received a life sentence without the chance of release. But after he prevailed in an appeal on November 21, 2012, the court modified the punishment for Heather's murder and gave him a minimum of 40 years in prison. Restivo was found guilty of Elisa Claps' murder and given a 30-year prison sentence in absentia on November 11, 2011. Investigators believe it is crucial to look into Danilo Restivo's relationship to other unsolved crimes in both Italy and Britain because of his obvious propensity for murder. It is thought that he was most likely involved in the death of a 27-year-old North Korean student studying English in Bournemouth. 2 months prior to Heather's murder, on July 12, 2002, the girl, who went by the name Jung-uk Shin, Loki, was making her way home on foot following an evening spent with friends. She was fatally injured by an unidentified attacker just 3 blocks from Restivo's residence. By yelling at him, Loki was able to repel him, and he even told the medical staff that the assailant was wearing a ski mask. After 3 tries, another man was found guilty of this crime, but his conviction was based only on the testimony of a female informant who had previously made false statements and frequently found herself intoxicated. There were many inconsistencies in her story, and she failed to mention the killer's ski mask. The two girls' physical similarities lend credence to the idea that Restivo was involved. Furthermore, the fact that the murder took place on the 12th of the month, as did the killings of Elisa and Heather, as well as the fact that Restivo visited the park where his murder kit was discovered, indicates the importance of this date to him. The length of the knife found in the park with Danilo is the same as the wound on Loki's body. Furthermore, different hair strands were discovered on the sidewalk close to Loki, but it was challenging to pinpoint their exact origin because of the nearby hair salon. From a legal standpoint, Loki's case is over. 2 murders have been formally charged against Danilo Restivo. Investigators are certain that there might be additional victims, though. Elisa's body was meticulously concealed, but Heather's was cruelly displayed for her own kids to see. Experts say that this shows that the criminal changed and that he was unable to stop on his own. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that transpired in Jacksonville, Florida in this video. The body of Kim Dorsey was discovered in her house. Detectives discovered during the scene that she had attempted, but failed, to flee through her bedroom window. With multiple suspects, detectives had to put in a lot of effort to solve this case. Kim Dorsey was 38 years old in 2012. She earned a degree in civil engineering from the University of North Florida. She owned her own construction company, was a certified general contractor, and served as the director of training for Inspection Depot's Quality Assurance Division. She and her husband, Derek Dorsey, occupied a lovely home. Derek was a respected member of his community and had been a firefighter for 20 years. Everyone believed that Kim had the ideal marriage and that she was a lovely person. But when the front door of a perfect couple's house closes, nobody knows what happens inside. When Derek returned home from work on October 28, 2012, he found Kim's lifeless body. He dialed 911 right away. Though he believed Kim was dead, he told the operator that he was performing CPR on her. Derek responded that Kim might have hurt herself when the operator asked him what had happened to her. Police and an ambulance arrived on the scene. At the scene, Kim was declared dead. Derek suggested that Kim might have hurt herself to the 911 operator, but detectives investigating the scene knew right away that foul play was involved. Derek covered his wife's body with a blanket after locating her. Upon the arrival of the medical examiner, they took off the blanket and witnessed the severity of Kim's ordeal. Detectives were informed by Derek that he had left for work the morning before. Firefighters are on duty all day and all night. He expected to find Kim in bed when he entered the bedroom on Sunday morning just after 8 o'clock. It was very dark in there because of the heavy curtains. At the foot of the bed, he noticed Kim sprawled on the floor. Kim had already passed away when he dialed 911. Experts concluded during the autopsy that Kim Dorsey had passed away about 24 hours prior to Derek dialing 999. Police discovered a lot of evidence at the crime scene. Kim had a plastic tie around her wrists and ankles. On the floor was a broken pool stick. On the floor beside it was a gun. In addition, there was a knife on the ground near Kim's body. Both the bedroom doorway and the wall had bullet marks on them. The bedroom appeared to have been the scene of a firing incident. There were numerous things that required clarification. By examining the remainder of the house, investigators were able to determine the cause. The contents of drawers had been dumped out by someone who had gone through the kitchen. There was definitely someone searching. It was quite strange that the kitchen sink had a keypad that was connected to a surround sound system and 3 or 4 remote controls. The front door was undamaged and showed no signs of having been broken into. Nevertheless, investigators did observe an oddity. It was knocked over, a ceramic dog statue by the front door. They immediately reached their first conclusion. It didn't seem possible that a stranger could have broken into the house, stabbed Kim, beat her with a pool stick, and bound her with plastic ties. Either the intruder knew how to enter the house, or Kim Dorsey knew who had attacked her. The fact that Derek was the first suspect and brought to the police station to be questioned was not surprising. Derek was asked to provide more details about his work, his wife, and the previous weekend by the detective. He claimed that Kim spent a few hours shopping on Friday after leaving the house. They watched a movie at home in the evening. Derek rose early on Saturday and headed to work at around 7 in the morning, as he usually does. At 8 a.m. on Sunday, he concluded his shift. Kim was at home by herself during those 24 hours that he was away. He made multiple attempts to reach her on her cell phone on Saturday. In the far north of the county, Derek was employed at a fire station. The call didn't go through, and the cell coverage wasn't always good. With one exception, he is an experienced professional with years of experience. Everything Derek had told them so far made sense, but when he called 911, he informed the operator that Kim most likely hurt herself. How could he have failed to recognize that this was a crime? Did he know? Derek discussed his relationship with Kim, saying that it was basically free. They permitted one another to have relationships with other people. However, Derek went on to say that Kim stopped because she was grieving the loss of her mother, who passed away 3 or 4 years ago. Kim sought medical assistance from a professional. She may not feel as attractive as she once did because she gained a little weight while taking medication. Detectives needed to know whether Derek had adopted a more relaxed lifestyle since Kim had stopped doing so. Frequently, someone dies as a result of marital infidelity. Derek acknowledged that he was seeing another woman at the moment. Investigators wanted to know if Derek intended to divorce Kim. Would her passing have brought him any financial gain? Kim's life was uninsured when Derek was asked if his wife had a life insurance policy. For example, the detectives considered the amount of time it would take Derek to drive home from the fire station. It would take nearly an hour to travel the 15 miles between the two places. He was employed at a small fire station. After speaking with every firefighter, detectives came to the conclusion that Derek had a perfect alibi. The investigators then made the decision to consider an alternative. They were aware that Derek was referring to a girlfriend. Perhaps this woman wished to remove Kim from the situation. Someone may believe they were treated unfairly in a love triangle. Perhaps Derek didn't follow through on his promise to his girlfriend that he would divorce Kim. After being questioned by detectives, Derek's girlfriend was promptly ruled out as a suspect because she had a strong alibi. To examine everything again, investigators went back to the crime scene. Investigations may involve experts like blood spatter analysts in specific situations where it is unclear what happened and who was involved. They are able to elaborate on the specifics of what transpired. It was crucial to comprehend the events that led up to the fight, its beginning, and its conclusion. Experts concluded that Kim was hurt close to the bedside table in the first place. The left side of the bed was heavily covered in blood. She spent a considerable amount of time there after suffering severe injuries. Kim then regained consciousness and started to fight back, according to the evidence. She managed to reach her gun storage area. It was a revolver with 5 shots. She shot at whoever might have been standing in the doorway, using all 5 shots. Kim fired 5 shots, but she never hit her assailant. Kim must have been sitting or lying on the bedroom floor when she fired the shots because, as you can see, the bullets flew from bottom to top. She missed 5 shots, as I mentioned. The offender came back into the room with a pool stick and hit her until the stick broke after realizing she had run out of ammunition. The pool stick was broken against Kim's body, and it would take a lot of force to break one. Additionally, the offender stabbed her in the neck. New information about the crime and its possible perpetrator was revealed by the thorough investigation. A pool stick kept on the second floor was the most obvious murder weapon. Kim had plastic ties on her wrists and ankles, which investigators were able to find were also kept in an upstairs office. It was one of a set of knives in the kitchen. All of this suggested that the person who committed this crime knew the house well. He knew Kim well enough to enter her house and was aware of its contents and location. Investigators believed this suggested that the crime was committed by a family member. Kim had contact with a man prior to her death, and that contact was against her will, according to injuries discovered on her body during the autopsy. You understand what I mean. Thus, the police had the offender's DNA sample. There might have been other men in the house while he was at work, according to what Derek Dorsey told them. This increased the number of possible suspects, and all of them needed to be tested by the police. Derek was asked by detectives to provide the names of any men who might have been in the house. Derek worked as a general contractor at a construction site in addition to being a firefighter. Derek's home was once occupied by some of the people he used for his contracting business. According to Derek, he used to work with a man named Lance Kirkpatrick, with whom he became friends. Derek allowed Lance to stay in his home for a few months while he dealt with his issues. Derek, however, requested that Lance leave after he began abusing drugs. Derek claims that Lance was on a boat in the Atlantic Ocean the weekend the crime was committed. Derek mentioned a man by the name of Joshua Veal as the second individual. Derek tried to assist Joshua, made friends with him, and gave him some work. After some arguments, Derek and Kim allowed Joshua to live in their home before Joshua eventually moved out. However, Derek stated that he was still supposed to meet Joshua the morning he found Kim's body and continued to hire him for odd jobs. Derek was going to pick up Joshua Veal on Sunday morning after he got off work. Joshua failed to show up for their scheduled meeting at a convenience store. If he wanted to earn money, why wouldn't he attend this meeting? Joshua thus turned into a suspect. Joshua Veal's criminal history was found by the police, primarily for drug offenses. After being arrested, he was brought to an interview room. Joshua was asked to explain his weekend activities by the detective. He stated that he had spent the entire weekend, including the moment the detectives thought the crime was committed, having a party at his house. The investigator then inquired as to whether he and Kim Dorsey were romantically involved. Although he said no, he made it clear that he thought Kim was a very attractive woman and that he wouldn't mind dating her. The detective eventually told Joshua that Kim had passed away. The detectives were surprised by his response. He broke down in tears. But was he pretending, or were his feelings real? They released him after obtaining a DNA sample from him. The DNA discovered on Kim Dorsey's body was not Joshua's, according to forensic analysis. The police have one less suspect as a result. Derek gave the police the names of other people who knew his house. They were all excluded after submitting DNA for analysis. After that, investigators made the decision to go back to the crime scene once more. But this time, they wanted to take Derek on a tour of the house. It was quite odd that they discovered 4 remote controls for the surround sound system in the sink. When they first inspected the kitchen, water had been poured into the remote controls, most likely to remove the DNA. When Derek managed to turn on the television, an adult film started right away. According to Derek, it wasn't his film. Is it possible that the offender was watching television? Derek recalled that the house had recently been occupied by another man. They were experiencing issues with both their television system and the remote control. An employee of the business that sold them the system stopped by on Friday afternoon and adjusted the surround sound. About 12 hours prior to Kim's death, this man was in the house. What would happen if he chose to return while Derek was at work? Detectives found this man quickly and started interviewing him. They saw that his hands were cut. He claimed it was nothing out of the ordinary that he had injured himself at work. He consented to give his DNA and denied any role in Kim Dorsey's ordeal. The DNA that was discovered on Kim's body did not match it. When an officer came across a routine police report of temporary unauthorized use of a vehicle, things quickly started to go south. That's a pretty fancy way of saying that you let someone take the car even though it was stolen. Just 17 hours prior to Kim's passing, the theft took place. A police report was filed by the girl who claimed the car was stolen. Lance Kirkpatrick was the man she let use the car, and he never came back. Early in the investigation, Derek Dorsey was recalling who had visited his home when he heard the name Lance Kirkpatrick. However, Derek thought Lance was in the ocean at the time of the crime, on a boat. Detectives were informed by the girl who reported the car stolen that she, Lance, and other people were at a party on Friday night. She let him use her car, and Lance consented to go get a drink at the store. Lance Kirkpatrick departed at that point and never came back. Investigators made the decision to learn whether the vehicle ever came close to Kim Dorsey's house. Neighbors were interviewed by the police when they arrived on the scene. Dorsey's neighbor first told one of the patrol officers that he had spotted a small blue SUV there that day. It was identical to the vehicle Kirkpatrick had taken. The SUV was reported to the police a few days later. They discovered surveillance footage that verified the blue SUV was outside Kim's house at 6:30 a.m. on the day of her death. Lance Kirkpatrick was the top suspect after police saw this surveillance footage. They contacted the woman from whom he had stolen the car in order to locate him. Although she didn't know Lance's location, she claimed to know where to look for Brian Kiefer, one of his friends. After being brought to the police station, Brian was questioned about Lance Kirkpatrick. Brian was at the same party when the SUV vanished, investigators discovered. Being one of the people who allowed Lance to use the car, Brian claimed to have spent the entire night driving around in a taxi in an attempt to find out where Lance was. It took him until the following day to locate him. According to Brian, Lance appeared unkempt and he saw that one of his arms was injured. What Brian went on to say was totally surprising. Lance informed him that he was going to jail because he had killed a man. It was a beating, he said. There are a number of reasons why someone would confess to a crime. To begin with, due to guilt. They are unable to tolerate it. They are unable to conceal it. Keeping it to themselves is not an option. Alcohol and illegal substances may be the cause of reason number 2. When an individual loses self-control and begins babbling. Lance gave Brian information that only a criminal would be aware of. He claimed, for instance, that he used a pool stick to attack Kim. In addition, Lance claimed to have been shot 5 times. It was a 5-shot revolver, so he waited for the 6th shot. But it never came. Because he was aware of the specifics of the crime, there were 2 possible suspects in this case, Lance Kirkpatrick or Brian Kiefer. Brian informed investigators that Lance was hiding in his home's attic. An arrest was made for Lance Kirkpatrick. Throughout the interview, he remained composed. He was questioned regarding his relationship with Derek Dorsey and the last time he visited his home. "I was there a week or a week and a half ago," Lance said. Derek and Lance had communicated long enough. He did a lot of work with him. He was aware that Derek would be gone for 24 hours due to his schedule. Kim would be home alone, he knew. Lance was questioned by detectives regarding her relationship with Kim Dorsey. He claimed that their relationship was trouble-free, but the interview ended there because Lance insisted on having a lawyer and would not respond to any questions. Investigators had to find another way to prove Kirkpatrick was at Kim's house because he refused to cooperate. Numerous questions could have been addressed by DNA testing. Lance's father provided a DNA sample which investigators compared to Kim's body. The parallels were striking. It cleared Brian Kiefer, another suspect, in addition to confirming Kirkpatrick as the murderer. Investigators think Kirkpatrick had some sort of evil scheme based on his actions in the hours leading up to the murder. As you are aware, Lance drove away in someone else's vehicle that Friday night and returned. He was aware of the route to Kim's home. He was aware that Derek would be gone for 24 hours due to his schedule. Kim was alone at home, and he knew it. He was aware that the spare key was stored beneath the statue of the dog. Taking that key, he went inside the house. Kim Dorsey most likely heard him at that point. The specifics of what transpired next, however, remain unclear. Lance Kirkpatrick first entered a not guilty plea in spite of the overwhelming evidence. However, Kirkpatrick acknowledged that he was responsible for Kim's death during a trial that took place almost 2 years after her passing, but he maintained that he had no intention of killing her. Kirkpatrick claimed that Kim Dorsey was training him and that he was good friends with the Dorseys. He claimed that after going to the gym 3 or 4 times a week with Kim Dorsey, they occasionally got together for drinks and flirted, which occasionally resulted in intimate contact. It wasn't anything constant. It was random. It wasn't planned, Kirkpatrick remarked when discussing his private meetings with Kim Dorsey. According to Lance, on the day of Kim's passing, they had intimate, consenting contact. He acknowledged that he was the owner of the adult film's DVD. He asserted that after they were done, Kim Dorsey was upset with him for assisting her husband in meeting other women. She snatched up a gun in her anger and began shooting him. He claimed that everything that transpired after that was because he was essentially attempting to defend himself by fighting back. He claimed that after leaving the pool stick in the kitchen, he fled and hid there. He claimed that in an attempt to seize the gun from Kim, he dashed over and swung the pool stick wildly. He claimed that after knocking her unconscious, he tied her up with plastic ties and placed the gun in his back pocket. He claimed that after the shooting, he decided against tying her up because he believed it would look bad when the police showed up. He claimed to have located a knife to cut the plastic ties, but they began to struggle when Kim eventually grabbed the knife. He claims that he stabbed her by accident. The police never showed up, and he fled because he was too scared to dial 911. I was frantic. I didn't know what to do. I was scared. I just sat and was waiting for the police, Kirkpatrick recalled. The prosecutor tried to expose Kirkpatrick's deceit and inconsistencies in his testimony to the jury during cross-examination. Finally, the state wanted Kirkpatrick to explain to the jury the punishment he believes he should receive. "I'm guilty," revealed Kirkpatrick. "I don't know what I want right now." Lance Kirkpatrick received 3 life sentences without the possibility of parole in May 2015. The jury suggested life in prison, but he could have received the death penalty. His mother pleaded with the jury to spare him from death. With tears in his eyes, Derek Dorsey delivered a victim impact statement following the sentencing. According to Derek, Kim Dorsey was much more than just a firefighter's spouse. All of her achievements, including earning a degree in civil engineering from the University of North Florida and launching her own company, were attributed to her intelligence, strength, and hard work, he said. Derek expressed his disappointment with the sentence in an interview, saying he had hoped for the death penalty. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. This is the story of a murderer who avoided punishment for years, despite numerous facts pointing to his involvement in a small town. A 13-year-old girl vanished, and it was not discovered until 24 hours later. This case remained unsolved for over 10 years, and it was finally resolved in the summer of 2021. In this video, we'll explain what happened to Haley Dunn. This story was set in the American town of Colorado City, Texas. This location is typical of low-rise America, covering 14 square kilometers. On Christmas Day 2010, the town had a New Year's vibe. Haley Dunn, a 13-year-old girl living with her mother Billy, boyfriend Sean, and older brother David, had a happy Christmas. Her mother divorced her father, Clint, when she was 10 years old, but they never stopped communicating. Her father lived across the street from Haley's house. On December 26th, the girl spent the majority of Christmas at her father's house, unwrapping presents before returning home to play video games and go to bed. The following day, her stepfather and mother went to work as usual. Billy left her cell phone at home so that the kids could reach her. Before leaving, she peeked into her daughter's room while she was still sleeping. Sean worked in another town, about a half-hour drive away. According to him, he had an argument with his boss that day, which led to him being fired and leaving work only 10 minutes after arriving. He then drove to his mother's house, where he spent some time before returning to Colorado City around 3 p.m. Sean went to pick up Billy from work that evening. When they arrived home, Billy noticed that her daughter was not there. Sean informed her that the girl had gone to her father's house and planned to spend the night at a friend's house. Haley frequently stayed overnight at friends' houses, so her mother took this information calmly. Small towns like this often have the illusion of safety, so parents are less worried about their child's safety. On December 28th, Haley did not return home. She went door to door, but no one saw the girl that day. Billy went to the police around 2 p.m., but they chose the easiest route. The police's main theory was that she had fled from home, which initially hampered the investigation. A voluntary escape is not investigated to the same extent as a missing minor. They searched Billy and Clint's houses and brought search dogs to the scene. The next day, they followed Haley's trail from the house to a nearby motel. It was extremely strange. None of the motel employees had seen this girl. She was not captured on any security cameras, and a thorough search of the premises yielded no results. Trained dogs pointed to a motel, but the girl apparently never arrived. As word of Haley's disappearance spread throughout the city, dozens of concerned citizens joined the search. Some looked around the area, while others printed and distributed flyers. And now we come to another strange moment. Clint, the girl's father, almost never left the street. He looked in every corner, nook and cranny, including dumpsters. He said he couldn't sit at home and wait. Meanwhile, Billy and Sean were less enthusiastic. The mother distributed flyers but refused to go around the neighborhood looking for her daughter. She stated that searching gave her the impression that they were already looking for her body, and that there was no hope of finding the girl alive. Sean didn't participate at all, which isn't the strangest thing. Billy and Sean hosted a New Year's Eve party on December 31st, 4 days after the girl had gone missing. They had friends over to listen to music, drink, and party. Without a trace seemed completely absurd. On January 3rd, a week after Haley vanished, the police officially declared her missing. This meant that more serious agencies, such as the FBI and the Texas Rangers, could become involved, and representatives from both arrived in Colorado City and began their investigation. Volunteers continued to search the area, and over 100 billboards about the missing girl were posted across Texas and beyond. Detectives completely ruled out the possibility of an escape. For one reason, they couldn't figure out why Haley would choose to take such a step. The day before her disappearance, she had been in a good mood, and for the rest of the time, the girl showed no signs of a desire to flee. Second, all of her belongings were left in the room. If the girl had decided to flee, she would have taken something with her. The detectives quickly realized they needed to look closer at Billy and Sean. Their passive response to the girl's search and the New Year's Eve party made one wonder if they cared about Haley. The detectives discovered that on December 27th, the same day Haley allegedly spent the night at a friend's house, Sean and Billy drew $140 from their bank cards. They admitted that the money was used to buy illegal substances, which the couple consumed that evening while their children were away. Billy failed on 2 attempts. During the first interrogation, she was under the influence of drugs, and the second result revealed she was lying. Sean failed 2 interrogations and walked away before answering the third. Billy suspected Sean was involved in her daughter's disappearance and demanded that he leave her home. On January 12th, police officially announced that Sean was being treated as a suspect. Several factors contributed to this conclusion, including the couple's strained relationship. The police examined Sean's phone's geolocation data and discovered that his account of the day Haley disappeared did not match reality. He did arrive at work and stayed for 10 minutes before returning to Colorado City to Billy's house. It wasn't until later that he drove to his mother's house. It's worth noting that the police tracked the phone's location. The girl repeatedly mentioned being afraid of Sean. Haley told her best friend that she preferred to spend time outside or at friends' houses because she didn't feel safe with Sean. She once told her grandmother that she often saw Sean standing in front of her bedroom door in the middle of the night, and she was afraid he would come in. The police soon became aware of a conversation with Haley's uncle about the girl's disappearance. Her uncle said roughly the following: "I can't believe anyone would harm a child." Sean's response was extremely unusual. He compared it to killing a deer with all of this information in hand. The detectives concluded that Haley did not come from a wealthy family. Her mother and stepfather frequently drank and used illegal drugs, and Sean's behavior at parties appeared suspicious, but there was no direct evidence against him. Finally, the police contacted Child Welfare, who decided to remove Haley's older brother. On February 24th, police searched Sean and Billy's home, as well as his mother's. A massive discovery awaited them. They discovered over 100,000 obscene images of minors on a removable drive and a hard drive. The police also seized his laptop, but did not appear to have time to examine its contents. Sean's father arrived at the station and demanded his son's equipment back. It's unclear why the police did, but that's not the most interesting part. Sean received no punishment for having so much illegal content on his computer. On March 17th, police officers visited Billy's house to question Sean. A woman opened the door and said he wasn't home, but the officer showed her a pre-arranged warrant and entered the house, discovering Sean hiding there for concealing a suspect. Billy received 90 days in jail and a year in corrections. She was transferred to a Travis County correctional facility. Following her release, she remained in the area with Sean. In 2012, however, the couple eventually split. Billy suspected Sean was involved in her daughter's disappearance, but the case had stalled due to a lack of new evidence and volunteers' inability to identify the girl. On March 16, 2013, a hiker discovered human remains near Lake J.B. Thomas in Scary County. Experts conducted tests and determined that the remains belonged to Haley Dunn, whose body was approximately 20 miles away from her home. However, they had circumstantial evidence that the girl's body had been discovered only a few miles from Sean's mother's house, which matched the geolocation data on his phone as determined by the towers. Given the short distance, Sean could have easily left the body in that location without anyone knowing. Furthermore, he grew up in the area and was well versed in where to hide the body, but investigators were unable to uncover any additional clues, and the case was refrozen for several years. Despite this, the girl's family had to wait 4 years to bury her body. A memorial service was held in January 2017. In 2018, Haley's father, Clint, stated that he believed Sean and Billy were guilty and his version, his mother, either helped conceal the truth or was directly involved in the murder. During the same year, he began conducting numerous interviews and attempted to actively publicize the case. The man stated that in the early years of the investigation, he tried not to bother the police with constant questions, but his patience had run out. The detectives did little to investigate, and his last hope was to spread the word widely in an attempt to bring the perpetrators to justice, which paid off. In 2019, an unknown person wrote to Clint, informing him that in 2011, he discovered several items that could have belonged to Haley. This person was in high school at the time and had not heard about the missing girl, so he did not consider reporting his find to the police. True information about the items has yet to be revealed, and the police have not stated what they are. Clint only mentioned that they were discovered in an area that had been thoroughly searched by volunteers and police. Later, new information emerged. Private investigator Erica Moore, who was handling the Haley case and kept in touch with Clint, revealed some disturbing information about Sean. In October 2019, she began receiving messages from various women in Texas, all of whom claimed they were being aggressively harassed online by a man named Casey. Not only was he harassing them with lewd messages, but he was also sending them explicit photos and videos of himself, as Sean shared a middle name. Erica asked the women to send her photos and videos of the man sending the girls, and her theory was confirmed to be correct. She persuaded one woman to go to the police station and report Sean, but they refused to press charges and even accused her of falsifying the facts. Erica believed Sean was responsible for Haley's death and planned to arrest him for stalking women on the internet. However, the case remained quiet until May 2021 when Erica and Clint were summoned to the district attorney's office for an urgent meeting. Police arrested Sean and charged him with Haley's murder. He is currently in Vail, awaiting trial on $20 million bail, but police have yet to reveal what new evidence led them to make this arrest. Apparently, this information will be kept secret until the trial. All we know now is that the police were granted permission to collect Sean's DNA sample shortly before his arrest. There may be a connection here to Haley's belongings, which were discovered in 2011. When Billy learned of her ex-boyfriend's arrest, she made a strange statement. She said she wasn't surprised Sean was involved in the murder, and she wanted to believe in his innocence until the very end. She also thanked God that the man would now be punished for his actions, which Billy had actively obstructed during the initial investigation while defending Sean. A date for the trial will be announced soon. At this point, it is difficult to predict whether a conviction will be obtained. It will be determined solely by the significance of the evidence, which police are now withholding in any case. Sean remained at large for over 10 years, despite the fact that all evidence pointed to his involvement in the murder. Haley's complaints to friends and relatives, the use of forbidden materials with children, and the man's constant lies during interrogations raised suspicions on all sides, as did Billy. She initially expressed no desire for justice for her daughter, Clint, but, unlike her, he worked hard and got his way. In one interview, Erica Moore hinted that the case would not have been solved without his participation. She did not provide any details, but we can recall the story of Haley's found objects. The person who discovered them only learned about the entire story through Clint's social media posts. More information about this case, including a court decision, will undoubtedly be released in the near future. Right now, all indications are that Sean will be convicted, and in Texas, that means only one thing: he will face the death penalty for his actions against the child. Unfortunately, there is no way this will help Haley Dunn live a long and happy life anymore. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On a calm street in the Grapevine Hollow neighborhood early on January 1, 2012, the joyous mood gave way to fear and terror. Ashley Fallis, a young mother who had been shot in the head, was being transported in an ambulance to the hospital, her life in shambles. When her parents returned from a brief absence, they They were shocked to see paramedics and police encircling the house. Only a few hours before, there had been a lot of happiness and celebration in the house. What had transpired on this particular New Year's Eve? Her husband Tom, who was present in the room when the tragedy occurred, was the only person who could know the answer. However, his account of what happened left more questions than it resolved. Although Ashley's family was certain they knew the truth, investigators had to deal with a lot of inconsistencies and odd information. Nobody could have predicted the depth of the mystery that existed behind those houses' doors. Ashley Fallis, then 28 years old, was shot in the head and taken to the hospital early on January 1, 2012. Ashley's family thought they knew what had happened right away. It was clear to them that her husband Tom was the only possible culprit. When the gunshot was fired, he and Ashley were in the room. Tom was Ashley's family's main suspect because of his short fuse and domineer. For the police, though, the story was less straightforward. A detailed investigation was necessary because contradicting evidence was discovered at the scene. Ashley's past turned out to be as complicated as her present, and witness accounts continued to change. It would be years before fresh information surfaced that would provide a new perspective on what happened that night. The festive evening that started on December 31, 2011, was intended to be peaceful and centered around the family. At their Zinfandel Street residence, Tom and Ashley Fallis threw a New Year's celebration. They celebrated, danced, and drank. Ashley and Tom appeared to be a contented couple. To the delight of their guests, they had been dancing together and gazing affectionately at each other just an hour before. However, as midnight drew near, Ashley made the announcement that she was going outside with her family, which infuriated Tom. Ashley's family was the last group of guests left at the house when the argument broke out. Ashley and her family attempted to defend her, but Tom started shouting at them. Tom demanded that the relatives leave after their attempts at mediation failed. Tom withdrew to the bedroom and slammed the door. The couple was left alone when Ashley's parents also made the decision to move out. Tragic events occurred several hours later. Ashley's family's intrusion into their private lives irritated Tom. Ashley and her parents had been drinking all evening, so he thought it was inappropriate for them to go outside. He insisted Ashley's parents get out. Tension between the couple only increased after they left. The argument resurfaced in the bedroom after the guests had left, leaving Tom and Ashley alone. According to Tom, their argument stemmed from old grievances, but Ashley was adamant that she would live her life as she saw fit, regardless of what he thought. Tom claimed that her family had an influence on her. Tom claimed to have heard Ashley handling the gun stored beneath the mattress while he was getting into his pajamas and standing by the closet. Tom started to ask her what she was doing, but the shot went off before he could finish. On January 1, 2012, early in the morning, emergency personnel arrived on the scene. After Ashley's family made accusations, the police enlisted the help of Colorado Bureau of Investigation investigators. Jenna Fox and Joe Ridden, her parents, blamed Tom for the incident right away, pointing to his hostility and rage earlier that night. Ashley appeared to have committed suicide based on the evidence found at the scene, but investigators found information that cast doubt on the situation. Items strewn all over the floor and crooked picture frames on the walls suggested a potential struggle prior to the gunshot. Unsigned divorce documents discovered on a dresser appeared to support rumors of marital discord. An online dating site had brought Ashley and Tom together in the spring of 2007. Ashley was gregarious and energetic, and Tom fell in love with her right away. Their relationship progressed swiftly, and Ashley already had 2 daughters from a prior marriage. The couple married 2 weeks after the birth of their son, who was born a year after they first met. Ashley's daughters were adopted by Tom in 2010, and the family moved in together. But the family was becoming more tense by the end of 2011. Ashley's youngest son had just turned 3, and their 2 older daughters were 6 and 9 years old. The boy needed multiple surgeries after being diagnosed with hydrocephalus. Ashley, who was finding it difficult to manage her duties as a mother and the challenges in her marriage to Tom, was severely impacted by the stress of his illness. The tragic events of that New Year's Eve were predicated on the tense atmosphere created by these difficulties. Ashley Fallis was let go from her job at North Colorado Medical Center in 2010. Aggressive behavior was cited as the official reason, which was insubordination. Despite winning a settlement in her wrongful termination lawsuit, the legal victory did little to address her other issues. She had a brief affair with a high school sweetheart the following year, which made her already shaky marriage to Tom even more strained. At the same time, Ashley went to a psychiatrist for assistance. Since she was having up to 4 or 5 panic attacks a week, she was prescribed medication to lower her anxiety and stabilize her mood. Her relationship with Tom was severely strained as a result of these difficulties. Even though Tom knew about her affair, he decided against filing for divorce. Ashley herself created the divorce documents that investigators later discovered in their bedroom in 2009 when the couple was thinking about divorcing because of their divergent work schedules. But in the end, they made the decision to remain together and improve their relationship. According to Tom, their relationship had begun to improve in the months preceding the tragedy. He had found a stable job as a corrections officer with the Weld County Sheriff's Office. Ashley, meanwhile, discovered her own method of handling life's challenges. She started giving talks at conferences, offering support to other parents facing similar challenges, and sharing her experiences of raising a child with hydrocephalus. Ashley tested positive for pregnancy at home a few weeks prior to New Year's Eve. This was unexpected because she had been sterilized to avoid getting pregnant again after the birth of their youngest child. Ashley thought she might be pregnant in spite of the odds. She stopped taking her mood-stabilizing and anxiety medications to protect the unborn child. However, Ashley started her menstrual cycle just hours before guests arrived on December 31, 2011, the day of the party. She and Tom were devastated when a second pregnancy test revealed a negative result. A conversation about the possibility of trying to conceive another child and undoing the sterilization process had started that day. Years before, Ashley's mother had proposed the procedure, but now they had complete control over the choices. Tom and Ashley both stated that they would like to have another child, so the abrupt change in circumstances caused a great deal of emotional strain. All of this served as the background for what happened that night. Even though the day was emotionally taxing, the party at Ashley and Tom Fallis's house was exciting. Ashley tried her hardest to look happy. She danced, drank, and gave her loved ones hugs. Ashley appeared content and resilient, as she always did, according to her parents Joe and Jenna. It was difficult for them to accept that she would have voluntarily abandoned her family. However, Tom asserted that Ashley's family was unaware of the intense emotional struggles that were concealed behind her apparent composure. Tom's account of what happened that evening was carefully considered by investigators. He started his interview by narrating the events of the day, including how Ashley's decision to go outside with her family members escalated a minor argument and how the negative pregnancy test result had set the tone. Ashley's propensity to follow her mother's advice too frequently became the topic of the argument. Tom stated that he just wanted things to calm down and didn't want to argue anymore. Investigators observed scratches on Tom's neck and chest during his police interview. Given that they might have been signs of a struggle, these marks sparked suspicions. Tom clarified that the red marks were caused by him scratching his skin because he was itching after shaving his chest for the first time. He claimed that stress might have been the cause of the scratches on his neck. As the interview went on, the level of questioning increased. Tom insisted on his innocence because he believed he was being accused of a crime. He insisted that he wasn't in the room when the gun went off and that he didn't shoot Ashley. Investigators were inspecting the house and interviewing neighbors in the meantime. Chelsea Arriga, a neighbor, claimed to have heard Ashley yell, "Get off me," just prior to the gunshot. This story ran counter to what Tom had said. Tom denied that he ever made Ashley do anything against her will when investigators questioned him about the yelling. He clarified that he only requested that she cease following her mother's advice because it was straining their marriage. Investigators pressed him further, pointing out that Ashley was unlikely to have shot herself because of the wound on the back of her head. To prove his innocence, Tom insisted on having his hands tested for gunpowder residue. In order to ascertain whether Ashley was capable of firing the gun, he also demanded that her hands be examined. Because of the peculiar circumstances and contradicting evidence, investigators remained doubtful despite his explanations. Ashley Fallis was in the hospital, where medical professionals battled to save her life, while Tom was at the station. Unfortunately, they declared her dead a few hours after she was admitted. Tom was devastated to hear of her passing. After the incident, he said, he saw her breathing and thought she might have a chance to live when he held her in his arms. Despite not getting a confession from Tom after 3 hours of interrogation, investigators were unable to rule him out as a suspect. Tom grew more and more upset, insisting on his innocence and saying over and over that he could never hurt his wife. Ashley's death was declared a voluntary act 4 days after the incident. The medical examiner came to the conclusion that she killed herself, even though lab tests were not yet finished. Ashley's family was shocked and incredulous when the case was closed. They felt that the investigation was hurried and that Tom's employment in the county's correctional system had given him preferential treatment, which they felt affected the investigation's conclusion. It was challenging to demonstrate that Tom had any ties to the detectives working on the case, though, because of his employment with a different law enforcement organization that was unrelated to the investigation. Almost immediately, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation was called in to guarantee impartiality. However, errors were made. In contrast to standard procedure, Tom was not kept apart from possible witnesses at the scene. Furthermore, he did not cover his hands to protect any gunpowder residue that might have been important evidence. Tom's interrogation was handled poorly, according to Ashley's family, who felt that 3 hours was not enough time for the main person of interest in a case involving a suspicious death. They felt that until Ashley's parents, Jenna and Joe, pressed for it, investigators did not take Tom seriously as a suspect. Detectives changed their strategy only in response to their adamant demands. Even so, the investigation was only cursory. In the end, Tom was free to go. In order to be nearer to his sister, Tom relocated to Indiana after the tragedy, taking the kids with him. He seemed to be attempting to start over when he enrolled in college to obtain a bachelor's degree. Ashley's parents, Joe and Jenna, on the other hand, were uncompromising. They made a plea for justice to the media. They stressed that Ashley loved life and would never have voluntarily ended it, and they talked about Tom's short fuse in interviews. Nick Glover, a 17-year-old neighbor of the Fallis family, was a crucial new witness who was discovered by reporter Justin Joseph. Nick disclosed that he witnessed emergency vehicles pull up to the Fallis residence on January 1, 2012, while he was at home with friends. Additionally, Nick stated that he told Detective Michael Yates in an interview that he had heard Tom tell Ashley's parents, "I shot my wife." However, the police reports did not include a record of his statement. New accusations against law enforcement were sparked by the lack of documentation, which suggested potential corruption and a cover-up. Detective Yates was suspected of purposefully ignoring this crucial testimony in order to keep Tom safe. The Evans Police Department reopened the case in April 2014, over 2 years after Ashley's passing. According to new accusations, Yates had changed a witness's testimony and left out important evidence to bolster the story that Ashley had committed suicide. The investigation was carried out fairly, according to law enforcement officials, who denied any favoritism. Tom Fallis was taken into custody close to his Indiana home on November 18, 2014. He insisted on his innocence even after being accused of second-degree manslaughter. Many questions remained about the case, which had received a lot of public attention because of Justin Joseph's investigation. Ashley's leg bruises, for instance, raised questions about a flashlight that was discovered at the scene and possibly used during a fight. It was eventually discovered, however, that the flashlight was not connected to the crime and had belonged to an officer who had tried to administer first aid. According to the prosecution, Ashley kept a Taurus 9mm handgun under the mattress, which Tom took during a confrontation, put to her head, and then fired. After that, he called emergency services and lowered her body to the ground. Jenna Fox, Ashley's mother, testified during the trial that Tom had used harsh language and behaved aggressively during the New Year's Eve party, resulting in a fight. Tom refuted these claims. Jenna revealed later in the trial that there was a family history of mental health problems. Both Ashley's uncle and grandmother had committed suicide. This evidence was used by the prosecution to bolster their hypothesis that Ashley might have taken her own life voluntarily. Ashley's psychiatrist, however, stated in her testimony that she did not exhibit any symptoms of depression as of December 2011. Ashley was receiving overlapping prescriptions as a result of seeing 2 psychiatrists and a therapist concurrently, according to information later presented by the defense. Testimonies from forensic experts regarding the crime scene were inconsistent. Tom couldn't have shot his wife, according to Dan Gilliam, who had devoted hundreds of hours to examining the evidence. People who fire weapons in a fit of rage seldom stop after a single shot, Gilliam said. Gilliam was called as a witness by the prosecution, despite his findings. Jonathan Priest, another expert, visited the crime scene and went over the case materials. He deduced that Ashley had been in close proximity to Tom at the time of the shot. There would have been more blood all over the room, Priest thought, if Tom had been farther away. The chronology of when Tom arrived at Ashley and started helping, as recorded by the first responders, served as the basis for his analysis. This argument was used by the prosecution to refute the defense's assertions. Ashley's failed attempts to conceive, according to the prosecution, added to her emotional problems. Although she was not pregnant at the time of her death, an autopsy showed that she might have become pregnant following a tubal ligation. Ashley's emotional distress was exacerbated by reports that she thought she was pregnant 3 times in the 9 months before she passed away. The trial psychiatrists emphasized how these conditions could have had a substantial effect on her mental health. A key component of the prosecution's case, particularly after Nick's friend Chelsea Origo provided her own account, was Nick Glover's testimony that he overheard Tom tell his parents, "I shot my wife," the night Ashley Fallis died. Chelsea also reportedly heard Ashley yelling, "Get off me!" according to Nick's mother, Kathy. However, Chelsea said during the trial that she was too drunk to remember the argument distinctly. Nick, however, emphasized that such a confession was unforgettable and insisted that he remembered everything that happened that night. Investigators took notice of his claims, and Detective Michael Yates, who had spoken with Nick the day Ashley died, was subject to internal review for neglecting to record this purported confession. Yates insisted that Nick had never said such a thing to him, but the investigation revealed no wrongdoing on his part. Defense lawyers pointed out various contradictions in Nick Glover's testimony during his cross-examination. They noted that Nick kept up a cordial relationship with Tom following his purported confession, taking part in family events like Christmas celebrations and camping excursions. Nick gave the same response more than 90 times when asked why he behaved in this manner. "I don't remember." Chris Graves, a former deputy for the Weld County Sheriff's Office, later came forward and said he had heard Tom confess. The defense cited contradictions in Graves' story, claiming that when he arrived at the scene he heard Tom yelling, "I can't believe I shot her, I can't believe she's dead," despite the fact that the crime scene was packed with neighbors, family members, and law enforcement officers. Nobody else claimed to have heard Tom's alleged outburst. Additionally, Graves did not arrest Tom on the spot, stating that it was outside of his authority. The defense also pointed out that for 3 years after the incident, Chris Graves had not submitted any reports regarding his statements. His credibility was further damaged when he was later fired for dishonesty from the sheriff's office. These elements call into question the prosecution's story. The prosecution's theory was also not supported by a large number of tangible pieces of evidence. Tests for gunshot residue on Ashley's 2 hands revealed residue, but tests on Tom's hands revealed no traces. Neither nail scrapings from Ashley nor scratches on Tom's chest, which could have been signs of a struggle, contained any evidence of Ashley's DNA. The idea that the couple had a physical altercation prior to the shot being fired was seriously called into question by these findings. In his own defense, Tom Fallis declined to testify. Over 40 witnesses were called to testify during the trial, which lasted for several weeks. Ashley's mental health and the major obstacles she had encountered in the months before her death, repeated pregnancy tests, her son's illness, prescription drugs, losing her job, and having an affair, were the main topics of the defense's closing arguments. The defense argues that these elements may have played a role in the tragedy. Ashley's purported farewell letters were introduced during the trial, which was a startling development. She wrote that she could no longer live, called herself a failure, and apologized to Tom in these letters. Since they were only made aware of these letters years after Ashley's passing, her family questioned their veracity. According to her family, they thought the letters were fake and had never seen any indication that Ashley might have written them. The jury deliberated for 3.5 hours, including an hour for lunch, before rendering its decision. Tom Fallis was acquitted of all charges, including second-degree manslaughter. Ashley's family was devastated by the decision. Jenna Fox and Joe Ridden, her parents, were adamant about Tom's guilt and sued the Evans Police Department, alleging that investigators had fabricated or hidden evidence. They contended that other officers who may have heard Tom's purported confession stayed silent, and that Nick Glover's 2012 testimony had been disregarded. In the end, their cases were dropped. Ashley's family remained adamant about Tom's guilt and insisted on accepting the acquittal. Nevertheless, they were able to keep up a relationship with the kids and obtain visitation rights that let them continue to be active in their lives. As he works to rebuild his life and further his education, Tom Fallis is still struggling financially as a result of legal fees. Tom continued to look after the children after the tragedy. To start over and be nearer to his sister, he relocated them to a different state. He informed them that their mother had died in an accident, but he would like to give them more information when they are older. The case is still cloaked in mystery despite every attempt to find the truth. Doubt seems to grow with each response, and questions persist. Ashley Fallis's story is one of those instances where it becomes difficult to distinguish between truth and deceit, leaving only suspicion and unsolved mysteries in its wake. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Carol Ann Barrett's murder was a terrifying mystery for 44 years. The 18-year-old high school student went missing on March 23, 1980, while she was spending spring break with her friends in her hotel room in Daytona Beach, Florida. Later, her body was discovered left on a highway. Carol's family and friends were left without answers when the case went cold, despite the fact that a sketch of the suspect was made based on witness descriptions. However, in a startling turn of events, a serial killer who had been convicted came forward and confessed. What made this predator come clean after all these years? And who was he? Could Carol's loved ones finally find closure as a result of this confession? When 18-year-old Carol Ann Barrett jumped in to save her 3-year-old niece Claire Gilligan from drowning during a family pool party in Zanesville, Ohio, in March 1980, she demonstrated courage and quick thinking. In a 2019 interview, Claire recollected this event and explained how Carol had saved her life by performing CPR on her for 10 minutes. "My aunt was a hero," she remarked, highlighting their close relationship. Carol tragically lost her life under horrific circumstances just 1 week after saving her niece, and her murder remained unsolved for more than 40 years. Carol, a senior in high school from Ohio, had spent spring break in Daytona Beach, Florida, with 7 of her friends. 2 a.m., a stranger broke into the girls' hotel room on Sunday, March 23rd. With a gun in hand, he ordered the group to strip and threatened to murder one if they resisted. He chose to hold one of them hostage in order to guarantee his escape free from police intervention. The intruder initially targeted Carol's friend Pam, but he was provoked by her panic. Carol showed incredible bravery by offering to go instead. Before removing Carol, the attacker locked her friends on the balcony. Soon, the police were called. A police sketch of the suspect was made after speaking with Carol's friends, who had all gone through the ordeal and seen the kidnapping. Unfortunately for Carol, it was too late. Carol's body was found dead in a ditch beside I-95 in Jacksonville, Florida, on Monday, March 24, 1980. The back of her head had been shot execution style. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office was unable to identify the murderer despite the kidnapper's sketches. Although the case was still pending, Carol's family was deeply affected emotionally by the crime's brutality. Carol was a happy, intelligent adolescent who enjoyed collecting watches before her life was suddenly taken from her. In a 2019 interview, her niece Claire Gilligan stated, "I've held on to one of her watches like it's $1 million. I know it sounds weird, but I'd just like to have her things to remember her by." Carol's family was subjected to cruel prank calls following her death, with anonymous callers threatening, "You're next." This harassment added to their grief and made Claire more aware of the dangers in the world, which led her to pursue a degree in criminal justice. However, Carol's family was still plagued by the decades-long lack of answers. The unresolved murder of her aunt left Claire with a permanent wound. "I get so mad when I watch crime shows and they find the criminal. Those families have closure and I never will," Claire said. The mystery remained, despite attempts to rekindle interest in Carol's case, such as 2 stories broadcast by Action Newsjacks in 2017 and 2018, and the distribution of both computer-generated and hand-drawn sketches of the suspect. But the family remained hopeful that justice would eventually be done. Investigators and family members trying to solve the mystery of Carol's death had several important questions. What exactly happened before the break-in at the Daytona Beach hotel room? Were there any witnesses who might have seen the suspect before or after the incident, outside the group of friends? Was there any connection, even a shaky one, between Carol and the criminal? Would they be able to identify the murderer through sophisticated forensic investigation? Had there been any comparable incidents nearby that could point to a trend or offer clues as to the identity of the suspect? Could Carol's killer or someone with knowledge of the crime be connected to the spoof phone calls made to her family? Even as the investigation went on, the questions kept coming. Decades passed, but the murderer in the police sketch was never apprehended. Carol's murder was eventually deemed a cold case. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, JSO, obtained a confession from a convicted serial killer about the murder of 18-year-old Carol Ann Barrett in a startling turn of events that offered some closure to the long-running cold case. When the JSO Cold Case Unit made the decision to review the evidence, the case was brought back to life in August 2017. After a thorough examination, they ultimately determined that Billy Mansfield Jr. was a person of interest in 2022. In September 2022, Mansfield, already serving a prison sentence for a string of murders, acknowledged after several interviews that he was the person pictured in the police sketch. He admitted to taking Carol from her Florida hotel room in March 1980 and killing her soon after. Convicted serial killer Billy Mansfield Jr. had been hiding in plain sight the entire time. However, who was he, and how did he spend over 40 years avoiding justice for Carol's murder? The oldest of 5 children, William Mansfield Jr. was born in Grand Rapids, Michigan, in 1956. His home life was far from perfect, even though he was said to have had a good upbringing. William Sr., his father, was a convicted child molester who fostered his son's erratic conduct. Mansfield's decision to forge his birth certificate and leave school at the age of 14 in order to enlist in the Army was probably influenced by this dysfunction. Mansfield's problems only got worse while serving in the military. He started experimenting with drugs and became severely addicted to alcohol, which led to treatment at a Tampa Veterans Administration hospital. He married Phyllis Spilemaker in 1975 in an attempt to lead a normal life, but by 1979, things had fallen apart. Phyllis decided to raise their 2 children alone in Michigan. In her unsettling portrayal of Mansfield following their divorce, Phyllis claimed that he was a closeted bisexual who brought men home from gay bars and had sex with them in front of her. Mansfield's terrible deeds were made possible by his traumatic upbringing and destructive decisions. He followed a startling and repulsive path influenced by his past, abusing and killing women and girls. Mansfield was accused of sexual misconduct by a babysitter in Grand Rapids, Michigan, in January 1977. He received a sentence of 36 months of probation and 6 months in jail. However, he violated his parole and was sent back to prison shortly after his release for assaulting 2 teenagers in a rural part of the city. Mansfield was housed in the same cell as fellow prisoner Albert Lee III, who admitted to Mansfield that he had kidnapped and murdered 11-year-old Linda Vander Veen from a Grand Rapids school crossing. Later, after serving a year, Mansfield would use this information to testify against Lee in exchange for a reduced sentence, which led to his release. However, these prison terms had little effect on his desire for violence. Mansfield forced 18-year-old Pamela Sherrill into his van and abducted her on June 19, 1980. After driving her to a rented trailer, he attacked and hurt her. Mansfield was evading capture when Sherrill called the police to report the assault. Mansfield was arrested in Santa Cruz, California on November 23, but was later freed after posting bail. Mansfield was then released once more to hunt down his next victim. The body of 29-year-old Renee Saling was found dead in a drainage ditch beside Buena Vista Road in Watsonville, California, on December 7, 1980. The previous day was the last time her husband had seen Renee, a mother of 3. Her clothing was ripped when she was discovered, and there were obvious signs of assault. Her blouse and pants had been pulled down to her ankles. She had been strangled, according to the coroner's report. Police created descriptions of two suspects based on witness statements, young men in their 20s who were probably related to one another. 4 days later, a rookie police officer in Winnemucca, Nevada, brought Mansfield and his brother Gary, age 23, in for interrogation. Despite lying about their identities and ages, they fit the suspect profiles in terms of their physical characteristics. The brothers were arrested at California's Humboldt County Jail. The Mansfield brothers were charged with murder in connection with the death of Renee Saling and were arraigned in a Watsonville court on December 16. They were known as the Bag Brothers by the media because they covered their heads with paper bags to shield possible witnesses' statements. On February 4, 1981, Justice John Marlowe ordered the Mansfields to stand trial for Renee's murder, despite their not guilty plea. The Hernando County Sheriff's Department in Florida secured a search warrant in mid-March 1981 in order to excavate the Mansfield family's Spring Hill, Florida property. After an informant claimed that a body had been buried on the property, this action was taken. After a protracted search and excavation, authorities finally discovered a real house of horrors. The first set of skeletal remains, which included a skull, was discovered in a shallow grave that was blanketed. These remains were sent for analysis right away. Dr. William Whitman, a pathologist, identified the bones as those of a female under 20 who had passed away approximately 5 years prior. Persuaded that the site contained more remains, metal detection specialists and other officers from nearby counties were called in to assist. Continued excavations over the next few weeks produced more upsetting findings. On March 24th, investigators found a small sack of human bones beneath the fireplace, after initially finding the bones of cows and chickens. Inspired by this discovery, researchers dug deeper and discovered more skeletons, all of them young women. 4 victims' remains were discovered interred on the Mansfield property in Florida. Elaine Louise Ziegler, a 15-year-old adolescent girl who vanished on New Year's Eve of 1975, was identified as the first body discovered at the property based on the skull, skeletal features, and a missing tooth. Elaine was on vacation with her mother and stepfather when she vanished from a KOA campground near Brooksville, Florida. Elaine is originally from Parkman. Elaine's parents filed a missing persons report after she was last seen leaving for the camp showers and did not return the following day. Initially thinking Elaine was a fugitive, the local police department and volunteers set up search parties to comb the area. Some said they saw a girl who fit her description riding a motorcycle, and when questioned, she said she was going back to Others claimed to have witnessed a girl who fit her description talking to a man in his 20s close to the shower area before he got into his car, which was a light blue Ford with Florida license plates. Among the remains was a young girl's skull, which Dr. Michael Charney, a now retired professor of anthropology, sent to Colorado State University for reconstruction. Jane Doe, the victim's tentative name, was believed to be under 13 years old. Sadly, no conclusive matches were ever found, and her identity is still a mystery. It wasn't until July 2022 that the third body, a white woman between the ages of 22 and 30, was identified, thanks to a breakthrough in genetic genealogy. On May 16, 1980, Teresa Finningham, then 16 years old, was reported missing after she did not appear for a scheduled job interview in Tampa, Florida. Teresa, a Hillsborough Community College employee and native of Tampa, was last seen on April 27, 1980, in the Pam's Liquor Lounge parking lot with a man who was described as a biker. She had left her glasses and car keys at the bar. Forensic dentistry was later used to identify her decomposing body. The Mansfield family home in Spring Hill was searched again almost 40 years after the original excavation. In October 2020, Mansfield's brother Gary was arrested on drug charges, which led to the second search. More human remains were found to have been traced, presenting a somber image of a serial killer whose crimes had been ignored for years. The families of the victims have found some closure as a result of the excavation and identification efforts, but there are still many unanswered questions regarding the full scope of the Mansfield brothers' crimes. In order to avoid local publicity bias, Mansfield's trial for the murder of Renee Saling in California was rescheduled to the city of San Rafael after the skeletons were discovered in 1981. His prior criminal activity and serial killing spree garnered media attention during the trial. A mistrial resulted from the jury's inability to reach a unanimous verdict in spite of the evidence presented. Chip Harp, the assistant state attorney, asked for and received a 6-month delay. On February 8, 1982, the new trial was scheduled to begin. Mansfield was charged with the murder of the young women discovered buried on his family's property at this time by a Florida Hernando County court. At the time of this indictment, Mansfield was being detained at the Santa Cruz County Jail in California. Mansfield's brother Gary and a woman named Cindy consented to testify against him at the retrial. He was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Initially claiming innocence, Mansfield entered a guilty plea to all 4 murders as part of a plea deal at the Hernando County trial for the Florida killings, earning him 4 life sentences. He acknowledged, "I'm pleading guilty because I am guilty of the charges and have no other reason," in a prepared statement. Despite early setbacks, Mansfield was ultimately found guilty and given several life sentences, which guaranteed his incarceration and prevented additional harm. His brothers and other witnesses' participation was essential in obtaining these convictions, underscoring the significance of thorough legal and investigative procedures when handling repeat offenders. The horrific findings on Mansfield's property, in particular, served as a sobering reminder of the extent of his violent tendencies and the difficulties law enforcement had in apprehending him. New developments in forensic investigation have led to the recent discovery of yet another of Mansfield's victims after decades of incarceration. Following several interviews, Billy Mansfield Jr. admitted in September 2022 to kidnapping 18-year-old Carol Ann Barrett from her hotel room in Daytona Beach and killing her soon after. Her body was discovered in a ditch 44 years prior to this admission. How many more unidentified victims could Mansfield be connected to? It is hoped that by cooperating, police will be able to solve other unsolved cases. Mansfield, now 68, is already serving 4 concurrent life sentences in Florida for different murder cases, in addition to a life sentence for murder in California. The state attorney's office in the 4th Judicial Circuit chose not to press further charges against him because he was already in jail when he confessed to killing Carol Ann Barrett. After more than 40 years of uncertainty and sorrow, Mansfield's confession offers the Barrett family some measure of closure. The case's reopening and the confession that followed demonstrate how law enforcement will continue to pursue justice, even as memories fade and time goes on. Because of the investigators' unwavering efforts to solve her murder, Carol Ann Barrett's story, which was marked by both her tragic end and her heroic final act, now has a conclusion. The events of that fateful night still leave us wondering what really happened as we reach the end of this incredible tale. What do you think of Carol's courage in offering to accompany Mansfield instead of her friend? Do you think there are more bodies buried elsewhere in Mansfield? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. There was a foreboding hush after Lisa Holstead, 22, vanished without a trace on August 12, 1986. Authorities began a desperate search when her partner reported her missing, and an hour into the hunt, they discovered something gory. Lisa had been viciously strangled, and her lifeless body was discovered in a marsh in the Kenyers Nature Park. There were no leads or suspects to speak of who may have perpetrated such a horrible act, thus the case remained a mystery for years. Why would somebody choose to take the life of a woman who is so young and active? Today, we'll examine how the 34-year-old Green Bay cold case murder inquiry was resolved. So let's go right to the puzzle without further ado. The incident was committed in Green Bay, a city of around 104,000 residents, in the U.S. state of Wisconsin that is situated on the shore of Lake Michigan. It is renowned for its vibrant football culture and is the 3rd largest city in the state. One of the National Football League's most successful teams, the Green Bay Packers, call Green Bay home. The city's economy is varied, encompassing sectors like as industry, tourism, healthcare, and education. The historic downtown area, Bay Beach Amusement Park, and the National Railroad Museum are among the attractions available to visitors to Green Bay. In 1986, a terrible murder occurred here in Green Bay. A daughter with sparkling eyes was born on April 18, 1964. Lisa Holstead was raised by Judith Karen Peral Thompson, a tough and courageous single mother. Lisa's early years weren't without difficulties. Despite the absence of her father, Frank Holstead, Lisa continued to shine brightly. She had a creative spirit and an inquisitive mind from a young age, which shaped her life. She was raised by two devoted elder sisters, Susan, who was 2 years Lisa's senior, and Deborah, who is 3 years Lisa's senior. They were always available to listen to her or to provide a shoulder to weep on. With them, Lisa experienced a warmth and security that was difficult to duplicate. She was protected by her elder brother, Stephen Holstead, who was 5 years older than her. He always made sure his younger sister felt loved and safe. Being raised by a single mother presented financial challenges, yet their love for one another remained constant. Judith loved her kids unconditionally and put in a lot of effort to support them. In addition to her love of horses, Lisa Holstead was artistic and enjoyed drawing in her own time. But when she became pregnant at the age of 17, her life took a surprising turn, and in 1981 she gave birth to her cherished son, Jeremy. Notwithstanding her difficulties, Lisa was a dedicated and affectionate mother who lavished her son with attention. She put in a lot of effort to make sure Jeremy had the greatest life possible. As she raised Jeremy alone, much as her own mother had raised her and her siblings, her compassionate, gregarious, and imaginative nature was evident. Lisa Holstead was a strong, independent woman. She bravely decided to relocate across the country to Los Angeles in order to follow her ambitions since, although living with her family was comfortable, she longed for something more. After a while in 1981, she came to the realization that she and her son Jeremy needed a stable, tranquil life. In 1982, she discovered that in the Wisconsin town of Green Bay, where they established a house, Lisa was keen to further her education, even though she never went to college. From 1983 to 1984, she enrolled in a goal-oriented non-credit adult learning course at the Northeastern Wisconsin Technical Institute. Lisa was only 22 when she returned to Green Bay in 1986, but she had already achieved a great deal with her now 5-year-old kid at her side. In this new phase of their lives, she was prepared to face any obstacles that could arise. She even fell in love again, this time with John Sott, with whom she lived in a comfortable house in Green Bay. The pair had an oddball array of pets, including an eel and a bird named Herbie, and they relished simple pleasures like fishing and darts. Lisa adored every time she spent with her loved ones, and her passion for life and love for her family were clear in everything she did. But on August 12, 1986, her promising future was sadly cut short by a cruel twist of fate. When Lisa and John set off on a late-night trip in Wisconsin, the moon was high in the sky. As they played darts game after game, Lisa and John appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely, and their competitive nature was evident. However, tension increased as the evening wore on, and it appeared that the booze had taken its toll. At 2:30 a.m., the automobile stopped at the corner of Mason and Taylor Street as they were returning home. She unlocked the door and stepped out into the chilly night air, where she and John had been fighting. She needed to get her thoughts straightened out, because the conversation with John had left her feeling angry and irritated. She informed John that he could go ahead and rest while she walked home. He wished that she would return quickly so that they could reconcile and move past this disagreement. John's concern turned into a bothersome feeling of dread as the hours went by and the sun rose above the sleepy town of Green Bay. He had the unshakable impression that something was seriously amiss, and Lisa had yet to return. Calling her name, he searched the streets and alleys but got no answer. Fear and uncertainty weighed heavily on his heart as he frantically went to the police station and reported her missing. 2 unwary employees in the Ken Years Nature Park made a horrifying discovery an hour after John reported her missing. On a typical day, the workers were walking along the riverside when they noticed a hand protruding from the water's surface. Curious, they halted their truck and walked to the water's edge. They would never be able to forget what they discovered there: a woman's lifeless body lying half-naked, as though she had been discarded like an unwanted item. They phoned the police right away, and when the Green Bay Police Department officers showed up on the scene a few minutes later, they saw a horrifying scene. Surrounded by towering reeds and murky water, the dead body of the unidentified woman lay in the marsh. In order to collect any evidence, the investigators made an effort to secure the area. The police discovered a tiny piece of cloth sticking out from beneath the murky waters as they searched the marsh for any hints that would help them identify the woman. They waded across the muck in haste to get the fabric, and when they looked more closely, they found an identity card in a pair of trousers' back pocket. At that point, they were able to identify Lisa Holstead as the victim. The case was declared a homicide once they came close to her body and noticed the telltale marks on her neck, sad proof that she had been strangled to death. Lisa's last moments were described in graphic detail in the autopsy report. Her blood alcohol content was discovered to be extremely high, measuring an astounding 0.25%, well beyond the legal limit. The autopsy at the time also showed that she had sustained numerous wounds that left her body covered in blood, a sight that could have troubled even the most courageous person. Even worse, the results of the medical examiner indicated that the main reason for her death was a horrific sexual assault. The alien DNA sample they had successfully taken from the victim's body was their only hope. For the police, finding the DNA was like locating a needle in a haystack. They didn't have a suspect to match it to, but they felt it was an important piece of evidence. Like a priceless diamond, the tiny sample was meticulously preserved. The investigators hoped that technology would eventually catch up with this evidence's potential and provide them with the answers they so urgently needed. Like wildfire, the news of Lisa's passing spread, leaving a path of sorrow in its wake. The loss of the lady he loved, the final quarrel, and the knowledge that he could have done more to protect her left her boyfriend John devastated. Her family was thrust into an agonizing and perplexing environment. Investigating quickly, the police spoke with everyone who might have had a reason to hurt Lisa. In the years that followed, investigators questioned every suspect, followed up on every lead, and made multiple trips back to the crime scene, but nothing seemed to reveal the whole truth. In order to piece together any lead or clue that would point to Lisa's killer, they even went back to the drawing board multiple times. However, they encountered dead ends in their endeavors. The situation just seemed to get more obscure with the passing of time. As the evidence eroded, possible suspects disappeared from view. After more than 30 years, the case was finally archived and sat collecting dust on a shelf. However, hope was rekindled in 2020 after the case had been unsolved for 34 years, when GBPD detective David Graff reopened the case and took the lead in the investigation with unwavering resolve. As he and his group went through the old case files, they saw a tiny vial that had been left at the back of the storage container. Inside was the culprit's DNA, which held the secret to solving the case. It was time to use the most recent forensic technologies to investigate her heinous murder. In an attempt to discover the identity of the murderer, he contacted Othram, a pioneer in the field that specializes in forensic genetic genealogy. In addition to revealing more about the suspect, this state-of-the-art technology would offer an intriguing look into the killer's family ties. The detective was finally able to unravel the complex web of this cold case with this new information. When the lab returned the results of the June 2020 study of the DNA, the Green Bay Police Department had a plethora of information about their suspect. The police were getting closer to the murderer with each new piece of information they learned from the DNA study. The police began meticulously tracking down the person's distant relatives' family trees, building a network of connections piece by piece, until they had 10 or 15 distinct family trees. They searched databases and websites as the investigation went on in an effort to identify groupings of people who might be connected to the victim. They discovered a group of people residing in other states after much research and excavation. They followed their trail and eventually discovered a link to Wisconsin, which brought them to Green Bay, the scene of the gruesome murder. In 1986, the year the crime was committed, the authorities discovered a family member who had been residing in Green Bay. They eventually located a suspect whose DNA might have matched the sample collected at the crime scene after several hours of labor. Finally, the long-awaited breakthrough had arrived. Investigators discovered that the man was Luke Griffin, who had previously been released on parole from the Green Bay Correctional Institution, where he had been serving time for the horrific crime of second-degree sexual assault and had a history of violence against women, including strangulation. The fact that Luke had been convicted of sexual assault in 1981, something that had been overlooked during the initial investigation, was what most startled them. The police appeared to have overlooked an important hint that had been in plain sight the entire time. But owing to Detective David Graff's and his team's unwavering efforts and the revolutionary science of forensic genetic genealogy, Luke's past eventually caught up with him. The investigators realized they needed to be very confident before making an arrest, since they had a suspect in their sights. Luke Griffin's DNA had to be compared to the crime scene profile. In order to find their main suspect, Luke Griffin, who had relocated to the city of Racine, the police set out on an exciting quest in September 2020. In an effort to find evidence against Griffin, the Green Bay detectives teamed up with the FBI, DCI, and Racine County officials to place him under surveillance. Luke was being pursued, and the authorities had no intention of letting him escape their grasp. They followed him to another Wisconsin town, keeping tabs on everything he did. They were observing him on September 18, 2020, when they noticed him sloppily throwing a cigarette butt on the ground and throwing some beer cans in a dumpster. He had no idea that these seemingly unimportant deeds would ultimately bring him to ruin. The cops swiftly gathered the abandoned objects and returned them to the lab for additional DNA testing. On September 29, 2020, the results were released, and the officials were overjoyed. The DNA matched exactly with that recovered from the crime scene more than 30 years ago. The sound of handcuffs snapping into place was heard as Luke was led from his house on October 28, 2020, at approximately 6 in the morning. As the police car drove away with Luke to Brown County Jail, neighbors whispered to each other and peered out from behind their curtains. Luke sat stonily in the interrogation room, denying any role in the killing. Luke eventually admitted to having a sexual contact with the victim as the intensity of the questioning increased, but he said that his recall of the night was vague at best, blaming his confusion on his drug and alcohol use. As the crime's specifics emerged, it became evident that Luke's drunkenness had impairing his memory, making it impossible for him to remember what had happened before Lisa died. The once elusive culprit has been apprehended. His trial was scheduled for 2021. As Luke Griffin entered the courtroom with guards at his sides, it was crowded with reporters, the victim's family, and interested bystanders. When he sat down at the defendant's table, all eyes were on him. As the trial got underway and the prosecution presented their case, Luke's future was in jeopardy. The jurors paid close attention, taking in every nuance of the evidence. Speaking to the jury about what transpired that fateful night in 1986, Luke explained that he had just stopped at McDonald's and then traveled a route that just so happened to pass by the location where Lisa's body was subsequently found. However, the weight of the crime he had committed seemed to press more heavily on his shoulders with each syllable. The evidence against him grew stronger during the trial, until at last the jury was forced to render a verdict. After a protracted and taxing legal struggle, Luke was detained on a first-degree homicide charge, and his bail was set at $1 million, 0 cents. Luke took the shocking choice to enter a no-contest plea to the allegation of homicide by reckless conduct on January 27, 2023. As the judge read the decision, the courtroom was once again heated. Luke's lawyer, Peter Hain, pushed for a lighter term, pointing to Luke's bad health and the 2 years he had previously served in prison. Hain's plea, however, was rejected by Judge Timothy Hinkfuss, who claimed that Luke's negligence and refusal to accept responsibility had only served to further harm Holstead's family. Hinkfuss continued by explaining that the maximum term he could impose was constrained by the statutes in effect at the time of the crime, and that homicide by reckless conduct, a Class C felony, is currently punishable by up to 40 years in Wisconsin. When Luke was convicted of the murder and charged with first-degree intentional homicide, the crowd gasped collectively. For the prosecutors, who had devoted their lives to bringing justice to the victim's family, it was a bittersweet victory. Luke Griffin, 67, received a sentence of 10 years in jail on March 27, 2023, which was the maximum punishment permitted by the 1986 sentencing statute. After completing 2/3 of his term, Luke is eligible for release. Additionally, 2.5 years of time served were granted to him, meaning that he is eligible for parole in less than 6 months, and might be released in 4.5 years. Judge Timothy Hinkfuss of the Brown County Circuit Court stated that the case's legal battle had been fiercely contested since 2020. Although Judge Hinkfuss accepted that the maximum penalty was grossly insufficient, she also acknowledged that Lisa Holstead's murder was a horrible and vile conduct that was limited by the laws in force at the time of the incident. David Lassie, the district attorney for Brown County, urged its imposition, pointing to the seriousness of the offense and its effect on the victim's family. For 34 years, he evaded justice and refused to accept responsibility. According to Lassie, that has had a major effect on the family. The hearing demonstrated the family members' emotional effect, and they made it plain that no penalty could bring back their beloved Lisa. When 5 members of Holstead's family stood before the bench to give their witness testimonies, the courtroom was a hive of emotion. As they described the suffering and trauma they had experienced for more than 30 years, their voices faltered with sorrow and rage. Speaking with passion, a sister, brother, niece, son, and granddaughter described the effects the long cold case had on their family. They expressed their dissatisfaction with the maximum penalty possible and talked about the vacuum left by their mother, grandma, and beloved sibling. When Lisa's brother Stephen Holstead spoke to the man who had hurt his family so much, his voice was full of emotion. He looked directly at Luke as he said, "The pain it caused our family cannot even be described to you." They depicted Lisa as a kind and caring mother to her small kid, saying, "Many tears. I've thought about Lisa all these years. Every day spent 13,377 days since you murdered her." The family talked of Lisa's trustworthy and gregarious personality, as well as her creative energy and love of music and art. Although they admitted that they didn't have many pictures or videos of Lisa, one family member brought a framed photo of her to the stage, and another played a clip of her singing when she was younger. The Lisa Holstead case serves as a monument to both the strength of tenacity and the astounding advancements in forensic science in recent years. Even though it may have appeared like an intractable enigma for decades, justice was eventually served thanks to the relentless efforts of law enforcement and the application of state-of-the-art forensic procedures. What punishment do you believe Luke should receive for his offense? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We'll explore what happened in 2004 in Scott County, Kentucky, USA in this video. Chris Lyons went in search of his younger sister Ashley, who was 18 years old, after she stopped returning his calls. Less than 1,000 people call Stamping Ground where the Lyons family resided home. Although it looked like a nice spot to raise a family, the events of January 7, 2004 permanently altered the Lyons family's course in life. On July 21, 1985, Ashley Renee Lyons was born. She was a Scott County native and the youngest of her parents' 3 children. She graduated from Scott County High School in 2003, where she was very involved in the FFA program, and she was a member of Cedar Grove Baptist Church. Future Farmers of America is represented by the letters FFA. Through agricultural education, FFA is a vibrant youth organization that transforms lives and equips members for success in the workplace, personal development, and premier leadership. Chris, Ashley's brother, was just a year older. They owned a modest auto repair business. They grew up fixing everything with an engine, even cars. Ashley enjoyed fast cars in particular. Ashley's best buddy, Bobby Gibson, however, was aware that Ashley had other interests outside cars. Roger Macbeth was the object of her affection. Although they remained close friends, the infatuated youngsters broke up soon after the prom. Ashley continued to believe that Roger was the greatest despite their breakup. When she graduated from high school, she was ecstatic because she thought a better life was ahead of her. Nevertheless, young people's lives don't always go as planned. Ashley discovered that Roger was the father of her unborn child. She told her relatives about it. Her entire family was behind her, anticipating the birth of the child. But January 7, 2004 was a life-altering day for many. Although the day began flawlessly, it ended terribly. Ashley learned she was expecting a son at her doctor's checkup. Sharing this news with her mother, Carol, made her joyful. She even decided on a name and intended to give her son the name Landon. Ashley was eager to tell everyone about this wonderful news. She showered and did her hair and makeup after giving her mother the ultrasound image. Ashley announced her trip to Lexington to her mother, Carol, and brother, Chris. Based on the map, Lexington is roughly 20 miles away from Stamping Ground, and it would have taken Ashley 35 to 40 minutes to get there. She mentioned that she was going to a restaurant there to meet Roger and his folks. Ashley was going to present the ultrasound image to them. That night was chilly, and snow was predicted for later. Carol, Ashley's mother, offered to use her car, but Ashley declined, stating that she would return before the snow started and that she wouldn't be gone for long. Sadly, that night altered the Lyons family's life forever. Carol recalled that day and stated that her daughter's final words to her were, "I love you, Mom. I'll be back soon." They heard their home phone ring after supper. When Chris responded, he heard Roger's voice inquiring as to Ashley's whereabouts. "She's already gone," Chris said. Roger informed Ashley that he would not be able to meet. He claimed to have called her, but she didn't pick up. Chris thought Ashley had gone to the restaurant and left her phone in the car. No one was able to contact Ashley during the course of time. She didn't pick up when her mother called her multiple times. Ashley still wasn't home at 8 p.m., but she indicated she wouldn't be gone for long when she left. Carol informed Roger's mother over the phone at around 9 o'clock in the evening that Ashley had not come home from their rendezvous at the restaurant. Carol was taken aback by Roger's mother's response and became even more concerned. She claimed that because the meeting had to be rescheduled, they did not see Ashley that day. Carol was appalled to hear this. Where was her daughter if she wasn't at the restaurant? Carol sensed something was wrong. Ashley wasn't picking up her phone after all. As she sought to determine Ashley's whereabouts and whether she was okay, a lot of ideas were racing through her head. Chris and his father decided they couldn't wait about 10 o'clock, so they went in search of Ashley. They were aware of the restaurant where Ashley was to meet Roger and his parents. They didn't see Ashley's car when they got there. After several hours of searching, they were unable to locate Ashley. Chris knew Ashley enjoyed Scott County Park, so he made the decision to check it out eventually. She frequently went there with Roger when they were dating, and she fed the ducks there all the time. Scott County Park is roughly 10 miles away from Stamping Ground according to the map. Chris and his father were traveling through the park when they noticed an automobile that looked like Ashley's. The lights were on and the automobile was moving. As they approached, they saw that it was in fact Ashley's vehicle. It's difficult to imagine what was going through their minds at the time. The driver's side window was down as Chris rushed to the vehicle. Ashley had her head down as she sat in the car. She was not responding and had on a seatbelt. Chris began shaking Ashley as he opened the door. Chris thought she was simply sleeping, but then he noticed blood on his hand. He dialed 911 right away. Unfortunately, Ashley had passed away by the time Chris dialed 911, and medical professionals were unable to assist her. Ashley's mother soon received the most devastating news she had ever heard. She was shocked that Ashley was no longer there. The investigators arrived at the crime scene while Ashley's family was in the throes of grief. Ashley's body was left in the car until the detectives looked over the scene for any evidence, because she had already passed away before the ambulance came, and it was clear that a crime had caused her death. The driver's side window was down, the radio and heater were on, and the engine was running when they initially arrived on the scene. Ashley's cause of death was promptly ascertained. On the ground beside the vehicle were 3 shell casings measuring 9 millimeters. Ashley suffered head and neck injuries from bullet wounds. Despite searching the area, the authorities were unable to locate the weapon used in the crime. It said a lot that Ashley was shot through her car's open side window. The window was down, which seemed suspicious because it was cold that night. She was sitting in a way that suggested she was not attempting to flee or defend herself. After combining all of this information, the investigators came to the conclusion that Ashley was acquainted with the shooter. Ashley slid down the side window when someone she knew came up to her car because it was cold and the heater was on. Beside the driver's door was the person who had shot her. The detectives instantly ruled out the notion that it was a robbery because her phone, wallet, and purse were all in the car. There were ultrasound images strewn all over the car, and it seems that Ashley was looking at them in her final moments. Ashley and her son Landon were killed by the offender while she was 5 months pregnant. Scott County had never seen anything like this before. As a result, the community called on the police to track down the person who killed 2 people so ruthlessly. Ashley's parents told the investigators that on the day of her death, she intended to meet with her child's father, Roger. When they spoke with Roger, he expressed his sadness over Ashley's and their unborn son's deaths. Roger said that he and Ashley experienced highs and lows. They were no longer a couple, though. Roger broke down in tears when he spoke to the investigators after Ashley said she was expecting. The man didn't know who could have harmed his ex-girlfriend and their unborn child in this way. He was hauled in to be questioned. Roger informed the investigators that he had to reschedule their planned meeting at a restaurant because he had other commitments when they inquired about the circumstances leading up to Ashley's murder. Ashley didn't pick up her phone when he tried to tell her not to come to Lexington. She didn't answer when he called her twice. As a result, Chris answered the phone when Roger called her home. Roger claims that he requested that Ashley call him back when she got home. What Chris had informed the detectives about his sister's plans for that night aligned with Roger's account. Carol did not think Roger could be connected to this incident until she learned that he had been questioned by the police. According to Carol, Roger was a kind man. Their families got along well. Roger always assisted in clearing the table after supper at their residence. When he and Ashley were dating, he was frequently at their house and got along well with Chris. As a result, nobody thought Roger could have killed Ashley and Landon. Ashley's family attempted to determine who might have done it while the investigators looked for clues in a suspect. In her daughter's room, Carol discovered a diary. She documented her experiences in it. Carol read the diary and saw that one name appeared repeatedly: Dina Williams. Ashley and Dina were of the same age. They rode the school bus and went to school together. Because Dina was raised in a low-income household and wore the same outfits all the time, Ashley felt terrible for her. In talks with her friends, Dina confirmed the claims that her parents mistreated her and even physically assaulted her. Dina and Ashley were initially friends, but it soon became clear that Dina was envious of Ashley and desired everything Ashley owned, especially Roger. Ashley reported having multiple arguments with Dina in her diary. Carol discovered something new from this diary. She was unaware that Ashley and Dana were having issues together. Carol began to accuse Dana Williams of being involved in Ashley's death as a result. Dana dated Roger right away after Ashley and Roger split up, and maybe she was concerned because Ashley became pregnant with Roger's child. She didn't want to tell anyone else about Roger after all. Dana desired to have him exclusively. Perhaps this would have forced Dina to take an irreversible action. Ashley's diary was given to the investigators by Carol so that all of the entries could be examined. Carol was certain that the diary's pages held the secret to solving this case. Ashley's description of her friendship with Dina piqued the curiosity of the investigators when they looked through her journal. Dina Williams was subsequently brought to the police station. She denied having anything to do with Ashley's ordeal. Dina had an alibi because she worked at a bank and said that on the night of the crime they attended an office party. Dina made no effort to conceal from the investigators her animosity toward Ashley. The fact that Ashley was pregnant really annoyed her. Nevertheless, the detectives let Dina to leave after the talk because it was insufficient to file charges against her, because she had no feelings over Ashley's death. In the meantime, the ballistic examination findings were received. Ashley's wounds, the posture in which she was discovered, and the location of the casings were all examined by the experts. They were able to estimate the shooter's height based on the angle at which the bullets entered Ashley's body. They estimated the offender's height to be around 5 feet and 10 inches. Dina Williams was probably not the one who shot Ashley because she was only about 5 feet and 5 inches tall. Nevertheless, Thomas Williams, Dana's twin brother, was as tall as the accused offender. Rumor has it that Thomas had questioned multiple people about how to induce a miscarriage a few months prior to Ashley's passing. Additionally, it was reported that Thomas fulfilled all of his sister's requests. Thomas Williams was questioned by the detectives after they got interested in this, but he denied any connection in the crime and was freed because there was no proof of his involvement. Residents wanted to do something to help Ashley's family while the police compiled all of their evidence to identify the offender. They used candles, teddy animals, and flowers to make an impromptu monument. 2 crosses were presented, one bearing Landon's name and the other Ashley's. Ashley's family was getting ready for the funeral while the investigators searched for fresh evidence. Since they lost 2 persons at once, it is impossible to understand the suffering they endured. The fetus was taken from Ashley's body by the medical examiner during the autopsy. In the same casket, Ashley and Landon were laid to rest. The Lyons family was even more grieved because they needed information to assist apprehend the person who killed their daughter, but the criminal was still at large. The $3,000 0 cents incentive that Ashley's parents offered later increased to $5 0 cents. People began phoning the police and sharing information that they believed could aid in the inquiry. A woman who lived in a house with a view of the park where Ashley was shot called them shortly after. She claimed that she might have caught a glimpse of the criminal standing at the window. Next to the individual she saw, this woman observed someone sprint out of the park and jump over the fence. After sprinting up to a red pickup truck that was waiting for them with its engine running, the individual she saw climbed into the passenger seat. The truck drove off a few moments later. The witness described it as a red Chevrolet pickup vehicle. Investigators had to search for at least 2 criminals if the woman's encounter with the person was indeed connected to Ashley's death. After all, the driver of the red pickup vehicle might have been complicit in the crime. Everyone who knew Ashley knew who was behind the red pickup vehicle as soon as they heard about it. Such a car belonged to her ex-boyfriend, Roger, who is also the father of her unborn kid. Roger's truck was taken by the cops right away. Despite a careful search, they were unable to locate any proof. There was no proof against Roger, and he refused to speak to the investigators. However, the officers came to a clear conclusion because they knew that at least 2 people were involved in the crime. Ashley was liked by everyone. Who wasn't delighted that she was expecting? If Ashley vanished, who would be pleased? Dana Williams was the only person, aside from Roger, who could hope for this to happen. The rationale behind the investigators' decision to speak with Dana and her brother Thomas again. Thomas was the first person they questioned. Thomas initially denied everything to the police, but after finding out that an eyewitness had seen Roger's pickup truck at the crime scene, he started talking more. In response to the question of who shot Ashley Lyons, he said without hesitation that it was Roger McBeath. In the end, Thomas Williams agreed to cooperate with the inquiry in order to receive a less sentence. He admitted that he had handed the revolver to Roger, who then shot Ashley. Additionally, Thomas informed the detectives that Roger dropped the weapon into Elkhorn Creek after killing Ashley. Although the 6-hour dive search was successful, it took a long time for the police to locate the crime weapon. The police discovered a gun, which the ballistics analysis verified was the weapon used in the crime. Ashley didn't match the perpetrator's height. Therefore, the investigators understood that Dina wasn't the one who shot her. But when they asked her again, she admitted to being the getaway driver. Roger McBeath, Dana Williams, and her twin brother Thomas were taken into custody by the police on the night that Roger committed the crime. Ashley was pleased, but it soon became apparent that Roger did not want her to have the child. Her family encouraged her to have this child since she wanted to become a mother. Roger therefore devised a cunning scheme. To entice Ashley to Scott County Park, he asked her to join him and his parents at a restaurant. After being driven there by Dina Williams, he approached Ashley's vehicle brandishing a revolver. Ashley rushed into her purse to retrieve the ultrasound images after noticing the father of her unborn child. She was surprised that he shot her. Ashley and Roger's own son were killed when Roger pulled the trigger 3 times. Subsequently, he hurried out of the park, climbed into the pickup truck, and instructed Dina to press the throttle pedal. They came to a halt and threw the firearm into the river. The people of Stamping Ground were astonished to learn who was responsible for this tragedy. They were surprised that someone they knew could commit such a heinous act. The fact that other persons were participating in this was equally disturbing. A not guilty plea was entered by Roger McBeath. The authorities erred in their preparation for McBeath's trial, which eventually affected the outcome. However, I'll explain this to you at the conclusion of the video. Thomas Williams was given a 7-year prison sentence by the court for his role in this crime. Williams acknowledged in the plea deal that he took $1,000, 0 cents, from Roger McBeath, Jr. to harm Ashley Lyons in a way that would result in her miscarrying. Williams then consented to provide McBeath the gun used in the murder, but the act was never completed. In 2005, Dana Williams entered a guilty plea as part of the plea deal according to court documents. According to the prosecutor's requested sentence of 20 years in jail, Williams will be eligible for parole after completing 17 years, or 85% of her sentence. Prosecutors would call a number of witnesses during the trial who stated that Williams had desired Ashley Lyons dead, had conspired with McBeath to poison Ashley, and had offered $1,000 0 cents to beat Ashley up in order to induce a miscarriage. Prosecutors claimed in the court filing that after their initial plans failed, Williams and McBeath turned to more extreme means. Williams claimed that public defender Rodney Barnes, her lawyer, informed her that a jury would likely have convicted her guilty. "I'm hurt and I'm scared because I pleaded guilty to something that I didn't do," she stated. Williams admitted that she drove McBeath around the Colony community when they first met and then came to pick him up, but she also admitted that she took him to the park the night of Ashley's murder so he could see the ultrasound images of the couple's unborn son. During her trip, she heard 3 gunshots, but she was unaware of their nature at the moment. At McBeath's trial, the jury listened to a recording of Roger calling Ashley Lyons on his phone and telling her that he loved her and was sorry he had missed their meeting at the park. Williams said that Roger had involved me in the plan without me knowing. Williams claims that McBeath never informed her that Ashley Lyons had died when they were leaving the park, and she refrained from reporting the incident to the police out of concern that McBeath would act abusively toward her. When Williams added, "I was scared to death of that boy. He even threatened to kill me." Williams expressed her sorrow for the Lyons family and her grief for everything that transpired. Williams said, "I am so sorry," while sobbing. However, McBeath's parents, Roger Sr. and Rita, said that Williams was lying and described her as a chronic liar who frequently acted in the heat of the moment. "I wish I could go back and change this." According to the pair, Williams accepted the plea offer in order to take the easy route out because he was envious of Ashley. "She was obsessed with my son," Rita McBeath claimed. Roger McBeath Sr. claimed his son was shocked when they received the news of Ashley Lyons' death, but Williams remained unmoved. "She was the one who had the motive," he said. "It didn't bother her," in reference to Williams. "It didn't bother her a bit." Dina Williams was given a 20-year prison sentence by the court in August 2005. In 2021, she was granted parole. Williams claimed in the written motion that she was too young and susceptible to being influenced by her ex-boyfriend McBeath. Williams added that she was unaware of McBeath and Lyons' relationship. Williams added that she had already completed about 70% of her sentence for her involvement in the crime, and that she was not the primary perpetrator. In the court document, Williams stated that she had taken classes on anger management, resident legal aid training, landscaping, horticulture, and being a certified Braille transcriber, among other programs while inside. Roger entered a not guilty plea to the murder allegation after being taken into custody. Although the jury found him guilty, he was able to get his conviction reversed by the Kentucky Supreme Court because the defense was not permitted to examine the jail informant, who had overreached himself by questioning McBeath about the shooting while he was in custody. Police ordered jail informant John Romano to refrain from questioning Roger McBeath about the alleged crime. The informant was given permission to speak with McBeath about common topics like movies and sports. Without using leading questions, the detectives anticipated McBeath would begin discussing the crime on his own. In 2009, the Kentucky Supreme Court reversed the verdict, ruling that prosecutors had utilized unlawfully obtained evidence. Roger was retried and entered a guilty plea to tampering with physical evidence and involvement in murder. After that, the court sentenced him to 42 years in prison with a 16-year parole eligibility period. Alongside his prior sentence, the court also sentenced him to 5 years in prison for involvement in evidence tampering. In December 2023, McBeath's parole hearing was held. "She was my high school sweetheart. She was the mother of my child. She was someone I loved," stated McBeath. After declining his parole eligibility, McBeath told the parole board he was not interested in parole. "I'm not here to convince y'all to grant me parole. I know I don't deserve it," McBeath said. "But I do want to use this time to say that I'm truly sorry for what I did. I want to tell Ashley's family that I'm truly sorry for what I did, and there's not a day that goes by that I don't think about it." He is still incarcerated as a result. The Angel Garden at Scott County Park, where Ashley Lyons passed away, now features ceramic angel statues in her honor. Following Ashley's passing, Carol and her husband Buford Lyons assisted in enacting a state and federal statute against fetal homicide. A pregnant woman who is abused is charged with 2 offenses under the bill, one against the lady and one against her unborn child. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Crime is frequently associated with a particular motivation. Acts by people with mental health conditions, those under the influence of alcohol or other controlled substances, or incidents that happen during periods of severe emotional upheaval may be exceptions. Although the phrase motiveless crime is used, criminologists contend that the majority of these cases have unidentified hidden motives. Ohio as a whole was rocked by the disappearance of college student Emily Murray in 2000. The individual who caused Emily's terrible demise had been hiding in plain sight, helping law enforcement with their investigation and even providing tips to implicate others, until she was discovered dead a few weeks later. Authorities encountered a bewildering dilemma when they eventually took him into custody. There didn't appear to be any clear reason. Many theories were put forth, but none of them were supported, to explain why he did this. To make things even more confusing, the suspect seemed to like Emily and even to be protective of her, but then something changed and he became a predator. The perpetrator has never disclosed the reason behind his killing of a helpless young woman, even though it has been almost 25 years since the incident. On February 19, 1980, Emily Miranda Murray was born in Sleepy Hollow, a small town in Westchester County, New York. She came from a wealthy family and was the youngest of 4 siblings. Growing up with her 2 older brothers and 1 sister, Emily remained close to them all of her life. Emily's family moved to Shaker Heights, Cuyahoga County, Ohio, when she was 2 years old. Her father quickly rose to the position of head of one of the scientific university's departments after receiving an offer of a distinguished position there. The family's financial stability allowed them to live comfortably, and her mother devoted herself to raising the kids and providing a cozy home environment. The Murray children achieved academic success, graduating with honors from high school and attending prestigious universities. Emily in particular had a strong interest in biology and medicine and hoped to work in these fields. She frequently placed at the top of her class and was acknowledged as a gifted student. Interestingly, Emily was also able to work part-time jobs and donate her earnings to worthy causes. Emily's parents' strong Christian beliefs had a significant impact on her upbringing. Emily followed the family's example by attending church on a regular basis and being always willing to lend a helping hand to those in need, both verbally and physically. She spent a year traveling the world with different humanitarian organizations after graduating from high school. She visited New Zealand, Australia, Japan, and a number of European nations during this trip. Emily Murray moved into the campus residence halls at Kenyon College in Gambier, Ohio, in 1998 to start her studies. According to those who knew her, she was a positive influence on everyone around her, full of vitality and vitality. Emily was very driven, kind, sympathetic, and personable. She did, however, have a sensitive side and frequently displayed moments of melancholy and vulnerability. She wrote down her deepest worries, dreams, and thoughts in a private journal. Emily was in her junior year of college by 2000. She continued to be actively involved in church-based charitable work and worked evening shifts as a waitress at a nearby restaurant in addition to her rigorous academic schedule. She appeared to manage her enormous workload with poise. She even managed to make time for her personal life, going to events that she loved. But soon, it would be evident that her life was more complicated than it seemed. Emily's bed was empty when her 2 roommates in the dorm woke up on Tuesday, November 3, 2000. They couldn't figure it out. Emily was always thoughtful and informed them if she would be spending the night somewhere else. They thought she might have gone straight to class or stayed late at work because her restaurant shift had ended at 2 in the morning. However, things started to feel strange when they discovered that her notes and textbooks were still on her shelf. The roommates asked friends if anyone had seen Emily before leaving for their lectures in the morning. As it happened, she hadn't been seen since the day before and hadn't attended any of her classes. Her friends initially attempted to explain the situation in the hopes that there would be a plausible explanation, even though her absence was disturbing. Emily had been anticipating the celebration of a close friend's 20th birthday for weeks, and it was scheduled for that evening. She had picked out a thoughtful present and even assisted in planning a surprise for the birthday person. Emily could not imagine missing the party, but her friends became increasingly concerned when she failed to appear. They contacted Emily's family in a desperate attempt to get answers, believing that she might have returned home because of an emergency. When her parents learned that she had disappeared, they became very upset. Desperate to learn what had happened to their daughter, they drove to Gambier that same evening to participate in the search. The Murrays and their older children had reached the campus by morning, and they were desperately attempting to determine what might have happened to their youngest daughter. By then, the college community had become aware of Emily's disappearance. She was not found despite the efforts of several volunteer groups, friends, and classmates. She appeared to have disappeared completely. Emily's car, a dark green Subaru Outback that her father had given her for her 20th birthday, was also found to be missing. The Murrays immediately contacted campus security to report the missing student and ask for assistance in setting up a search, but their worries were dismissed with indifference. Security personnel waved away their concerns, speculating that Emily was probably hanging out alone with a boyfriend and would be back shortly. The family was told to wait a bit longer, even though they insisted Emily would never leave without telling anyone. Emily had not been seen for over 24 hours, and her family was becoming more and more desperate. They reported a missing person to the local police after realizing that campus security would not be able to assist. They were shocked to learn that police initially appeared to minimize the incident as well, assuming Emily might have taken an unplanned break or gone off on her own. She was a 20-year-old college student after all, and they didn't have to explain her every action. Nevertheless, the police finally consented to check Emily's dorm room. At that point, they learned she had forgotten her identification, bank cards, and personal items. It appeared that she hadn't changed since leaving her job because she had last been spotted in her restaurant shift uniform. This cast doubt on the notion that she had taken an unplanned break or gone off to hang out with a boyfriend. It was improbable that Emily would depart without cash or necessities. Emily was officially listed as missing on the second day following her disappearance, which was also her last day of employment. By that point, her friends, family, and community members who were worried were already searching on their own, distributing flyers featuring her picture throughout the town and searching the neighborhoods. The investigation started at the eatery across the street from the campus where Emily was last seen. The Pirates Cove was a well-liked hangout for students because of its convenient location and reasonably priced menu. Emily's shift that night turned out to be her final one. Overburdened by her demanding schedule, she had resigned from her job that evening. She had made the decision to reduce her workload. She had been finding it difficult to balance her rigorous coursework, her part-time evening shifts, and her volunteer work at the church. Her personal life had suffered as a result of her hectic schedule. She had broken up with her boyfriend Adam just a month prior because they hardly ever had time together. Many of Emily's friends came to the Pirates Cove that night to cheer her on her last day of work. However, since they had classes the following morning, nobody stayed up too late. Emily stayed for an extra half hour to complete some tasks, even though her shift ended at 2 in the morning. As a result, her coworkers were the last to see her, and the police would use their testimonies to piece together what happened that night. During those last moments at the restaurant, Emily wasn't by herself. She was assisted in closing up by her friend Olivia, who was also a waitress, and a bartender named David Cale. Around 2:45 a.m., they completed cleaning the dining area together. Everyone started to head home shortly after that. Gregory McKnight, a 24-year-old cook who was the last to depart and shut down the restaurant at 3:15 a.m., confirmed this. Nothing out of the ordinary caught the attention of her colleagues. Emily was being kind, happy, and courteous as usual. She told them she was just going back to her dorm to get some sleep before her morning classes, without mentioning any plans for the rest of the evening. Investigators discovered Emily's personal journal, which had disturbing entries, when they searched her dorm room. Emily had been fighting a protracted bout of depression, which she had kept a secret and attempted to handle on her own, despite her cheerful and amiable manner. Emily was well known for being sensitive and sympathetic, and she frequently internalized other people's suffering, which made her both emotionally vulnerable and incredibly compassionate. Emily was frequently exposed to the harsh realities of life, such as tales of cruelty and injustice, through her charitable work. She gave her all to helping those in need, but she felt helpless in the face of the world's more powerful forces, which frustrated her. She described in her journal how difficult it was for her to handle the weight of her empathy and how overwhelming these feelings could be. Detectives were unable to completely rule out the possibility that Emily may have made the decision to leave her life, even though the journal made no explicit mention of plans to harm herself or take extreme measures. Emily's close friends and family were extremely offended by this theory. They vehemently denied the notion, stating that Emily would never entertain such an act because her faith was so important to her. Because of her strong religious convictions, such behavior was considered an unforgivable sin. In addition, Emily had detailed her aspirational plans for the future in her journal. She drew a picture of her ideal life in one entry, which included a big house, her future spouse, their 5 kids, and a dozen dogs. Her desire to create a life focused on community, family, and love seemed to inspire her daily. At first, investigators thought Emily might have run away because she had vanished along with her car. They speculated that she may have chosen to leave town to contemplate her life due to her battles with depression. This is a reasonable explanation for her disappearance, because it could have been made worse by her recent breakup with her boyfriend and resignation from her job. Adam, Emily's ex-boyfriend, was the first person investigators focused on, which makes sense in situations like this. Their relationship had been turbulent, with several breakups and reconciliations, but it had lasted for roughly a year and a half. But this time, Emily had made the decision to permanently break things off, and she had told Adam so in what seemed to be a peaceful and friendly exchange. Investigators couldn't help but wonder what if Adam hadn't been able to let her go. They decided to stay friends. When contacted, Adam voluntarily went to the police station. He seemed truly upset and genuinely concerned about Emily's welfare. He clarified that he and his roommate had visited the Pirates Cove the night before Emily vanished, but they had departed at midnight. Other students attested to seeing them when they returned to their dorm. According to 2 other roommates, Adam and his roommate spent the remainder of the night inside. Adam was promptly ruled out as a suspect because he had a strong alibi and no evidence of involvement. After that, investigators focused on Emily's colleagues. In the course of their investigation, one of the Pirates Cove's cooks revealed an unexpected fact. Emily was rumored to have rejected the romantic feelings that the bartender David Cale had for her. Emily and Cale worked the same shift, stayed late to close, and left the restaurant 10 minutes apart on the night of Emily's disappearance. After she turned him down, could Cale have waited for her outside and hurt her in some way? They brought David in for another round of interrogation. He acknowledged that he had once asked Emily out, but he had never brought up the subject again after she declined. He insisted that their relationship was merely cordial and business. In addition, David gave what investigators considered a very strong alibi. He was picked up from the restaurant by his father after his shift, and they immediately drove to another state to attend his sister's wedding. Investigators had no evidence to connect him to Emily's disappearance after the alibi was confirmed. The same cook, Greg McKnight, gave detectives a new lead after the bartender was ruled out as a suspect. He implied that Dave Yoakum, another cook, was also strangely attracted to Emily. Dave had a reputation for having trouble relating to women. When rejected, he was prone to losing his temper and was awkward and rude. This behavior was corroborated by other waitresses, who also reported that Dave had awkwardly approached them. He frequently made scathing comments in response to his attempts being rejected and acted in a generally disrespectful manner. Additionally, investigators found it highly suspicious that Yoakum was fired from the restaurant after a heated argument just 4 days after Emily vanished. Yoakum had not been at the restaurant the night Emily disappeared because he was off work, but detectives had to question him and find out where he was. When asked, Dave said he was genuinely shocked to be named as a suspect in the case. He gave a convincing alibi by claiming that he had gone to a rock band concert in a nearby city that evening with friends who corroborated his account. The investigation came to a standstill after all suspects were exonerated and no fresh evidence surfaced. Emily's friends and family prayed for her safe return home and clung to hope, but seasoned investigators suspected she was dead and feared the worst. Let's go back to an incident that at first glance appeared to have nothing to do with Emily's case, which occurred around a month prior to her disappearance. A small car accident happened on the outskirts of Harrison, a small town in Vinton County, Ohio, on October 1, 2000. Ronaldo Hopkins was on his way home when an old Buick swerved into his lane and collided with him. When Hopkins exited his vehicle to inspect the damage, he discovered a gun in the trunk of the other car, which had exploded from the collision. He was so alarmed that he reported the incident to the police right away. Authorities permitted the other driver to depart, even though he was fined for the collision, and the gun was seized. That same driver was accused of participating in a theft on December 9, 2000, more than 2 months later. He lived in a remote trailer park according to the case documents, so 2 officers were sent to deliver a court summons demanding that he come in for interrogation. Officers discovered the trailer in a remote location, far from the other homes in the park. When they got there, 2 rusted, damaged cars that looked unlikely to ever run again were parked in front of the property, which gave the impression that it was deserted. But the officers found a dark green Subaru Outback behind the trailer, which didn't fit the scene. They verified that it was Emily Murray's car, which was reported missing along with its owner, after searching the license plates through their database. The name of the resident of the property where Emily's car was found, as well as information about the car's discovery, were promptly forwarded to the Gambier division looking into her case. The cook from the restaurant where Emily had worked, Gregory McKnight, was that person. In the past, McKnight had tried to deflect suspicion from his colleagues while evading personal scrutiny. In record time, a police team was sent to the scene and a search warrant for McKnight's trailer was obtained. 2 officers went inside to start their search because the door lock was broken. The foul stench of decay overcame them almost immediately. They located the source of the smell, a young woman's body covered in a carpet, by following it to the rear of the trailer. Emily's remains were immediately thought to be hers, and forensic analysis quickly verified this. A gunshot wound to the head was the cause of death. The weapon had been pressed against the right side of her skull, and the bullet had been fired at close range. The fact that there was a large amount of blood and spent shell casings at the scene suggested that the crime had been committed inside the trailer. Detectives now focused on apprehending and interrogating McKnight, their main suspect. Later that day, Gregory McKnight was arrested on suspicion of participating in an armed robbery, which was initially unrelated to Emily's death. But when they told him about the discovery in his trailer, he fell silent, refused to comment, and asked for a lawyer right away. Police detained him pending additional investigation, even though there was no concrete evidence at the time connecting him to Emily's death. Investigators were informed by the trailer park's neighbors that they had not heard or seen anything strange. Considering how far away McKnight's trailer was from the other houses, this wasn't shocking. The property itself was in poor condition, with rusted, dilapidated cars all around it and trash all over it. Investigators searched the area extensively in the hopes of finding more evidence. They soon discovered a small, overgrown well beneath a sheet of metal that was weighed down by a fallen tree. After draining the well, researchers found a human skeleton at the bottom that seemed to be that of a man. Other bone fragments were discovered nearby, dispersed throughout the property. All of the remains belonged to a single person whose identity was still unknown, according to forensic analysis. Police quickly linked the discovery to a 6-month-old missing person case, though McKnight's friend, a 20-year-old student named Glenn Julius, had disappeared. According to Glenn's girlfriend, he was planning to go to a party with McKnight the last time she saw him. Following the start of the Glenn Julius search, Gregory McKnight emerged as the main suspect, but according to McKnight, Glenn and he got into a fight at the event, and Glenn drove off with a few new friends. No one saw him again after that. Although they couldn't find any hard evidence to link McKnight to the disappearance, investigators also couldn't find any evidence to back up his story. Thus, he was set free. Later, pieces of Glenn's belts and clothes that were found in the well were recognized by his girlfriend. Dental records from his family attested to the fact that Glenn's remains were present. Inside McKnight's trailer, a number of his personal belongings were also found. Shortly after Glenn vanished, McKnight sold his car illegally, according to additional investigation. Associates who were also connected to an armed robbery case purchased the car. The car's license plates had been replaced with fake ones, and it had been hurriedly repainted. Authorities found the car after one of McKnight's accomplices was taken into custody. They discovered sizable amounts of cleaned-up blood in the trunk, which forensic analysis verified belonged to Glenn. This implied that Glenn had been carried in the trunk, either injured or dead. The work had been done sloppily, probably with homemade tools, and Glenn's body had been partially dismembered. The bones were deeply scratched, like saw marks. Investigators discovered an axe, a shovel, and several other tools inside McKnight's trailer. These were all removed for forensic analysis. Although unidentifiable marks were left by other tools, it was definitively established that the axe had been used during the dismemberment. On November 12, 1976, Gregory McKnight was born in a poor Columbus, Ohio suburb. He was raised in a big, impoverished family without a father, where everyone was left to fend for themselves. McKnight began stealing when he was a young boy, and at the age of 14 he first came to the notice of the police. He had committed his first deadly crime at the age of 15, a poorly executed robbery. The jury was lenient toward McKnight because his accomplices were older, and he was given a comparatively light sentence. He was placed in a juvenile detention center and given a sentence of only 6 years. After being freed in 1997, he quickly wed Catherine, who went on to have 2 children. Before McKnight saved up enough cash to purchase his trailer, the couple briefly resided with Catherine's parents, but they never made the move to their new home. Gregory McKnight killed Glenn Julius in May 2000 and concealed his body in the well behind his trailer. He then abducted and murdered Emily Murray in November of that year, leaving her body to decay inside the trailer. Catherine, McKnight's wife, acknowledged during interrogation that she had begun to have doubts about the trailer. Her husband refused to allow her to visit or even come near the property, and he often went there by himself. She believed that he was either using the area to meet potential lovers or to hide his criminal associates from the authorities. She had thought of a lot of things, but she had never thought of him keeping human remains there. The majority of the evidence against McKnight was circumstantial, despite the fact that it was substantial. The precise manner and location of Julius's death were unknown to the authorities. Consequently, the prosecution was unable to pursue the death penalty for that specific offense. Emily's case appeared to be simpler. There were obvious traces connecting her and McKnight to the trailer when her body was discovered at the scene, but there was no apparent reason for such a heinous act, and the murder weapon was never found. Emily had not been robbed, she had not been assaulted, and even her car had been left behind the trailer. Why McKnight would perpetrate such a heinous act against the young college student was still a mystery. Several colleagues attested that McKnight had consistently treated Emily with dignity. He was said to be courteous, and once he had even intervened to shield her from an inebriated patron who had mistreated her. Even McKnight declined to assist investigators. He gave no information about either crime and denied all charges. The prosecution contended that McKnight had tricked Emily into falling into a trap following her work at the restaurant. Given her kindness and trustworthiness, he may have asked her for assistance, and Emily, oblivious to the danger, was powerless to refuse. He may have shown romantic feelings for her once he was inside the trailer, but he went into a rage and committed the crime after she rejected him. A psychiatric evaluation found that McKnight was fully aware of his actions and could be held accountable, despite the defense's attempt to claim that he was mentally unfit. By changing strategies, McKnight's lawyers attempted to portray Emily as a suicidal person with severe depression, alleging that McKnight only helped her carry out a purported death wish. Emily's loved ones were incensed by this argument, but it didn't change the court's decision. Gregory McKnight was convicted of 2 indictments of first-degree murder, kidnapping, and armed robbery in 2002. He was placed on death row to await execution after being given a death by lethal injection sentence. Every appeal and clemency request was turned down. Gregory McKnight, who said in 2015 that he would sooner die than rot in prison while awaiting execution, asked that his sentence be carried out. He quickly had second thoughts, though, and made another unsuccessful attempt to appeal the sentence. McKnight filed a lawsuit in 2020, claiming that he was subjected to unfair treatment and racism during his trial. He maintained that the punishment was unduly severe because the jury and the judge were both white and had acted biasly against him. Gregory McKnight is still waiting to be executed on death row as of right now. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Parents teach their children from a young age not to trust strangers, not to get into unfamiliar automobiles, and never to go any place with someone they don't know, regardless of what they may say, because the world is big and full of hidden hazards. Regrettably, people with bad intentions frequently exploit both the trust of the innocent and the precarious circumstances that some adults find themselves in. Young medical student Mia Steven went to a party with her pals. She thoroughly enjoyed the evening and the companionship of those around her. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and nobody could have foreseen what was about to happen. Sadly, Mia never made it back home. When she vanished, the entire community rallied in the hopes of discovering her uninjured and alive. But when a sobering discovery was discovered in a neighboring woodland, something so startling that even the most experienced investigators found it difficult to comprehend, those hopes were dashed. On January 15, 2000, Mia Steven was born in Aalborg, a sizable harbor city in northwest Denmark. She came from a loving, close-knit family as the youngest. She grew up her adolescence in this small town, which is well known for its low crime rate and feeling of security. Mia did exceptionally well in school, demonstrating a natural aptitude for subjects like biology and chemistry. Her teachers believed she was a talented student and had high expectations for her. Mia knew she wanted to become a doctor even as a teenager. She always wanted to assist everyone around her and was incredibly kind and perceptive. Mia was well liked by her peers because of her gregarious and intelligent nature. She was loved for her warmth and approachability and had a wide network of acquaintances. Attention was also drawn to her elegant manner and remarkable looks. While still in school, she started modeling, participating in several campaigns, and winning people over wherever she went. Because of her uniqueness, Mia frequently had admirers fighting for her attention. Mia achieved her dream of enrolling at Aalborg University's Medical program, one of Denmark's most esteemed universities. After graduating, she kept modeling while attending school, doing fashion publications and commercials. Mia maintained a close relationship with her family by continuing to live at home with her parents in spite of her achievements and increasing independence. Mia was in her second year of college when the COVID-19 epidemic struck. The limitations and lockdowns drastically altered her life. Social media, phone conversations, and video chats took the role of her face-to-face connections with pals when classes shifted to online. A vibrant, gregarious, and outgoing young woman found the lockdown period to be rather difficult. Because of this, Mia Steven anxiously got ready for her first party in years when all restrictions were finally relaxed in early February 2022. Unfortunately, that night would be her last on February 5, 2022. For the first time in almost 2 years, there were no social restrictions due to the pandemic on Saturdays in Denmark. College students in particular were ecstatic to be able to enjoy the nightlife they had sorely missed. Parties were organized all around the nation because it was a reason to celebrate. He was really looking forward to the night. She made a call to her friends and meticulously planned the location for their eagerly anticipated night out. She went through her clothes at the same time, selecting an ensemble that would draw attention to her body and set her apart. This was more than simply a trip to the pub for her. It represented the return to everyday life. She wanted to celebrate her recent completion of her second-to-last semester at university with close friends she hadn't seen in a while. She put on makeup, fixed her hair, and wore a stylish black dress and high shoes. She added a cropped leather jacket and other sophisticated accessories to finish off her ensemble. Even though it was cold in February, she looked gorgeous. Mia thought her friends would drive her home after the event, but as the evening wore on, plans changed. Young people anxious to make up for missed time crowded the bars and clubs throughout the city's central streets that evening, but it was so chilly that the streets themselves were almost deserted. After spending several hours catching up and having a good time, Mia and her pals began the evening in a bustling pub. They later relocated to a local tavern, and an hour later they changed locations once more. The group evolved as they went from bar to pub. A few friends went home, others encountered pals and joined other groups, and they were replaced by new acquaintances. The evening was, of course, full with dancing, laughter, and copious amounts of alcohol. Witnesses claim that although Mia drank wine, she wasn't too drunk. She talked to everyone around her, laughed and danced. The companions she had first arrived with made the decision to depart by 3 in the morning. But Mia decided to stay. telling them she would find her way home eventually. She was spotted conversing with an unknown man who seemed interested in her at the moment. The club ended for the evening around 6 a.m. Only one of Mia's friends remained after that. The two went out into the chilly, overcast morning. The frigid temperature was made even worse by a chilly breeze that blasted across the deserted streets. The two made the decision to take the bus home, but they had to go in different directions. They split up and went to their own bus stops. Mia never came home that night, and no one ever saw her alive again. Her parents initially assumed she might have gone to stay with one of her many friends and were not alarmed. But when they noticed that her phone was going directly to voicemail, something that was completely out of character for her, their worries intensified. Unable to wait any longer, Mia's mother called her daughter's best friends and classmates at midday on February 6. One by one, they all responded with the same response. They couldn't get in touch with Mia, and they hadn't seen or heard from her since the previous evening. Her parents were so alarmed that they rushed to the local police station and reported her missing. They were concerned that law authorities may postpone their search by waiting the customary 24 hours, because Mia was an adult and had attended a party. They were relieved that the police took the matter seriously and started looking into it right away. Investigators began by speaking with every friend and acquaintance Mia had made at the different pubs that evening. Although Mia had been drinking, witnesses attested that she wasn't too drunk. They also gave a thorough explanation of her attire, which included a light jacket and a stylish evening gown. Investigators initially thought she might have died from the weather because it was so chilly in February. They promptly ruled this out, though, because no further relevant reports had emerged. Security footage from the bars and clubs Mia had frequented was examined by police. Although Mia seemed to be in a good mood and turned down her friends' offers to bring her home, nothing else in the video seemed suspicious, and the packed venues made it nearly hard to follow one specific person. The enigmatic man Mia had been spotted dancing with that evening quickly came into focus. Finding him and questioning him was crucial. Luckily, it was easy to identify him. He was an aspiring athlete with a bright future who was a fellow student at Mia's institution. He volunteered to be questioned and disclosed that he had taken a taxi to his house across town after leaving the bar at around 5 in the morning. The taxi driver acknowledged dropping him off at the specified place, allowing police to establish his alibi. Mia had no known adversaries, conflicts, or anybody who would want to harm her, according to her family and friends. She had never engaged in criminal behavior, used illegal substances, or had any symptoms of mental illness. Although no one in her network had ever heard of a stalker or obsessive admirer, this prompted investigators to think about the possibilities. After Mia exited the pub, investigators looked at video from street surveillance cameras to expand their search. She and her companion had left the venue together, and after walking roughly 300 feet, they paused to bid each other farewell. Each then made their way to their designated bus stops. Investigators were looking through the video when they spotted something strange. A dark automobile that seemed to be pursuing Mia after she split up with her friend. Mia went another 500 feet or so after saying goodbye to her companion and then paused to wait for her bus. Regretfully, it never came. Mia was trapped because it was early on Sunday morning and the public transportation schedule hadn't fully resumed after the shutdown. She couldn't call for a ride or get in touch with anyone for assistance at 6 i.e. Minning, since, to make matters worse, her phone had died earlier in the night, something she didn't notice until she was outdoors. The streets remained empty and dark. At the bus stop, Mia, wearing an evening gown, stood freezing and hoped her bus would arrive soon. However, as time passed, it became evident that it was not going to happen. A black Volkswagen Golf came up close to the road at about 6:15 a.m. The vehicle stopped and probably offered Mia a ride, but she declined. Mia was left alone when the automobile drove away. She waited for more than an hour in the bitter cold at the bus stop once more. The identical vehicle came again and pulled to a stop at the bus stop about 7:30 a.m. This time, following a 5-minute conversation with the driver, Mia apparently reluctantly decided to get into the car. By that time, the cold is thought to have affected her so much that she chose to accept the stranger's offer. However, the issues still stood. Where did they take her? Who was driving? And who owned the car? Investigators needed to know the answers quickly. The surveillance footage's poor quality made the inquiry more difficult. Experts did their best, but they were only able to determine the car's make and model. It was unable to make out the driver's face or the license plate. Detectives looked over footage from nearby cameras to follow the car's movements, and shortly they got a break. The Volkswagen Golf was seen parking close to a 24-hour convenience shop a few blocks from the bus stop. Luckily, the car's license plate was photographed by the high-resolution camera in this business. Investigators quickly identified the owner, a 37-year-old man named Thomas Thompson, by searching the license plate through the vehicle registration database. The nightlife area where Mia and her pals had been going out was close to Thompson's home. Adam, a 30-year-old roommate of Thompson's who had previously drawn the attention of the police, lived with him in his leased house. Both men had a history of infractions, including posing as police officers in a scheme. The stakes were considerably higher this time, even though they had previously simply been fined for their acts. Both males were arrested so they could be questioned. Adam, however, had a strong alibi and was quickly freed. The day before Mia vanished, he had left town to see relatives, and he didn't come back until February 8. This information was confirmed by investigators, and Adam was exonerated. Thomas Thompson was the main suspect in the inquiry. To get a better picture, investigators started by looking into his past. Born in Kolding, Denmark in June 1985, Thomas was raised in a modest household. His parents moved him to live on his grandparents' tiny farm in the southeast countryside when he was a teenager. Thomas enlisted in the military after high school, where he signed a contract and established a solid career. He finally rose to the rank of sergeant while serving in highly troubled regions of the world. After leaving the military in 2015, he went back to school and graduated with a degree in engineering. Thomas had been employed as an engineer at a nearby industrial firm and renting a house in Aalborg in recent years. He was characterized as a competent, quiet, and hard-working professional by his coworkers and superiors. He was quite reserved, though, hardly ever disclosing personal information or developing strong bonds with coworkers. Thomas's legal background was problematic. He had been charged with violent altercations, domestic violence, and injury on multiple occasions. He was nevertheless able to reach an out-of-court settlement in every case. According to his ex-partners, he was irritable, hostile, and dangerously violent. Thomas appeared to lose control during angry outbursts, acting in a way that worried others around him. Some even thought he could be able to commit a major offense. Thomas obviously had a darker side that he found difficult to control. However, did that imply that he may have singled out Mia, hurt her, and perhaps even committed a crime against her? More importantly, where was Mia? In his car, Thomas, for his part, said nothing. An integrated GPS system was discovered by investigators. They looked at the data, hoping to track his movements that evening. They found that Thomas had attempted to turn off the GPS tracking on February 6 at around 2 in the morning. The attempt, however, resulted in a glitch, and the machine started to record position data every 30 seconds rather than shutting off. According to the GPS, Thomas left his house at 2:45 a.m. and drove about the city for several hours, apparently searching for a target. This mistake made it possible for detectives to piece together his actions in great detail. He stopped close to the bus stop where Mia was waiting at around 6 in the morning and had a quick conversation with her. For the next hour and a half, he drove away after she turned down his offer of a ride. Before heading back to the bus station, Thomas kept driving in a directionless manner through the streets. Mia was clearly freezing by this point, and perhaps desperate. Apparently believing she had no other option, she grudgingly got into his car. Before driving into a remote road, the vehicle departed the city and drove through a few tiny neighboring villages. GPS data revealed a series of short pauses near each other in the wooded region, followed by a lengthy wait, during which the vehicle stayed motionless for approximately an hour. Search dogs and an operations team were sent to the location. They soon found that Mia's phone was broken. Nearby, they discovered a ripped necklace she had been wearing that evening, followed by a hair clip. Additionally, pieces of her clothing and strands of her long hair were discovered tangled on the branches of trees in the area. The scene presented a bleak image. As someone harried after her, Mia appeared to have attempted to flee into the woods, tripping, losing objects, and hooking herself on branches. But hundreds of feet farther into the jungle, the most terrible discovery was still to come. Areas of disturbed dirt were pointed out by the search dogs, indicating that something had just been buried. Investigators found human bones after excavating beneath roughly 3 feet of loose dirt. 231 pieces of the remains were broken apart, some of which were left on the surrounding land. To the dismay of her loved ones, the victim could only be identified by DNA testing. It was established that Mia was the owner of the remains. Law enforcement was forced to issue a public statement as news of the gory discovery swiftly spread to the media. The community was reassured that the dangerous criminal had been caught. Terrifying details were uncovered via forensic analysis. Bone marks indicated that a power saw-like instrument had been used to dismember the body. Given the condition of the remains, pieces of tissue displayed signs of having been bathed in a chemical solution, perhaps in an effort to destroy them or get rid of any DNA traces. It was challenging to pinpoint the precise cause of death. Medical examiners, however, thought mechanical asphyxiation was the most likely cause. Most likely a rope or tiny strap, rather than bare hands, had been used to strangle Mia. Although Thomas Thompson's car had been partially cleaned, blood traces were discovered. Mia's blood was identified through DNA analysis. Her body looked to have been dismembered, and more blood traces were found throughout his house, especially in the toilet. Thompson first attempted to defend his actions when presented with the evidence, saying he had no malicious intent and had no plans to hurt anyone. He claimed that he tried to turn off his car's GPS because he was being stalked by a dishonest police officer who was extorting him, but he was unable to give his name or any supporting documentation. Thompson also related how he saw a woman in light clothing at the bus station early that morning and offered her a lift out of courtesy, but she declined. Then, he said, he drove off to run other errands. On his way back, about 90 minutes later, he noticed the same woman, who was now obviously chilly, still at the stop. He claims that this time she agreed to take him for a ride. Thompson described how the young woman was drunk, acted flirtatiously, and supposedly promised intimacy in return for his assistance. He said they took his car out of town to a remote location where they had consensual sex. Thompson then claimed that Mia unintentionally tugged on the car door handle during this interaction, causing the door to swing open. He stated she died instantaneously after falling out and breaking her neck. In a panic, he tried to protect himself by getting rid of her body rather than calling the police. Doubts were immediately raised by the story. The strewn personal belongings and strands of Mia's hair discovered in the woodland were among the many discrepancies that detectives pointed out. When questioned further, Thompson changed his account, saying that Mia accused him of being abusive, threatened to file charges, and started to sober up after their encounter. He claimed that despite his attempts to soothe her, she went into a frenzied state, escaped the automobile, and dashed into the woods. According to Thompson, he followed her out of concern that she may freeze to death and planned to take her back to the car so he could drive her home. He claimed that she stumbled during the pursuit, struck her head, and instantly passed away. After he took her body home, Thompson confessed to dismembering it in his bathroom and soaking the remnants in chemicals in the hopes that they would completely dissolve. But after a few hours, the procedure had little impact. The remnants, which were still whole, now smelled bad. He drove the corpses to the wilderness, buried them, and packed them into bags out of desperation. He maintained that the death was an accident and that his sole transgression was trying to hide the evidence because he was afraid no one would take him seriously. He insisted that his actions were motivated by panic rather than malice. Further investigations at Thompson's property turned up incriminating evidence behind his house, despite his contradictory claims. Investigators discovered a temporary solution, burn hole, with some dirt and rubble covering it. He had tried to destroy Mia's pocketbook, personal things, car floor mats, and blood-stained clothes there. The majority of the goods were severely destroyed, but her purse was largely undamaged, including the thin strap that still contained remnants of Mia's skin cells and blood. This strap was the tool used to strangle her, according to forensic authorities. The prosecution's claim that Thompson had acted maliciously and with premeditation was successful. He planned his actions ahead of time, as evidenced by the fact that he had made a conscious effort to turn off his car's GPS system. According to the prosecution, he was a predator who went hunting that evening and eventually targeted a young woman who was alone and in danger. His perfect victim was Mia, who was cold and alone. The second time he contacted her, she accepted his offer of a ride, since she was so desperate. Thompson's claims of innocence were further weakened by his conflicting explanations and attempt to remove evidence. The jury found that, in spite of the evidence, He had taken steps to hide his activities after purposefully luring Mia into his automobile with malicious intent, but the court's surprisingly light penalty caused a great deal of indignation. Many wondered how someone who had done such horrible things could be punished less severely than the law permitted. Thompson probably took Mia to the remote woodland after threatening her with a firearm once she was inside the vehicle. She tried to flee there, but he caught up to her. There is evidence that he assaulted her and then strangled her with the strap of her purse. He dismembered her body and tried to dissolve the remains in chemicals after bringing it to his house. Thompson's conduct demonstrated that his crime was planned and executed without regret. For example, he ordered pizza to be delivered to his house twice on the same day that he committed these heinous deeds, and he even went to a neighboring store to buy candies. Witnesses from the area said he seemed perfectly at ease, grinning and talking to people, while the young woman's body floated in his bathroom. Unfortunately, because the chemical solution destroyed DNA, the court was unable to verify proof of an intentional assault. During questioning, Thompson himself asserted that their interaction had been voluntary. Thompson's disturbing history of voyeurism was also discovered throughout the examination. He had been seen taking pictures, watching ladies undress, and peering through windows of other women's houses. Nevertheless, the victim's concerns were unanswered, and he was never charged. Thompson was convicted in June 2023 of premeditated murder and defilement of a body by dissection. He received a life sentence in prison. He will, however, be eligible for parole after only 10 years, and history indicates that there is a good possibility he will be released. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After making a late-night roadside help call in January 2013, 26-year-old Texas father Brandon Mason Lawson disappeared. When his car was discovered abandoned, what had started out as a typical night took an enigmatic turn. Brandon's voice shook in terror as he called 911 in a panic, whispering that he was being pursued and desperately needed assistance. Brandon remained a mystery despite a great deal of searching and investigation, leaving his friends and family in a desperate search for answers. What actually transpired that evening, and who was he fleeing from? Let's investigate the enigma. Brandon Lawson was an oil field worker from San Angelo, Texas at the time of his disappearance. According to reports, he was a devoted partner to his girlfriend, Ledessa Lofton, whom he had dated for 10 years, and a loving father to 4 children. Ledessa was the stepmother of Brandon's oldest daughter and the mother of their 3 children. Brandon's recent drug relapse, which resulted in his inexplicable absences, caused Ledessa great concern. Their bond was forged over years of shared experiences and the difficulties of raising a family together, despite the usual ups and downs in their relationship. But Brandon, like a lot of young people, had his share of difficulties. He had previously abused drugs, particularly methamphetamines, but according to reports, he had been clean for roughly 6 months prior to the night of his disappearance. His friends and family knew him as a strong, industrious man who was trying to change his life. However, he had previously been overcome by the hold of addiction, and he was burdened by the strain of juggling his demanding work in the oil industry with his family life. The events leading to Brandon's disappearance began on the evening of August 8, 2013, when he and Ledessa got into a fight. It started off like any other evening. After a long day of work, Brandon got home in San Angelo between 10:45 and 11 p.m. Brandon and Ledessa got into a heated argument. Although it was initially unclear what specifically started the argument, Ledessa later disclosed that she became irritated and suspicious when Brandon failed to come home the night before. After the argument grew more heated, Brandon made the decision to leave the house at 11:30 p.m. About 3 hours' drive from San Angelo, he called his father and said he was coming to his home in Crowley, Texas. He left Ledessa behind and climbed into his silver Ford F-150 at 11:54 p.m. At the time, she didn't think much of it and assumed he would calm down and come back. Ledessa later reflected on the altercation in a 2018 interview, explaining that it was caused by a number of factors: the recent birth of their youngest son, which created additional stressors between them, and Brandon's rigorous work schedule, which involved more than 60 hours per week, were major contributing factors. Ledessa acknowledged the emotional weight of her words and conveyed her sincere regret for the argument. She acknowledged that she put a lot of the blame on herself. The memory of their most recent altercation still plagued her, and she remarked, "I will never get those words back." Brandon called his brother Kyle at around 12:30 a.m. on August 9 to let him know that he had run out of gas on Highway 277 close to the tiny town of Bronte. The town of Bronte is surrounded by a broad, rocky region of desert and hills. It is surrounded by rough, harsh terrain, including dry riverbeds, rocky outcrops, and steep hills. There aren't many people living there, and it's secluded. There aren't many services in the area, and cell phone service is scarce. During the night, the sky is so dark that only the stars can be seen. The wind is the only thing breaking the heavy silence. Being stuck in a location like this can quickly turn into a major issue. Brandon Lawson experienced precisely this on the evening of August 9, 2013. Just outside of Bronte, on Highway 277, his truck ran out of gas. All of a sudden, he found himself isolated in a remote location, vulnerable to the hostile surroundings. All he could do was wait for his brother. Kyle remembered that Brandon sounded uncontrollable during one of their calls. He informed Kyle that he was being pursued, which clearly caused concern. Brandon clarified that the Mexicans in the neighborhood were pursuing him when Kyle asked for more information. Kyle, still perplexed, inquired as to whether Brandon was hallucinating as a result of drug use, but Brandon denied it. Kyle didn't know what was happening, but he was worried. In order to assist Brandon, he hurried to Ledessa's house with his wife and their 4-year-old child to get a fuel can. Kyle continued to try to contact his brother while they were driving. However, Brandon never seemed able or willing to engage in a full conversation when they spoke. Kyle tried his hardest to communicate and gain a comprehensive understanding of Brandon's predicament, but their brief and fragmented exchanges added mystery to an already perplexing situation. One of the most important and perplexing pieces of evidence in the case is the distressing 911 call that Brandon made at 12:50 a.m. Due to routing errors, the 911 call was sent to a nearby nursing home in Robert Lee, Texas. Brandon's voice was erratic and panicked during the call. Some phrases stood out among his difficult-to-understand words. The dispatcher tried to question Brandon, who was obviously perplexed by the call, but his answers were jumbled and ambiguous. He appeared to be in a panic and said that he was being chased into the woods and that he needed help right away. Even though the call was unclear, it was clear that Brandon was upset and thought someone was chasing him. The phone logs that precede Brandon's disappearance are broken down as follows. Kyle left a voicemail at 12:51 a.m. after Brandon claimed he was being pursued. After their argument, Brandon attempted to call Ledessa, but was unsuccessful because she had left her phone in her car. When Kyle's wife called Brandon as well, and Kyle called him again without getting a response, the urgency increased. Brandon called his neighbor at 12:57 a.m., but this did not provide any answers. Brandon was contacted by a nursing home dispatcher regarding his previous 911 call at 1:04 a.m. Brandon then called Kyle 3 more times at 1:09 a.m. He informed Kyle that he was bleeding while running through a field during one of these calls. In a subsequent interview, Kyle stated that he didn't believe Brandon was gravely injured. He thought his brother had just tripped or been in a small mishap. Brandon then called Kyle one last time at 1:15 a.m. This would be the final calls he made from his phone before it became silent. That night is depicted as chaotic by this series of calls. Brandon was obviously in distress and was attempting to contact his neighbor, brother, girlfriend, and even 911. However, meaningful communication was almost impossible because of bad cell reception, his panic, and perhaps the hazardous and dark terrain. The uncertainty surrounding his last moments was further compounded by the confusion between his calls and his family's efforts to find him. When a truck driver called to report that Brandon's truck was parked dangerously on the side of the road, a Coke County Sheriff's deputy arrived at the scene at around 1 a.m. Kyle had also arrived at the scene by the time the deputy did, but Brandon was nowhere to be seen. During a phone conversation with Kyle at 1:18 a.m., Brandon claimed to be able to see both Kyle and the deputy from his hiding place, saying, "I can see you. I'm right here." However, neither Kyle nor the deputy were able to see Brandon anywhere near the truck or the surrounding area. which further complicated the situation. Kyle believed Brandon was attempting to elude the police because he had an active warrant for his arrest in Johnson County on a charge of drug possession with intent to deliver. Brandon didn't want to be caught, he reasoned, especially since the deputy was already there. Kyle and the deputy didn't have all the information necessary to comprehend what was actually going on because they were unaware that Brandon had called 911 earlier. Later, Kyle stated that he didn't believe he was in danger. Kyle made the decision to drive a short distance up the road after speaking with the deputy. After the deputy left, he parked farther down in the hopes that Brandon would emerge from hiding. After waiting there for 30 to 45 minutes, Kyle decided that everything was okay and departed for San Angelo. When Brandon failed to appear, Kyle went back to the location where his truck had run out of gas at around 5 in the morning on August 9. Once more, Brandon failed to show up when he called for his brother. A deputy reported that a small private search team had been assembled to find Brandon on August 11. A few days later, they searched until about noon without discovering anything significant, having begun at about 8 a.m. The only hint they found was a tiny spot beneath a tree where it appeared someone had taken a seat. This location was visible from his truck and near the road. There were no additional indications of Brandon or his whereabouts, despite Kyle and the search team's best efforts, leaving his family with more questions than answers. Many theories have been proposed in the years following Brandon's disappearance. Some stem from the peculiarity of his last phone conversations, while others are based on the case's facts. The notion that Brandon might have been the victim of foul play is one of the most talked about theories. There has been conjecture that Brandon came into contact with someone or something dangerous on the evening of August 9, 2013, after he reported being chased into the woods in his 911 call. Some have even proposed that drug use may have played a role. People question whether Brandon was in danger, possibly a drug deal gone wrong or a run-in with violent people while stuck on the highway, given that he had used methamphetamines just before the incident. But this theory is called into question by the paucity of evidence. There were no reports of other cars in the vicinity at the time, and no evidence of a struggle was discovered close to his truck. Many people were left wondering whether foul play was involved, where it occurred, and who was involved, because the scene surrounding the truck was oddly undisturbed. The idea that Brandon may have intentionally vanished is another theory that has gained some traction. At the time, his life was complicated. Maybe he took extreme action because of his tumultuous relationship with his girlfriend, personal problems, and legal troubles. According to some, Brandon might have taken advantage of the circumstance to flee his life and start over somewhere else. There is some circumstantial evidence to support this theory. The key to Brandon's pickup truck, which had been left partially over the white line on the road, was in his possession, alone. Law enforcement started looking into the incident shortly after the truck was towed on August 9, 2013, at around 8 a.m. Assigned to the case, Deputy Neal looked for indications of activity at a number of nearby properties. The deputy wanted to find out if Brandon might have sought shelter or water on any of these properties, many of which were only used during certain seasons, but Neal couldn't find any evidence that Brandon had been there. After LaDessa formally reported missing on August 13, Texas Ranger Nick Hanna, who was now in charge of the case, searched the area in a helicopter. Brandon was nowhere to be seen when they flew over the area close to Highway 277 and the Colorado River. One intriguing finding from the helicopter search was that there was enough exposed ground for someone who was lying down or hiding to have probably been seen from above. Deputies came to the conclusion that Brandon Lawson had left Coke County as a result of this. The deputy wrote in his final report that he didn't think Brandon was hiding or lost in the area. He based his conclusion on several factors. According to Kyle Lawson, Brandon was probably hiding in the brush close to his truck so the deputy wouldn't find him. Nevertheless, the truck and its surroundings showed no indications of foul play. Above all, Brandon and LaDessa's text messages from the night of his disappearance suggested a furious dispute. Neal thought Brandon most likely walked back to the road and hitched a ride from a passing car after he and Kyle left the scene. The idea that Brandon purposefully vanished has only grown stronger as a result of his ongoing absence over the years. The region was going through a serious drought when he vanished. They were able to identify small items like corn sacks from the air during aerial searches. They could have easily seen Brandon if he had been on the ground. In addition, the river in the region was incredibly low. only reaching knee-deep in its deepest sections. These circumstances implied that Brandon would have been discovered during their searches if he had been in the region. Brandon's active warrant for possession with intent to deliver was also mentioned by the deputy as a potential explanation for his disappearance. He surmised that Brandon might have chosen to flee in order to stay out of legal hot water. The fact that Brandon cashed in his $401,000 with Renegade Oil Services shortly before going missing, potentially as part of a disappearance plan, lends more credence to this theory. Kyle Lawson was asked to meet with Sheriff McCutcheon, Ranger Hannah, and a Johnson County investigator at the same location where Brandon's warrant had been issued several months after Brandon vanished. They interrogated Kyle about his role, asking whether he had hurt or assisted his brother in getting away. In the end, Kyle asked for a polygraph to clear his name. Kyle claims that he passed the test on hurting his brother, despite some inconsistencies brought on by coughing during the exam. The accidental death or lost in the wilderness theory is another explanation for his disappearance. Arid and rocky, Highway 277 is home to cacti, thorny bushes, and dangerous creatures like wild hogs and rattlesnakes. This belief appears to be supported by the thorough searches that have been conducted, but every lead has ended in disappointment, with no sign of him. According to the final theory, Brandon's recent use of methamphetamines may have caused him to suffer from drug-induced hallucinations or paranoia. Severe paranoia, disorientation, and unpredictable conduct are all possible side effects of methamphetamine, especially if the user has been up for a long time. Brandon may have fled into the wilderness in a confused state, and his references to people chasing him may have been the product of a drug-induced hallucination. The term paranoia describes a strong mistrust or fear of other people, frequently coupled with illogical ideas or convictions that someone or something is trying to hurt them. Even when there are no actual external threats, paranoia in the context of drug use can show up as an elevated sense of threat or danger. Brandon's strange phone calls may be explained by this theory, but it doesn't address the question of what happened to him after he fled his truck. Did the weather get to him? Did he get stuck somewhere inaccessible or fall into a ravine? His family was left in a difficult position after Brandon Lawson vanished, caught between hope and the harsh realities of life. Brad Lawson, his father, struggles with mixed feelings. He is plagued by nightmares in which Brandon is still alive, possibly coerced into slave labor by a cartel, even though he is aware that the likelihood of Brandon surviving is remote. The possibility of foul play seems limitless, and Brad can't get rid of the thought that his son might still be out there somewhere. Is it possible that Brandon was being followed that evening? Did he encounter death when he entered private property? Or was it a crime of opportunity, where someone walked by, saw his weakness, and took advantage of him? Lisa Lofton can't stand the uncertainty. She worries that her kids won't ever know what happened to their father when they grow up, get married, or even start a family of their own. She is troubled by the memory of that night, particularly the altercation they had before he vanished. She battles this guilt every day after hurtful words were exchanged. The odd 911 call Brandon made that evening serves as their final connection to him. It serves as a painful reminder of his last moments for Ledessa and her kids. His two older daughters try to understand his words as they listen to the recording on YouTube, but it only makes their heartache worse. Brad is adamant that his son did not simply flee. He contends that Brandon was not forced to leave his family because the arrest warrant was insufficient. Brandon was always prepared to accept the consequences because he had previously dealt with legal issues. He actually had plans for the future, including beginning a new job the Monday after his disappearance that would pay more and come with the fact that none of Brandon's possessions, including his phone, wallet, keys, or even his shoes, have ever been located only serves to further complicate matters. How someone could vanish so totally without leaving any trace is beyond his brother's comprehension. The family's suspicion that foul play was involved is only strengthened by this. Ledessa is hopeful that someone will eventually come forward because she thinks that someone out there is aware of what happened to Brandon. She is still plagued by unresolved questions, such as the identity of the dispatcher who spoke to Brandon that evening and the trucker who reported his pickup. Ledessa thinks that these individuals may possess important hints that could ultimately clarify what transpired. Ledessa can't help but notice the ominous tone of Brandon's 911 call, even though she tells herself that his disappearance might have been an accident. She finds it hard to accept that someone would hurt the man she cherished so much. Help Find Brandon Lawson, a Facebook page created by Brandon Lawson's friends and family, has received a lot of support and attention since it was created. The page has more than 2,000 followers as of 2024, indicating that Brandon's unsolved disappearance has generated a lot of interest and concern. This website is a vital resource for disseminating news, details, and appeals pertaining to Brandon's case. It gives Brandon's family members a place to communicate with supporters, reminisce about Brandon, and coordinate efforts to keep his story in the public eye. The page encourages anyone with information regarding Brandon's whereabouts or the circumstances surrounding his disappearance to come forward, and plays a crucial part in the ongoing search for answers. Paula Boudreau, LaDessa's hired private investigator, has also been putting in a lot of effort to find hints. The sizable community that follows the Help Find Brandon Lawson Facebook page frequently provides her with leads. Boudreau has encountered challenges while searching the land with cadaver dogs and helicopters. On their property, some landowners have refused to permit searches. Prior to 2022, there had been no leads or noteworthy advancements in the hunt for Brandon Lawson. But at Brandon's last known location, a small search team made a breakthrough in early 2022. They notified the authorities after finding a pile of his clothing. Human remains were discovered nearby shortly after. The Help Find Brandon Lawson Facebook page announced in October 2023 that the clothing discovered and initial DNA results suggested the remains were probably Brandon's. To compare the genetic markers from the remains with Brandon's father's DNA, more tests were being conducted. The Texas Ranger in charge of the case said he was cautiously optimistic that the remains would be identified. There have been no new developments regarding the identification as of October 2024. 11 years have passed since Brandon vanished, and his family is still looking for answers. Unfortunately, because of their advanced state of decomposition, these remains have not yet been definitively identified, leaving little material for identification. A portion of the remains are destroyed each time a sample is taken out and examined. For upcoming DNA testing, it is therefore imperative to preserve as much as possible. In an attempt to extract enough DNA, the remains have been sent to 2 labs, but the results have been negative thus far. The family is unable to provide additional information regarding the investigation's current status or the other options the Texas Rangers were considering in June 2023 for identifying the remains. The finding of Brandon Lawson's remains is likely to put an end to the tragic and enigmatic case of his disappearance. Even with this possible resolution, there are still a lot of unsolved questions regarding what happened that evening. Even though they are thankful for some closure, his family might never find all the answers they are looking for. The anguish of not knowing a loved one's fate and the unpredictability of life are both highlighted in Brandon's story. It highlights the necessity of continual enhancements to search and rescue operations, particularly in isolated regions such as West Texas. The memories of Brandon Lawson will live on in the hearts of his loved ones and everyone who has followed his tragic story, even though the whole truth may never be known. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.